That short introduction of the story. Our story begins with a boy born out of wedlock into one of the strongest martial arts clans. From a young age, he chased only one thing: acceptance from his family. But everything crumbled when he was diagnosed with a condition that stripped him of the ability to train in martial arts or magic. Branded as useless and cast aside, he was ultimately betrayed and killed by his own kin. Yet fate wasn't finished with him. He was granted a second chance, sent back to the moment of his birth, armed with new powers and a burning will to rewrite his destiny. Our tale picks up in the remote northern lands of Korea, an uncharted territory untouched for centuries. A team of mercenaries ventures into the unknown, flanked by a mysterious group of masked figures. One of the younger mercenaries watches the masked group cautiously. His partner notices and asks if it's his first exploration mission. The young man admits he's tackled gates and dungeons before, but this is his first journey into unexplored lands, and it's unsettling. His companion laughs, warning him to stay sharp. No one's been here in hundreds of years, and the place is likely crawling with dangerous beasts, maybe even ancient ones. But the younger mercenary remains hopeful, saying they can count on their leader. After all, he's a member of the famous Marshall Lee family, the patriarch's own brother, no less. That kind of lineage must mean serious power, right? The older mercenary scoffs and shoots a knowing glance at the leader. "You mean that guy?" he says with a smirk. He reveals that the expedition leader is nothing more than the Marshall Lee family's discarded illegitimate son, kicked out for being too weak. And then we see him, Cheol, the ninth illegitimate son of the great Marshall Lee clan. Our protagonist. The mercenary continues, saying Cheol's always lacked talent. He hasn't advanced beyond 7th rank, even at his age, and seems lazy to boot. Just then, one of the masked figures approaches Cheol and says it's time to move. Cheol silently observes him for a beat, then nods and gets to his feet. These masked individuals are no ordinary guards. They're from the Shadow Lade unit, elite warriors who serve directly under the Marshall Lee family patriarch. Their mission? To protect Cheol. But Cheol has his doubts. Something feels off. Something about this whole mission smells like a setup. Flashback to a time when Cheol's future looked bright. Despite being an illegitimate child, he had dreams, ambition. He wanted to rise within his clan. His heart soared with hope the day he was chosen by the family's highest-ranking weapon during the steel ceremony. Back then, Cheol truly believed that with enough effort, he could earn the approval of his clan. He was certain that hard work and persistence would eventually be enough. But reality had other plans. His hopes were crushed when he was diagnosed with a rare condition that damaged his mana pathways. The doctor's verdict was brutal. Magic was out of the question, and even martial arts would be unstable. Under such circumstances, reaching the 9th rank was considered impossible. When the head steward brought this news to Cheol's father, it struck him deeply. But the rest of the family didn't share the sentiment. They dismissed the steel ceremony, where Cheol had been chosen by the top-ranked weapon, as nothing more than a fluke. Still, Cheol didn't quit. He fought through the odds and made it to the 7th rank by the age of 25, determined to prove the doctor wrong. Though all his siblings had reached that level much earlier, Cheol was proud. But his celebration didn't last long. On his 30th birthday, he was officially cast out of the clan. Had it not been for his eldest brother's protection, he wouldn't have left alive. For the next 10 years, Cheol lived on the run. The world around him spiraled into chaos. Unexplored zones grew wider, and monster attacks became more frequent and violent. Reduced to a beggar, he sat slumped on the streets one day when a gust of wind slapped a newspaper into his face. He caught it absent-mindedly, but as his eyes scanned the page, tears welled up. His father, the former patriarch of the Marshall Lee family and once a martial arts legend, was dead. Just as the weight of that news hit him, a voice called out, addressing him as young master. Cheol looked up and saw 2 members of the Shadow Blade unit standing over him. Anger flashed in his eyes as he tossed the paper aside and demanded to know how they found him. They didn't answer. One of them simply handed over an official scroll. Annoyed by their silence, Cheol unrolled the decree and read through it. It was an assignment, an exploration mission in a particular region. But what really caught his attention was the signature, Lee Gunsong, his 3rd brother. Cheol froze, confused. Why was Lee Gunsong the one issuing orders? What had happened to his eldest brother? Before he could ask, one of the masked men informed him that they would depart in an hour. As the man turned to leave, Cheol quickly stopped him and asked about his eldest brother's fate. No answer. The silence confirmed what Sheol feared. Something was being kept from him. And as he held that decree in his hands, he couldn't help but wonder, why had he been summoned? He hadn't touched a blade in a decade. He was only 7th rank. So why now? Why him? The masked figure turns back to Sheol, his voice cold and sharp, asking if Sheol intends to reject the order. Sheol knows exactly what refusal would mean: death. With no other choice, he agrees to go through with the mission. Without another word, the Shadowblade members vanish like smoke, leaving Sheol stewing in frustration. No answers, no explanations, just a forced hand and a mission he didn't choose. Back in the present, Sheol walks silently among the mercenaries and masked men as they make their way deeper into the wilds. The silence is broken when one of the mercenaries suddenly stops, eyes wide in disbelief. In front of them stands a building, old, abandoned, yet surprisingly well-preserved for a place untouched for centuries. Before they can say much, one of the masked men states plainly that they're going in. No discussion. The group steps through the gate and begins carefully moving through the structure. But what they find inside makes their blood run cold. Piles upon piles of bones, skulls, and remains scattered across the floor, some clearly human, others far more monstrous. And lying at the center of it all, the corpse of an ancient beast. That's when it happens. Without warning, one of the masked men gives a single command, and chaos erupts. The masked assassins turn on the mercenaries, launching a sudden, ruthless assault. In seconds, the expedition turns into a massacre. Mercenaries are cut down one after another, their screams swallowed by steel. Only Sheol and one other mercenary manage to stay alive for a moment longer, frozen in disbelief. They shout, demanding to know what's going on. One of the masked attackers answers mid-swing, slicing down the man beside Sheol. He tells Sheol he should have known from the start. This was a death sentence. But, he adds, it's an honor to die serving the clan's will. As he raises his weapon for the final blow, a blade bursts through his side. Sheol is the one holding it. With eyes blazing, Sheol demands to know who ordered this betrayal. But to his horror, the masked man doesn't fall. Instead, he grips the blade stuck in his body, smirking. They were told to lure Sheol here and kill him quickly, cleanly, no witnesses. With terrifying calm, the assassin crushes Sheol's sword with his bare hand. Then comes the final blow. His wounds begin to close, healing right before Sheol's eyes. Sheol steps back, stunned. He's up against something far beyond human. Just then, one of the remaining mercenaries tries to strike the masked man from behind, but he doesn't get the chance. In a flash, the masked figure spins around and cleaves the man in two with a single, merciless strike. Sheol drops to the ground, narrowly avoiding the same gruesome fate. Pain shoots through him, but before he can recover, the masked attacker sneers down at him, mocking him for thinking he'd be anything more than a weakling. In the next instant, the masked man vanishes from sight, only to reappear right in front of Sheol, driving a brutal kick into his chest. The impact launches Sheol across the room like a rag doll. He crashes into the decaying corpse of the ancient beast lying nearby. His body screams in agony. Blood spills from his mouth. Every breath is torture. But within that pain, something ignites rage. Raw, burning rage. Sheol clenches his teeth. He refuses to let it end like this. Not without a fight. Desperately, he scans the room, looking for anything that might help him survive. That's when he sees it. A sword, old and weathered, lodged deep in the body of the fallen beast. Without a second thought, he rushes toward it. If it was strong enough to kill this creature, he thinks, then it has to be strong enough for me to use. With all his remaining strength, he pulls the sword free and stops, frozen in disbelief. The blade disintegrates in his hands. It crumbles into dust and disappears into the air as if it never existed. Sheol is speechless. He can't process what's happening. Why? Why now? Behind him, the masked man draws closer, scoffing at the sight. To think someone from a Marshall Lee clan would be this pathetic, he mutters. At least you'll die with a noble name. He raises his weapon and strikes. Sheol collapses, fading fast. He wonders if this is really how it ends. A life full of pain, rejection, and endless running, snuffed out in an abandoned ruin, far from everything he fought for. As his consciousness slips, the sword's remains continue to vanish, scattering like ash. In that moment between life and death, a voice echoes through the darkness. A voice that stops Cheol cold. Is this child Yu Jiango's son? It's his father's voice. Cheol's eyes snap open. He sees his father, alive, young, and speaking to the head steward. The steward replies solemnly that Yu Jiango had already passed when they found her. Cheol's mind reels. His father is supposed to be dead. So is the steward. Yet here they are, both looking decades younger. He tries to call out, to make sense of it, but when he reaches for them, he freezes again. His hand is small. Too small. He looks closer, and the truth crashes down on him. It's his own hand from when he was a baby. Cheol stares, overwhelmed, unable to process what he's seeing. Is this death? He wonders. Is my life flashing before my eyes? But then, he hears his father speak once more. Young, that'll be a good name for him. He then tells the steward, Choi, to assign a servant and a few Shadow Force members to guard the child. And just like that, it begins again. He's ordered to get ready for the steel selection ceremony, alongside the 8th child. The steward bows and accepts the command without hesitation, but he raises a concern. Both boys are far too young. The 8th child is barely older, just a few months ahead. But the leader of the Martial Lee clan, Cheol's father, brushes off the concern. It doesn't matter, he says flatly. That answer leaves Cheol even more stunned. Only after his father finally walks out does he manage to breathe again. The man's presence alone carried a suffocating weight, raw power, and control. It had been years since Cheol last saw him, and yet the impact remained the same. Alone again, Cheol starts to reflect. Is this really happening? Everything around him feels so vivid, so real. This wasn't a memory. It wasn't a dream. That conversation actually happened. Still, he tries to convince himself otherwise. Because if this is real, then he's been thrown back into his painful past all over again. Months pass. Time moves forward, and the day finally arrives. Inside the prestigious Martial Lee clan, the steel selection ceremony is about to begin. It's the day when the clan's young heirs are chosen by the weapons that resonate with them. His father had once been chosen by many, earning the title of the greatest swordsman of his era. His eldest brother, Thomas, had also been favored by the Blades, rising to fame as a master of both sword and magic. Now it's Cheol's turn. He feels the pressure building, tight, relentless. But before he can spiral into those thoughts, his maid, Gawa, enters the room, beaming. Young master, you're all ready, she announces cheerfully. She picks him up gently and praises him, amazed by how composed and silent he remains despite being in a completely new world. You're a strong child, she says warmly, and I'm sure the ceremony will bring great things for you. You're meant for a bright path. To Cheol, Gawa was more than a maid. She was the only one who ever treated him like he mattered. She had cried for his loneliness when no one else did. But in the past, she was driven out of the estate, cast aside by the cruel schemes of his older siblings. Not this time. Cheol silently swears to himself. He'll protect her, no matter what. Just then, another maid steps in and announces that everything is ready. It's time to head out. At that same moment, news reaches Lord Li Taishin. The preparations are complete. No delays. It's time. Lord Li Taishin begins walking toward the ceremonial grounds, followed closely by the children and their attendants. When they arrive at the sprawling site, already filled with clan members and onlookers, whispers ripple through the crowd. All eyes turn to Cheol, the boy from outside the clan, an illegitimate child. His background is a mystery, except for one undeniable truth. He is the son of the clan leader. Among the spectators, the elders begin to murmur. Lady Baekwayan, the clan minister Lord Lee Jae-hong, the first son Mong Jiango, and the third son, Gunsong, are all present. Myong Jiango remarks with a trace of disbelief, saying he doesn't remember any of them ever joining the steel selection ceremony at such a young age. Gunsong agrees, noting how strange this all feels. He's puzzled. How did this unknown brother suddenly end up in the ceremony? Still, his curiosity keeps him from looking away. With all eyes forward, Patriarch Li Taishin steps forward and raises his voice, officially opening the steel selection ceremony. He signals to an attendant to bring forth the 8th child, Hua, the 8th chosen for the ritual. The attendant carefully presents the young girl. Lord Taishin pulls out a small, gleaming blade from his pocket. Taking Hua's tiny hand, he slices her fingertip. She gasps, then cries from the pain, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. But the ritual continues. Moments later, a hush falls over the crowd as one of the revered swords, the ivory blade, begins to glow. It chooses her. This masterpiece of a weapon, untouched by previous generations, responds only to her. Lord Li Taishin lifts the blade high and announces that from now on, it belongs to Hua. The attendants cheer and rush to congratulate Lady Beck on this momentous occasion. She smiles with quiet pride, graciously accepting the praise. Then, Lord Taishin's voice rings out again. It is now time for Young's ritual. At once, murmurs return. The illegitimate child? The one brought in from beyond the estate? Confusion and disbelief spread like wildfire. How could someone like him be allowed to take part in such a sacred event? Despite the whispers spreading through the crowd, the patriarch pays them no mind. He carries on with the ritual. Gently, he takes Chiol's hand and makes a small cut on his finger. The child flinches at the pain, but doesn't cry. The patriarch, noticing his quiet strength, gives him a light pat on the head, a wordless gesture of praise. Chiol stands still, his mind briefly drifting back. In his past life, the sword that chose him was the clear Echo, one of the fabled heavenly rank blades. But he knows better now. That was a different life. Past victories hold no guarantees in this one. Lord Jaehong watches from a distance, keenly aware of the crowd's discomfort. The disdain toward an illegitimate child participating in the clan's sacred ceremony is impossible to ignore. Even Lady Beck's expression has darkened. Yet, Jaehong doesn't find the boy's existence all that shocking. His brother having a child out of wedlock? Hardly unheard of. What worries him more is the harsh path that lies ahead. Life within the clan will be brutal for someone like Chiol. The odds are stacked against him. As tension mounts, Elder Li Chiol Jiango finally steps forward. His very presence causes a hush. He seems unusually focused on Chiol, and Jaehong greets him with careful respect. Still, there's no reading the elder's expression, only the sense of unease it stirs. The old man turns to Jaehong and asks plainly, "Is this the child the patriarch brought here?" Jaehong nods. Yes, the shadow force discovered him and returned him to the estate. The elder seems baffled. Why would he bring in an illegitimate boy with no known heritage and let him take part in this sacred ceremony? He pauses, then shrugs. Still, if the patriarch has tested the child himself, who are we to question it? Even so, this ritual, it's meaningless for a child like him. That last remark hits a nerve. Minister Jaehong's eyes flash with anger. What exactly are you implying? The elder bows slightly and replies, "No offense meant. It's just, I speak from experience. I too was born outside the main bloodline. No weapon ever chose me. It's a common fate for those like us. An illegitimate child should know his place." That's the final straw for Jaehong. He explodes, his voice cutting through the crowd. Enough. I will not stand here and listen to this any longer. But just as his words echo across the grounds, a blinding light erupts from the ceremonial altar. Everyone freezes, stunned by its brilliance. The elder's face goes pale. He stares at the glowing weapons, unable to process what he's seeing. Even Jaehong is speechless, eyes wide with shock. But then, slowly, a different expression takes over. Wonder. Then pride. This can't be real, he whispers. And yet it's happening. The radiance intensifies. Weapons shine with unprecedented brilliance. The blood spirit spear, the iron epic blade, the legendary heavenly Mayho, the celestial dragon bow. Each one responds. Even the sacred relics that had already accepted masters are now stirring, as though drawn to Chiol's presence. The entire clan watches in disbelief. Elder warriors grip their weapons only to find them trembling in their hands, reacting to him, the illegitimate son no one wanted to acknowledge. Myong Jiango, the eldest brother, stares in disbelief. Can anyone even believe what we're seeing? He asks aloud, struggling to grasp the moment. That boy, he might actually have talent beyond anything we imagined. Gunsong, standing beside him, nods slowly. It certainly looks that way. All around them, murmurs rise once more. Whispers filled with doubt, awe, and disbelief. How could an illegitimate child cause such a reaction from weapons of legend? Before the buzz can grow louder, the patriarch raises his voice, cutting through the noise with calm authority. The law is clear, he declares. Every weapon that chooses the young master shall be his. But even as he says it, he knows the situation isn't that simple. To address it, he opens the floor. I will hear suggestions, he says, inviting counsel to resolve the issue. Minister Jaehong steps forward and raises his hand. The patriarch nods. Speak. Jaehong proposes a compromise, granting the boy every weapon would defy the spirit of the steel selection. This ceremony is meant to serve generations, not just one moment. Let him choose only one. The patriarch takes a moment, then agrees. A fair suggestion. We'll proceed with that. And so, Cheol is brought to the center of the ceremonial grounds. The weapons are displayed before him, all glowing, powerful, ancient. This isn't how the ceremony went in his past life, but that only strengthens his resolve. This time, he has a chance to make the most strategic move possible. He begins his walk. One by one, he passes the weapons that stir the awe of every witness. There's the dragon-slaying butterfly of Frach, deadly and elegant. Sacred spears forged from the bones of the holy white whale. Magical staves like Valheim, born from the world tree where spirits sleep. He even passes the celestial sword, created when the sun, boundless, and stars aligned. But Cheol isn't tempted. He's not here to follow expectation. He's here to gain the greatest advantage possible. His steps grow more deliberate as he nears a sword barely noticed by others, a relic left untouched, a blade buried in dust. The moment his father sees where Cheol is heading, his eyes narrow with recognition. The Black Twilight Sword, discovered long ago by the founder of the clan in uncharted lands, it has remained a mystery. No one, not ancestor nor descendant, has ever awakened it. Though classified among the heavenly ranked weapons, its powers remain unverified. Many believe it only sits among them as a symbolic piece, not a true weapon of power. And yet, Cheol is walking straight toward it. The patriarch watches in silence, unsure. Is this just a child's whim? Or is there something far deeper at work here? Father Taishin lifts Young into his arms, his voice firm as he declares, "This is surely divine will." The boy had made his choice, and the Black Twilight Sword had chosen him in return. A sword tied to the great ancestor himself. With that, the steel selection ceremony came to a close. Watching from a distance, Lady Beck's gaze sharpens. "That illegitimate child will be a problem," she mutters. "And if he ever dares to stand in my way, I won't hesitate to remove him." 9 years pass. Young grows up within the walls of the Marshall Lee clan's palace. One quiet morning, he tells his caretaker that he plans to train in the afternoon. She offers to accompany him, but he shakes his head. "I'll go alone," he says with confidence. She frowns. "Why go by yourself? The first training ground isn't that spacious, and it's usually empty." Young replies calmly, "Because someone's waiting for me." Their conversation is suddenly cut short by a scream echoing from deeper within the training grounds. The caretaker glances in the direction of the 7th area. Someone's over there. Sure enough, in the 7th training ground, a young girl is in the middle of a session. Her instructor scolds her gently, warning that if she keeps gripping the sword like that, she'll end up hurting herself. That girl is Liwa. As Young and his caretaker arrive, it becomes clear the scream came from her. The caretaker leans down and whispers to Young, "You should address her properly. Call her your elder sister." Young mumbles in annoyance. "We're barely 5 months apart. Why do I have to speak like she's a decade older?" They stay quiet and watch the lesson unfold. The instructor advises her to treat the sword like part of her own body, urging a firm but careful grip to avoid injury. But why isn't having it? She snaps back, frustration boiling over. "Enough with the criticism. What matters is how I fight, not how I hold the sword." The instructor remains calm, encouraging her to try again and assuring her he still believes in her progress. Curious, Young turns to his caretaker. "Who's that instructor?" "That's Beck Lee-hyun," she replies. "He's from the Ebony Division." Young raises an eyebrow. He seems too skilled to be training a 9-year-old. His caretaker reacts with a mix of pride and sorrow. "Don't worry. You'll be assigned someone fitting your ability soon, too." Then, unexpectedly, tears well up in her eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I know I haven't taken care of you the way I should have. I've done my best, but someone like Lady Hua, she grew up with the best food, proper support." Her voice trails off. Overcome by guilt, she can no longer hold back. Young gently stops his caretaker mid-sentence. "You don't need to keep saying that," he tells her, his voice calm. "I'm grateful for everything you've done, but I don't need fancy instructors." He looks ahead, eyes steady. "We came to this clan because of its martial strength. Not for me, not for comfort." Then he reveals something else. He's already found his own path. In the first training grounds. Unlike the other areas, this one is reserved and quiet, filled with relics of the clan's long-standing legacy. Ancient weapons line the space, giving it more the air of a museum than a place for daily practice. But Young knows why it exists. Here lie the weapons of old, the ones that built the clan's name in martial arts. He scans the room, finally spotting an aged sword resting in a quiet corner. He steps forward, takes it in his hand, and begins his routine. He's not here for show. This sword for now will do just fine. As he moves through his drills, thoughts swirl in his mind, especially about the last 9 years since his return to the past. So much had changed, but nothing surprised him more than the strange ability he'd gained, the power to read memories hidden within weapons. He focuses. The sword responds. Flashes of motion, of technique, of ancient battles. It all unfolds in his mind. These memories become his teachers, more effective than any living instructor. He absorbs every detail, refining his foundation. He knows the fundamentals are the core of mastery, and the more distinguished the weapon, the deeper and clearer the memories it holds. In the years that follow, Young trains relentlessly. He deciphers memory after memory, and after 2 years of disciplined effort, he finally masters the 7-star sword technique, a feat once thought impossible for someone his age. But just as he finishes his practice, a voice speaks from behind him. It's been a long time since anyone's mastered that technique. Young turns. Standing there is none other than Lord Jaehong, his uncle, a 4th-rank warrior, and though not of direct lineage, a man whose prowess in battle earned him the title of general. In both this life and the one before, he had always stood by Young's side. His uncle steps forward, eyes proud. I see you train here every day. Even when I return late from my duties, you're still here. He pauses, then adds, I know how you've been treated by your siblings, by others. The unfairness, the bias. But don't let it weigh you down. He meets Young's gaze. Rise above it. Prove them wrong. Young calmly says he's doing well, but reminds everyone he's still part of the prestigious Martial Lee clan. He knows full well that earning the clan's respect won't come from words or titles. It has to come from his skill with a blade. That's why he's made up his mind to grow stronger purely by relying on himself. Jaehong feels proud, but there's a lingering sadness. No matter how much Young achieves, he will always carry the label of an illegitimate child. Pushing that thought aside, he tells Young that the time for his eligibility to receive a name is drawing near. Then, after a brief pause, he admits it may be a bit late to bring up, but he wonders if Young would allow him to serve as his instructor until the naming ceremony. But Young's response catches him completely off guard. He declines without hesitation. Surprised, Jaehong asks why. What's stopping him from accepting such a personal offer? Young explains that he's fully aware of the rule forbidding him from receiving formal instruction before the ceremony. He doesn't want to cause trouble for his uncle. Jaehong argues that his other nephews ignore that rule all the time. They train with famous masters, eat special diets, and break traditions without a second thought. But Young remains firm. Just because others ignore the rules doesn't mean he will. He believes those rules exist for a reason. And more importantly, as he said before, he wants to walk his own path, by his own strength. Jaehong is stunned. To hear words like that from someone not even 10 years old is beyond anything he expected. For a brief moment, Young's expression even reminds him of his oldest brother, the clan leader. Realizing there's no convincing him, Jaehong sighs and says he now sees how much like his father Young really is, stubborn to the core. He admits there's little he can offer that would be of use to him. Frustrated, but not ready to give up, he still asks if there's anything he can do to help. This is the moment Young had been waiting for. He had hoped his uncle would ask, and now that he has, he's ready. He says yes, there is something. Excited, Jaehong urges him to speak freely, but his enthusiasm vanishes the moment Young makes his request. He wants access to the clan's secret vault. Not long after, Mr. Jaehong gets into his car and drives toward a highly secured facility. As he approaches the entrance, a security guard stops him. The guard asks him to state his identity and explain the purpose of his visit. Jaehong calmly introduces himself as the General Supervisor Jaehong, stating that he's here for the routine evaluation. Beside him is Mr. Young Lee, the youngest son of the Martial Lee family, joining as an observer to gain some experience. The guard checks his credentials, confirms everything, and grants them access. As the gates slide open, the car rolls forward into the compound. Young puts on an act, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, playing the part of an eager, curious child. He looks around in awe, making sure his wonder seems genuine. He keeps marveling at the size of the facility, but Jaehong narrows his eyes and questions whether he's truly that impressed. Young responds with excitement. saying this place holds the clan's most prized treasures. Deep down, he's convinced that once he reaches his goal, he'll uncover exactly what he came for, a legendary weapon and an ancient relic few even know exist. This is no ordinary warehouse. It's the armory of the Martial Lee clan. For treasure hunters and relic seekers, it's a vault of untold wonders. Jaehong explains that the lower levels are where weapons with dangerous histories are kept sealed. Intrigued, Young asks if those weapons are so powerful they could devour their users. Jaehong acknowledges that, saying he knows such weapons well, but warns that wielding one without preparation could destroy both body and mind. When he notices a flicker of worry on Young's face, he asks if he's having second thoughts. But Young stands firm. He's not afraid. Jaehong reassures him that there's nothing to worry about anyway. Young won't be allowed into such hazardous sections. With that, he says he has duties to attend to and will return soon. In the meantime, Young is free to explore at his own pace. Young nods as Jaehong walks away. The moment he's alone, he lets out a sigh and mutters to himself. Playing the part of a naive child is exhausting. Without wasting time, he steps into the elevator and heads down to the lowest level, the weapons tomb. It's a hidden floor, sealed off from the world, home to relics of incredible power and deadly pasts. But Young is here for just one thing: the Infinity Dagger, also known as Boundless. At first glance, it may seem like an ordinary blade, but once charged with magical energy, it can shift, changing size, weight, shape, and every attribute to suit its wielder. In a timeline before he returned to the past, it was Gunsong who discovered this weapon. Thanks to its chaotic power and unmatched adaptability, he earned the name Ever-Changing, the Infinite Variable. Young remembers clearly that title, Ever-Changing, was the reason his third brother, Gunsong, claimed leadership of the clan instead of their eldest sibling. In the past, after Gunsong rose to power, Young hunted him down and eliminated him, viewing him as too great a threat to be left unchecked. That's all he knows so far. But to make sure history doesn't repeat itself, Young has only one path forward: find the Infinity Dagger before Gunsong does. The search will be long, but he has no choice. He must examine every weapon in this vault, one by one, until he finds it. An hour passes. He's already checked nearly every dagger-like weapon in the vault, yet none seem to be boundless. Still, he's convinced it's here somewhere. All that's left is to dig deeper and not miss a single detail. As he continues searching, he accidentally bumps into a table, knocking an old weapon off the edge. It hits the floor with a dull clang. Startled, Young turns toward it. The weapon is covered in rust, so much so that it looks more like a corroded scrap than something once forged with intent. How could it have deteriorated to such a degree? But as he steps closer, a powerful surge of energy erupts from the blade, catching him off guard. Before he can even react, the entire world shifts around him. Suddenly, he's no longer in the armory. He's standing in a ruined landscape, death and destruction all around. The bodies of the fallen litter the ground. Chaos reigns. It doesn't take long for Young to realize what's happening. This is a memory sealed within the blade. But this one is different. There's something disturbingly familiar about it, as though he's seen it before, maybe even lived it. Then the pressure shifts. A suffocating force weighs down on the entire scene. The sky trembles as something enormous stirs. Emerging from a blue rift in the sky is a monstrous being, ancient, primal, unstoppable. The apocalypse beast. Young's instincts scream at him to run. Even if this is just a memory, the terror feels too real. There's no winning against something like that. But before he can move, a figure appears behind him. A warrior, clad in ancient armor, with the swift, poised bearing of a samurai. The warrior dashes toward the beast at blinding speed. Young watches, unable to believe what he's seeing. With a single slash, the warrior strikes down the monstrous creature. Just like that, Young's breath catches in his throat. This man isn't just a fighter. He's something else. A demon-slaying warrior. But how? How could one person destroy something so powerful with a single attack? He stares, stunned, his mind racing with questions. Then, something even more shocking happens. The warrior turns and looks directly at him. This shouldn't be possible. The warrior fixes his gaze on Young and demands to know, who is he, and why is he here? But the vision doesn't end there. Without a word of warning, the warrior lunges at Young, declaring that he'll end his life swiftly and mercifully. There's no hesitation in his strike, no question in his voice. Young cries out, caught in the path of the incoming blow. And in the blink of an eye, he's back. The rusted dagger slips from his fingers, clattering to the ground. He stands frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably, still gripped by the echo of what just happened. He can hardly breathe. That vision wasn't just a memory. It felt real. Too real. As if he truly stood on that battlefield. As if the warrior's blade had almost touched him. Staring at the weapon, he notices something different now. The dagger. It's no ordinary relic. He picks it up again, more certain than ever. This is it. Boundless. Without hesitation, he pricks his hand with the blade, letting his blood run down its edge. The dagger glows, a brilliant light erupting from it before calming once more. It has accepted him. Energy still humming through his veins, Young tests the blade, striking, moving, slicing through the air. He mimics techniques he's seen in sword manuals, mimics the form of masters. Each swing builds his confidence. By the time he finishes, there's no more doubt. The weapon is boundless, the legendary Infinity Dagger. And now it's his. A week passes. Young continues to train nonstop, pushing himself to master the dagger's shifting nature. He disguises it as a simple ring on his finger, hiding it from anyone who might be watching. But his thoughts keep drifting back to the warrior in the memory. The way he moved, the stance, the power, the sheer elegance of that final blow. Young remembers it clearly, yet something remains out of reach. He knows the technique's name. He knows its form, but the deeper truth behind it still escapes him. No matter how many times he tries to copy it, he fails. The flow, the balance, the control, it's unlike anything he's ever learned. Still, he's not discouraged. Before he rewound time, he was only half talented. He couldn't even master the basics of his clan's techniques. So, for him to now chase an advanced, transcendent combat style, it's a challenge like no other. And that's exactly why he won't stop. This is the first time he's ever encountered something of this level. And he was the only one close enough to the warrior to remember how he moved. That memory, that technique, it belongs to him now. A sudden realization strikes Young. He's not like the seasoned warrior he glimpsed in boundless memories. That man was a fully grown adult. Young is just a 9-year-old boy. Expecting himself to mimic the movements of an adult is unrealistic. No wonder he's been struggling to unleash his full potential. With that in mind, he shifts his approach. Rather than forcing a technique meant for someone older and stronger, he adapts it to match his own physique. Slowly, smoothly, and with measured control, he closes his eyes and concentrates, drawing in his focus and energy. His grip on the sword becomes natural, and his movements begin to flow, graceful, calm, and deliberate. After countless repetitions, something finally clicks. He lands a powerful strike, the kind that feels right down to the core. It's not just a move, it's a glimpse of real strength. For the first time, he feels like he's tapping into something genuine. But there's still one obstacle: his inability to harness magical energy. Despite learning a circulation technique ages ago, he's never been able to get it to work. Something vital is still missing. Without that magical flow, he can't execute energy-based techniques properly. Frustrating as it is, there's no other path but to persist. Just as he resumes his training, a girl appears behind him, sword in hand. She asks where he learned that move. He turns, confused, trying to place her. Her jet black hair and amber-colored eyes immediately give her away. She's clearly from the Marshall Lee clan's main bloodline. She reacts with mild surprise, unsure if Young genuinely doesn't recognize her or is just pretending. Then she laughs it off, teasing that it wouldn't be too surprising. She rarely shows herself anyway. Taking a step closer, she asks for his name. He answers, and she chuckles at how distinctive it sounds before introducing herself. Lee Jianga. In that moment, it hits him she's his youngest aunt. His uncle had mentioned her once, before he turned back time. Jianga asks him again, where did he learn that technique? This time, Young asks why she's so curious. She explains that what he just used is an ancient martial style called ancient martial arts, a technique she's especially fond of. She goes on to explain that, in this era, powerful magical beasts still roam freely. Reaching into her clothes, she pulls out a weathered book and offers it to him as a gift. Young blinks in surprise, but accepts it, then asks what's inside. She simply tells him to open it and find out. As Young flips through the pages, he realizes it's a handwritten journal, though the handwriting is a mess. Still, the contents are intriguing. It talks about magical techniques, some so advanced they're hard for him to wrap his head around. There's also high-level combat theory scattered throughout, leaving him wondering if the rumors about his aunt being a bit eccentric might have been wrong all along. Just then, Jayanga points to a section and explains that these ancient magical techniques rely on something called magical pathways. Back then, magic had to be channeled through internal routes in the body. But in the current era, things have changed. Magic is now stored within the heart and then released outward. She challenges the modern mindset, asking if it's really wise to dismiss ancient practices as obsolete. In fact, she believes the magic of the past might have been more advanced. She's been diving into studies of magical amplification and transformation, trying to recover lost knowledge, but she's still short on references. That piques Young's interest. Her research sounds eerily similar to the magic that man used, which was in boundless memory. He asks her to wait a moment, then turns his attention back to his sword, thinking through everything again. He visualizes how magical energy flows from its source through the body, and then he notices something crucial. The energy doesn't cycle back. It just spreads outward. That's the missing piece. The key is to circulate it entirely through the magical pathways instead of forcing it back to the source. This was the part he couldn't grasp before when watching the warrior in Jean's memories. Now it makes sense. He tests it again, and this time his sword strike surges with power. The difference is instant and undeniable. His entire body feels the change, and the result stuns him. Jayanga is just as surprised. She steps closer and asks if he truly understands what he just did and how he pulled it off. Was this really the same technique he's been training with? And how did he manage to master it so quickly? Young doesn't answer directly. Instead, he asks why he should share that kind of information. She doesn't flinch. She reminds him that it was the notebook she gave him that got him this far. She spent her whole life chasing after ancient martial knowledge, even after being cast out of the family. 10 years of searching, and now she's finally found someone who can make sense of it. So she offers him a deal. If he tells her, she'll do anything he asks in return. Young agrees, but only under 3 conditions. First, she must never speak of him, or anything involving him, to anyone else, unless he personally allows it. She agrees without hesitation, but wants to know, why all this secrecy? Young calmly explains his reasoning. He simply hates when people speak about him without understanding. That's why his first condition is secrecy. Then, he lays out the second. From this point on, there must be no more lies between them. Trust, he says, can only grow if they're honest with each other. In return, he promises to share the truth with her whenever possible. Jayanga agrees to that as well, then asks what the final condition is. Young pauses, thinking it through, then begins to carefully explain the last part of his request. A year later, Young is out in the courtyard, focused on his training, when his caretaker approaches. Aunt Jayanga is with him. Young looks up and immediately asks why she's come to the training grounds. She hands him a sealed envelope and tells him it arrived earlier that day. He accepts it without surprise, almost as if he had been expecting it. Jayanga, however, has no idea what's inside. Opening it, Young finds a formal summon. It outlines the instructions for the upcoming naming ceremony. But something catches his eye immediately. The seal and signature aren't from his father. They belong to Li Myongjiango. That's unusual. Young hadn't heard anything about being assigned to a mission or ceremony recently. When Jayanga finds out the letter is about the naming ceremony, her mood shifts instantly. She's furious. Young, confused by her strong reaction, asks why she's so upset. She tells him plainly, things have only just started to settle down for them. If he goes through with the naming ceremony, he'll be officially bound to his role and won't be able to walk away freely. She urges him not to attend at all. Young understands why she's reacting this way. They had made a pact to study magic together and unravel the mysteries behind it. They had been comparing ancient magical methods, which focused on the magical core, with modern techniques that emphasized magical pathways. Their goal was to merge the two, using the core to store and reshape magical energy while directing and activating it with pathways. Through this fusion, Young had already gained abilities far beyond those of others his age. But now, Jayanga fears losing that progress. Still, Young knows the stakes. Ignoring the ceremony would come with serious repercussions. So, he tries to reason with her. He assures her that he must attend, but she doesn't need to worry. Their magical research will continue. His training won't stop, and their mission to restore ancient magical arts will move forward, even if their time together becomes a little more limited. Jayanga isn't convinced. She asks how Young plans to manage both ancient and modern training when the naming ceremony alone will leave him with barely any free time. Young answers confidently. He'll study modern magic as required, but won't abandon his research into ancient techniques. He assures her again, there's no reason to worry. With that, his special training begins. On the first day, Instructor Jang Wook announces the session will start with a half hour of enduring magical attacks. Young braces himself. Things are already different from before, just as he expected. Back then, as the ninth child with no formal training, he would have been on the ground in seconds. But now, he's standing firm, using magic to shield himself with ease. The instructor notices. Young isn't just surviving. He's brushing off attacks like a child's play. What's even more surprising is that while doing this, he's analyzing the eighth trainee, assessing her technique, and gauging how well her prior lessons have paid off. All this from a boy not even 10, born outside the main bloodline? It defies logic. At this point, even calling him an illegitimate child feels ridiculous. Instructor Jang Wook watches in silence, thinking hard. This training was meant to prepare them for the naming ceremony, yes, but also to pass down generations of knowledge. And now, one of their youngest and least expected candidates is outshining them all. It's enough to make anyone reevaluate their assumptions. By the end of the day, after hours of magical resistance training, Young is utterly drained. Still, he can't help but reflect on the madness of his clan, who puts a 10-year-old through lightning-based torture and calls it building resistance. What surprises him more is when the instructor actually apologizes for the harsh evaluation, and he begins to notice something else. The way people look at him now, it's not quite the same as before. There's a hint of recognition, maybe even respect. He gets ready to leave, eager for rest, only to be interrupted. Hua appears suddenly and attacks. Young blocks her strike without flinching. She says she needs to speak with him. He tells her to make it fast. He has no time to waste. That sets her off. Furious, she snaps that he should watch his mouth. She's the legitimate daughter, while he's nothing but an outsider. Young doesn't react. He simply turns away, uninterested. I don't have time for you, he mutters as he walks off. Hua, unable to contain her rage, lashes out with magic. Young dodges effortlessly, grabs her by the collar, and stops her in her tracks. He looks her straight in the eye and says coldly, if you want to cry about it, go cry to your mother. Just don't waste my time with your drama. Frustrated, Young turns and walks away, but Hua calls out again. Her voice cuts through the air, laced with resentment. She tells him that ever since the sword possession incident at the steel selection ritual, everything has changed for her. Because of him, she's constantly compared and judged. It's been nothing but pressure. She barely sleeps, eats next to nothing, and spends every waking moment training. Meanwhile, all Young had to do was be born with talent. Young stops and glances back. His response is sharp. Blaming others is easy, he says. You said it yourself. I'm just an illegitimate child. I don't even have the luxury of shifting blame. If you can't sleep, stay awake. If your diet's holding you back, stop eating altogether. And if you hate me, then use that. Train harder, get stronger, and beat me. He pauses, his tone cold. If you want an apology for everything I just said, take it from me. That's how things work in the Martial Lee clan. While fury boils over, she declares that she will surpass him at the naming ceremony. She'll humiliate him, make him kneel, and beg her for forgiveness, as his elder sister. Young meets her gaze calmly. I'll be waiting, he says. Let's see if you can make that happen. Elsewhere, in the 7th training area reserved for direct descendants of the clan, Lady Beck arrives. She tells the servants to leave. She wants to speak with her daughter alone. Walking into the hall, she finds Hua training by herself. Why are you here alone? Lady Beck asks. Hua turns, recognizing her mother's voice. Just training, she replies quietly. Lady Beck doesn't waste time. Is it true? Were you really beaten by the illegitimate son? Hua stays silent. Her mother presses on, reminding her of what she had said long ago. If she couldn't control him, she needed to crush him. And if all this training is just to avoid punishment, she can stop. There won't be any more. But Hua shakes her head. This isn't about punishment anymore. I know what you think of my training, she says. But this time, I'm doing it because I want to. I want to defeat him. Not because you told me to. Because I need to prove it to myself. Lady Beck narrows her eyes. You've been influenced, she says coldly. That illegitimate boy has no proper foundation for his skills, and yet you let him affect you. She reminds Hua that she's part of the main lineage of the Martial Lee clan. He isn't. Beating him should be natural. But clearly, something about him has shaken her, and now that's fueling her fire. After a moment of silence, Lady Beck reaches into her robes and pulls out a small bottle filled with a dark liquid. She hands it to Hua and tells her plainly, "This is dreamlike trance, a deadly poison. If surpassing the illegitimate son proves impossible, there's still another path. Eliminate him." That, she reminds her daughter, is the true doctrine of the Marshall Lee clan. Victory above all. Meanwhile, back at Young's residence, his caretaker is reviewing his training results for the week. As she flips through the reports, her expression shifts, especially when she reaches the 14th week. Her eyes widen in surprise. Young is placed first. Young watches her reaction and casually asks what she thinks. "Feeling like your efforts weren't wasted?" But instead of taking credit, she embraces him and says warmly, "I didn't do anything. This was all you. You're the one who worked for it." Suddenly, Aunt Lee Jianga bursts into the room, practically glowing with excitement. She urges Young to come train with her. Young sighs, telling her he's just finished a training session, but she grins and insists, "If you train in magic with me, you won't feel tired at all." He raises an eyebrow. "I've never heard of training that makes you less exhausted." She nods confidently. "That's because you've never trained with me." He agrees to go with her, saying there's something he wants to show her anyway. She turns to ask what it is, but stops mid-sentence, her eyes narrowing as if she already knows. "Wait, does it have something to do with the first star?" Young chuckles and gives a small nod, confirming her hunch. As they walk together, she begins to explain the basics of magical training. The foundation is built on 3 core stages, she says. First is body reinforcement, enhancing strength and resilience. Next is the inner energy stage, where you refine and reshape magical power. Finally, there's the external power stage, where you start manifesting supernatural abilities. But then she adds something else. "The magic I use doesn't follow those exact rules. Even in the first stage, it allows for different forms and versatile effects. That's why it's divided into distinct phases, what I call maturation." She glances over at him and asks if he's still struggling with his magical energy circuit. She had assumed it would take him another year to even begin managing it. Young admits that while he understood everything during study, the actual control was a different story. He almost lost balance between the energy's source and its pathway. She listens and then gently explains, "You don't need to force it. Let it move on its own. Magical energy is like water. It flows. Your body is just the container." She smiles, full of reassurance, and tells him not to rush. Mastery takes time, but she believes in him completely. Then she pulls him into a hug once more, telling him how grateful she is to be here, to train with him, and to witness his growth firsthand. Young struggles to break free, choking out that she's practically snapping his neck. She finally loosens her grip, and he gasps for air. Without missing a beat, she tells him it's time to start training. He needs to reach the 2nd star in magical energy control. She asks if he realizes the star he's already earned isn't like the typical 1st star. Young nods, saying he's aware of the difference. She then questions him. What skill does he believe he's best at? He pauses, thinking it over, then answers confidently, "Swordsmanship." To his surprise, his aunt shakes her head, clearly unconvinced. Young protests, reminding her she's seen his sword techniques firsthand. She acknowledges his talent with a blade, but tells him there's something in him even greater. Magic. She says his control over magic goes far beyond anything she's ever witnessed. So much so that everything else he's good at fades in comparison. She's tried to teach her unique magic to others, but none have ever come close to what he's achieved. Young is stunned. Before he rewound time, he was constantly criticized for his magical shortcomings. His aunt continues, saying that for someone like him, reaching the 2nd star should be simple. And if he manages that, the naming ceremony will be a breeze. From now on, she'll be teaching him real techniques, so he has to stay sharp and focused. Young promises to follow her lead, but he points to an object beside her and asks what it is. She chuckles, explaining that it's part of their training. Then, without warning, she flings something at him with blinding speed. It grazes his face. "Iron spheres," she tells him. He'll need to learn to channel magic while in motion. Standing still while using magic. Useless. From this moment on, his training for the naming ceremony officially begins. Young forces a smile, bracing himself for what's coming. In the next training session, a new figure steps in, Li Junquan, commander of the Blood Tiger Corps. He introduces himself, announcing that he'll now be in charge of training the children of the Marshall Lee clan. Instructor Lee Junkwon orders Young and Hwa to pick their weapons, whatever they want to use, and bring them back within a minute. The two immediately head out. As they move, Young notices Hwa casting glances his way. He turns to her, asking if there's a problem. Hwa pauses, then denies it. She claims she doesn't want anything from him, but then she asks if he uses a sword. Young, walking ahead, says no. She seems skeptical, saying that from what she's seen, he clearly has some skill with a blade. Once they return, Instructor Junkwon eyes on Young and asks what he's doing. Young replies that he's gathering weapons. The instructor frowns, reminding him that he only told them to bring the one they'll be using. Young explains, these are all part of what he's chosen. The instructor gives him a long look, muttering that he thought Young was smart, but now sees he might just be foolish. Then, with a serious tone, he tells them to remember his words. He's here to teach them vision, not specific techniques or stances. He reveals that the martial Lee clan guards powerful secrets, the enlightenment, hidden techniques that can only be mastered by awakening the sixth sense embedded deep in their bloodline. From now on, his only task is to help them unlock that sense, and he warns them not to make that task harder. Young and Hwa brace themselves, tension rising. Without warning, Instructor Junkwon launches into an attack, telling them they must not lose consciousness and must focus from the very first strike. His blow lands hard. Young is sent flying, but he recovers fast, trying to block the assault. The instructor watches carefully, impressed by how quickly Young reacts and counters despite the sudden attack. Young, still reeling, is shocked by how brutal the training is from the outset. He steels himself. This time, he won't let the opportunity slip. In his past life, he never had this kind of training. Now he's determined to prove himself. He charges forward, launching an attack of his own on Instructor Junkwon, but then Commander Junkwon slams into him with a surprise hit. Hwa sees an opening while Young is distracted and tries to strike, but he pivots fast and counters with a spear. A whole month flies by. Training under Commander Junkwon is relentless. Young jokes that it feels like their bones are breaking and they're bleeding inside, but he manages to smile through it. This isn't training meant for 10-year-olds, but he's getting used to it. Meanwhile, Hwa finally wakes up after losing consciousness again. Groggy, she asks what happened. Young tells her flatly. She fainted for the 20th time. He grins, adding that he's only blacked out 16 times himself. Just then, Commander Junkwon remarks how impressive Lee Hwa's body is. Despite the brutal training, she's taken heavy hits without sustaining a single serious injury. As for Young, the commander admits he's felt something odd about him since day one. At first, he thought Young was just some naive kid when he showed up carrying an armful of weapons. But the real surprise? He could actually handle them all with real skill. Smiling with growing excitement, Commander Junkwon notes that it's only been a month, yet Young is already adapting to the intensity of the training. He calls out to both Young and Lee Hwa. It's time to continue. The two return to their spots, clearly drained, but the session presses on. Young glances over at Lee Hwa and calls her name. She turns with a scowl, asking what he wants. He tells her he's going to give a signal, and all he needs is for her to block just one of Commander Junkwon's strikes for him. She snaps back, asking why she should bother. He shrugs it off, saying she doesn't have to, but he just wants one clean shot at the commander. Annoyed, but curious, Lee Hwa asks if he's really serious about this plan. Young nods confidently, he's sure. Without hesitation, she moves in on the commander. Young follows behind, silently thinking that he still doesn't stand a chance in a head-on fight. His only hope is to rely on teamwork. Commander Junkwon watches them come at him together. He nods slightly, admitting that it's not a bad tactic. Lee Hwa attacks, but the commander sidesteps effortlessly. He tells her that if the plan were working, she'd have blocked his counter, but she fails miserably. He instantly charges at Young with blistering speed. Young blocks the strike, pushing back the commander's spear. In that brief opening, he shouts to Lee Hwa to attack. She launches herself from above, and in that moment of distraction, Young slips away unnoticed. He tosses his spear aside and draws his sword. Now's the time. There's only one technique that might break through. The Demon Slayer. The ultimate move of the boundless infinite dagger. Commander Junkwon senses something dangerous closing in. Young strikes, but the commander manages to block it with his weapon. But Young isn't done. He channels his strength and unleashes a second, devastating blow. His sword slams into the commander. For a second, Young feels the thrill of landing the attack. But then shock. Commander Junkwon caught the blade with his bare hand. Before Young can react, the commander retaliates, sending him flying through the air. He crashes hard into the wall, the sheer power of the blow leaving him stunned. Commander Junquan claps his hands and tells Young that it's been 37 days since they started training. With a satisfied nod, he announces that Young has successfully awakened his sixth sense. Just then, Hua attempts a sneak attack, but Junquan swiftly counters, landing a clean hit on her. He looks down at the two of them lying on the ground, completely drained, and states bluntly that they're still far from where they need to be. With that, he turns and begins to leave, telling them that training is done for the day. Hua, clearly upset, turns to Young and vents her frustration. She says she trusted his plan, and it failed. But Commander Junquan ignores their back and forth. His eyes are locked on the injury to his hand. He murmurs to himself that even though he used mana, barely any, Young still managed to wound him. It may have been a minor use, but it meant breaking his own rule. More importantly, it showed him that Young has something rare, sharp battle instincts. He knows exactly when to press forward and when to fall back. Grinning to himself, he mutters that someday, the elders of the clan will come to fear this boy. On the 47th day, Li Hua finally awakens her sixth sense. With that, both she and Young officially graduate from Commander Junquan's training. Young uses the remaining time to rest, reflect, and refine everything he's learned, until one day his older brother, Myongjiango, arrives. Myongjiango, the eldest son of Li Taixin, is known across the clan as the Twin Stars, a title earned for being both a two-star mage and a martial artist of equal rank. He's respected, even feared, but to Young, he's simply his brother. The two sit together, and Myongjiango offers a quiet apology. He says he regrets not being more present as an older brother, but his duties have always kept him occupied. Young smiles and says there's no need to apologize. Myongjiango chuckles, saying that even though this is technically their first proper conversation, he feels like he already knows him well. Young replies that even if they have different mothers, he could never fail to recognize his own brother's face. Myongjiango's smile fades. He gently but firmly tells Young not to use the term half-brother ever again. He insists that, to him, there's no distinction. He sees Young as no less than any of his siblings born of the same mother. Privately, Myongjiango reflects that Young seems far too hard on himself, especially for someone who hasn't even been through his naming ceremony yet. Young lowers his head slightly and apologizes, promising not to say it again. Myongjiango chuckles, telling Young there's no need for formalities. After all, they're brothers. Young smiles quietly, thinking to himself how Myongjiango had always treated him with warmth since they were kids. Then Myongjiango pulls something from his pocket, holding out to Young. It's a gift to mark their first meeting. He explains he brought it back from the France University of Mages, a rare medicinal elixir known as ruler's wine. Myongjiango believes Young will gain more from it than he ever could. Young's eyes light up with excitement as he recognizes it immediately. Only 500 milliliters of this elixir are produced each year. He's amazed his brother would give him something so precious. Grateful, he thanks Myongjiango with genuine warmth. But Myongjiango narrows his eyes, sensing something different. He comments that Young seems changed. Curious, Young asks what he means. Myongjiango lets out a laugh, saying that all their other siblings treated him like a rival, but Young feels different, and it's unfamiliar, yet refreshing. Young surprises him with a calm, steady reply. He says Myongjiango is mistaken. As a member of the Marshall Li family, rivalry is inevitable. No one can escape that. With a cheerful grin, Young tells him not to see him as the sweet little brother anymore. Who knows? One day, he might become Myongjiango's greatest rival. Myongjiango bursts out laughing and walks over, placing a firm hand on Young's head. He says he'll be looking forward to that day. Young gazes at his brother, silently vowing to protect him, because out of everyone, Myongjiango had always cared for him the most. A few days later, it's time for the second trial of the Marshall Li family, the naming ceremony. Young and Hua make their way to the blue and red island. With a color, the ground shifts with the mana in the air. This island has hosted the Marshall Li family's naming rituals for generations. Their guard briefs them on what to expect. They'll need to survive on the island for 3 weeks to prove their worth. He hands each of them a device, explaining that it will track their positions. They must wear it at all times, non-negotiable. Once the 3 weeks are over, the test chamber will open 2 days later. With a final word of encouragement, the guard leaves them to begin the trial. Not long after, Hua calls out to Young. She has something to say. Before she can speak, Young grins and tells her she's finally ready to talk. She's caught off guard. She hadn't said a word yet, but Young already knows. He tells her he's known for a while. Ever since their training days, she's been holding something in. Wa suddenly flushes red, flustered by how easily Young saw through her. She stammers, asking how he knew. Young just gives her a puzzled look, silently wondering how anyone wouldn't notice something that obvious. Then, calmly, he tells her to just say whatever she needs to. He promises to hear her out. Wa reaches into her pocket but stops halfway, hesitating. Young asks her what's wrong. She finally pulls out a small vial and reveals that it contains poison. She explains that it only works on children under 15, and if left exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it completely evaporates. More importantly, it damages a person's mana channels permanently. Young's expression sharpens. He demands to know who gave it to her. But Wa brushes the question aside, saying flatly that she's not going to tell him. Without another word, she tosses the bottle to the ground, shattering it. There's no trace of it left. She looks straight at him and declares that she won't stoop to using something like that. She's going to face him head on, no tricks. Young stands there, taken aback, but Wa presses on. She wants him to give it everything he's got. A smirk spreads across Young's face. He tells her she didn't need to say any of that. He was already planning to take the trial seriously. Wa hoists her bag and asks if he's brought everything he needs. She reminds him that once he gets used to the terrain, he should head straight to the island's center. That place, she warns, is incredibly dangerous. Young shrugs, replying that he knows. Then, with a teasing grin, he asks if she's worried about him. She scoffs, rolling her eyes. Worry? Not a chance. The only thing she's concerned about is him dying before they can settle things properly. Just then, a loud noise rumbles through the area, putting them both on alert. Wa repeats her warning, telling him firmly, don't die, no matter what. Then she turns and walks ahead. Young watches her go, remembering the moment he told her that he wasn't planning to stay in the outskirts. His eyes light up with anticipation. Finally, he declares, it's time. Time to head to the heart of the island. From a distant vantage point, the Marshall Lee family elders watch silently. One of them comments that Wa has surpassed expectations. She's already completed the required monster hunts. Despite this being her first real combat trial, she's taken down a large number of enemies. Another elder nods, saying that from someone of her background, such performance was expected. Without a doubt, she's more than qualified. He turns to Commander Junquan, asking how long it took Wa to awaken her sixth sense. Junquan answers plainly, just 47 days. The elder is visibly surprised. She was expected to take at least 2 full months to complete the awakening process. Though caught off guard, the elder admits to himself that Wa is exceptionally gifted, but she didn't reach that level on her own. Someone helped her accelerate her progress. That someone was none other than Young, the ninth son. The elder then shifts his focus and inquires about Young's current status. Commander Junquan reports that Young appears to be searching for a place to set up a hiding spot. This immediately sparks outrage among the elders. They accuse him of cowardice, unable to fathom how someone with Lee blood could behave so shamefully. One even scoffs that such behavior is beneath the family's name. Myeon Jeongo speaks up, defending Young. He explains that scouting for a safe base in such a treacherous environment is a smart tactical move, not something to be looked down on. But the elders dismiss his reasoning. While technically correct, they claim their expectations were skewed by Wa's performance. One of them bitterly adds that being mediocre in the Marshall Lee family is the greatest offense. To them, Young is doing nothing special, just what anyone could manage, far from what's expected of their bloodline. Myeon Jeongo's patience snaps. He fires back, asking when a family became so cold as to ridicule a child for his background. Still, he can't help but feel puzzled. Why would Young head toward the island's center of all places? It doesn't make sense. Even his uncle, Jae-hong, seems uneasy about Young's choices. Meanwhile, Young finally settles on a location. He burns natural herbs to keep away pests and seals the entrance with tree leaves, camouflaging the area expertly. The elders, watching from afar, admit his stealth skills are impressive, but then they fall silent in disbelief. Young removes his tracking device, lays it on the ground, and covers it with herbs to fully conceal it. Commander Junquan bursts into laughter, remarking that predicting Young's actions is impossible. Young, now alone, mutters to himself that there's no reason to let anyone trace his movements anymore. With that, he declares that he's free to use the boundless infinite dagger however he sees fit. While he's on the island, he needs to make the most of it. Driven by purpose, he heads off and gathers a large batch of herbs. Later, while cooking them, he grimaces and complains. Wild herbs are the absolute worst. Looking at his concoction, he mutters that anyone would think it's just water tinged with a touch of magical greenery. He recalls the harsh days of his past life, when even the cheapest elixir was out of reach. With no other choice, he used a trail behind herb collectors and pharmacists, hoping to stumble upon some magical herbs. His aunt, Li Jianga, had once told him the island was brimming with magical energy, urging him to harness that power through mystical techniques. She claimed that a soup made from enchanted herbs could amplify his abilities, and he took her words to heart. Determined, he brewed the soup himself. But after downing the whole bowl, the taste is so revolting he feels like he might drop dead on the spot. Still, he clenches his fists and says this is just the start of the war, a war that will stretch on for 3 weeks. 11. 18 days into the naming ceremony, the scene cuts to Myong Jiango's office. He's buried in paperwork when a knock interrupts him. A voice apologizes from the other side. Without looking up, Myong Jiango says the expression on the visitor's face already says it all. Bad news. The visitor is Jang Gian, Myong Jiango's trusted assistant. He reports that a large group of nomads has crossed into South Korean land. At first, they thought the group would slip through hidden routes, but instead, they've entered straight through the southern region, and they're now just 2 days from the Marshall Lee family's magical stone mines. Myong Jiango's expression hardens. He says these nomads aren't just wanderers. They're ruthless criminals known for their brutal acts. There's no way they can be allowed to touch Marshall Lee family territory. Jangian goes on to say that although they seem like a disorganized band of nomads, he's convinced someone else is pulling the strings. There's more. New intel shows that Dragon Stronghold has mobilized troops toward the northern border. Dragon Stronghold controls Zhongyuan Giant Organization, a region they share with the Lee family, and they've always used this position to launch attacks. Myong Jiango's eyes narrow. It's clear now. The news of his father leaving the main house has leaked, giving their enemies the perfect opening. He asks if the family's intelligence division knows any of this. Jangian answers that he got the information first. He'd been monitoring the situation under Myong Jiango's direct orders. Myong Jiango nods, then tells him to work with the intelligence division and dig deeper. Something about this doesn't sit right. It feels like there's another layer to all this. He just hopes it's nothing more than instinct. Meanwhile, deep within the island, a glowing magic circle hums to life. From it, a shadowy figure steps out, muttering with a sneer. 2 days more than enough to erase an illegitimate child. The scene shifts to Young, locked in a brutal fight with a 7th-level dragon-blooded beast known as Draco. The creature lets loose a massive surge of flames, but Young dodges swiftly and retaliates without hesitation. He then strikes with the Demon Slayer technique, landing a critical hit that brings Draco down for good. As the dust settles, Young stands still, taking a moment to process what just happened. He acknowledges the overwhelming power these dragon-blooded beasts possess. If he had encountered Draco when he first arrived, he would have been done for. It took him 19 days to reach the dragon's nest, but now he knows it's pointless to stay any longer. As he turns to leave, he reminds himself there's another reason he came here. Then, catching a faint noise from the nearby forest, he drops low to the ground. His suspicions are confirmed. The lizard men have arrived. Something's wrong, though. These creatures usually stay at the island's outskirts, but now they're in the center. Even stranger, they're showing signs of coordination, something totally out of character for them. Known for being dim-witted and weak in combat, their behavior doesn't add up. To test his theory, Young deliberately chops down several trees, letting the crash echo through the woods. Just as he thought, the lizard men panic and scatter at the sound. Smirking, Young mutters that he was right. Something's definitely influencing them. Without wasting time, he charges forward, wiping out the entire group, except one. That one, he lets live, following it silently to see where it's headed. Meanwhile, the focus shifts to another figure, Instructor Nishiyama, who had arrived on the island with Young and Liwa. Watching from afar, he scoffs, calling the Marshall Lee family utterly bizarre. He's baffled that someone as young could take down so many beasts alone. Still, no matter how skilled he is, Nishiyama believes Young is just a kid, and sooner or later, he'll walk straight into the trap laid for him. Confidently, he muses that he probably won't even need to use his backup plan. But Young, observing from a distance, senses something is off. The whole setup feels far too obvious. His instincts scream at him to look deeper, and his doubts pay off. That's when it hits him. Instructor Nishiyama is actually a beast tamer. But a troubling thought gnaws at Young. How did someone from outside the family even step foot on the island? It should have been impossible. The only logical explanation is that a magical circle was used to bring him in. Smirking, Young mutters to himself. If that's the case, then someone from within the family must have helped him. He pauses, weighing his options. Should he report this to the family and wait for reinforcements? No, that would be a mistake. By the time they arrived, it'd all be over. Worse yet, he'd lose his only chance to find out who's really behind this. Left with just one path, he activates his stealth technique, completely erasing his presence. His goal is clear now. Approach Nishiyama silently and take him out with his own hands. But just as he closes in and strikes, a strange bird perched on Nishiyama's shoulder lets out an eerie cry. In that instant, Young realizes the truth. It's not an ordinary bird, but a detection tool designed to sense nearby threats. The sound gives away his position, allowing Nishiyama to react just in time and block the lethal blow. Nishiyama turns, stunned by what he sees. To think an illegitimate child could push me this far, he mutters, clearly impressed. You far surpassed my expectations. Young shoots back with a smirk. The problem isn't that I'm strong, it's that you're laughably weak. Enraged by the insult, Nishiyama commands his beast to attack. But Young stays calm. Drawing his blade, he unleashes the 7-star sword technique, third form, cutting them down with ease. Just as victory seems within reach, he's suddenly caught off guard. Chains whip through the air, binding his sword and locking it in place. He instantly realizes it's a trap, and Nishiyama is the one behind it. Laughing coldly, Nishiyama declares, "You walked right into it. This technique shuts down your magic completely. Without it, you're just a powerless brat. Struggle all you want. It's useless." But Young's gaze doesn't waver. With steady confidence, he replies, "If I can't use magic, then I'll just recover it faster than your cheap trick can suppress it." As the words leave his mouth, his mana surges back. The chains shatter. With one clean motion, he charges at Nishiyama, locking eyes with him just as shock spreads across his opponent's face. Young gives a sly smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he asks if Nishiyama has finally dropped the idea of running or if he's still dreaming of escape. Caught off guard, Nishiyama stammers, demanding to know how Young managed to break through the barrier. But Young stays cold and blunt. He owes no explanations, especially not now, since the clan already knows where he is. There's no point in resisting anymore. He tells Nishiyama to just surrender. But instead of backing down, Nishiyama grins wickedly. He says it doesn't matter what happens. His only goal is to kill Young and win back his freedom. Young, clearly confused, asks what he means by that. But before he can react, a massive shadow looms behind him. A brutal strike lands without warning, hurling him through the air. He crashes hard into a tree, the impact nearly knocking him out. Barely conscious, he raises his head and is stunned by what he sees. Towering above him stands the colossal beast, the supreme monster of Red and Blue Island. A phantom beast of the mountains, it ranks as a third-tier nightmare class, far beyond anything someone like Nishiyama should be able to command. Turning back to Young, Nishiyama sneers. He claims to finally grasp the situation. The beast isn't fully under his control, not yet, but there's one command it will follow without question: kill. He tells Young to stop resisting. There's no way out. But Young quickly understands the one advantage he has. The beast is not completely tamed. If he can take out Nishiyama fast enough, the creature might lose its directive. There's only one problem. To even stand a chance, he has to make a choice he's been dreading. He pulls out a pill, an illegal stimulant with dangerous side effects. The risk is immense, but it's the only shot he has. He swallows it. Instantly, his body surges with mana. His strength skyrockets. And then, he recalls a forbidden technique, one his aunt warned him to use only when death is certain. Now is that time. Channeling all his power, he focuses his mana and launches a fierce strike straight at the colossal beast. The blow hits, but the creature's hide is unbelievably thick. It barely reacts. Undeterred, Young attacks again, this time with more force, more precision. He feels it. He's breaking through. But then, the beast roars, unleashing a wave of magical energy. The surge traps Young in a restrictive field, locking his movements and stopping his advance. But suddenly, Young's dark energy reacts to the magical field, yanking him out of the beast's range and breaking the trap. It's the opening he needs. Wasting no time, he charges forward. First comes the Black Storm technique, ferocious and swift, followed by the demon-slaying Chuma sword strike. The blade cuts deep, cleaving through the massive creature with unstoppable force. The mountain beast lets out a final, thunderous roar, then crashes to the ground, lifeless. Young collapses soon after. The drug's backlash hits hard. His body is burning up from the inside. The mana boost and Heaven's Core technique are tearing him apart. He can barely move. 10 seconds. That's all he has left. The beast's last attack missed, and this is his only shot to take out Nishiyama. Forcing himself up, Young bolts toward his target. Suddenly, he notices a faint red thread stretching through the air. It leads directly to the beast tamer. Without hesitation, he follows it. Nishiyama spots him too late. Shock flashes across his face. He can't believe Young is still alive, let alone tracking him this fast. Young strikes, but it's not enough. He's just a few centimeters short. Time is running out. With what little control he has left, he extends his sword in a final, precise motion, just enough to land the blow. The blade cuts through Nishiyama in an instant. The beast tamer drops. Young crashes down too, barely breathing. Every nerve in his body screams. He fumbles for a small vial tucked in his pocket, a remedy his aunt insisted he take after using the Heaven's Core technique. He drinks, but the pain doesn't stop. His limbs go numb. His vision fades. He tries to fight it, tries to stay awake, but he collapses, helpless as darkness swallows him and distant roars echo in the background. When he opens his eyes, everything is white, pure, endless white. He can't tell where he is. Panic sets in. He tries to move, but his body won't respond. It feels like it's been shattered into fragments. Then a voice, calm, strange, speaks. It marvels at his survival, saying the things he's faced are beyond what any human mind can handle. It wonders aloud. How could two separate beings exist in one body? The voice sounds almost disappointed. It says it had hoped Young would never wake up. That would have made things simpler. But now, it has no choice. It commands him, consume it. Young narrows his eyes, focusing on the object before him. His breath catches. It's a hive stone, but not just any hive stone. It's glowing with a deep, ominous purple. His heart sinks. This is the legendary purple hive core. But the voice quickly corrects him. That's not quite right. It isn't the voice he's meant to consume. It's the stone. The covenant has already begun, and from this moment on, he must grow stronger or be swallowed by time itself. That's when the truth hits him. The voice, the one guiding him in this strange white void, belongs to the very beast he just defeated. The mountain beast. With those final words, the voice fades into silence. Young jerks awake. Standing before him is Hwa, arms crossed, scolding him for speaking to her without proper respect. She reminds him she's his elder sister. But then she sighs and lets it slide, considering the condition he's in. She softens and asks if he's feeling any better. Young closes his eyes and checks his internal state. His body is wrecked, muscles torn, bones fractured, and internal organs damaged. But one thing is certain. His magical energy has soared. It really happened. He consumed the purple hive core. He turns to Hwa and tells her what he's found. His mana pathways are damaged, his organs bruised, muscles and bones battered, but nothing fatal. He's alive. Still, a thought gnaws at him. That core, it should have been Hwa's. A powerful relic known for its miraculous properties, boosting magic, strengthening the body, and shielding its user from curses and toxins. He'd chased it in his previous life, hoping to one day obtain it on Gongchong Island. And now that it's his, guilt creeps in. He asks why she's here. Before she can respond, their eldest brother, Myong appears. He strides in calmly, asking if Young's recovering well or if he still needs magical treatment. Without waiting, he hands over a potion. Young shakes his head, saying he doesn't need it, but drinks it anyway. As he sips, his brother watches silently, his face heavy with emotion. Then, turning to Hwa, he quietly asks her to give them a moment. She nods, telling them to call her when they're done. Once alone, Myong looks directly at Young and says if anything had happened to him, he wouldn't have hesitated. Whoever was connected to that beast tamer, no matter who they were, no matter how strong, he would have erased them all. Young is overwhelmed by his brother's words. Gratitude wells up inside him. Myeong continues, saying that while Young may be admired within the martial Lee clan as a model warrior, he can't view things so optimistically as his older brother. What Young did was reckless, plain and simple. Young admits he hadn't expected the mountain beast to appear. If he had, he would have waited for backup. He apologizes for his rash decision. Myeong tells him he needs to learn the difference between confidence and recklessness. Then Young brings up the matter of the beast tamer, saying that now that he's handled the situation, the information should rightfully return to him. Myeong smirks. He figured Young would say that. He begins to explain what happened. The beast tamer, Instructor Nishiyama, was actually a 5th-tier mage from Japan's Inyang school. He'd been expelled after attempting to practice forbidden magic. Myeong suspects that those responsible for this attack used high-level spells and magical tools while the beast was in hibernation. Their true goal was to eliminate Young by manipulating the creature. Young then asks if they still haven't pinpointed who orchestrated the plan. Myeong replies that the beast tamer is barely hanging onto life. It's unlikely they'll get any more answers out of him. That revelation stuns Young. He then points out something odd. The real target here wasn't him, but Myeong. Myeong asks why he thinks that. Young explains, the infiltrators got in unnoticed, and the response to their presence was suspiciously slow. That kind of delay only makes sense if someone wanted to damage Myeong's reputation from the inside. Myeong confirms that Young is right, and tells him to act like he knows nothing. When Young asks if there's anything else he should do, Myeong brushes it off, saying he's fine, just a few minor injuries, but he can't stay away from his duties for long without risking disorder. Then Young takes his brother's hand and proposes a deal. Myeong raises an eyebrow, curious about the offer. Young says he'll take full credit for discovering the beast tamer's infiltration, claiming that Myeong was acting on his instructions. He'll back the story completely. This way, it'll look like Young unearthed something even the clan's intelligence division missed. Myeong tells Young that being honest would be better for him in the long run. But Young explains that if he admits to acting alone, it'll only paint a bigger target on his back. People will grow more hostile and suspicious, and no one will gain anything from it. Realizing his brother's reasoning makes sense, Myeong acknowledges that the proposal benefits them both. He then asks what Young wants in return. Without hesitation, Young requests access to the Hall of Prominent Manuscripts for 3 days. That's all the time he needs. Myeong scoffs, calling him an opportunist, but agrees. They shake hands, and Myeong thanks him for the idea. Young shrugs it off. It's just a deal, nothing more. Myeong then admits he never doubted Young had already figured out a way to handle everything, even without him. Before he can say more, his phone buzzes. He checks it, then tells Young the summons is from the Blue Sword Squad. He needs to leave immediately. Before going, Myeong tosses Young the boundless dagger, promising to keep everything between them secret. Young laughs, saying he never expected his older brother to be naive anyway. After Myeong departs, Hwa returns and asks if the talk ended smoothly. Young nods, it went just fine. She then asks which hall he plans to enter, reminding him that 3 weeks have passed and the halls are now open. Young dodges the question, saying she should pick first if she wants an answer. Hwa boldly declares that she'll enter the Hall of Shadows, the most difficult one of all. Then she turns the question back on him. Which hall did he choose? Young responds calmly, the Hall of Struggle. Surprised, Hwa questions whether such a hall even exists, and if it's one of those obscure ones located on the outskirts. Young confirms it is. Disappointed, Hwa assumes she was wrong about him. If he chose some remote hall, then he couldn't be the rival she once believed, maybe not even her equal. She walks away, deciding there's no point in continuing the conversation. Young doesn't stop her. He lets her go without explaining. At daybreak, Young sets out alone. Though he struggles to remember the exact route, he follows his instincts, pushing forward. Somewhere at the end of this rough path lies a hidden cave, the place where he'll face the second trial of the naming ceremony. At first glance, the area looks like nothing more than a solid rock wall. But Young knows better. He draws his sword and strikes, shattering the surface to reveal a massive iron gate concealed behind the stone. He's finally found it, the entrance to the Hall of Struggle. Without hesitation, he uses the boundless dagger to slice his palm, letting his blood drip onto the gate. The door creaks open instantly, granting him access to a vast, desolate chamber that resembles an ancient palace long forgotten by time. He walks through the hall until he reaches the center, where he places his hand into an iron vessel. Loudly and clearly, he announces his identity, a descendant of the Marshall Lee clan, here to take the trial and asking the hall for its permission to proceed. He knows exactly what's waiting for him. This is the coffin of struggle trial. A brutal test where the only path to victory is through defeating himself. There's no limit to the number of attempts, but he cannot leave unless he wins. Surrendering or becoming unable to fight won't end the trial. Just as he takes his first step forward, his duplicate appears out of nowhere and slashes his throat. For a moment, he's stunned, convinced he just died. But his body remains untouched. Though unharmed, the feeling of his throat being cut was real. Terrifyingly real. He realizes it was an illusion. The hall doesn't allow death, but the pain and sensation are so intense that experiencing them again and again could easily break someone's mind. Still, Young wonders if that version of himself could land a blow he couldn't defend against. Does that mean he hasn't yet reached his full potential? After all, the duplicate uses his abilities at their peak. If he truly mastered them, he could have blocked the attack. With that realization, he steels himself and tries again. But he fails, over and over. Each time, he dies, cut down, broken, defeated. On his fifth attempt, he finally manages to parry the sword, only to be killed again, this time by a snapped neck. And the cycle continues, 10, 11, 20 tries, all ending the same way. But Young doesn't stop. He pushes through every defeat, refusing to quit. Around his 75th to 80th attempt, something changes. The battle grows fiercer, but he's no longer falling behind. He starts matching his duplicate's speed and strength. For the first time, he feels like he's beginning to understand. Victory might actually be within reach. Realizing that his true advantage lies in the fluid, unrestricted way he channels magical energy, unpredictable and ever-changing. He leans fully into it. With the endlessly shifting dagger, boundless, in hand, he commits to one goal. This time, he will defeat his double. As their battle drags on, their styles begin to mirror one another more closely with every exchange. Suddenly, the duplicate lands a blow, plunging its blade into his abdomen. But before it can press the attack, Young locks its arm in place, revealing that he had intentionally left himself open. "You're too naive," he says coldly, freezing the duplicate's movement. Channeling all his energy, he prepares his killing move, the Demon Slayer split technique. In one final, powerful strike, he defeats the copy at last. The illusion shatters. After 80 failed attempts, Young finally conquers the trial, causing the false version of himself to dissolve into nothing. This success awakens a long-dormant power tied to the song Muley Bloodline. In his past life, the ability he unlocked was the standard enhancement trait. But now, something is different. Something new stirs within him. Something he's never felt before. Meanwhile, just outside the trial hall, members of the clan gather at the gate. Among them is Uncle Jae-hong, pacing anxiously. He mutters under his breath, upset that the enemy chose today, of all days, the day of the naming ceremony, when everything was supposed to be under control. His thoughts are cut off by a report. The energy around the gate is shifting. It's opening. All eyes turn as Young emerges, clearly drained and barely able to stand. Uncle Jae-hong rushes forward, catching him just in time before he collapses. His breathing is shallow, barely audible. Young whispers for water and food. Uncle Jae-hong stares at him in shock, then lets out a frustrated shout. Not from anger, but from fear. He scolds Young for worrying everyone to death, calling him a cat with 9 lives. Once back home, Young is greeted with a tearful embrace from his caretaker. Her relief is overwhelming. She'd been terrified ever since hearing rumors that he'd encountered a beast tamer in the mountains on top of enduring the ancestral trial. Young, still recovering, replies that he feels filthy. He's been gone for nearly a month without so much as a bath. The caretaker admitted she had planned to scold Young fiercely, but seeing him safe again, all that anger vanished. For now, she was just relieved. She told him a hot bath was ready and that a meal would be waiting once he was done. Young took his clothes and turned toward the bath, but paused. He asked about his aunt, surprised she hadn't appeared yet. Without saying much, the caretaker led him to the place where his aunt was being held. He frowned. Why is she locked up? The caretaker sighed, regret clouding her expression. She was grateful he'd returned safely, but her face tightened when she asked what exactly he'd done to cause such a huge surge in magical energy, especially considering that until recently, he hadn't been able to absorb it at all. Young cut her off, demanding the truth. Caught off guard, she stammered, insisting it wasn't anything major, just a normal incident. But Young wasn't buying it. It didn't make sense that his aunt would go to such lengths over something minor. The truth came out. She'd caused an uproar in the judgment hall. She had stormed in, defying the elders and even challenging Young's older brother. Her accusations were sharp. She blamed them for their stubborn ways and the danger they brought to everyone, especially Young. Ajayanga looked at him and said softly that she was sorry. She just couldn't stay quiet. When she imagined something bad might have happened to him, the thought of losing her disciple, her little boy, was too much. And in that moment, something shifted in Young. Until now, he had never completely trusted her. But now he saw her in a new light. She was family. He promised to get her out soon, but she quickly told him not to worry about it. Even so, he assured her, "You won't be in there much longer." Meanwhile, at the airport, members of the Marshall Lee clan gathered to welcome their leader. As the plane door opened, Patriarch Lee Taishin stepped out, towering and calm. His wife, Beck, approached with a warm smile, telling him she had prepared a relaxing bath and a peaceful dinner. He thanked her and walked on, with Young and Hwa silently observing the moment. Standing there, Young couldn't help but feel it. He had grown stronger through the naming trial. But now he could clearly sense just how massive the gap still was between himself and his father. As if reading his thoughts, clan leader Taishin spoke. "In this clan, those who don't fight have no place. Yet among them all, there's only one person bold enough to stand against me." Young understood clearly. His father's words were directed at him. But the others in the hall didn't even consider him a possibility. Instead, they began guessing who the patriarch might be referring to. In the grand banquet hall of the Marshall Lee clan, the rare naming ceremony was in full swing. The clan wasn't known for throwing events like this, making the celebration feel all the more significant. For Young, it was also a rare chance to mingle with important guests, including the master of the Magic Tower and the head, or possibly deputy, of the Inyan division. As the festivities continued, a servant quietly approached Young and delivered a message. The patriarch was summoning him. Personally, startled, Young's first reaction was unease. A personal summons from his father could only mean something serious. He followed the servant and soon arrived at the designated room. Bowing in respect, he asked whether his father had truly called for him. But what caught him off guard wasn't the confirmation. It was the presence of his older brother, Myong Jiango, standing silently beside their father. Patriarch Taishin didn't waste words. "You already know why you're here," he said. He went on to explain that based on Myong Jiango's testimony from the naming ceremony, he had detected and captured an intruder. Then, looking straight at Young, he asked whether it was him who had reported the matter, and whether he was the one who suggested the intruder's arrest. Young paused. He had already guessed that his father knew everything. Nothing could be hidden from him. So, calmly, he confirmed it. Yes, it was his suggestion. In return, he had negotiated with Myong Jiango access to the old book hall for 3 days in exchange for handling the fallout from the incident. His father gave a curt nod. "I'll overlook the false report this once. Your involvement led to the capture, after all. But don't test my patience again." Young bowed slightly, apologizing and promising to remember the lesson. Then the patriarch turned to Myong Jiango. "You'll receive your punishment later. For now, take charge of the banquet." After that, the clan leader addressed Young again. Despite the deception, he acknowledged that Young had made a meaningful contribution. As such, he could collect the reward Myong Jiango had promised. And in light of Young's discovery of the coffin of struggle, he would also be granted a special reward, one of his own choosing. Young accepted and said he would claim it soon. With that settled, clan leader Taishin returned to the banquet hall and stood before the crowd. He offered his thanks to all who had traveled far to attend and gave a blessing in the names of the 2 young ones at the heart of the ceremony. Then came the official start of the naming. He first called Hwa to the front. Addressing her, he spoke of the heavenly sword, an artifact of brilliance that had chosen her. He said she had always walked the path of light with unwavering resolve. For that reason, she would now be known as Seo Yun, blessed radiance, so that her journey would forever shine. Overjoyed, Hwa bowed and thanked the clan leader for the honor of her new name. Then it was Young's turn. As he stepped forward, the hall fell silent. The clan leader looked at him and spoke with firm conviction. "You are strong, yet precise. Steady, yet unbending. Like iron forged in fire, you've endured and reshaped yourself over time. No name suits you better than this." And with that, Young was given the name Cheol, meaning iron. As the name echoed through the hall, Young felt a wave of familiarity. He had been given this name once before, in another life, as a symbol of unbreakable resolve. But now, the name felt different, like a challenge, a promise to surpass all limits. And that thought fueled him even more, sharpening his will to rise to the very peak of the martial Lee clan. Meanwhile, in another part of the compound, Aunt Jyonga was in no mood for silence. Still bound, she yelled at the top of her lungs, demanding to be let out. The walls were closing in, and she hated the idea of missing Young's naming ceremony. Moments later, the guards approached with new orders. Her confinement had been lifted, for now, and her final sentence would be decided later. She didn't wait a second. Practically bursting out of the chamber, she rushed forward, only to be stopped by Young himself. She blinked. Did you get me out?" He nodded. "Yes." Surprised, she asked how. Instead of answering, he simply handed her a folded piece of paper. "What's this?" she asked. "You owe me now," Young replied with a smirk. As she read the document, her eyes widened. It stated that she had been officially reassigned, under the authority of the Ancient Council, as a mentor. Young had named himself her disciple. That was the loophole he used to free her. Stunned, she looked up at him, speechless. He smiled again. "So, I'll be counting on you. Teach me well." 3 years passed. Now 13, Young stood in his training uniform, ready for the next stage of his journey. The caretaker watched with misty eyes, amazed by how quickly time had flown. Young smiled and reassured her. "I'm heading out now." He made his way to the Student Training Academy, standing before its gates with a firm gaze. "It's finally time," he said to himself. "This is where it begins." Inside the academy, whispers spread fast as he walked in. "That's him, right? From a naming ceremony?" "Yeah, the one who stirred up that chaos. Just lucky, if you ask me." "Lucky," someone scoffed. "Did you see his performance?" "That wasn't luck. I want to see what he's really capable of." And just like that, all eyes were on Young again. Hearing all the talk around him, Young grows irritated. Everyone seems to have something negative to say about him. Just then, Hua arrives, and the students around can't help but comment on how different she feels from Young. She carries the presence of someone from the main family, and the contrast in how everyone reacts to her entrance compared to his is impossible to ignore. Hua walks up to Young and greets him. He replies politely, saying it's been a while. Looking a bit unsure, Hua brings up the past, asking if he's still bothered by what happened during the naming ceremony. Young seems confused at first, so she reminds him she once told him she was disappointed in him. Young casually shrugs it off, saying it didn't bother him. He never dwelled on it. Hearing that, Hua lets out a small sigh of relief, admitting she was worried he might have taken it too seriously. But her relief is short-lived when Young snaps back, questioning whether she's trying to say he's overly sensitive. Quick to avoid an argument, Hua changes the topic, mentioning she heard he's been training under Aunt Lee Jyonga and even got access to the family library. Before they can continue, the instructors arrive and call for attention, signaling the start of class assignments. One by one, names are read aloud. Students are instructed to step forward and join their designated groups. The atmosphere grows tense. Young knows why. They'll be stuck in these classes for the next 3 years. Placement here isn't just symbolic. It decides everything. There are 5 classes in each year, with the most skilled assigned to the top ones. Hua, unsurprisingly, is placed in Class 1. Young barely reacts. It's exactly what he expected. Then his own name is called. He walks over to receive his assignment. As he descends the stairs, he catches the instructor's look of disdain. He's not even trying to hide it. Young mutters under his breath. He figured there might be some politics involved, but this is just blatant. He's been tossed into Class 5, the so-called garbage class. According to the system, direct bloodline members are placed based on their performance in the naming ceremony, judged by the Education Institute under the Senate and Lady Beck's faction. Clearly, someone pulled strings. But instead of getting angry, Young smirks inwardly. They probably think they've cornered him, but this actually plays right into his hands. Less attention, less pressure. The instructor gives directions to the class location. Young simply responds, "I know where it is," and heads off without another word. Just as Young turns to leave, something catches his eye. Hua, standing there with a red aura swirling around her, a clear sign of her fury. She's fuming inside, thinking he should have at least stood up for himself. Young realizes she might even try to get involved if he stays silent. Still, he doesn't see the point. Without another glance, he walks off with the rest of the students assigned to Class 5, most of whom are still grumbling, clearly anxious about how they'll explain their placements to their families. As they head toward their new class, one student approaches Young. He asks if Young is really the youngest son of the main family. Young confirms it, prompting the boy to introduce himself as Kim Han. He shares that his father runs a small blacksmith workshop and says he's proud to be in the same class as Young. But Young thinks back. He doesn't remember anyone named Kim Han from his past life. Curious, he asks why Kim Han chose to speak to him. Kim Han explains that Young is well known, someone he looks up to. From his tone, Young can tell the admiration is genuine. He then asks Kim Han how he feels about being put in the lowest class. Kim Han just laughs, saying it only reflects his current level, nothing more. But then he grins, adding that the future is always full of surprises. Young finds his attitude refreshing and tells him he respects his mindset. Soon, they arrive and are greeted by some senior students who welcome them warmly. Once the introductions are out of the way, the instructor calls for attention. He introduces himself as Lee Jiango and announces that he'll be leading the 5th class. Since it's the first day, he says they'll start with an orientation rather than jumping into training. Young quietly observes Lee Jiango and notes that the man hasn't changed, still full of energy and purpose. He was Young's instructor in his past life too. After going over the basics, instructor Lee Jiango hands things over to one of the older students, a guy named Inha. Looking a bit sheepish, Inha admits he's repeated the first year twice, which is why he's now the class leader again. He then jokes that they've been standing long enough. Anyone who wants to sit should go ahead. He starts explaining that one of their first tasks is to choose a class leader. While they're students, they'll still be sent on assignments, and the leader is expected to guide the team during those missions. He clarifies that the class leader won't handle training. That's strictly under the instructor's domain. Just then, a student raises a hand and asks how the leader will be chosen. Inha responds that he's not sure how the other classes do it, but in Class 5, they settle things with a competition, and after that, the students vote on who should be the leader. Without wasting time, he announces that the matches will begin immediately. The goal is to test physical strength, so no magic is allowed, and everyone will get rest between rounds. But Young doesn't look thrilled. In fact, he looks outright annoyed. Inha notices and asks what's wrong. Young replies bluntly that everything Inha has said so far has been irritating. He grabs a sword and walks forward, stating that they're in the Marshall Lee family. This isn't some average academy. If Inha wants to play schoolyard games, he should have gone somewhere safer. Inha, taken aback, says Young's words are way too harsh. He only wanted to handle things without unnecessary conflict. But Young's glare sharpens as he declares that words won't work on people like them. The only language they seem to understand is force, so he dares them to step up, one by one. With that, the competition kicks off. One after another, the students challenge Young, and every single one is defeated in an instant. Inha watches in disbelief. He's beaten most of these students before, yet they're falling like leaves against Young. The atmosphere shifts as Young suddenly calls out Inha's name. There's no mistaking it, he's next. Inha swallows hard. He feels the pressure from Young's aura. It's overwhelming. With a hesitant voice, he says there's no one else left. He's the last one. Young smirks, then steps forward. The final match begins. Inha can't help but wonder why Young is going this far. There's no prize, no audience. What's the point? But as they trade blows, something inside him stirs. He starts to understand. He says aloud that he's gotten used to disappointment. He used to think giving up was just another way to move forward, that accepting one's limits was how a boy became a man. But even so, he wants to win this time. Inha attacks with everything he has, but Young dodges with ease. Inha continues, admitting that he once believed surrender was just part of life, a sign of maturity. But now he wants more than that. He wants victory. Before he can say anything else, Young suddenly closes the distance and strikes. The force of the blow knocks Inha's sword clean out of his grip. The match is over. Inha hits the ground, wincing in pain, clutching his injured hand. Young steps toward him and calmly tells him to go see the nurse. But Inha isn't done yet. Grimacing, he pushes himself back up, grabs his sword with his uninjured hand, and charges forward, shouting that the fight isn't over. Young raises an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Inha to switch hands. There's something different in his eyes now, a new intensity. But even with that fire, Inha can't land a hit. Young counters again, pushing back his blade, and then delivers a crushing blow to Inha's stomach. Inha drops to the ground for good this time, unable to move. Young orders the other students to carry him to the nurse. Then he turns to face the rest of the class. Raising his voice, he speaks clearly and firmly. Anyone who doesn't understand that surrendering sometimes makes life easier won't last. If you give up before the fight ends, you've already lost. That's why he fights, always, to protect not just himself, but everyone around him. He looked around at them and asks, have any of you ever truly lived like that? Because to him, that's what real struggle is. Later, instructor Lee Jiango walks up to him, clearly displeased. He says Young went too far. 4 students now have fractures, and 3 more are suffering from internal injuries. But Young doesn't flinch. He answers that anyone who wants to survive in the Marshall Lee family can't be concerned with a few injuries. Lee Jiango tries to reason with him, saying each student has their own life and struggles. That's when Young snaps. He shouts back, asking if he really needs to explain something the students have already learned for themselves. Then he looks straight at Lee Jiango and says he's a rare kind of person in the Marshall Lee family, kind and good-hearted. But even so, Young makes it clear, if these students lose their way, he won't hesitate to become the villain they need to get them back on track. Before walking away, he tells instructor Lee Jiango to do his job properly. The next day, Young makes his way to the academy, trying to stretch and ease the soreness from yesterday's fights. His body aches from the effort, but he pushes through it. When he arrives, all the students are there, standing in front of him. They're still bruised and bandaged, clearly still recovering. Some look frustrated. Some look ready for a rematch. But not one of them avoids his eyes. In that moment, he realizes something important. If they were still as timid as they had been yesterday, he would have given up on them completely. But now he feels a sense of hope. Just then, Kim Han walks up to Cheol. Cheol notes that he's here early. Kim Han explains that he was worried. After all, he's the only one who had shown Cheol his vulnerability. Cheol tells him that it's perfectly normal. He's still a student, still growing. Kim Han, then, says he has a question. Cheol encourages him to ask freely. Without hesitation, Kim Han wants to know what it takes to become as strong as Cheol. But Cheol humbly replies that he's not in a position to teach others yet. Still, he acknowledges Kim Han's natural feel for combat. Kim Han seems confused, so Cheol elaborates. During their spar yesterday, Kim Han managed to dodge 3 of his attacks in a row. That kind of instinct can't be taught. Cheol tells him that if he leans into that combat sense and focuses on sharpening his technique instead of just relying on raw power, he'll grow much faster. With dedication, he'll become a completely different person. Just then, someone else walks up. Cheol turns to look, and it's Inha. His arm's in a cast, and he's covered in bruises. Cheol immediately comments on his condition, pointing out that he clearly isn't in shape to train right now. But Inha pushes back. He asks Cheol if he would sit out in the same situation, implying that someone like Cheol would keep pushing through. He even says he'd feel ashamed if he quit, thinking Cheol might look down on him. Inha then makes it clear he's here because he never wants to hear Cheol say what he said to him yesterday ever again. Cheol can't help but smile inwardly. Ha has changed completely. Right then, Coach Lee Jiango calls everyone together. He announces that 4 students have excused absences, but 5 didn't even bother to show up. That leaves only 11 of them. Looking around, he notices how worn out they all seem. Still, there's something different in the air. The mood has shifted, all because of one person who pushed them to this point. Coach Lee Jiango addresses the group, explaining that while today was supposed to start with a basic evaluation, he's making a small change. Given their current state, the assessment will begin immediately. Hours pass, and by the end of the physical evaluation, every student is completely spent, barely able to stay on their feet. Coach Lee then informs them that Cheol will be overseeing their individual training from here on out. Cheol reflects on the grueling session. It lasted 10 hours. Even he's feeling the wear, but resting isn't an option. Later, as Cheol climbs the stairs, some students quietly comment on his attitude, noting how different he seems. They're surprised he didn't give them the day off, especially after what they went through yesterday. But Cheol gathers their attention and tells them to listen up. He states clearly that by now, they should know exactly who he is. Like Inha did the day before, he reminds them that the class leader has full control, aside from direct command from Coach Lee. He warns them that his training will be tough, and asks only those who are willing to endure it to step forward. It makes it clear he's not going to drag along anyone who can't keep up. One student, Kim Bozong, doesn't seem pleased with Cheol's tone, but Cheol continues, saying if anyone doesn't accept his leadership, they're welcome to challenge him. If they can land a clean hit, he'll step down, no questions asked. With that, he ends the speech and kicks off the training. Each student is to spar with a person beside them. After some time, Cheol calls it. Only 6 students lasted through the session. The rest dropped out halfway. He tells them that's enough for today and dismisses the group. But a few students are left grumbling. They don't understand why Cheol is pushing them so hard, and they question whether he's worth following. That's when Kim Han steps in. He tells them to quiet down. He's completely drained, yet even in his exhausted state, Cheol was still just as tired, and not a single one of them managed to hit him. The others remained silent. Instead of replying to Kim Han, they turn to Inha, looking for his thoughts. Some mutter that last year was definitely better than this. Inha responds with a sharp dose of honesty. If last year was really so great, then why did he end up repeating it? He admits that if he doesn't change now, he'll be stuck as nothing more than a loser who only knows how to fail. He declares that even if his arms and legs were broken, he'd still push himself. This time, he's giving it everything. He turns to the others, speaking directly. They all know the truth. The very truth Cheol is trying to show them. He says he wants to face that struggle head-on, just like Cheol said, because this might be his last shot. With a firm voice, he urges them to stop lying to themselves. Deep down, they already know what's real. They're just too scared to admit it. The scene shifts. Cheol is training in magic under the guidance of his aunt, Lee Jianga. She's clearly frustrated. Another attempt has failed, and she lets out her disappointment. Every time she tries to stabilize the aura, it falls apart. She hadn't expected this kind of setback after Cheol reached the 3rd star. She laments not having any ancient records on how aura was used in the past. If she had access to that knowledge, fixing the problem would have been far easier. Cheol stays silent, deep in thought, focusing on the ring that holds Boundless. He can't access the newest part of the memory yet. What he does remember is chilling. Boundless was consumed by a dark energy so powerful that monsters trembled before him. Not even the strongest heroes could bring him down. In the end, a massive alliance of heroes came together and sealed Boundless away in Thousand Demon Mountain, far in the north. For their victory, the king rewarded them with a piece of land. Later, those same heroes forged a legendary weapon, Boundless. Cheol is thrilled by this revelation, considering it an incredible discovery. Lee Jianga then turns to him, impressed by how far he's come. Reaching the aura stage through sheer effort is no small feat, she encourages him, confident they'll overcome the current obstacle. She adds that he's already mastered both amplification and multiplication, a major achievement. Cheol then asks what happens after hitting the 3rd star. Lee Jianga explains that he'll gain the ability to use aura techniques, though mastering them will take time. She then brings up his recent training at the academy, noting how worn out he looks lately. Cheol lets out a sigh and says that nothing unusual has happened lately. Lee Jianga smiles gently and tells him that if things are getting tough, she's willing to step in. Curious, Cheol asks how exactly she plans to help. With a confident grin, she simply tells him to trust her. He'll understand soon enough. The scene cuts to the academy, where Cheol can't shake off a strange feeling ever since Lee Jianga made that promise. Coach Lee Jiango addresses the students, announcing that today's session will be led by a specialist in mana techniques. He tells everyone to stand straight and pay attention. Then, he introduces the instructor, Lee Jianga from the Marshall Lee Family's Research Center. He asks the students to give her a round of applause. Lee Jianga looks a bit embarrassed, but quickly shifts into her role. She wastes no time and begins the lesson right away. As she starts explaining, Cheol is taken aback by how effortlessly clear and engaging her teaching is. After covering the basics, she announces that the dull part is over. It's time for the exciting section. She's going to share an enhanced version of the mana techniques developed at the research center. Coach Lee Jiango looks surprised. He thought the lesson was wrapping up, but Lee Jianga corrects him, saying they're just getting started. She then asks everyone to stand and warns them that she'll only be demonstrating the technique once, so they need to watch closely. Lee Jianga then pulls Cheol aside. He asks what she's doing. She explains that those with ties to influential families usually receive support from the beginning, but Cheol hasn't gotten any of that. So now, she's stepping in to give him the help he deserves. Cheol is genuinely touched and thanks her for thinking of him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Lee Jianga tells him that if her theory is right, his power is about to multiply. Coach Lee Jiango then calls the class together and tells them it's time to put the mana techniques into action through sparring matches. Everyone is to choose a partner. Inha walks up to Cheol and asks to train with him, assuring that he won't hold back. Cheol responds with a smirk, saying that's perfect because he's not planning to let Inha take the first move. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Jianga observes Cheol in action. She notes that he shows no mercy in battle. It reminds her of how she used to be. Nearby, some students murmur among themselves, admitting they dislike Cheol. To them, he's nothing like the rest. They begin to whisper among themselves, pointing out how Young's talents and physical abilities set him apart. Despite all their efforts, he started at a level far beyond theirs. That's when Jianga suddenly steps in, startling them with her unexpected presence. She walks up and asks if they were talking about Young. Caught off guard, the students quickly apologize, admitting they spoke out of turn. But Jianga's expression only grows colder. She challenges them. How could they speak on someone they clearly know nothing about? Kim Bozong steps forward, trying to defend their words. He argues that Jianga doesn't understand their struggle either. According to him, Young always looked down on them, never recognizing their hard work. Their lives, he says, couldn't be more different from his. As she turns to leave, Jianga calmly replies that they don't know anything, and it's better that way. If they ever found out what Young's daily life was really like, they'd realize their hardships were nothing more than a joke in comparison. Kim Bozong clenches his fists in silence, his frustration bubbling over. He swears he'll uncover what makes Young so special. Later that day, as training ends, Young takes a seat to rest while Kim Bozong watches from a distance, quietly seething. To him, Young doesn't look any different, just someone born lucky, pretending his life is harder than it is. Two fellow students walk up to Kim Bozong, reminding him of his earlier vow to follow Young. They ask if it's still okay for them to hang around the main estate. Kim Bozong assures them there's no issue, as long as they stick to the rules. He points out that Young doesn't even stay in the main family quarters, then adds that it's time to stop letting Young lead them. He'll put an end to this himself. They wait for Young in front of the research center, surprised by how long he's staying inside. Tired from training, they suggest heading home. They've got no clue what he's doing in there for so long. Just as they're about to leave, the door opens. Young steps out, and instead of heading home, he makes his way toward the training center. Their eyes widen in disbelief. That facility is strictly reserved for members of the direct bloodline. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes in the distance, but no one can figure out where it came from. One of the students turns to Kim Bozong and urges him to let it go. He insists that Young isn't the enemy. They all know he doesn't act out of malice. But Kim Bozong isn't moved. He points out that they should be more like Inha, who's never skipped a single training session. And yet, even with that dedication, he still can't understand why Young is so far ahead. The others leave, finally calling it a night. But Kim Bozong stays behind, unwilling to walk away. He's determined to find the truth, whatever it may be. He trails behind Young until they reach his residence. That's when a guard spots him and casually mentions that Bong walks this path every night, though he didn't expect another student to be tagging along tonight. Kim Bozong is floored. Young comes here every single day. The guard adds that, technically, this counts as breaking the rules, but he'll let it slide this time. He advises Kim Bozong to head back quickly. Before leaving, Kim Bozong glances one last time at Young's home. The lights are still burning brightly, and it's already past 2 in the morning. He finally turns back, realizing how late it's gotten. By 5 a.m., Kim Bozong is up again, head pounding from lack of sleep. He heads out for some air, but freezes when he sees Young sitting there, looking completely drained. He stares, stunned. Even if Young inherited an exceptional body and endless stamina from the Marshall Lee family, is it really normal to live on just 3 hours of sleep a night? Kim Bozong reflects on his own routine, resting after training, watching TV, maybe playing some games. He mixes rest with effort. But this? He walks up to Young, who gives him a puzzled look and asks what he's doing there so early. Instead of answering directly, Kim Bozong asks, "Aren't you tired from yesterday?" Young, now visibly annoyed, snaps back. He must have been one of the students tailing him last night. Kim Bozong admits it without hesitation. Then he adds that Young only had that opportunity because he's a direct descendant. He started from a place none of them could ever reach. Young responds quietly, saying he's lived this way since he was a child. While he might have gotten a bit more sleep before joining the academy, it doesn't make a difference now. Then, answering Kim Bozong's earlier question, he admits, yes, he's exhausted. Kim Bozong looks at him, confused. Then why keep pushing yourself this hard? Young doesn't explain. Instead, he places a hand on Kim Bozong's shoulder and says, "You already know why." With that, he walks off, leaving Kim Bozong standing there, lost in thought, wrestling with a growing frustration, not at Young, but at himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Li Taixin, deep in training. His assistant enters, carrying the documents he requested. Li Taixin glances through them, but shakes his head in disappointment. This isn't enough, he says, frowning. He points out that 7th and 8th level dungeons are far too dangerous for the students. Weapons can be replaced. Supplies too. But people? Never. His goal, he explains, is to shape individuals who can survive even in the worst possible conditions. The assistant nods, saying he understands and will follow through exactly as instructed. But before leaving, he pauses. There's one more thing he needs to report. He tells Li Taixin about Young, describing the look in his eyes, something far too grim for someone his age. It wasn't the gaze of child. It was the look of someone who's suffered, endured humiliation, and witnessed far too much pain. He adds that leading others is a whole different challenge than simply enduring hardship. Then he hands over another set of documents, requesting a change in the upcoming test. Since Young is in the same academic year, the assistant proposes raising the difficulty for everyone. He wants to see if Young has what it takes to truly lead, not just survive. This next test, he says, will reveal everything. Cut to Coach Li Jiango entering the academy. He's caught off guard. Students are already in the middle of training, despite it being a scheduled rest day. He didn't even have to summon them. They came on their own. The students are equally surprised to see him. Coach Li chuckles, admitting he didn't expect this level of dedication on a day off. He then tells one of the students to wake up anyone still asleep. There's something they all need to hear. Once everyone's gathered, he delivers unexpected news. The midterm exams are being moved up. To prepare, they'll be given a 1-week break starting immediately. He advises them to rest properly and warns them not to overdo it during this break. One injury could ruin everything. Coach Li Jiango wraps up his announcement with a firm tone but a reassuring smile. He tells the students that he truly believes in their ability to pass the upcoming test. They've put in the work, and he knows they'll rise to the challenge. The scene then cuts to Young, who's still trying to make sense of everything. A break and an early exam schedule. Was this really for their benefit? Or is there something else at play here? He looks around and notices the students haven't left yet. Curious, he asks why they're still sticking around. Kim Han steps forward, saying they've been keeping an eye on him. He repeats his words, then asks what Young plans to do during the break. Young responds bluntly, "It's your personal time. Why are you so interested in mine?" He adds that they're free to rest if they want. He's not going to force anyone to train during the break. His answer catches them off guard. They had expected him to push them harder, maybe even double their training with no official sessions lined up. The fact that he didn't left them stunned. Young is taken aback by their reaction. Is that really how they see me? He wonders. He follows up with a half-serious question. Do you all really want to start over like the first day, even during your break? Then, with a smile, he reminds them that rest is just as important as training. If I told you this earlier, he adds, you wouldn't have listened anyway. He encourages them to make good use of their time off and says he'll see them after the break. The students, clearly relieved and happy, watch him go with new respect. We then shift to Li Jianga's research center. She looks up from her work as Young walks in, and with a weary sigh, teases him. She heard about the break, but didn't expect him to rush over so quickly just to bother his dear aunt. Still looking drained, she mutters about being buried under piles of unfinished research. Young fires back, saying she didn't look that busy a moment ago. She was watching something weird on her screen. Annoyed, she snaps at him. What she was watching wasn't nonsense. It was a segment about Heyman and receiving an award from the chairman. He's made a full recovery from leukemia. Young backs off, saying he didn't mean to interrupt. He was just curious. Then he gets serious. Was the early exam schedule your idea? Or was this my father's doing? She confirms it. The decision came directly from the head of the family. As Young reflects on the new changes, it hits him. The rescheduled evaluations won't be anything like he expected. They're going to be much tougher. If he wants to stand a chance, he must push his mana techniques past their current limits. To do that, he knows he needs access to the new memories stored within Boundless. But something's blocking him. He thought that modifying Boundless would unlock them, but it didn't. There's still a missing piece. Frustrated, but focused, he begins digging deeper into the problem. Just then, a stack of research papers slips off the table and lands at his feet. His aunt, Li Jianga, quickly scolds him to be more careful. She had asked him to keep those organized. As he picks them up, his hand stops on one document in particular. It's a study comparing ancient and modern weapons. According to the research, weapons in the past were created specifically to fight monsters. not for human combat. Reading that, something clicks. Young suddenly jumps to his feet, startling his aunt. What's going on? Lee Jianga asks, confused by his sudden energy. But he's already heading out the door, shouting back that he's found the answer. He promises to explain later and makes a beeline for the training center. The scene jumps to Young, standing inside the training facility. He calls forth Boundless and announces his intent to create a mental image, a target far larger than himself, a creature capable of threatening all of humanity. He concentrates, channeling his energy. He envisions a colossal beast, then states clearly, any technique that wastes energy, ignores defense, skips proper strikes, or just looks good without real impact, is meaningless. That's when it dawns on him. The true purpose of Boundless is simple, to destroy monsters. With a surge of clarity, he activates the skill, Demon Piercer. Finally, it works. Boundless responds. Excited, Young wonders what kind of memory will surface this time. Instantly, he's pulled into another vision. He finds himself back in the training center, just like the first time he held Boundless. But something is different. This time, he's watching from another point of view. Ahead, someone is moving at blinding speed, training with intensity. Young realizes it's the same person he saw in the previous memories. He watches closely. With each weapon switch, the figure's aura shifts completely, and each shift causes that figure form to transform as well. New shape, new energy. Young is stunned when the figure speaks to someone else, casually remarking on how quickly he's able to change his entire fighting style. The conversation in the memory continues. The man in the center of it all, still training fiercely, suddenly speaks without looking back. Stop spying on my sessions, he says bluntly. Then he asks, have you named any of those techniques you've been pulling from Boundless? The other person replies calmly, no, he hasn't. He doesn't see those moves as real techniques yet, not until they're refined. Then, with a casual shrug, he adds, you can name them if you want. The atmosphere shifts as the man narrows his eyes. Did you bring anyone else here with you? He asks. But the other immediately denies it. No one else came. There is no need. He came for a fair duel, nothing more. Without warning, he lunges forward and attacks, making it clear that this was the purpose of his visit all along. Watching from the memory, Young's attention sharpens. As the two clash, he catches a clear glimpse of the attacker's eyes and hair, distinct in color and intensity. That's it, Young realizes. Those features, those sharp, unmistakable traits, belong to the direct lineage of the Marshall Lee family. The day of the midterms had finally come. Class 5 boarded the bus with eager chatter, bound for the exam site. The ride through the forest was smooth. No monsters, no surprises. Gazing out the window, Cheol spotted a massive wall at the forest's edge. This wasn't an ordinary forest, nor was it one he'd seen in his dreams of that strange figure. He recalled the purpose of those walls. They divided safe zones from dangerous ones. It all started years ago when a portal surfaced near the Pacific, dubbed the Blue Hole. At first, curiosity and fear spread like wildfire. Humanity wondered what treasures might lie within. But before any exploration could begin, chaos erupted. Monsters spilled out of the portal, attacking without mercy, ravaging villages, towns, and leaving destruction in their wake. In response, humans banded together, raising armies to reclaim what was stolen and exact vengeance. Little by little, they won back some ground. But vast territories still remained infested. These areas became known as danger zones, marked off by colossal walls. As the bus rolled closer, a classmate commented on how bleak everything felt. Cheol explained, these lands near the wall were lifeless, void of animals, and barely inhabited. He remembered hiding in one of those villages during his previous life. It wasn't a memory he wanted to relive. As they passed through a tunnel, Cheol recognized their surroundings. He warned his classmates. They had entered a danger zone. The moment they stepped off the bus, an eerie presence filled the air. Everyone tensed, eyes darting, hands clenched. They were ready. If monsters came, they'd fight. Once everyone had stepped off the bus, Class 5 circled around Jungo. He laid out the plan. Everyone would set up camp in the safe zone. But before anything else, they needed to double-check their supplies and report back. Once they were fully geared up, the real test would begin. This time, they'd be going in alone. Jungo and the guards would stay behind, so whatever happened out there, they have to face it on their own. Still, he believed in them and knew they could handle it. Their mission? Track down an old human face spider and record a video of it. Easier said than done. The forest they were in was no ordinary forest. It was the infamous forest of the human-faced spiders, a place tangled with webs like a dungeon. Step on a web, and the monsters would know exactly where you were. The forest crawled with these spiders, hundreds of them, and while their goal was to find a 10-year-old specimen, they'd be swarmed by the younger ones before they ever got close. Despite the danger, the students were all fired up and eager to begin. Cheol stepped forward, telling his classmates he'd take the lead. He promised to do everything he could to help them pass. But then he admitted something. This midterm wasn't scheduled for now. It had been moved up, and the reason was him. His father had arranged this harsh trial to test him, one that no regular cadet should face. He told the others they had the choice to back out if they valued their safety. But no one left. Every single one of them chose to stay by his side. They trusted him, and they knew he'd get them through it. That loyalty hit Cheol hard. In his past life, he'd faced everything alone. No one had ever stood behind him like this. With their spirits high and their minds focused, Cheol rallied them to get moving. As they entered the dense forest, he explained that human-faced spiders weren't solitary. They had human-like heads and operated in colonies, working together much like ants or bees. After some time walking through the forest, Cheol suddenly turned to Inha and told him to take over. Inha was stunned. He didn't think he was fit to lead like Cheol and asked why he was stepping down. Cheol calmly explained his plan. He would act as bait for the human-faced spiders. The announcement caught everyone off guard. Confused and concerned, they listened as he laid out the strategy. Cheol then left the group and wandered deeper into the woods. It didn't take long before he encountered a few spider monsters. With one swift move of Boundless, he took them all down. But that was just the beginning. As expected, more monsters showed up, drawn by the danger pheromones released by the slain ones. That was exactly what he wanted. The spiders only dragged the strongest prey back to their nest to drain their energy, so he had to prove he was worth capturing. As more spiders closed in, Cheol used Demon Piercer to cut down any that got too close. Eventually, they all rushed him at once. Cheol lowered his defenses and allowed himself to be caught. Just as planned, the spiders cocooned him and began dragging him toward their nest. Inside the cocoon, Cheol activated his stealth skill and sliced his way out with Boundless. But what he saw shocked him. There were far too many cocoons, untouched, and clearly not from just one day. Something wasn't right. Then, a larger cocoon nearby began to tremble. It pulsed with dark energy that reacted with the badge on Cheol's chest. He stared as the cocoon split open. From within, a rank 5 monster emerged, the queen of the human-faced spiders. She immediately launched an attack, somehow sensing him despite his concealment. The dark energy from her aura reached out to the badge, allowing Cheol to hear her thoughts. She told him it was the badge that had awakened her, and now she wanted it. She unleashed her pressure, a high-level move meant to paralyze her enemies. But Cheol stood firm, his aura overpowering hers with ease. The queen was stunned by how easily he suppressed her mana. Just as the tension peaked, a massive explosion rocked the outside of the nest. The explosion ripped through the forest like a declaration of war. Flames consumed the trees, thick smoke twisting into the sky. This was all part of Cheol's trap, to ignite the woods, provoke the spiders, and force them out of the nest. The plan worked too well. The inferno spread fast, and the queen of the human-faced spiders let out a deafening screech that made the webs above shudder. She hadn't expected anyone to challenge her, let alone a group of students. The nest quaked under her fury. Cheol knew his classmates would arrive in 30 minutes. Just then, Jungo's voice crackled through the earpiece, tense, anxious, asking about the rank 5 threat. Cheol didn't give the full picture. He simply told Jungo to focus on keeping the others safe. He could take care of this himself. The queen hissed, her words leaking into his mind through the corrupted energy. She commanded her offspring to defend their territory while she handled him personally. Cheol didn't move. Her words dripped with venom, calling him arrogant and vowing to tear him apart before his friends even arrived. Cheol met her promise with calm resolve. She had no idea what he was capable of. Golden light erupted around him as he unleashed his full power. Outside, the students sprang into action. Cheol had given clear instructions: distract the spiders, keep them away from the nest, and buy him time. One group would lead the monsters out, while another would extract them if things went south. It was dangerous, more than what cadets should face, but no one questioned the plan, not even when someone flinched at the mention of a rank 5. Inha stepped in, firm and focused. Sheol needed them. That was all that mattered. Back in the nest, the queen's rage turned violent. She struck wildly, her claws shredding the ground, raking across Sheol's body. Blood dripped from his mouth. His legs wobbled, but he stood his ground. She couldn't understand why he wasn't collapsing. What she didn't know was that Sheol had activated his demonic eyes. Every move, every attack, every weakness, it was all laid bare before him. He weaved through her strikes, dodging the deadliest blows. But her strength still landed heavy. One hit cracked his ribs, another scorched his side. She was fast, brutal, but fresh from rebirth, not yet at full strength. And that was all the edge Sheol needed. The queen lunged again, but this time Sheol was ready. He rolled aside, grabbed a healing potion, and poured it over his injured arm. The bleeding stopped instantly, the wound sealing shut. He shifted Boundless into its simplest form, a plain sword. The atmosphere changed. Energy crackled in the air. With a swift strike, Sheol launched a chi projectile thunder from his blade. It slammed into the queen's chest, knocking her backward. She shrieked, but didn't go down. Her armored hide was too thick to pierce cleanly. Still, she was furious. She spat venom and backed off, promising to drain his life slowly, keeping him alive just for the pain. Suddenly, webbing shot out. Before Sheol could react, it wrapped tightly around him, pinning his damaged ribs. He struggled to cut through it, but she held on. Her laughter echoed through the nest, sharp and cruel. Then everything shifted. Flames erupted around them. The nest lit up red. The queen screamed as the fire licked at her. Her children outside had been caught in a wave of explosions. Blasts rained from the sky, setting the forest ablaze. Sheol's classmates had arrived just in time. They charged in and pulled him from the nest, half-burned but still alive. As they marched back, Sheol, bruised and bandaged, scolded them for moving too slowly. He told them they'd be getting extra training speed up. No exceptions. Back at the academy, the instructors waited. 30 minutes had passed since the mission's time limit ended. Quiet murmurs began to spread. Class 5 might have failed. Then the doors swung open. Jungo entered first, drenched in sweat. He'd been busy rushing the students to the infirmary. He didn't wait to rest. He went straight to the report. Class 5 had been sent to record a spider, but then a rank 5 monster showed up. The mission changed instantly. They adapted, they planned, and they pulled off a full rescue with almost no backup. The instructors stayed silent. Then Jungo dropped one more detail. They'd used 184 explosives to make it happen. Gasps filled the room. The instructors were livid. This was supposed to be a simple recording task. They demanded the footage. That's when Sheol walked in, battered and heavily wrapped in bandages, carrying the drive. The footage had been damaged during the fight. It took effort to salvage, but he got it, without a word. He handed it over and stood beside his sister. Seo Hyun didn't hold back. Right there in front of everyone. She scolded Sheol for pushing too far, taking reckless chances, and getting himself captured. Sheol stayed silent. He didn't argue. Instead, he let the footage speak. The room went still as the video played. The nest, the queen, the inferno swallowing the forest. The destruction was undeniable. The head instructor finally spoke, questioning whether all of it, the fire, the explosives, the chaos, had been truly necessary. Sheol answered calmly. He did what was needed to protect his team. He didn't run when things got worse. He stayed and fought. They could criticize his methods, but the results spoke for itself. The room fell silent again. Some instructors rewound the footage. Others just watched Sheol, quietly taking in everything they'd seen. In the end, none of them could dispute the outcome. Class 5 had completed the mission. They faced a rank 5 monster and came back with proof. No other class had ever done that. The verdict was unanimous. Class 5 earned a perfect score. For the first time, they were ahead. Sheol allowed himself a smile. He brought his team victory. The Lee Clan manor was quiet, too quiet. Only the butler's calm voice dared to break the stillness. His report was precise. The wounded from the recent mission were on the mend, and the compensation for the dead was already being handled quickly, quietly, efficiently. Nothing had been missed. Then came the mission footage. Short, patchy, clearly trimmed. The clan head watched it in silence, reclining slightly as the screen flickered. Too neat, too polished, obviously doctored. He didn't comment. Instead, he turned to his closest aide with a single question, his thoughts on Sheol. The butler answered without pause. Sheol had strength, but lacked control. The clan head nodded. Sheol's foundation techniques were honed into weapons. Deceptively simple, yet brutally effective. But his arrogance was a problem. During the exam, he'd used an excessive amount of explosives for something that could have been handled with finesse. He had skill, yes, but also sway. His instructor, his peers, they followed his lead without question. That kind of loyalty wasn't trained. It was innate. The clan head grew curious. His illegitimate son wasn't hiding anymore. So, he gave a new command. Cheol's next trials would be relentless. No breaks. No mercy. He wanted to see just how far the boy could be pushed before he cracked. The butler bowed and left. Alone again, the clan head pondered. The others in the family would feel Cheol's rise. Feel threatened. Good. He wanted to see what Cheol would do when the pressure came from within. Time moved on. Class 5 nailed their final exam, but Cheol didn't let up. When Kim asked why they were still training, Cheol reminded them. He'd already given them a day off. That was enough. The promotional exams were ahead, and anyone who failed would have to repeat the year. Inha knew the stakes. After 2 years of trying, he finally believed promotion was within reach, thanks to Cheol's lead. Cheol didn't sugarcoat it. Kim had the weakest mana, so he had to put in more effort than the rest. Today was physical training. No one was getting left behind. The promotional test was coming fast. Cheol knew the difference between passing and surviving. It wasn't luck. No one had died since the beginning, aside from the few who dropped out. That was preparation. Kim, who once lagged behind, didn't complain anymore. He pushed hard like the rest, sweat pouring, eyes locked in. Cheol saw it all. Every stride, every spell misfire, every mental breaking point. He kept track. He was proud, but he'd never say it. Then Jungo showed up. There was a meeting about the upcoming exam. Cheol didn't ask questions. He just followed. Tension hung heavy in the meeting room. Seohai motioned for Cheol to sit beside her. She greeted him with a casual congratulations on passing the exams, which he returned. But her expression soon changed, sharpened. She leaned in. She'd seen something. Their half-siblings, along with his stepmother, together at the academy. Since that meeting, those same siblings had been wandering the grounds, chatting up students. Too convenient to ignore. Cheol didn't flinch. He'd been aware for a while. Training logs going missing, weapons malfunctioning, gear tampered with. Wasn't bad luck. It was sabotage. Subtle. Consistent. He told her it started after the quarter exams. That caught her off guard. Still, even now, Cheol didn't know what their endgame was. Didn't matter. Whatever they were scheming wouldn't change his path. Seohine didn't dwell on their plot either. Her eyes stayed on her own goal, getting stronger. Winning without shortcuts. She wasn't just chasing a title. It was personal. She wanted to beat him. And when she did, she wanted him to call her Nuna. He didn't get it, but he respected it. Before the moment could stretch, the door opened again. The instructor stepped in and got straight to the point. The promotional exam had been decided. Cheol listened, and everything clicked. They'd be entering a gate. A real one. No simulations. No safety nets. A true piece of the monster realm. The rules? Simple. Each student would receive a token. Lose it, and you were considered dead. Eliminated. Survive. Collect tokens. Steal others if you had to. And find the hidden ones scattered throughout the gate. The clock would be ticking. But Cheol wasn't fooled by the setup. This wasn't just a test. It was a kill zone. No cameras. No observers. No accountability. If a student vanished or died, no one would question it. No one would know. It was too perfect, too convenient. Someone had pushed this through, and he could see the fingerprints all over it. His half-siblings. Their scheme had finally taken shape. But where they saw a trap, Cheol saw opportunity. This was the break he'd been waiting for. No interference. No surveillance. He could finally drop the act. If they wanted the final clash, then so be it. But this time, he'd be the one deciding how it played out. In a quiet tower room far from the training grounds, J-Hack stepped inside. Seora was already there, lounging in his chair like it was hers. And in this case, it might as well have been. He didn't challenge her. They both understood who was in charge. Seora's gaze burned with icy focus. She was done with Cheol, done seeing him walk their halls, hearing their father say his name. He didn't belong in their world, and yet he acted like he did. Even worse, others followed him. What started as an irritation had turned into a real threat. Their mother had made the objective crystal clear. The promotional exam was their chance. It wouldn't be repeated. They would eliminate him, here now inside the gate. J-Hack didn't push back. This was exactly what he'd expected. They had waited long enough. Whatever respect Cheol thought he'd earned, it would be torn away the moment he stepped inside that battlefield. The day of the promotional exam arrived. heavy with expectation. Sheol felt it, but didn't let it show. Dozens of students stood at the gate's edge, tension pulsing beneath crisp uniforms. Beside him, Kim was stiff, his eyes flicking toward the armed guards lining the perimeter. Sheol spoke, more to steady himself than Kim. The security wasn't just for their safety, it was for show, for the public. And because this gate wasn't just a training ground, it was a scar, an old experimental zone still crawling with secrets. His gaze moved across the crowd. A few students stood out, faces he recognized, faces that had lingered too long in the wrong places, whispered to his half-siblings, passed supplies in the shadows, or cornered classmates when no one was watching. He'd expected more to show. Maybe the rest stayed out of it. Maybe they thought Class 5 would break under pressure. Maybe they thought Sheol would. But his group didn't flinch. They stood tall, focused, ready. No hesitation when he stepped forward. No doubts when the plan went into motion. They crossed into the gate like a unit, no longer just students, but something sharper. The world twisted around them. The air shifted, and Sheol's thoughts followed. This wasn't a test anymore. It was a battlefield. Miles away, J-Hack leaned against a cold steel table, his eyes on the ticking clock more than the surveillance feed. Seora reclined nearby, smug, already imagining what reward she'd claim from their mother once this was over. To her, Sheol was already done. J-Hack's thoughts drifted. Their eldest brother had once said something about the danger of fighting someone with nothing left to lose. He dismissed it at the time. He still did, mostly. But the words lingered like smoke in a locked room. When the alert buzzed on his device, he nearly ignored it. But the message on the screen froze him. 21 spies, eliminated. 15, withdrawn. Class 5, fully passed. He didn't stop Seora as she grabbed the phone and read it aloud. Her rage snapped the silence in half. The phone cracked under her grip, fragments scattering across the polished floor. J-Hack stared at the wreckage. It didn't make sense. Sheol was supposed to lose, supposed to be crushed. But he hadn't just survived, he'd won. Quietly, cleanly, completely. The brother they dismissed, the one who was supposed to stay in the shadows, had just upended everything. J-Hack's throat tightened. For the first time, he felt the chill of a threat they had grossly underestimated. Inside the gate, 2 students scrambled through twisted roots and jagged rock, lungs burning with panic. They hadn't meant to provoke Sheol. They just hadn't expected him to be this fast, this ruthless, this cold. Now, they were running for their lives, ducking into a shallow cave, like cornered prey. But it didn't matter. Hiding wouldn't save them. Sheol tracked them without effort. His demonic eye cut through darkness and panic, locking onto their fear like a beacon. He entered the cave silently, almost casually. A sharp twist of his hand crushed the first one's fingers before the second could react. The scream echoed off the stone, sharp and raw. The second student backed away, pleading, confused, desperate to understand. Sheol didn't bother with answers. They had chosen their allegiance. They'd laid hands on someone bearing the Lee name. That was all it took. His next strike was deliberate, meant to hurt, not kill. Precise, unforgiving. Then he turned and walked out, not once looking back. Outside, a teammate was waiting with a status update. More targets down. Sheol nodded, issued a few quick orders, and sent him off. The mission wasn't over. There were still enemies moving in the brush, still traitors breathing. He had work to finish. While the others scattered to finish cleanup, Sheol focused inward. The tokens were hidden all across the gate, tucked under rocks, masked by spells, buried beneath shallow soil. Most would need luck to find even one. Sheol didn't. His demonic eye revealed everything, the shimmer beneath the surface, the bent reflection that betrayed an illusion. He moved steadily, picking up tokens without a fight, letting others waste energy chasing ghosts. His pack grew heavier. His muscles screamed, but he didn't stop. This wasn't about scoring points. This was about making a statement. His siblings had set this trap, expecting him to fall. He planned to walk out not just alive, but as the last one standing. By late afternoon, the chaos had died down. Most students were drained, scattered, finished. But someone was still closing in, deliberate, unhurried. Co. Hyen. He'd known she was trailing him. Chose to ignore it. Until now. He paused, and she caught up, surprised to see him waiting. But he wasn't. There was nothing about her he hadn't already anticipated. Co. Hyen didn't ask if he was ready. She didn't offer a reason. She just challenged him, like always. That quiet, relentless style of hers, laced with stakes that made his skin crawl. The terms were absurd. If she won, he'd have to call her Nuna. If he won, she'd call him Appa. He didn't like either. The words carried too much weight, too many layers he didn't care to peel back. But he drew his sword anyway. This wasn't about titles. It wasn't even about her. It was about now. About everything that had led to this moment. His pack was heavy with tokens. His enemies were down. The gate still smoldered in his wake. And here she was, his sister, standing in the eye of it all. She struck first, her blade catching what little light filtered through the warped sky. He met her head-on. No pause, no pullback. Not as her brother. Not as her rival. As the boy they'd cast aside. The one who refused to stay down. The one who fought, every time, for a place that wasn't given. She was skilled. Always had been. But Sheol had come through something harder. Something colder. He'd been sharpened by it. And this time, he had no intention of losing. The air was thick with anticipation as the results of the promotional exam were about to be announced. It wasn't just the candidates who were tense. Everyone at the academy was on edge, having watched the trials unfold with growing unease. Rumors had been flying ever since the exam began. Whispers that it had been made more dangerous. All because of Sheol and Seo Hyun. Whether it was a show of favoritism or some form of punishment, no one could say for sure. But one thing was certain. Seo Hyun was expected to take the top spot. She had the pedigree, the training, the backing of her clan. Her path had been shaped by privilege. Sheol, on the other hand, carried the weight of being an outsider. Yet, something unexpected had stirred. Class 5, long dismissed as the Academy's rejects, had started to draw attention. Where most had predicted failure, they'd instead seen success. Many thought they'd be wiped out inside the gate, a convenient footnote in someone else's rise. But they had made it through, stronger, not broken. As students gathered for the announcement, Sheol stood quietly among them, unmoved. Then his name echoed across the hall. First place. A stunned silence followed. Even Sheol was briefly taken aback, not by the result, but that the Academy had actually acknowledged it. His victory over Seo Hyun had been clear, his token count irrefutable. Covering it up would have shattered the Academy's credibility. Beside him, Jungo beamed with pride, telling Sheol this was a moment worth celebrating. But Sheol didn't speak of pride. Instead, his thoughts drifted to his nanny, probably throwing a party without him. He had won, but he knew this was just the beginning. Jungo called Inha up next. After 2 long years of trying, failing, and trying again, he had finally made it through. His persistence had paid off. Sheol gave him a small nod, a silent warning not to get too comfortable. Passing the exam wasn't the end, just another step forward. Kim and Bosung had passed too, their faces bright with excitement. But even in that moment of triumph, none of them forgot their past. They all knew what came next: separation. New classes, new teams, new assignments. The unit they'd formed under Cheol's leadership would be split. Still, the connection between them was something more than circumstance. They had fought together, trained together, grown stronger together. Then Sheol stepped up and addressed them. His tone was calm, not celebratory but firm. He admitted that he had planned to punish those who didn't pass, but there was no need. Every single one of them had made it, and he was proud. He reminded them this wasn't the finish line. Things would only get harder. They'd carry the label of Class 5 with them, a badge others would mock, a target on their backs. People would question their strength, doubt their abilities, but they had already faced worse and survived. They could keep going. Sheol looked each of them in the eye and said he believed in them. And that was enough. Later, at the mansion, Sheol walked alongside Seo Hyun down the garden path toward their father's office. She was still stewing over her loss, complaining that the match had been unfair because he'd taken all her tokens. She blamed her defeat on not being able to use her ivory sword, insisting she hadn't fought at full power. Sheol didn't argue. In his mind, she had a point. He'd thought it would be an easy win, but the fight had dragged on far longer than expected. She was stronger than he had given her credit for. She hadn't even activated her abilities. If she had, he might not have won at all. Then she cleared her throat, snapping him out of his thoughts. She brought up the bet again, the one where the loser had to address the winner with a special title. Before she could get the word out, Sheol covered her mouth with his hand, a sharp warning in his eyes. He wasn't in the mood for teasing. Seo Hyun nodded, feigning innocence, but the amusement dancing in her eyes gave her away. Without exchanging another word, the two entered their father's office. Their father sat waiting, composed, commanding, and gestured for them to sit and share tea. He asked what they had learned during the exam. Seo Hyun answered first, and her response took Sheol by surprise. She spoke without hesitation, saying that true strength came from honest effort, not the manipulation and underhanded tactics their family had always relied on. Cheol nearly choked on his tea, unprepared for such blunt honesty from her. Their father listened, expression unreadable. He asked her to explain. Seo Hyun continued, saying she no longer wanted victories handed to her through family ties or tricks. She wanted to win on her own terms. Her voice was calm, unwavering. He stared at her, quiet for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Now he understood why the Holy Sword had chosen her. She wasn't the same girl she used to be. She had grown, maybe even because of Cheol. Then he turned to Cheol. Unlike Seo Hyun, Cheol was ready. He said the students at the academy lacked drive. They weren't committed, didn't fight like it mattered. In his eyes, they didn't deserve to be there. He blamed the instructors, criticizing their lax standards and weak leadership. If things didn't change, the academy's reputation and the family name would crumble. Their father laughed, catching Cheol off guard. Then, instead of scolding him, he offered advice. He said strong beliefs were good, but warned against letting those beliefs become blind spots. Being rigid made you predictable, and predictability could be exploited by enemies. It was rare for their father to give advice, especially without a lesson hidden inside punishment. Cheol took it all in silent, but their father wasn't finished. He acknowledged that both of them had passed trials that may have been designed to break them, and they had emerged stronger. As a reward, he offered them each one request. Seo Hyun lit up immediately. Cheol stayed quiet. Their father never gave freely. There was always a price. Still, Seo Hyun made her choice without hesitation. A master gray dragon scale breastplate. Their father agreed. It would be ready the next day. Then he turned to Cheol. Cheol didn't flinch. He asked for entry into Chanwison. The room fell still. Even Seo Hyun froze. Their father stared at him, expression unreadable. Cheol didn't back down. This was what he wanted, and what happened next would shape everything. Chanwison. The name alone had once felt like a myth to Cheol, a distant mountain cloaked in mist, filled with rare herbs and creatures that could tear a man apart. At the Lee Martial Academy, it marked the final threshold, the divide between students and real warriors. But for Cheol, it was more than that. It was a second chance, a way to rewrite the failures of his past life. He remembered the pills he'd crafted, brittle, unstable, elixirs that decayed faster than they healed. Back then, he had ambition, but no true understanding. This time, he wouldn't settle for shortcuts. He needed to understand the herbs from the roots up, their essence, how they interacted with blood, breath, and pain. It wasn't enough to be stronger. He had to be sharper, wiser. The moment his father gave permission, Cheol began to prepare. He moved with methodical calm, checking every item as if preparing for battle. Scalpel sets, bundles of linen, vials, parchment, string, flint. Enough dried rations to last 2 weeks. A steel mortar, and a weathered book, his own handwritten collection of ancient medicinal formulas transcribed by candlelight. His fingers lingered on the pages. They had failed him once. He wouldn't let them fail again. As he tightened the last strap on his pack, his nanny appeared quietly. Jae-Hak, his seventh half-brother, had requested a meeting. Cheol didn't react. Jae-Hak never acted without purpose, especially after what had gone down in the exams. The timing wasn't coincidence, it was calculation. Cheol nodded. He had been expecting this. They met in the outer garden house, where tea was always served. Jae-Hak greeted him with polished warmth, every movement carefully rehearsed. He poured the tea with practiced ease, like a man performing for an audience. To Cheol, it was obvious this wasn't a reunion. It was a test. Their conversation drifted through meaningless niceties. The weather, estate matters, a few comments about their father. It was all pretense. And then, finally, Jae-Hak let the mask slip. He mentioned the exam, said he and Seora had been behind its design, claimed it hadn't been entirely his decision. Offered an apology. Cheol didn't flinch. He drank his tea, eyes steady, watching the way Jae-Hak watched him. This wasn't about regret. It was Jae-Hak calculating risk. He wasn't sure if Cheol had become a threat, and he wasn't ready to pick a side just yet. Cheol didn't flinch, didn't raise his voice. He told Jae-Hak it didn't matter. This was the reality they lived in. Rivalries, betrayal, schemes. Fairness was never part of the equation. But then he added something else. Low and without emotion. Anyone who harmed his classmates would be his enemy. That was the line, and he knew Jae-Hak would understand exactly what he meant. For the first time, Jae-Hak hesitated. He asked Cheol what he wanted. Cheol didn't dance around it. One word. Clear. Direct. Compensation. Jae-hak agreed. Every member of Class 5 would receive mid-grade elixirs. Cheol would get a separate reward. It was more than he had expected. He had figured Jae-hak would offer a token gift or two, nothing more. But even Jae-hak didn't want to risk turning Cheol into a true enemy. Not yet. When they shook hands, it wasn't peace, it was business. As Cheol turned to leave, Jae-hak called out one last thing, a warning. Seora. She hated him now more than ever. No allies left, no mother to shield her. Just pure, dangerous hatred. A cornered beast. Cheol didn't respond, but his thoughts were sharp. He wasn't worried, not now. He was leaving for Chanwizen. She wouldn't follow. That mountain was sacred. Even vengeance had boundaries. But not far away, that vengeance burned. Behind heavy curtains in a sealed chamber, Seora knelt, head bowed, trembling under the weight of her mother's fury. Madame Beck struck her hard. The slap cracked through the silence. Her words were cutting, deliberate. She disowned her without hesitation. Seora begged, pleaded, promised she would fix it, said she'd go on the mission alone, kill Cheol herself. None of it mattered. Madame Beck was done. She called her daughter a disgrace. Weak, unworthy of the family name. Seora wept, but it was over. Her mother turned to leave, leaving behind one final warning. If they met again, it wouldn't be just a slap. And then she was gone. The quiet in the chamber wasn't quiet at all. It thundered inside Seora's chest. She stayed on her knees, unmoving, her face streaked with tears, though her eyes had gone dry. The shame couldn't compete with the fury building inside her. She didn't want retribution for the exam, or even the humiliation. She wanted to destroy Cheol for stealing her place, her identity, her mother's approval. She would break him completely. No more schemes. No more allies. Just raw, unfiltered violence. Outside, Jae-hak stood leaning against a wooden post, ankle resting over the other, arms crossed. He had heard everything. None of it surprised him. If anything, he was impressed. Madame Beck hadn't just cast Seora aside. She'd turned her into a weapon. Forced her into a corner so tight, the only path left was forward, teeth bared. Whether Cheol, the bright new contender, or Seora, now driven by nothing but rage, came out on top didn't matter to him. He planned to enjoy the spectacle either way. That evening, a sleek black car glided into the courtyard, engine whispering beneath the cool air. Cheol approached, bag slung over his shoulder. The pine-scented breeze cut clean across the stones. He opened the door, expecting an empty seat. Instead, Butler Choi was there, seated, composed, as if he'd been waiting all day. He greeted Cheol with his usual calm, informing him that he would accompany him to Chanwizen, at least up to Soma Mountain. Cheol didn't question it. His father never moved pieces without purpose. If Choi was coming, there was more to this trip than anyone had said. It didn't change anything. The mountain still called. Cheol hadn't expected anyone to be inside the car. But the moment he opened the door and saw Choi sitting there, hands neatly folded, he knew this wasn't just a coincidence. His father had clearly sent him. There was no other reason Choi would be here, not without something already set in motion. Choi didn't move without purpose, and he certainly wouldn't trail the illegitimate son of the clan unless something had already been decided behind closed doors. When Choi casually mentioned he had business on the mountain, Cheol didn't buy it. Choi was far too calculated for empty excuses. Everyone in the clan knew, though no one dared say it, that Choi held more sway than most of the elders put together. He didn't throw his weight around, but when he spoke, people listened. And beneath his calm surface, that power was always there, silent but unmistakable. Cheol could feel the quiet pressure of Choi's aura. It wasn't threatening, but it clung to the air like winter frost, cold, quiet, and impossible to ignore. The rest of the ride passed in silence. Neither pushed for answers, but the silence wasn't meaningless. It was measured, like a board being reset for a bigger game. And Cheol had just been moved deeper into play. Choi eventually broke the silence, asking why Cheol stopped at Mount Sungmu when his actual destination was Chanwizen. Cheol gave him the truth. He wasn't there to ask for strength or to legitimize his position. He came to pay respect. His place in the family had always been shaky, built more on obligation than acceptance. But the founder's grave didn't care about lineage or court politics. It stood for something older, something real. By standing there, Cheol was claiming his place, not because someone gave it to him, but because he chose it. Choi didn't speak right away, but Cheol felt he understood. Then, out of nowhere, Choi asked if Cheol liked hiking. The question caught him off guard. Cheol admitted he'd never done it before. In his past life, Every moment had been a race, always behind, always chasing. Choi said he used to hike a lot, that he loved climbing mountains. Then he asked how Cheol would climb one. Cheol said he'd go straight up, no hesitation, as fast as possible. Choi gave a small nod. Sometimes, he said, the direct path wasn't the fastest. If you took time to understand the mountain, to find your place in it, you might just find a better way up. Cheol instantly understood. Choi wasn't just talking about hiking. This was about martial arts, about how to live. Since returning to the past, Cheol had thrown himself into everything new. Skills he'd missed, knowledge he never had time for, training he never mastered. But in all that rush forward, he'd ignored something just as vital, what he already had. His strengths, his foundation, the essence he carried from his first life. That had been a blind spot. Progress didn't always mean pushing ahead. Sometimes it meant stopping, observing, understanding the tools already in your hands. He didn't say anything, but his nod was enough. The silence between them shifted, no longer heavy, but steady, like shared ground. They reached Mount Sungmu not long after. A shimmering barrier pulsed before them, thick with the clan's ancient energy. Cheol paused, unsure if Choi could pass. Only those with clan blood or explicit permission were allowed through. Choi simply said the former leader had granted him access. Of course, it made sense. Crossing the barrier, Cheol felt a rush, a wave of mana washing through his chest. Not painful, just undeniable. This place was different, ancient, a place that watched back. Choi mentioned he was heading to the grave of the former clan head. Cheol told him he was going to the founders. The founder's grave lay deep within the woods, hidden among pines and the quiet of old things. Cheol didn't rush. Each step was deliberate, pulling him closer to the reason he'd come. Not for duty, for clarity. He needed something real to center him, something that made the path ahead feel like his own. When he reached the grave, he stood still for a while. Then he knelt, bowed deeply, and laid his sword down before the stone. That sword wasn't just steel, it held secrets. His brother had once spoken of the 9 Hyuka seals, each unlocked through trials that shaped the soul. Cheol had broken 3 so far. The first when the clan acknowledged him, the second when he proved his bloodline, and the third during the naming ceremony. The fourth was tied to Chanwizen. That much he knew, but how to unlock it? That was why he came here. He poured alcohol over the blade and waited. A faint glow lit the sword, and above it, a word appeared, Wienwi. That was it. His next trial, the Wienwi test, was waiting at Chanwizen, and it held the key to the next seal. As the word glowed above the blade, something shifted inside Cheol. Not fear, not even resolve, but something deeper. Recognition. This was the edge of the map. His former self had never made it this far. Everything from here on out was unwritten. His steps, his choices, this was his story now. Then, Choi's voice cut through the stillness, quiet and sudden, just like the man himself. He'd returned without a sound. He asked Cheol how he felt. Cheol kept it simple. This mountain wasn't like Mount Sungmu. Chanwizen didn't feel like a place of memories or mourning. It felt like change, like transformation waiting to happen. Choi gave him a calm wish of good luck. Before they could say anything more, a new voice rang out, slurred, annoyed loud. A man stumbled into view, a bottle in hand, looking like he hadn't slept in days. Messy, ragged, but his presence cut sharp, lethal. Immediately, the bodyguards moved, forming a circle around Cheol and Choi. The drunk didn't flinch. He gave a single warning. They ignored it. In an instant, they were down. All of them. Cheol didn't even see it happen. One moment, they stood ready. The next, they were crumpled on the ground, like grass mowed down by a gust of wind. The man took another drink, then shot Choi an annoyed look, irritated they hadn't told him they were coming. Cheol stared, stunned. The man didn't even try to explain himself. But Choi did. This was the mountain keeper of Chanwizen, the guardian, the gate. The man eyed Cheol closely, pulling off his glasses as if to make sure what he saw was real. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to. His eyes said it all. Cheol didn't belong. Not yet. Not with that name. Not with that gaze. But Cheol didn't flinch. He wasn't here to be accepted. He was here to become. Choi introduced Cheol with his usual composed formality, the same tone he used whenever speaking on behalf of the clan. No extra words, no unnecessary details, just the facts. Cheol was the 9th son of the clan leader, and he'd brought him here to train. That was it. But the mountain keeper wasn't one for ceremony. He just stared at Cheol for a long moment before asking a single question. Had Cheol seen anything during the earlier scuffle? Sheol nodded slightly. He hadn't caught it all, but he'd seen enough to know the truth. What looked like a drunken stumble had been anything but. Every step, every sway was intentional. Sharp, lethal. The keeper gave a faint smile, but his eyes stayed flat. He said Sheol reminded him of his father. Cold, unreadable, filled with contradictions. Then he frowned, sniffing the air like something smelled off. He muttered that Sheol carried a strange scent and an even stranger eye. Before Sheol could react, a sharp burn flared in his left eye. His vision warped. The demonic eye had awakened. It didn't happen often, but when it did, the world shifted. Everything turned into outlines. Faces blurred, and the man in front of him, he wasn't human. Sheol had suspected it, but now he saw it clearly. The Mountain Keeper was a Dakibi. In his true form, his eyes held galaxies, and fate lines shimmered all around him like strands of light woven into the night. Sheol remembered the stories, whispers from his past life. Dakibi could read fate like others read weather. And once they saw it, they believed it was fixed, set, untouchable. But Sheol, with his demonic eye, could see more. Fate wrapped around the Dakibi like silver vines, endless and tangled. The keeper leaned in and said Sheol's fate was twisted, his fortune and misfortune locked together, impossible to separate. The higher he climbed, the more danger would chase him. Later, back at the mountain house, the Dakibi grabbed Choi's alcohol without hesitation and downed it fast. Then he turned to Sheol, gaze heavy, asking what sin he'd committed to end up here. Sheol didn't blink. He said he came to train, to grow stronger. The Dakibi let out a single laugh, low, bitter. Then he asked what Sheol planned to do with the entire year ahead. Sheol knew his words wouldn't stay in that room. Everything he said would find its way back to his father. Choi never asked questions for nothing. Every conversation was just another kind of report. But Sheol wasn't concerned anymore. His journey couldn't be molded by politics or filtered through someone else's expectations. He said it clearly. He had come to Chanwiz in a train, and to face the Chanwi trial. No bravado, no pride, just truth. The Dakibi's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't object. He simply watched. Sheol asked for directions to the training grounds, then turned and left, no pause, no glance back. The Dakibi watched him go, noting how his steps never faltered. Then he looked at Choi and muttered, almost to himself, that the kid was like a rock grinding itself sharper with every step. Choi gave a nod and told him to heal the bodyguards, and to leave. Once the room was quiet again, the Dakibi reached for another bottle, took a long drink, and shot Choi a side glance. He asked what the butler was really doing here. Alcohol delivery didn't suit him. As always, Choi kept it short. He was there to request a star reading for Sheol, directly ordered by the clan leader. At first, the Dakibi refused. Fate wasn't something he shared lightly. But when Choi hinted at tallying up the cost of every bottle he'd emptied since their arrival, the Dakibi groaned and gave in. He turned toward the corner of the room, where blue flames danced in silence, and stared deep into them. Then he spoke. Sheol's path was long, unstable, but always moving, a thread pulling in the opposite direction of the weave. He warned Choi that the heavenly gates would open soon, and with them, monsters would flood the world. Chaos would follow, and Sheol would be swept into it, no matter what he tried. His advice to the clan leader was simple. Do what he always did. Defend. Protect. Don't reach. Choi took the words in, showing no reaction. As he prepared to leave, the Dakibi asked a final question. Did he care about Sheol? Choi didn't answer that directly. He just said he was the clan's butler. The Dakibi didn't believe it for a second. He reminded Choi that the Chanwi trial wasn't something a rookie should attempt. Choi didn't respond to that either. He only asked the Dakibi to keep watching, because Sheol was going to surprise him. Then, just like that, he was gone. Silent as always. The Dakibi let out a long sigh and leaned back against the floor, the weight of fate already settling over them all. Deep in the woods, Sheol found the hidden training chamber, carved inside a massive, hollow tree. The entrance was cloaked in old clan runes, visible only to those of clan blood. Inside, there was no grandeur, just stone worn by time and the steady hum of mana pulsing beneath the floor. He drew the boundless dagger and stared at it. This was the start, his reason, his promise. Over the next year, he wouldn't train in one discipline. He'd train in all of them. He would sharpen his magic, hone his sixth sense, master every weapon he'd ever touched. He would study the black energy coursing through him like a dark tide. He would stop fearing the demonic eye and begin using it. He wouldn't stop after 10 tries, or 100. or 1,000. If the technique didn't become instinct, he would keep going until it was part of him. He started with stretches, easing into movement, letting the quiet of the mountains swallow his first steps. No mentors, no cheers, no instructions. It didn't matter. He would earn it all, with pain, patience, and repetition. Back in his home, the Dakibi watched. At first curious, then irritated, now just tired. Chiyo was nothing like he'd expected. No drama, no flair, no shortcuts, just effort. Methodical, relentless effort. He trained until his body failed, crawled into the mountains, spring to recover, then return again. No excuses, no breaks. The Dakibi couldn't read him anymore. Chiyo's fate, once clear, now blurred, like someone had smeared ink over the thread. It flickered between two grim outcomes: death before 20 or exile from everything he knew. But something had shifted. The line was no longer set, and that bothered him more than he liked to admit. 3 months passed. Then nothing. Chiyo disappeared. The Dakibi assumed the worst. Dead. Burned out. Another name in a long list of wasted potential. Choi had conned him into playing babysitter again, and all he'd gotten in return was the monotony of watching someone repeat the same move over and over. He lay back, buried in bottles, half asleep in disappointment. Then he heard it. A beast cry split the air, Bakey. But no one had crossed the barrier. That's when it hit him. It was Chiyo. He shot through the forest like a storm, all irritation and disbelief. The Bakey wasn't a foe Chiyo should have been facing. Not yet. Not alone. He found him in the thick of the trees, hunting the beast. Chiyo's eyes were locked in, breathing steady, every movement sharp and intentional. He didn't even notice the Dakibi at first. When the keeper stepped into his path, Chiyo halted. But he didn't back down. He looked him dead in the eye, still pulsing with adrenaline but calm. The Dakibi asked what he thought he was doing. Chiyo didn't flinch. He didn't explain. He just said, "Step aside." Dakibi stepped in front of Chiyo, somewhere between annoyed and confused, asking what he thought he was doing trying to take down a spirit beast. Chiyo, still catching his breath, didn't even glance at him. Killing it wasn't the goal. Never was. The beast had stolen something from him, a rare elixir he'd spent weeks crafting. That was all he said before the spirit beast slipped away, disappearing back into the woods. Its camouflage kicked in, melting it seamlessly into the forest. Chiyo didn't wait. He darted past Dakibi without a word, eyes fixed forward. He could still follow it. He didn't need to see it. He triggered his demonic eye, the magic warping his vision until the air shimmered faintly. That's when he caught it, a subtle shift, a flicker of motion in the canopy up ahead. Dakibi shouted after him, saying it was pointless. Once the beast turned invisible, there was no tracking it. But Chiyo didn't stop. Mana surged through his legs, making every step swift and sure, allowing him to glide over rocks and roots with ease. Dakibi followed, slower now, more intrigued than upset. The way Chiyo moved, precise, fast, and controlled, was nothing like the man he'd seen 3 months ago. But even that wasn't enough. The chase ended quickly. No matter how fast he ran, the beast belonged to the forest. It vanished deeper into the wild, leaving only rustling leaves behind. Chiyo came to a stop, breathing hard, staring into the empty woods. The elixir was gone. All those nights, gathering rare herbs from Chanwizen's brutal terrain, harvesting bitter roots, silver-stemmed plants, and venom-soaked flowers, lost in a heartbeat. He had spent months perfecting that potion. It wasn't just helpful, it was vital. And now it was gone. Dakibi arrived behind him, saying nothing at first. Then, in a rare show of sympathy, he told Chiyo not to give up. The permission to collect herbs still stood. He could start again. But Chiyo only shook his head. It wasn't just about starting over. It was the sting of failure. The ingredients were scarce. His patience even more so. Chiyo didn't wear sadness on his face, but something about his silence unsettled Dakibi. That calm, worn-out look hit harder than anger ever could. The truth was the spirit beast had crossed into Dakibi's territory, his domain, his responsibility. And while Dakibi hated that word, he couldn't ignore it now. He finally broke the silence, saying he'd take responsibility and make up for the stolen potion. Chiyo didn't say much in return, just a nod, barely a smile, but enough to show a hint of gratitude. That's when it clicked for Dakibi. He'd been played. The whole thing, the chase, the quiet frustration, the timing, it was all deliberate. Chiyo wasted no time. He asked for 2 things. First, help gathering mana herbs. Second, assistance with training. Dakibi groaned, but didn't turn him down. Back in the hidden training chamber, Sheol immediately asked for illusion magic. He wanted to fight, something real from memory. He chose the queen of human-faced spiders. Dakibi raised a brow but summoned the creature anyway. It materialized with twitching fangs and glistening eyes, towering and deadly. Sheol readied his blade, stepping in like a warrior preparing for a real battle, not a practice round. Every move was clean measured. He fought with the memory of that phantom warrior in his mind. Every motion purposeful, every breath steady. His first strike came fast, steel chi strike, Yama. The sword tore into the queen's shoulder, and she shrieked in fury. Sheol stayed focused, pulled back, exhaled, and went in again. Steel chi strike. Raging wine swept through the air, aimed to cleave her down, but she didn't fall. She lunged, claws poised to slash him, just inches away. Dakibi canceled the illusion right before impact. Sheol didn't blink. He turned, caught his breath, and asked for another opponent. This time, Jungo, his old sparring partner. On he went, perfecting each move, refining every technique. No breaks, no distractions. For 4 straight hours, he didn't stop. Not even for water. Just relentless focus. And as Dakibi watched in silence, one thought kept circling in his mind. There was something different about that sword. Something he couldn't ignore. Later that night, after hours in the training room, Sheol wandered deep into the forest and slipped into a hidden spring. Moonlight shimmered across the surface, steam rising gently into the cool air. He leaned back, letting the heat soothe the exhaustion in his arms. The peace didn't last long. Dakibi appeared beside him, carrying a bottle, and dropped into the water with a pleased sigh. He shot Sheol a grin, saying something about how even he needed a break, proof he was human after all. Sheol didn't respond, just gave a small, tired smile and rested his head again. Dakibi asked when he last took a proper rest. Said he hadn't seen anyone train like that in years, maybe longer. Sheol didn't answer, just let out a quiet laugh and started to rise, ready to turn in for the night. But Dakibi stopped him. He wanted to talk about the sword, Boundless, the one Sheol had been using nonstop. Dakibi had sensed something strange in its aura, something he couldn't ignore. At first, Sheol didn't want to explain, but when Dakibi offered to share what he knew, Sheol gave in. He said the sword's name was Boundless. He'd found it in the clan's storage room, forgotten and buried under years of dust. No records, no manuals, no markings, nothing to explain where it came from. It didn't resonate like other blades, yet somehow it responded to him, just enough to notice. Its edge never dulled, it never warmed, and it moved with his aura like it had been forged for him. Dakibi took a drink, then finally spoke. Boundless wasn't just a sword. It was a vessel created to hold limitless mana. That's how it got its name. But more than that, it had belonged to someone once. A warrior who defied fate itself. A man whose destiny had been broken, rewritten, and broken again. Someone who was never meant to survive. Dakibi wasn't certain, but when Sheol fought, he had seen hints of that same energy. He warned Sheol, the sword wouldn't reveal its true nature easily. It had to be earned. And even then, it might never fully awaken unless Sheol became the kind of person capable of bearing its weight. Sheol didn't reply. He stared down into the water, the memory of its cold steel still pressing at the edge of his thoughts. Dakibi spoke with the kind of calm that comes from outliving most memories, but holding tightly to the ones that mattered. He told Sheol a story, one buried in time, about an ancient shaman. This man could read the stars, speak with spirit beasts, and was hailed as a legend in his era. He possessed a stone, not just any artifact, but one that changed shape with his will. It grew with him, evolved with him, and through it he became unmatched. But power never comes free. The stone didn't serve him forever. In time, it twisted him, turned him feral, monstrous. What was once his strength became his curse. He lost himself. The greatest warriors of that age had to rise together, tearing through chaos and carnage just to bring him down. In the end, they sealed him away. Sheol listened quietly, eyes distant. He couldn't help but think of Boundless. The strange way it pulsed when he gripped it, the way it sometimes felt aware. He asked if that stone had been sealed in Wianwi. Dakibi shook his head. It had been locked on an island, far away. So no, it wasn't Boundless. But the feeling, that same ancient, foul presence, was there. That alone was enough for Dakibi to urge Sheol to get rid of the sword. But Sheol had heard those words before. When he awakened the demonic eye, his father had said the same thing. Seal it. Bury it. Forget it. But Sheol hadn't. He had chosen to tame it, to make it his. He would do the same with Boundless. He would shape it to his will, not the other way around. Dakibi gave a short laugh at that, impressed by the defiance, but his amusement didn't last. He stood up, and with a swift motion, summoned his massive iron club. He looked at Sheol and said he couldn't allow him to keep that blade. He wanted it now. Sheol didn't budge. His fingers didn't loosen. He stayed where he was, grip steady, eyes locked. The club came down fast, stopping just short of his face. Still, Sheol didn't flinch. He calmly reminded Dakibi of the contract, the vow to protect all who trained in the mountain. Lifting a weapon against a guest would break that vow, and Dakibi wasn't the type to break his word. With a sigh, Dakibi let the weapon vanish. Then he asked, why let it go that far if Sheol knew he wouldn't strike? Sheol just shrugged, said he was curious, maybe even having a little fun. Dakibi groaned, muttering about how infuriatingly bold he was. But his tone sobered as he warned him again. That sword was dangerous. Sheol grinned, cool and sly, and pointed out that technically, Dakibi had raised a weapon against a guest. He could report it, unless, of course, Dakibi was willing to do him a favor. In the stillness of his room, Sheol sat alone, his weapons laid out before him. Judo rested on his lap, Mist-Splitter beside it, both gift from his brother, Jihak. He remembered the night he first drew Mist-Splitter in the mansion, when it showed him fleeting glimpses of its past. But Judo had been different, deeper. It had taken months of quiet, sleepless nights, diving into the memories it carried. 3 months just to reach the final one. And it was there that Boundless revealed its most dangerous lesson, how to mimic any weapon's technique, as long as he had witnessed and understood it. Boundless wasn't just a blade. It was a mirror, a canvas. That changed everything. He gently placed Judo aside and reached for Hyuka. With the 4th seal now broken, more of its memories had begun to stir. The moment he touched its hilt, the world dissolved. He was pulled back into the past, the same memory he'd seen before, only now it continued. The first leader of his clan stood before him, older now, the weight of age and countless battles etched into his posture. At his feet, Hyuka. Behind him, a shaman draped in white feathers. The leader declared that none of his children were worthy of the sword. Not yet. And so, he would seal its power. The shaman hesitated, warning that sealing it would make the blade harder to wield in the future. But the leader insisted. Only someone truly worthy should awaken Hyuka. Only someone strong enough to break the seals on their own. The shaman obeyed. She raised her hands, and glowing seals bloomed across the sword in quiet pulses of light. When she turned to explain them, the memory faltered. Her voice was lost, the words stripped away. Sheol couldn't hear her. The leader then drew the blade, channeling his energy into it. Threads of mana lit up along the steel. With one swift motion, he slashed through the air, and the sword tore cleanly through the mana around them. Absolute, unyielding, but it wasn't enough. The seal was still too weak. The leader frowned and gave one final order, strengthen it. That's when the memory faded. Sheol blinked as reality settled back around him, his hands still resting on Hyuka's hilt. He looked down at the blade, thoughts racing. A sword that didn't just touch mana, but severed it, cut through raw essence like it was nothing. Not redirected, not absorbed. Cut. His heart pounded. Now he understood why it had been sealed, why his ancestors had guarded it so fiercely. And now, with each seal broken, it was becoming his. Not just in name, but in truth. A weapon like this didn't just add strength to a fight. It reshaped the rules entirely. But more than its power, Hyuka was proof. Sheol wasn't chasing legends anymore. He was stepping into one, becoming it, piece by piece, seal by seal. The queen of the human-faced spiders crumpled under a single, deafening blow, her final scream slicing through the illusion like a knife through fabric. Sheol stood motionless, breath heavy, not from exhaustion, but from the thrill of triumph. His attack had landed. The steel chi strike. Thunder had ripped through her shoulder, chest, and face in a single, searing arc. After all the defeats, the wounds, the crushing blows, and piercing fangs, he had finally done it. A clean win. For a moment, he just stood there, letting the energy settle, watching the illusion fade away like smoke in the wind. Behind him, Dakibi clapped slowly, the sound tinged with dry amusement. A win was a win, he said, but Sheol had taken too long. Too many failures led to this one moment. True strength, Dakibi reminded him, wasn't in a single strike, It was in surviving long enough to deliver it. Sheol gave a nod, but his mind was already moving on. He told Dakibi he was done. No more spiders, no more illusions, no more deaths rewound. He was ready for what came next. Those words, long awaited, nearly brought Dakibi to tears. But his joy didn't last. Not when Sheol followed it up by saying he wanted to take on the Muhi trial. He said it like he was ordering tea. Dakibi almost choked. This wasn't just another test. It was the end game, the apex of every trial carved at a Chanwizen, built by the first clan leader and amplified by Dakibi's ancient sorcery. It was a living hell, and no one walked through its gate without permission. If Dakibi said no, the door stayed shut. Sheol didn't back down. He asked, plain and direct. Was he ready? Dakibi paused. In terms of raw power? No. But sheer determination? That Sheol had in abundance. So Dakibi gave a reluctant nod and led him toward a cave he knew well, his home. Sheol frowned but followed. At the cave's mouth, Dakibi lifted a glowing blue hand and swept it through the air like drawing a curtain. The cave shimmered and split, revealing a massive wooden gate covered in runes and ancestral carvings. This was it, the entrance to the trial. Dakibi gave his final warning. Once Sheol stepped through, the door wouldn't open again until the trial was complete. No time limits. No shortcuts. Sheol gave a quiet thanks, stepped up, and pushed the door open. A burst of blinding white light erased everything. When it cleared, Sheol stood alone in a vast courtyard. Waiting at the center, still and sharp as steel, was the founder of his clan, Li. The original, the unmatched, the one myths called a god, though others swore he never existed. But here and now, Sheol knew this wasn't legend. Li's presence alone told the truth. Power rolled off him like heat from a forge. Just 15, yet he stood like a weapon crafted for war. Silent, deadly, perfect. Sheol gripped boundless tighter. The rules were simple. Defeat Li at 15, and the trial ended. Nothing more, nothing less. Every generation, someone from the Li clan took this test. Only half made it back. He faced the myth, calm and resolute. He wouldn't lose. He wouldn't vanish as just another bastard son. He would survive. He would triumph. Sheol struck first, hoping to test Li's strength. But it was already too late. The blade was in his chest before the attack even began. Cold, sharp, unmistakably fatal. His heart froze. Darkness swallowed everything. And then, everything shattered. Sheol jerked awake, gasping. His body was whole. No blood, no pain, just quiet. He stared at his hands, confused. There had been no sign, no aura, no magic, not even the faintest sound. Even when he'd triggered the demonic eye, there was nothing. Had Li attacked in that single blink when his eyes shut? His jaw clenched. This wasn't like Dakibi's loops, where each death taught him something new. No misstep, no warning. Li didn't rely on strength. He used emptiness, total silence, a void where no cues existed. Sheol had fought beasts, phantoms, illusions, and men. But this? Li was something else. Still, Sheol rose, turned back to the gate, and faced it again. He wouldn't leave without victory. No matter how many times he died, no matter how much it cost, he would defeat Li and claim his place in the mountain's legacy. Word of Sheol's decision reached the estate long before the mountain winds could shift. A quiet servant murmured it to his father, who stood unmoving in the grand hall of the Li mansion, more like a sculpture than a man. His face betrayed nothing. No pride, no fear, not even concern. Just a stillness carved from something deeper. Expectation mixed with exhaustion. Sheol had torn through every challenge so far with a force of will that bordered on unnatural. But this wasn't another creature to slay or a maze of illusions to outlast. This was Li, the first, the untouchable. The man who built a dynasty out of silence and steel. And the trial he left behind wasn't built to test power. It reached further. Those who failed didn't die because of injuries. They died because their very spirit cracked. Some came back, changed. Others didn't come back at all. Li's sword didn't tear flesh. It shattered resolve. And now Sheol, the boy born with nothing but a name borrowed from a man he never knew and a blade soaked in curses, was walking into that legacy. His father said nothing aloud, but inside, a single question burned. Would Sheol return as himself? Or as a ghost in his own skin? Sheol died without ever seeing the strike. The first try ended in less than a heartbeat. A flicker, a hint of silver, then darkness. He woke up gasping, lungs on fire, body intact, mind spinning. He had expected something overwhelming, but not this. Not a death so silent it left no trace. There was no pressure, no flare of energy, no battle, just an end. Still, he got back up. Again and again. He came at Lee with everything. Mistwalker's flow, steel cheese precision, boundless, ever-shifting style. None of it mattered. The blade always found its mark, his chest, his throat, his spine. Every time, death claimed him before he could even react. And with it came the feeling he feared most. Helplessness. That same cold dread from his old life. The one where strength meant nothing, where pain couldn't be fought, and even his screams went unheard. His hands shook. His breath turned shallow. But he didn't give in. He'd known pain. He'd lived through collapse. The world had fallen out from under him once before, and he'd clawed his way back. He could do it again. He fought, died, then fought again, over and over. But with every fall, something shifted. The haze began to clear. Lee wasn't hiding behind flashy skills or secret timing. It was all in the motion. Simple, precise. Every swing had intention. Every step followed purpose. Nothing wasted. The more Cheol watched, the more he began to see the rhythm. Subtle, but there. It wasn't just talent. It was discipline, repetition refined into mastery. Cheol started reacting. A deflection here. A step aside there. He could survive 2 strikes now. Then 4. Then 6. His body adjusted before his mind fully caught up. Pain became a guide, pointing him toward the openings. The demonic I helped, too, tracking the flow of mana, the tiny shifts in Lee's shoulders before each blow. He wasn't battling a god. He was learning from a master. And then, Cheol changed. He stopped mimicking Jihak, stopped repeating the clan's drills. His movements stopped following any known style. He moved how he felt, quick, unstable, impossible to read. For the first time, Lee's blade missed. That's when Cheol understood this was never just a fight. It was a reflection. Every swing Lee made was asking him, "Who are you?" Every death whispered what he wasn't yet. But Cheol kept rising, and something within him broke open. This trial wasn't here to end him. It was meant to rebuild him, one failure at a time. He wasn't chasing victory anymore. He was transforming. Boundless morphed in his hand, sword to spear, spear to staff, staff to whip. Every form flowed like breath. Every weapon felt like a natural limb. He remembered his aunt's words. His power wasn't in the forms. It was in the way he refused to stay one thing. That was his strength, his freedom. Cheol moved like the wind, shifting, untamed. He soared forward, shifting mid-air, body spiraling with the spear. A steel chi strike surged out, wrapped in the fury of raging wind. Lee blocked it, but only most of it. His sword splintered, then snapped, and finally, the founder fell, cleaved cleanly by the boy no one had bet on. The illusion broke. Light spilled into the cave like the first morning. The mountain trembled. Dakibi snapped upright, ears twitching. It had been a month. He begun to wonder if Cheol had joined the others, lost, swallowed by the trial. But as soon as the earth shook, he knew. The gate creaked open, and Cheol emerged. His body scarred, hair unkempt, eyes razor-sharp. He didn't look like a victor. He looked like a survivor. That night, Cheol slipped into the healing springs, muscles taut with exhaustion. Every inch of him ached, quiet and deep. Dakibi watched from the edge. Most who passed the trial came out hollow, empty-eyed, altered forever. But Cheol hadn't lost anything. If anything, he'd found something, a quiet steadiness. When Dakibi asked how he felt, Cheol let out a breath and leaned back. "Never again," he muttered. Dakibi chuckled. He'd expected Cheol to jump right back into training, push for more. But when he asked what came next, Cheol said nothing about strength or goals. He just wanted to rest. That surprised Dakibi more than any blow ever had. But Cheol wasn't finished. He reminded Dakibi of the promise, the favor he was owed, and, without pause, he made his request. He wanted to borrow the Dakibi club. Dakibi didn't answer right away. He stared at Cheol, blinking slowly, as if unsure he'd heard him right. The Dakibi club wasn't something you could just hand over like some basic training scroll or a spare artifact. It was born from destruction and starfire, bound by magic and sealed with his very name. It carried the weight of ancient wars, barely held in check by Dakibi's will, a relic that had shattered mountains and razed cities long before clans ever existed. The idea of lending it to someone, especially a human, was laughable. Dakibi tried to explain, warned that just touching it might be enough to break Cheol's bones. But Cheol didn't flinch. He wasn't being arrogant, wasn't joking, threatening, or would try and make a deal. He simply asked, calm certain. This was the favor he wanted. Dakibi could have said no. He should have. But something in Chiol's eyes made him pause. With a grunt, he summoned the weapon. The air split with a crack as the club appeared, dropping into Chiol's waiting hands, and instantly slipped from his grip like a landslide. It slammed into the floor, shaking the walls and burying itself deep in the ground. Dakibi winced. Chiol hadn't even managed to lift it, yet still insisted on using it. Muttering under his breath, Dakibi turned and left, leaving Chiol alone with the weapon. Chiol didn't reach for it again. His arms were already numb, still aching from the moment he touched it. That weight, it wasn't meant for him, but he hadn't come to swing it like a warrior. Power wasn't what he was chasing. What he wanted was buried deeper. The club had survived countless battles, clashed with divine weapons, destroyed what the world now called lost relics. Every impact, every encounter had left a mark, memories carved into its very magic. And that's what Chiol was after. If he could unlock those echoes, he could learn every technique, every movement, every divine weapon's essence. That was his real aim. He sat down in front of it, crossed his legs, and pressed his palm to the club. A pulse of dark energy flowed from his hand, demonic magic threading into the runes on the weapon's surface. The reaction was instant. A voice screamed into his mind, slamming him backward into the wall. Pain exploded through his back, but he let out a low, breathless laugh. It had worked. The weapon remembered. It had spoken, and that was all he needed. When the month ended, he stepped out of the cave. Dakibi handed him a bundle of supplies with a muttered complaint about needing more alcohol. Chiol chuckled, nodded, and said he'd come back. Then he asked a question that made Dakibi stop cold. Did you ever want to leave this mountain? Dakibi laughed it off. Food, drink, quiet, what more could he want? But Chiol's voice shifted quieter now. More certain, he said he'd return to help Dakibi reclaim his name. The true name, the one that had been stolen by the founder himself. Dakibi froze. That story hadn't been spoken aloud in centuries. Everyone believed he had stayed here out of duty, a guardian bound by honor after losing a battle. But that wasn't the truth. Lee hadn't spared him out of mercy. He had stolen Dakibi's name, the core of his being. Without it, Dakibi was chained to this mountain, bound to guard the trial, unable to return to his realm or speak his truth. Only a descendant of Lee could break the bond. No one else had known. Yet this boy, barely more than a child, had made a promise to free him. It might have been a lie, a trick, but Dakibi believed him. There was something in Chiol, a steady flame beneath all the chaos. He saw things others didn't, even when silent. As Chiol disappeared down the mountain path, Dakibi whispered a name into the wind. A name he hadn't spoken in ages. Just once, wondering if Chiol might be the one to give it back. At the base, Choi stood waiting. Hands folded, expression unreadable. He told Chiol his things had been moved. Chiol expected to be led to the office. Instead, they walked to the main training hall. The doors swung open. Inside stood his father, blade drawn, waiting in silence. The moment Chiol entered the training hall, he could feel the air change. His father stood waiting, sword already drawn, posture straight and steady. This wasn't a greeting. It was a challenge. But instead of striking, his father asked about the past year. His voice was too calm, almost calculated. Chiol paused, then said he'd grown stronger. But seeing his father standing there, timeless and rigid, made that claim feel hollow. He wasn't ready for this. Yet he didn't show it. He answered with confidence. Unexpectedly, his father joked, something about Chiol learning to flatter now. He didn't reply. In both of his lives, he had never heard the man joke. It threw him off. Choi came in silently, nodding once to say the tea was ready. Chiol followed without hesitation. They sat at the low table. Steam swirled from the pot, the scent of dried leaves and clay lingering in the air. No questions about missions or results. Instead, his father asked how the journey felt. Not what Chiol did, what he experienced. That alone felt like another trial. Chiol paused again, but something in his father's gaze made him speak. He didn't share everything, but he was honest. About the mountain, the isolation, the struggle, the sense of starting over, standing in the ruins of a life that once was. His father didn't interrupt, just lifted his teacup, still as stone, letting the words settle. Even he looked uneasy, like this moment didn't fit him. Chiol admitted he didn't want to waste the chance his father had given him, the freedom to grow. His father nodded, then cut in sharply. Why had he returned late? Chiol froze. He couldn't mention breaking Hyuka's seal. That would only raise more questions. So he lied, said he'd stopped in Samyang to honor their ancestors, to show the elders his progress, not just in words but in action. He expected doubt. What he got was anger. His father's voice dropped, cutting through the calm with icy precision. He called Cheol arrogant for showing off. The words hit hard, but Cheol didn't flinch. He spoke the truth buried beneath the lie. He hadn't gone seeking praise. He had gone because of tradition. Because even as an outsider, a bastard son, he was still of the Marshall Lee bloodline. He wanted to prove he deserved to be part of it. His father stayed silent for a long moment. Then, with a slow nod, he let it go. No punishment, but the reprieve didn't last. The air changed again. His father's tone turned firm, reminding Cheol that what he had approved was training at the mountain, not the ordeal Cheol had taken on. And for stepping beyond that boundary, there would be consequences. This wasn't discussion anymore. It was judgment. The test had begun. That was why they were in the hall to begin with. Choi returned, carrying Hyuka, wrapped in a long black cloth. As Cheol reached out to take it, his father stopped him with a question. Could he really fight with that blade at full strength? Cheol froze. That single question revealed everything his father knew about Boundless. There was no use hiding it now. He summoned the weapon. It formed in his grasp, a long black blade, coiling in a shape like it had always belonged there. Heavy, familiar, alive. Still, his father didn't move. He offered Cheol the first move. That gesture alone carried a message. Cheol activated the demonic eye. Nothing, no aura, no sign of chi, no intention. His father was unreadable, like staring into silent, unmoving water, far beyond reach. He deactivated the eye. It wouldn't help. No more delay. He poured everything into his opening move. All the chi he had honed, the magic he'd tamed, the fear he'd swallowed. Steel chi strike, demon piercer, infused with raging wind and frost aura. This was it. He charged, blade tearing through the air like a flash of lightning. His father didn't so much as blink. He lifted his sword with one hand and swept Cheol's attack aside, as easily as brushing away smoke. The gap between them was overwhelming. But Cheol didn't waver. He'd expected this. Winning wasn't the goal. Enduring was. Then came the words, harder than any strike. His father told him to stop, asked if that was the extent of what he'd gained from his so-called trial. Cheol lowered Boundless. His blood still thrummed with power, but he held firm. No, that wasn't all. He discovered a strength no one could copy. Not born of privilege or lineage, but forged through relentless pressure. A force that broke him over and over, forcing him to rebuild each time. That was the gift. And the curse. Now he would sharpen it until nothing could break him again. He would turn it into a weapon stronger than any blade. The trial taught him something deeper than how to fight. It taught him that strength isn't about winning. It's about never collapsing. No matter how many defeats come, no matter how deep the fall, even if it meant dragging himself forward with nothing but broken bones and grit, he would never stop. That was his truth. That was how he conquered the mountain. And that was what he would bring into every fight. Even this one. Cheol stood before his father, the training hall thick with the scent of metal and sweat. His heartbeat was calm, but his mind churned. His father didn't ask about techniques or victories. He wanted to know what Cheol had truly experienced during the trial. Cheol paused. How do you explain something that even you don't fully understand? Was it pain? Growth? Something like being reborn? He simply said it was hard to put into words. That alone earned him a look of disapproval. His father told him that if he couldn't speak clearly about what he'd gone through, then he didn't really understand his own journey. That quiet, unresolved feeling inside him. It would betray him one day. Then came something unexpected. His father said Cheol hadn't unleashed his strongest attack. Cheol admitted it. There had been more. A part of him that went beyond limits and logic. A version of himself even he hadn't fully grasped. But there was no scolding, just a nod. If Cheol had come back weak or unchanged, punishment would have been swift. But he hadn't. Cheol lowered his head and apologized. He meant it, but apologies didn't carry much weight anymore. His father pressed him. What came next? Cheol had waited for this. All his sacrifices, his silent suffering, led to this moment. He said he had already outgrown the academy. He was stronger than any third-year cadet. Going back would be a waste. But he couldn't take the next step without his father's consent. His father's voice snapped, just say it. So Cheol did. He wanted to set out, to begin his warrior's path. His father's expression barely changed, but his eyes narrowed. He asked if that's why Cheol had gone to Chanwizen. Sheol said it wasn't the only reason. He went to push himself to sharpen his body and strength. His father interrupted. Chasing two things at once would ruin him. It sounded harsh, but Sheol didn't hear it that way. It was a warning, one born of disappointment, maybe, but it rang true. And Sheol took it seriously. He wouldn't make that mistake again. That lesson was carved deep into him now. He wouldn't forget what it cost to be divided. His father stayed silent for a long while, thinking. A warrior's path wasn't something handed out. Members of the Lee clan usually began theirs at 17 or 18, leaving the safety of the clan, stripped of all protection, and returning only when they had something to prove. Victories, strength, stories earned through blood and hardship. Sheol was only 15, far too young, but also far too powerful to overlook. His father saw the risk. Letting Sheol leave now would stir the balance of power among the siblings. It would spark ambition, fuel rivalries. But Sheol had already crossed the line of what was expected. Normal rules no longer applied. Finally, his father looked at him. Cold gaze, measured voice. He said Sheol could begin his journey, but only under two conditions. He didn't reveal them just yet, but the permission was real. The next morning, Sheol visited his uncle. The room was quiet. Wooden beams, aged with time. Light soft and warm. His uncle greeted him with theatrical warmth, that same familiar energy he always carried. But Sheol noticed it. Faint shadows under his eyes, fatigue just beneath the surface of his smile. He turned down the offered drink, already full from his nanny's overly generous breakfast, but he didn't let the concern slide. He asked why his uncle looked so tired. His uncle brushed it off with a laugh. Just work, he said. Sheol didn't pry. Instead, he took out a small box, something he had poured weeks of effort in a bag at Chonwizen. Inside was a pill, carefully crafted to stabilize and enhance mana reserves. A feat even seasoned warriors struggled with. It wasn't flawless, but it worked. And more importantly, Dakibi had personally approved it. That made it invaluable. His uncle's playful curiosity turned into stunned silence. He took the pill in one gulp, and almost immediately he felt it. Mana flowing stronger, smoother, deeper. The change was instant, unmistakable. Sheol told him it worked like an elixir, but the effects would last far longer. His uncle stayed still, feeling the surge of mana ripple through him, before asking the inevitable. Did Sheol have the recipe? Sheol nodded. He had committed the entire process to memory, and with time, he was confident he could replace some of the rarer ingredients with more practical alternatives. His uncle reacted instantly. He told Sheol to keep the formula secret, not out of selfishness, but for safety. Knowledge like that could tip delicate power balances or fall into the wrong hands and be corrupted. Sheol agreed. He had no plans to spread it carelessly, but someday he might sell them. If that day ever came, he asked for his uncle's help. That earned a laugh. His uncle teased him, always knowing how to exploit his soft spot. But the mood didn't stay light for long. His uncle's tone shifted, weight settling back into the conversation. He asked if Sheol was truly set on starting the warrior's path. Sheol didn't hesitate. Yes, but they both knew the real obstacle, the council. They'd always looked down on him. To them, he wasn't a legitimate heir of the clan, and they would never willingly approve. His uncle reminded him that even his father's backing might not be enough. But Sheol was ready. His father hadn't just given him approval. He'd laid down two conditions. And once those were fulfilled, not even the council would be able to argue. Li Sheol opened the door wide and stepped inside, noting that it had been a long time since he had last been there. As he walked in, he rotated his arms and stretched his shoulders, thinking it might be a good idea to warm up a little. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, and Li's eyes showed a sense of helpless resignation as he thought she had arrived. With a dramatic swing, Li Jianga burst through the door, her face lit with a bright, excited smile as she greeted her precious nephew. But just as quickly, her excitement shifted into fiery rage, and her voice dropped into a growl as she spat out each word. Before Li Sheol could react, she lunged at him, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him wildly, accusing him of not visiting her first. Panicking, he slapped at her arms repeatedly, insisting he had been busy and couldn't come sooner. Finally, Li Jianga released him, huffing with jealousy, certain he had gone to see his uncle first. He rubbed his abused neck, muttering in defeat that it had been work-related. With a pout, she crossed her arms and remarked on his tendency to go on missions, pointing out that it hadn't been long since he returned. Her tone suddenly shifted as she patted him, and noted how much he had grown, how his mana had nearly doubled, and how his energy channels had grown sturdier. Li Qiol declared that he had mastered all the aura skills he had been taught so far. Li Jianga's eyes lit up in delight at the news, recognizing it as a sign he had already reached the level of a 3-star mage. With a satisfied smile, she walked toward the shelves, telling him he still needed polishing and hinting at a gift. She revealed she had completed the incantations for other aura skills and suggested trying them immediately. Li Qiol refuses and apologizes for not being able to do it that day. Her steps paused in surprise, and he began explaining, but before he could finish, the door opened again. He continued, explaining that starting today, things would be busy. A familiar voice filled the room, stopping both in their tracks. They turned their heads together to see Manhwa walking in with a warm, gentle smile. Meanwhile, Jianga questioned him angrily and scolded him for claiming to be too busy. Reminding her, he said that he had helped organize the incantations. Li Qiol's mood dimmed at the thought of his busy older brother still finding time to help him. But Manhwa reassured him that his notes had been excellent and very helpful for training. Li smiled, noted he was glad to hear it. He then asked his brother warmly if he was doing okay. His response was vague, but he stepped closer, playfully rubbing Li's head and mentioning that Li Qiol had left for Heavenly Mountain without telling him. Li Qiol apologized, explaining that he had been on a mission at the time and that he had been summoned by their father upon returning. Manhwa remembered the moment clearly, standing in the study with Li Taixin, his father, being asked to teach the youngest the basics of martial arts. Surprised, he inwardly resolved to teach better than any elder could, eventually bowing deeply in acceptance. As he walked through the courtyard, he reflected on the bloodless dream, a challenge even he had not been allowed to attempt. Watching the youngest progress, he began to understand why their father had chosen him for this role, perhaps to inspire him, perhaps to spark competition. Determined to see Li's growth firsthand, he placed his hand gently on his brother's head, musing that in 20 years, or maybe even 10, he might catch up. Li Qiol apologized for bothering him during his busy schedule, but Manhwa reassured him that at present, he was the only one with time and in possession of the succession license. This inheritance carried the complete transmission of their clan's basic techniques, secret methods, and ultimate skills. Also, one of the conditions his father set for the warrior's journey was to inherit all of the esteemed clan's martial skills. Li Qiol, still uncertain, asked if Manhwa would truly teach him everything, wondering about the elders at the academy. His brother dismissed the idea, explaining that they would sabotage him at every turn, from naming ceremonies to promotion exams, and place him in the worst beginner classes. Li Qiol then expressed genuine gratitude. Manhwa patted his shoulder, noting inwardly how much his younger brother had grown. He could no longer predict the flow of mana within him as before, and with pride, he admitted he wouldn't mind if Li caught up someday. Manhwa, still deep in thought, admitted he wanted to remain the older brother Li Qiol looked up to. Before he could continue, Li Jianga suddenly barged in between them with mock menace, accusing them of gossiping while the adults were talking. Manhwa stepped in to calm her down, but she turned to leave. Li quickly asked if they would meet at dinner that night. She teased him about training late, but his warm response about studying with her lifted her mood instantly. Proud of her world-renowned expertise in mana studies, she agreed to wait, declaring she would let him off the hook this time. With a smug grin, she left, waving as she claimed it was out of generosity and not because her favorite show was about to air. Li Qiol waved back politely, relieved she was gone. At that moment, Manhwa calmly drew his sword, declaring they could finally start their training, the blade gleaming sharply, and his smile shifted into a serious expression. To meet the conditions their father had set, he declared he would train his younger brother with everything he had. In the training room, the clashing of weapons echoed relentlessly. A week had passed, and Li Qiol's basic training alongside his older brother had been nothing short of intense. Manhwa launched one blow after another without pause, and Li Qiol responded fiercely. With a forceful swing, Manhwa's sword knocked Li off balance, causing him to stagger several steps back. Moments of teaching proper stances or theory were brief and fleeting, barely lasting more than a breath. Li gritted his teeth as he slid across the floor, struggling to maintain his footing. There was no time for rest, only enough to catch a single breath. With one hand braced against the ground, he kept his head lowered, panting heavily from exhaustion. It felt less like a lesson and more like a true combat scenario. Myong-young stood calmly. He believed that engraving lessons directly onto the body had far more meaning than merely teaching through words. Lee's eyes gleamed as Myong-young was certain the younger was watching through his manhwa eye and urged him to make it count. Lee slammed his sword into the ground and let out a strained growl as he pushed himself back onto his feet before charging at Myong-young with determination. He thrust his sword decisively, his mind understanding the flow of mana through the manhwa eye, though his body still struggled to keep up. His eyes glowed a vivid red as he launched a barrage of strikes from unnatural angles, straining muscles and joints to their limits. Myong-young's calm and unervingly precise voice pointed out that Lee had just thought the move was beyond his limit. Startled, Lee instinctively stepped back, eyes wide in disbelief, as Myong-young closed the distance in an instant, pressing his blade dangerously close to Lee's eyes. The elder brother asserted that the body of the heir of the Lee clan was stronger than one might think. His gaze sharpened, and with a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he bent backward, narrowly dodging a strike. He was surprised to see the younger evade his attack, muttering to himself, noting the solid foundation and quick absorption. Myong-young's outer robe fell to the ground as he rolled up his sleeves, deciding to raise the difficulty. With a mischievous smirk, he gripped his sword, which shone with a vibrant blue aura, challenging Lee to see how far he could follow. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from his brother, Lee's body involuntarily trembled, realizing Myong-young was serious. The golden light of dusk streamed through the training room windows when Myong-young finally called the session to an end. Scratching his head apologetically, he admitted he may have gone overboard, seeing Lee spin on the ground, coated in sweat and dirt. Lee Cheol, however, gave a weary smile, stating this was what real training was supposed to be. Myong-young extended his hand, pulling Lee to his feet and acknowledging that he had gotten the hang of it to some extent. He remembered Myong-young once saying that members of the Lee lineage were far tougher than most, with tendons like steel wires and muscles that stretched and snapped back like rubber. Looking down at his hand thoughtfully, he realized such a sturdy body only grew stronger through training. That understanding helped him see where true foundational mastery began. Myong-young agreed, noting that Lee had even applied it to his movement techniques. Lee Cheol admitted it had taken a week of grueling practice to get this far, and felt he was still behind. But Myong-young reassured him that building a solid foundation normally took months, calling him someone worth praising. Advising him to visit the clinic for his injuries, Myong-young gave him a pat on the shoulder before saying they would resume at the same time tomorrow. Lee replied with seriousness, planning to review everything he had learned. As his brother left, he reminded Lee Cheol not to push too hard. Alone, Lee Cheol let out a long breath as if a weight had lifted from his shoulders. Looking at his hand again, he thought about how it felt the same each time he executed the basics of infinity, a system of movements built around endless variation and fluidity. His thoughts drifted to the sparring session and the Lee family's foundational techniques, which maximized the body's physical potential. To his surprise, both approaches felt strikingly alike. He sensed the energy flowing through his body, noting the main difference was that the family's methods revolved around the body, while infinity was centered on the weapon. This explained why understanding the basics had come easier than expected, and he considered the possibility that both originated from the same source. He recalled a figure from a Memories of Infinity who bore the traits of the Lee bloodline. Realization dawned that Infinity might be deeply connected to their clan. Feeling as though he had uncovered a hidden truth, he smiled faintly, certain that time would pass quickly from here on. Meanwhile, everyone had gathered in the Lee clan's Elder Council Hall. The doors opened to admit an elderly figure, who entered with the help of a cane and offered a warm smile, apologizing for his late arrival. His eyes settled on Lee Tae-hong, seated calmly with arms crossed, and he remarked on seeing the steward present. Lee Tae-hong explained that since he often used work as an excuse to skip these meetings, it was time to attend one. The chairman acknowledged this and assumed Lee Tae-hong had heard about the matter of the youngest child of the Lee family requesting martial deployment. The room erupted in protest, elders scoffing at the idea of a boy barely past puberty, and worse, an illegitimate son, being considered. Some accused him of arrogance for petitioning the clan head and claiming his return from Heavenly Mountain proved his readiness. The chairman clarified that the clan head had given no verdict and had left the decision to the council. One elder confirmed that the decision rested with them, while another demanded outright rejection. Stroking his beard, the chairman remarked that it was not so simple, recalling Lee's fierce fighting and the clan head statement that the boy already possessed martial strength equal to a fifth-rank warrior, even overcoming the bloodless dream. There was no justifiable reason to deny the request, though the disruption to clan hierarchy caused by an illegitimate son's success could not be ignored. A proper designation would need to be attached to his actions to maintain order, wondering aloud if anyone had a suitable alternative. At that moment, Li Taehong raised his hand and, with steady conviction, asked to offer a few words. In the meeting chamber, the elders whispered and murmured among themselves, while Li Taehong remained composed, silently listening. Li Taehong had never taken sides in political affairs, always standing alone without aligning himself to any faction. Because of this, the elders regarded him in a particular light, seeing him as a neutral figure who appeared to want to remain clean while avoiding any real commitment. Li Taehong sat with his arms crossed, unmoved by the growing tension. When the elders noticed Li Taehong's attendance, they all thought the same thing. He must be siding with the young man, for the two seemed to be cut from the same rotten cloth. Up until that moment, the uncle had shown no reaction, simply sitting calmly as the heated discussion unfolded. Then Li Taehong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and serious. Li Taehong instantly understood the meaning behind it. He looked over at the elders and thought silently about their intentions, recognizing them as clear as day. Their discussion revolved around the upcoming major trial, one of the 3 rites that any direct bloodline descendant of the Li clan was required to undergo: the choice, the naming rite of fate, and the warrior's journey. Those who passed all 3 were officially recognized as high-ranking members of the clan. Papers fluttered down like rain, carrying the weight of these trials. For passing them granted substantial rights and the authority to participate in high council meetings, privileges nearly equivalent to those of former elders. Quietly, Li Taehong slid his hand into the opposite sleeve of his robe, knowing that the shallow-minded elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, would never accept the idea. At that moment, Li Taehong realized something. Perhaps the young man had not brought the divine elixir solely to have this request approved. Li Taehong sighed quietly, his expression troubled. The uncle raised his hand politely, requesting to speak, catching the chairman's attention. The chief elder regarded him with a sly smile, noting his closeness to the boy. Though a flicker of irritation passed through him, the uncle maintained a warm and polite demeanor, hiding his thoughts behind calm composure. The chairman leaned forward on the table, studying the uncle carefully, and questioned whether the matter was being taken too far. Taehong responded evenly, acknowledging the boy's strength, but pointing out that traditions and formalities could not be ignored. The youngest, he believed, should understand that some matters could not be decided at personal whim. The chairman laughed smugly, remarking on Taehong's supposed disregard for customs, though Taehong countered by stating that while he understood their importance, rigid adherence often caused unnecessary complications. The chairman accepted the point and asked for a proposal. Taehong suggested that if the council lacked a reason to reject the request, they could create one, emphasizing that the youngest had yet to properly prove himself. The chairman reminded him that the clan leader had already acknowledged the boy's rank 5 warrior strength, but Taehong countered, questioning whether such recognition could be publicly declared. Taehong proposed giving the boy a chance to prove himself. The chairman was taken aback and asked if this meant an actual fight, to which the uncle confidently agreed. Murmurs spread through the council as Taehong stated there was no reason to refuse, considering what the youngest had accomplished so far. When asked who should be his opponent, Li Taehong suggested the most recent graduate of the warrior's journey. Though the 7th young master, Jaehak, would never agree to such a match, the 6th young master, Seola, was deemed a more suitable choice. Restrictions could be placed if necessary. The chairman found the idea reasonable, recalling Seola's deep grudge against the boy, and the other elders voiced no objections. With the matter settled, the chairman announced the decision. The chairman approached Taehong before he left, praising his handling of the meeting and remarking that perhaps he had misjudged him. Li Taehong maintained that his stance remained unchanged. The elder acknowledged his loyalty to the clan, but warned him that in any performance, the smallest details mattered. Before departing, the chairman reminded him that he alone had referred to the boy as the youngest while others cursed him. Li Taehong's expression hardened as the elder disappeared down the dim corridor. 3 weeks later, in the martial arena, Li Chiol declared that the day might mark the end of training. Myong Yung, feigning mild surprise, remarked on his brother's recent defeat. Taking a battle stance, Li Chiol asked if his brother had felt the same. Li Myong Yung smiled, lowered his posture, and lunged forward with his sword. Li Chiol focused intently, parried the blow, and countered with enough force to push Myong Yung back. They exchanged strikes, their blades clashing with a force that shook the arena, sending dust and debris into the air. Through relentless training, Li Chiol had honed his superhuman abilities, using his sixth sense and mystic vision to read the full trajectory of an opponent's attack. He pressed forward with confidence, striking in a powerful arc, yet Myong Yung managed to block. Both were thrown off balance, but the sparring continued with laughter and encouragement. Li Chiol realized that through training, his sixth sense and magic eyes had awakened a transcendent awareness. He could now detect all sword trajectories. A wave of motivation surged within him as he thought he could block everything and launch a powerful attack. However, Li Myong Yung casually dodged his strike, causing Li Chiol to slam into the ground with great force. Myong Yung scoffs and acknowledges that Li Chiol had mastered the basics in only a fraction of the time it had taken him, calling him a prodigy. Myong Yung stretched his hand toward his brother, noting Li Chiol always surprised him and said that he could certify he had mastered the basic form. He added that it wasn't just about gaining something extra. The protagonist wore a confused smile and thought to himself that he couldn't hide anything from him. Li Chiol admitted that, alongside mastering the fundamentals, he had been improving his movement techniques. Myong Yung offered his help, and with a firm grip of brotherhood, Li Chiol accepted with gratitude. Amidst the lifeless forest, a thick fog coiled between the withered trees. A sharp blade plunged downward, then dragged across the ground with force, followed by a snarl of irritation. Someone cursed under their breath about pathetic enemies, mere bark with no bite. Seol shoved her hands deep into her coat pockets, her expression clouded with boredom and utter disinterest. Lowering her head, her face darkened with quiet rage. She muttered through clenched teeth that it was all his fault, trudging forward over the soft, waterlogged earth. Her mother's anger still lingered, burning in the back of her mind. Dozens of monster corpses lay scattered across the ground as she passed, mumbling again that every last bit of this was because of him. Suddenly, one of the corpses twitched. With a feral roar, it sprang to life, its maw gaping to reveal razor-sharp fangs as it lunged toward her like a beast starving for blood. Yet Seol remained unfazed, still walking with her hands in her pockets. She muttered in irritation, and the next instant, a red-hot streak of light shot past her, a dagger cloaked in blazing mana, piercing straight through the creature's skull. A small but intensely burning flame erupted from her hand as she raised her arm, eyes flaring with fury. She shouted her frustration, her voice echoing through the fog. Her gaze then dulled to a lifeless stare as she yanked the dagger free and returned it to her grasp. Through gritted teeth, she growled that this had been her 21st mission, each one no better than clearing out stray monsters, when she usually accepted only 4 or 5 assignments a year. She pressed deeper into the dark, freezing forest, thinking of the pack's final year and the arrogant man who had returned to the clan alongside her. A shadowy figure emerged behind her, bowing low and addressing her respectfully as the Sixth Lady. Seola's eyes narrowed as she glanced sideways at him, her tone dropping into a chilling demand for his identity. The masked man introduced himself solemnly as Gaguk of the 12th Unit of the Black Sword Division. The name made her jolt, and she quickly turned to confirm, as she stared at him, wondering aloud why the personal guard of the clan leader was here. He said he bore a message from the clan council leader, then leaned forward to whisper something too faint to hear. Whatever he said turned Seol's expression cold. With a twisted grin, she murmured about that arrogant man before releasing a sharp, deranged laugh from deep in her chest. She drove her dagger repeatedly into a nearby tree trunk, her head hanging low. She remarked that it was perfect timing, certain that he had dug his own grave for her to bury him. A crooked smile of mockery spread across her lips as her eyes widened, laughter rising to a high-pitched cackle. She remarked sarcastically about the clan leader before telling the masked man to pass along her acknowledgement of the message. He bowed again and vanished like smoke. Her grip on the dagger tightened until flames licked the hilt, her eyes alight with anticipation. She had been waiting for this moment. With all her strength, she drove the blade deeper into the tree, mana flaring brilliantly from the impact as she swore to drag him down into the mud. On a bright morning under a clear blue sky, Li Chiol gently pushed open a door and leaned in, offering a polite apology for arriving late due to extended training. Li Hong turned to greet him warmly, remarking that he had already mastered the basics and asking what remained to train. Li Chiol explained that there were still a few things he wished to test. As he sat down, Hong's tone shifted to seriousness, and he remarked on his reason for calling Li Chiol, revealing that the official schedule had been released. Li Chiol replied with calm assurance, stating that if he had known he wanted to meet, he would have visited him before training. Hong, now more solemn, asked if he was nervous. Li Chiol tilted his head slightly, questioning what there was to be anxious about. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips as he responded that everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. He recalled the events that had led here. His father had approved his request to join the warrior's journey, but with two conditions. The first was simple: master all basic martial techniques, which he had achieved quickly thanks to both Mian Young's teachings and his understanding of mana. The second was far more challenging: to convince the Council of Elders. Li Chiol remembered the moment his father gave the condition, allowing any means necessary, but warning that failure to persuade them would mean the journey would not be approved. For hours, the protagonist sat alone, pondering strategies. With his current standing, interfering in elder affairs was nearly impossible. Then inspiration struck, and he would create the most favorable stage for himself. Going to his uncle Hong, he arranged a duel with the sixth sister under the guise of a skill assessment, asking his uncle to help guide matters in that direction so the council could not object. This was a deliberate strategy. He was not simply following rules, but shaping the game itself. The ability to steer events was, to him, an essential skill for the political arena, and this ordeal was part of the test. Back in the present, Li Hong sighed again, puzzled by Li Chiol's composure. The main character reassured him calmly, but Hong expressed deeper concern. He pointed out that Li Chiol and Seol did not get along, and with her temperament, no duel would end peacefully. He questioned why his nephew chose her now. The protagonist replied evenly that he owed the sixth sister a debt. Hong reacted with disbelief, slamming the table, questioning why such matters could not be settled later. He admitted he did not doubt Li Chiol's ability, but feared unforeseen harm. The mix of worry and pity in Hong's expression stirred warmth in Li Chiol, who inwardly noted his uncle's genuine concern. Still, the protagonist could not dismiss the stakes. Images of Seol's wild eyes and the judgmental stares of the elders flashed in his mind. She would not hold back, and a defeat would give the elders reason to restrict him. His fist tightened, striking the table lightly as he acknowledged that the duel was about far more than the warrior's journey. Rising to his feet, assuring his uncle not to worry, he affirmed with unwavering determination that no matter the outcome, he would win. Thunderous cheers echoed across the arena, shaking the stands as sunlight bathed the central training grounds in a brilliant glow. The Elder Council had swiftly issued an official announcement, pushing the duel forward without delay, and soon, the location was decided at the central training field. Inside the brightly lit waiting room overlooking the grounds, Li Chiol stood in silence. This was the largest and most prominent training arena of the Li clan, the very same place where the selection ceremony had once taken place. As he adjusted the black outer robe he wore and gazed out, a thought crossed his mind that, naturally, they would not let this pass quietly. A faint chuckle escaped his lips as he exhaled, realizing without doubt that this was part of the head elder's scheme. Beyond the room, the sprawling training ground stretched far and wide, capable of accommodating an enormous crowd. Towering spectator stands surrounded the arena, a sign that this was not merely a duel, but an orchestrated humiliation meant to break his spirit before all. Closing his eyes, he took a slow, steady breath, silently telling himself that it did not matter to him. At that moment, the door creaked open and someone entered. More important than any of that, Jianhua had arrived. Her beautiful face was etched with worry. She wore the same anxious expression she had carried all day, fidgeting nervously with her hands. The protagonist moved toward her, puzzled by her demeanor, while she attempted to dismiss her concern. Yet her posture remained low and her mood heavy with unease. She admitted that the opponent was a fourth-level warrior, while the main character had only just reached the fifth, and the gap between levels was significant. He, however, remained calm, pointing out that restrictions would limit her from using forbidden techniques or finishers. Jianghua reluctantly agreed, though her trembling hands betrayed her fear. Her voice wavered as she asked what would happen if he truly lost. Her breath quickened, and she clasped her head in panic, lamenting that she should have trained him harder or revealed the matter of the Li clan sooner. A clear voice then interrupted with polite authority, telling her to calm herself. Startled, Jianghua froze as Gawa stepped beside her, smiling with unwavering confidence. Gawa assured that the young master would win, as he always had, urging Jianghua, as his teacher, to offer encouragement instead of fear. Yet Jianghua's anxiety did not loosen, and Li Qiol silently observed her trembling form, likening her to a frightened creature. He wondered if she had already lost something precious within the clan. Though he could easily uncover her past, he chose not to, believing she would one day tell him herself. With quiet resolve, he took a step forward, smiling brightly and reminding her to feel motivated rather than defeated. Li Jianhua paused in surprise as he declared that today was the day the mana technique they both developed was revealed for the first time, and with a huge twist no less. A voice then called out for the young master to head out. Li Qiol cast a final gentle smile toward Jianhua, telling her to watch closely as he promised not to lose. He grasped his sword firmly and stepped into the corridor, urging her to cheer loudly from the stands. Despite his composed expression, a flicker of nervousness stirred within as he walked the long hallway toward the arena. He paused, remembering how often he had walked this path since birth, always striving to prove himself. Renewing his determination, he continued toward the light, gripping his sword tighter and smiling faintly in reassurance to himself. The stands were already filled, the atmosphere electric. His gaze found the upper seating near the stage, where his father was present alongside Lady Beck, and among the elders' reserved seats were familiar figures like Tai Hong and elder chairman Li Qiulyong. A shrill, venomous voice suddenly pierced the hum of the crowd, drawing his attention to the opposite side of the arena, where Seol stood with open contempt. She sneered mockingly, tossing a dagger into the air and catching it with casual ease before pointing it toward him with a twisted smile. Her tone dripped with provocation as she promised to break him. Li Qiol tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting dangerously as he welcomed the challenge. The referee stepped to the center, raising his hand high and loudly declaring the beginning of the duel between the sixth lady and the ninth young master. With the signal given, both warriors gripped their weapons and shifted into ready stances. Li Qiol briefly closed his eyes, focusing on the surrounding atmosphere, until the referee's call rang out. His eyes snapped open, glowing brilliantly as sparks of raw energy crackled around him, his mana eyes igniting. Before he could move, Seol had vanished, reappearing behind him with a dagger engulfed in raging flames. Startled by her speed, he glimpsed 3 flaming daggers flying toward him from behind, and 2 more from the front, 5 in total. He had not even seen her throw them. She smirked with triumph, surrounding him in her signature technique, daggers charged with mana and energy, creating the deadly skill known as Fire Rain. Li Qiol stood motionless. Then his eyes sharpened with resolve as his black sword began to hum and pulse with deep obsidian energy. He drove the blade into the ground with tremendous force, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the arena center and shook the ground. The flaming daggers were scattered by the impact, forcing Seol to retreat in frustration. Dust and smoke filled the arena until only a lone silhouette remained at the center. As the haze cleared, Li Qiol's calm, confident expression became visible. He acknowledged her dagger arts, yet raised his sword and aimed it toward her, his voice carrying the weight of a challenge, declaring that they were not as impressive as he had expected. Upon hearing Li Qiol's dismissive remark, Seol became visibly enraged. She clenched her teeth, reached into her coat, and withdrew another dagger before furiously charging straight at him, her movements blinded by anger as she launched a rapid succession of stabs. Remaining calm and focused, Li Qiol evaded each strike with precision. Seol's eyes widened with wild intensity as she summoned another wave of flaming daggers, sending them streaking toward him. Rather than panic, Li Qiol maintained his composure, studying her every movement. Her attacks resembled those of an acrobat, an erratic whirlwind of blades from unnatural angles, a technique requiring exceptional reflexes and an almost inhuman sense of judgment. A confident smirk curved across his lips as he suddenly propelled himself forward with explosive force, having provoked her into a direct clash. Both combatants charged without hesitation, Li Chiol's sword slicing through the air close to Seola's face while swatting away the incoming blades. Gripping his weapon tightly, he summoned a surge of electricity, a boundless first form, as the sky ignited with a brilliant web of lightning, his blade pulsing with crackling energy. Seola's eyes widened in alarm as bolts of lightning descended from above, prompting her to cross her daggers defensively. Thunder erupted like an explosion as Li Chiol's strike unleashed a massive burst of lightning that shook the arena, cracking the ground beneath her feet. She wondered how the event unfolded, as she never expected Li Chiol to be that skilled. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered if that was not enough as he saw Seol dropping to one knee with trembling arms. Wondering if she had used some kind of tactic to dodge the attack, she realized he had pulled back at the last instant to avoid ending the fight. Casting aside her chipped, nearly shattered daggers, she retrieved a fresh pair, her determination rekindled. Flames engulfed the blades as she advanced again, her speed now even greater. Twisting midair to evade his slash, she landed behind him and attacked, forcing him to block in a clash of rapid, sharp blows that echoed across the arena. Frowning, Li Chiol noted her sheer speed as she continued launching attacks, mocking him. She made counterattacks difficult. The main character swiftly blocked the attacks, but her faster speed made this impossible. Just then, his eyes glowed with golden light, enhancing his perception to anticipate every movement. The advantage he knew was his. With a smirk, he reflected that the reason he had insisted on dueling with her was that his skills were the most compatible with hers. Seol, sensing the cursed gaze, momentarily faltered before recalling the agility of her short blades. Though she understood her style became a liability when every move was predicted. Glancing at the mana-restricting chains on her wrists and ankles, she cursed inwardly, knowing that with only 10% more power, she could unleash her high-tier aura techniques. Memories of a year spent slaughtering monsters for revenge flooded her mind, driving her with savage resolve. Her vengeful thoughts were interrupted when Li Chiol closed the distance and struck, forcing her to block under his overwhelming strength. Suddenly, her entire body erupted in crimson flames as she released a hidden technique, sealing his mana circuits with a pulse of spiritual energy that bypassed the surface and constricted his heart. Li Chiol recognized that his magic circle had been restricted. Seol mocked him and laughed manically, noting that he can't win without mana. Li Chiol remained calm and understood her true ability, which was a rare psychic force capable of twisting and halting mana flow, a mana seal further adding that only greater magical strength could resist it. Seol, convinced of her victory, was stunned when a swirling current of blue mana burst freely around him despite his seal and the main character standing still, noting that there was one thing she didn't know. She stood in disbelief, pondering how he could still be wielding his magic while remaining composed, a grave expression on his face, a blue aura emanating from him, as he thought to himself that his magical techniques functioned beyond the rules observed by others. Li Chiol and his sixth sister were in battle against each other, and everyone in the audience was having their best experience while watching it. Li Chiol was no longer weak. He had changed and become quite strong. Meanwhile, Li Jianhua was praying and was worried for Li Chiol. She wanted him to be okay and win the fight at any cost. She was distraught watching Li Chiol in the match. She didn't want it to be like last time, while the master of Li Chiol, sitting beside her, was trying to calm her down, and she even told her that she should just watch the match and decide from it beside, giving her own thought on the result. Li Jianhua was shaking with fear and was still having bad thoughts about the result of the fight. However, on the other hand, the audience was cheering Li Chiol. They were all shocked by seeing Li Chiol in great, solid form. He was totally different and was keeping up with her sister. There was an aura everywhere, and many in the audience were able to sense it. Li Chiol was using some kind of unique aura skill, which was different from his esteemed martial Li clan's secret magic technique. Li Chiol was only 15 years old, and he had gotten so strong. Li Chiol, in the fight, used enhanced energy art lightning to strike her sister down, but she dodged it. Then Li Chiol used enhanced energy art Underworld as his sister charged at him, but she got caught in his attack, and mana strings wrapped her all over. To break free from his art, Li Chiol's sister used her ability of enhanced energy art, Razor Wind, to chop the mana string and get free. It was no big deal for Li Chiol. He was just smiling, watching her struggle. Li Jianhua, sitting in the audience, watched every move and attack. In her mind, she was thinking that every move that Li Chiol's sick sister is using is one that she and Li Chiol created together. And so, she was assured that Li Chiol would win the fight. And, as all her confusion was fading away, she also commented on Li Chiol that he is a genius and smiled at the match. After breaking free from the mana strings, Li Chiol's sister was confused, noting that it was impossible for the protagonist to use mana strings, even any attack that uses mana, as she had already used her ability on him, which should have sealed all of his power source. Li Chiol was confident that his sister didn't know everything about him, as the mana technique he uses is different from everyone else, and he was also able to manipulate mana using the mana circuits. Once again, Li Chiol charged at her with full force, and this time, he was faster than before. It was difficult for his sister to judge his movements. Li Chiol slashed in between the arena ground, and with all her effort, his sister dodged the attack. She was raging in anger and at all costs didn't want to lose to his illegitimate younger brother. She was being pushed back by his brother, and that was quite humiliating for her. Everyone in the Elder and Clan High members was watching her. Even their parents were watching them. All the eyes were on them, and for her, it was embarrassing to even look back at them. Suddenly, she was enraged and wanted to turn the tables around for his brother, Li Chiol. As it was the only way to win against his brother, she gathered a lot of mana into her body. Li Chiol was also shocked by sensing a lot of mana inside her. As his sister was drawing the mana forcefully to match his strength, there was a chance that it could damage her internal body, but at that point, her sister only wanted to defeat him, and it was no going back. His sister then used secret technique Meteor on him, which was forbidden to use in battles. Every blade around her was in flames, and she was in full anger and called her brother, warning him that now she would kill him. Everyone in the audience was shocked. They started to shout as it was breaking a rule for using such a technique, but now it was too late. Nobody was there to stop her. She had been charged with her attack on Li Chiol. With a deep breath, Li Chiol stood in front of blades and charged his mana into his sword to stop the attack. So, Li Chiol's blade was all covered in his mana and was glowing like nothing else. He then swung his sword in the air, and from it, everywhere there was a glow of his mana. While his sister laughed at her and asked what he was aiming and swinging his sword at. But then suddenly her smile vanished, her attack was stopped, and the mana she used on the blades to make the meteor was depleted, and every blade dropped onto the ground. Li Chiol was standing and was thinking that the mana that everyone uses never disappears and always disperses into the air to return to nature, and so the mana is infinite and never truly vanishes. But the founder's sword, Black Twilight, is the only sword that cuts mana and erases it. And so every blade that was used by his sister was on the ground, and the mana around it was gone, and while she looked at the scene, she had no words. It was as if she were defeated. Li Chiol and his sick sister were still in a battle. The arena was totally wrecked and turned into rubble. Li Chiol's sister used the forbidden secret technique Meteor on him in order to kill him. But Li Chiol was able to stop the powerful attack with his ancestral blade, Black Twilight. The sword could cut through mana and erase it completely. Li Chiol didn't expect his sister to use such an attack on him, but still, he was able to block it. He wasn't that much powerful to stop such attack of his sister, but with the help of his magic eyes, he was able to see the threads of mana connected with the daggers, which were making them powerful and look alike Meteor, and was in time cut the threads making the dagger useless and dropped to the ground like they were nothing. Now, it was Li Chiol's turn, and he started to charge his mana into his sword once again. His sister was watching him do the same move again and got some distance to avoid any damage. His sister was quite sure that if she kept a distance from him, she could easily stop him, as a Demon Slayer is a sword technique originally created to combat monsters. As Li Chiol was ready to charge at her, he knew that distance would never be an issue for him. His technique would blow his sister apart, and so he used Boundless First Form Demon Slayer at her. A huge mana came blasting in front of his sister, and she was shocked by that and had no time to dodge the attack at all. As the attack went off everywhere, there was smoke, and the arena was further damaged. Li Chiol was also facing pain in his eyes from using the magic eyes too much. But now there was no time for him to feel the pain. He needed to see the battle till the end, and then suddenly a mana bullet came to him and scratched his legs, and with a burst, his sister came running and tried to pierce his heart. Lee Cheol was shocked seeing her speed, and the strike she used was dangerous. If Lee Cheol had wasted a single second to block the attack, he would have lost his heart. His sword was on his sister, but suddenly she fell on the ground and blacked out. He then realized that she had already blacked out from his previous attack. This was just her body, which reacted instinctively. Now the match was over. Two of the officials came on the stage. So Lee Cheol asked them to transport her sister, so she could be treated, as if there was any delay, her internal organs could get more damaged, and she could die. As they transported Lee Cheol's sister, Lee Cheol himself stood in the center of the arena and called out the warriors of his clan and asked them if they had all seen the battle. He also called the wise elders, even the half-sibling who always looked down on him, and everyone who thought that he was just an illegitimate child, and asked them that for the first time, he had proven everyone wrong. As he finished his speech, his father, sitting in his chair, got up and started to clap for him. Lee Cheol was shocked, looking at his father, and with that, everyone in the audience also started to clap for him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for him. Everyone started to shout his name and call him amazing, and even said that they always knew he was powerful. Last but not least, there was Lee Jianhua, and she was all pumped up. She was shouting his name and cheering him for the audience. She was so energetic and happy for him, and others were trying to calm her as she was using mana in her cheering, while Lee Cheol was blushing and embarrassed seeing her calling him openly. While every elder from the Lee clan came to the arena to congratulate him, Lee Cheol knew his father was a kind of person who never praises his children in front of others, but he did it for him. Lee Cheol thought in his mind that his father first picked Taehong to control the setup and then selected the sixth child to manipulate the battle's development according to his calculation, an opponent he held an advantage over in compatibility more than anyone. And so it was sure that the sixth child would surely win. For him it was easy to say, but how many people could pull that off? His father then spoke and comforted him by telling him that he had proven himself, and therefore he recognized his right to begin his warrior journey. Lee Cheol then thanked his father for finally supporting him. There was more to him that he wanted to say, and then he asked his father if, as expected, he couldn't hide anything from his father, and he gazed upon him. After the battle between Lee Cheol and his sixth sister ended, and Lee Cheol was victorious, every elder from the Lee clan gathered in the arena. Lee Cheol's father gave him the reward to begin his warrior journey, but he also asked Lee Cheol if he could see in his eyes that he wanted to ask more. Other elders whispered to each other that the reward for the match was to permit Lee Cheol to begin his warrior journey. But now there is more. Lee Cheol then asked his father if he had gained sufficient skill to graduate from the cadet course, as his father had personally confirmed it. Also, he even returned from the Heavenly Mountain and passed the test of the Bloodless Dreams. And so, now, the final decision was given to the Elder Council, so he wanted a reward from them as he passed their test as well. Lee Cheol said that he had met their requirements as well, as the coaches tested him without reason because they didn't trust him. He said that from the duel, his sixth sister was suffering serious injuries, and he was barely able to stand and speak, so he was quite sure that the elder was persecuting him. He also said that he is only 15, and at his current age, he could be a little impolite and brash and still be forgiven. And so this kind of opportunity won't come again at his age, so he might as well use it well. His father listened to him and asked the elder chairman to respond to his questions. The elder chairman said that there would be a misunderstanding as the decisions related to the warrior journey were made by the council, as the clan code clearly stated that there is no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children, and also tried to clear that there was no reason for the council to violate the rules. Lee Cheol told the chairman that he used the illegitimate word to refer to him, and he also stated that he never brought up his lineage, and tried asking the council that surely they weren't also the ones to do it. The chairman replied that he was right, they did do that, and they didn't want him to go on the warrior's journey at such a young age, as he might get exposed to unknown dangers. He then asked why they chose the sixth for the duel specifically. As anyone can see, she was far stronger than he, and the age gap was also significant. Lee Cheol stated that he had already read the official documents, and it said the test would be conducted with someone who had most recently returned from the warrior's journey, and stated that shouldn't it have been the seventh brother, and if not him, there were other warriors to choose from. Upon hearing it all, his father was laughing at the elder chairman, who tried to rig the match and was now caught by his child, who was only 15. The elder was caught off guard and stated that it was simply judged that his sick sister was the more fitting opponent for the test. Li Chiol then said that if that was the case, then why was the duel held openly and not privatized in a quiet place? He asked because he wanted to hear the truth, which was why the council chose to hold this kind of test. Elder was shocked by his brilliant move, as now the scene was looking like the council was the one bullying a child. Suddenly, Li Chiol's father spoke and asked them to end the debate, as the elder chairman was the senior figure of the household. He said to Li Chiol that it was understandable that he was emotional right after the duel, but he had gotten rude. Li Chiol quickly apologized for his rudeness. His father stated that letting the debate end just like this wouldn't be a good conclusion either, and asked the elder chairman if he should do something. The elder chairman, in his mind, was angry with Li Chiol. He admitted that there were aspects of the test that were hard to understand, and the council should indeed present a reward. After a few days, Li Chiol was still resting in bed and was not allowed to do any training because of his injuries. He was thinking that if he had a healing technique, he would have healed him up in no time and left the place. Suddenly, he heard someone banging on his door, and he allowed them to enter. It was Inha, Bozong, and Kim Han. They came in to ask him how he was feeling now and when he would continue to train them. Li Chiol then asked them to bring the chair closer to him and sit on it. He asked them what they were up to nowadays, but instead, they answered him. Kim Han asked him about his training and what kind of training he was doing nowadays, as they referred him to his which he won easily. He was angry with them that they should not miss their training, but they all calmed him by saying that it was his battle, and there was no way that they would have missed it. Li Chiol was so proud of them, as they were so energetic in his mind. He recalled that Inha and Bozong were respectively assigned apprenticeships under the Blood Tiger Squad and Heavenly Archer Squad, as those two are considered elite. Even with the esteemed Martial Li clan, and the 4 elite divisions are collectively called the 4 Divine Squads. And nonetheless, Kim Han also decided to enter the Training Academy, a training institute, and he will be attending both the Sword Academy for the sword lessons and the Ranged Academy for the ranged weapons lessons, and taking both at once is no easy task. Then they all 3 asked for permission to leave. While they walked out, they asked if it was the day he was going to get rewarded by the council. Li Chiol asked them that he was the one getting rewarded by why they were excited, but they replied that it was a good thing for him, so that's why they were happy. Li Chiol, after recovering, headed straight to the esteemed Martial Li clan's secret warehouse. As his car was stopped at the gates, he was asked for the reason for his visit. He told the guard that he was there to claim his reward. For him, it had been 6 years since he came to visit this place again. The guards recognized him as the young master, and after seeing the permission letter with him to collect the weapons, he was allowed to enter. And while he was entering, the guards there stood and cheered him up as they also saw him in the battle and saluted him. Li Chiol was smiling, looking at them, giving him respect, because before the duel, he was treated only like an illegitimate child only, and everyone looked down at him. The guard told him that they wanted to become strong just like him, and he thanked them for thinking of him that way. And he assured them not to betray that trust in him, and he would get even stronger. The place was jointly managed by the administration and the Elder Council. The administration handles storage and maintenance, while the elders oversee research and import-export. This was all the reason why Li Chiol then made a request for compensation to the head elder. He recalled in his mind that when his father told the elder chairman to reward him, and he simply asked them that, as he completed their test requirements, the council should also reward him, as per the requirement. He asked them that he just wanted to receive the item that he chose during the steel selection ceremony. The elder chairman replied to him that it wasn't the weapon that chose him back then, already hanging from his waist, as he had chosen a weapon back then, and now he was claiming ownership over the rest. Li Chiol said to him in return that, according to the rules, he was told that all the weapons that are chosen by the person during the iron selection can be received later. The patriarch replied to his words that he was telling the truth. There's a rule about that, and he can get all the weapons later upon hearing the patriarch. The elder chairman was also angry that there was no going back. The chairman said that he had also heard about the rule. He thought that for appearance's sake, they could hand over a few appropriate weapons, and it wouldn't hurt the council to spare a few swords. Li Chiol was playing with them, as he knew if he raised such a topic publicly, there would be no going back, and the elder would have to agree to my demands. Li Chiol then asked that all the weapons in the secret warehouse that I rightfully chose belonged to him and confirmed with his father. While his father granted him permission that the weapons that he chose were always meant to be his to use. And so Li Chiol thanked his father. His father also stated that if he could demonstrate that he was a worthy owner, the leader would hand over the weapons to him without any questions. Li Chiol bowed down to his father in respect, and in his mind, he was appreciating his father for looking into him and judging his intention that the elders were unable to see and notice. And as his father sided with the elders, he neatly wrapped up the situation. His father stated that the head elder is to designate the weapons for release and deliver them to the youngest son. Now Li Chiol was in the warehouse, and thus, for artisan weapons were granted to him. He knew such generous compensation would not have been allowed, but it was since his father was involved, so nobody could have questioned him. The area that he was allowed access to was first floor to the third floor. The first floor was the floor that held the common grade weapons, which were of no use to him, and he was quite sure that he must select things that would be of real use during his warrior journey. He decided to take his time and choose wisely. In Li Myong-young's office, Li Chiol and his brother were having a conversation. His brother asked him if he was planning to depart now, and he replied that now that his preparation was done, he was planning to go on his warrior journey. It was spring and a fine season. His brother was also supporting the season and asked that did he said farewell to everyone else. Li Chiol replied that his uncle was away on a meeting, so he couldn't meet him, and his aunt is always angry with him. His brother then asked that did he had asked his father, but he replied that his father gave him usual threats. That's why he didn't meet him, as he would be scared and put another test and wording in front of him to get good results at any cost. His brother then asked that did Li Chiol had heard about the sick sister, and he replied that he had, and he knew that she had gone into closed-door training, and also that when she woke up from her injuries, she made quite a scene too. Li Chiol asked his brother for a favor while he left the room. He asked him to keep his nanny safe while he was gone, as she was an easy target for anyone to kill, as they could not just kill me. He said that the nanny from my past also lost her life. His brother replied that he would keep the nanny safe with him until he returns from his warrior journey. Li Chiol was all set to leave the place, and for him, it had been 15 years since his return to the outside world. It was his first time stepping outside the clan's domain, and with that, he is all free and can visit the place where he went in his previous life. At that moment, Lady Beck Wayan sat in the garden, quietly savoring her tea. She lifted the cup, took a slow sip, then placed it back on the table with care. Her voice was calm, but firm as she called for a report. From within the thick greenery, one of her men appeared, dropped to one knee, and admitted that he had lost the target. Lady Beck cast him a sharp glance, asking for an explanation. The subordinate explained that the boy had vanished the moment he slipped into the busy streets. It seemed he had expected to be followed from the beginning. Lady Beck reached for her cup once again, her words laced with quiet scorn as she dismissed such an excuse, reminding him that appearances could change, but mana could never be hidden. The subordinate hurriedly added that among the spoils taken from the duel, there was an item capable of altering not only appearance, but mana as well. Because of that, chasing him had become impossible. Lady Beck's gaze grew colder. He was only a 15-year-old illegitimate child, yet he had managed to escape a sword spirit trained by her own hand. She stirred the tea in her cup and let out a low hum, remarking that someone so weak would have been erased long ago. What angered her was not the boy's escape, but the incompetence of losing him in less than a day when she had hoped to predict his every move. Her tone hardened as she gave her next command. Every rumor was to be investigated, and the moment anything unusual surfaced, he was to be followed at once. The subordinate bowed deeply, acknowledging her orders. That evening, in a noisy tavern, tempers flared. A young man shouted that his opponent was cheating, claiming he had cards hidden in his sleeve. The crowd stirred with excitement, eager for a brawl. Some even placed bets, one shouting for the bald man, another putting money on the cross-eyed one. Then, the door creaked open, and a stranger stepped inside, covered completely from head to toe. Without a glance at the chaos, he walked straight to the bar and asked for a beer. The bartender gave him a curious look, noting that he had never seen his face before. Slowly, the man removed his coat and hat, revealing a long scar running across his face. His voice was steady as he explained he had come from the north, and spoke of the turmoil brewing in the Nine-Dragon stronghold of China. The bartender narrowed his eyes, pointing out that the man's accent was clearly from Seoul. Why then would a Korean claim to have come from the north? The scar-faced man answered evenly. He had fled, back then knowing nothing at all. The bartender chose not to press further and instead asked for his name. The reply made him uneasy, for even here, in this forsaken pit, names carried weight. Scratching the back of his neck, he muttered that the stranger must truly be a wanderer. The scar-faced man lowered his gaze to the beer in front of him. In the reflection, his new face seemed flawless. Hidden beneath the mask, an artifact known as the 10,000 Faces Iron Mask, his true features remained concealed, and he quietly reveled in that fact. With mana, the mask could reshape appearance and voice alike, weaving illusions at the cost of energy. Its usefulness was beyond measure. That man was none other than our protagonist. Li Chiol sat there in silence, thinking how long it had been since he last came to this place, hoping his memory would not fail him now. His eyes roamed the tavern carefully. They were in Jiangong Province, one of the most dangerous regions of the north. Though monsters had long since been eradicated, the land was barren, and settlements like this always attracted those who lived on the edge. Here stood a village built by outlaws, fighters, sorcerers, and wanderers with nowhere else to go. This was the Wanderers Guild. Many had tried to tear it down, but every attempt only unleashed more chaos as drifters scattered across the world. Even nations and great powers had decided it was wiser to leave it be. Li Chiol remained at the bar, lost in thought. This was the largest Wanderers Guild in Korea, and wherever criminals gathered, secrets gathered too. In his past life, he had hidden here to escape his family's reach, though they had eventually found him. That was why, in this life, he had chosen this place as the starting point of his journey. He raised his head, meeting the bartender's gaze, and asked plainly, who ruled this place now? The question made the man frown in confusion. Li Chiol explained without hesitation. He had no intention of dying blindly. To survive, he needed to know whose power defined the air he breathed here. The bartender let out a sharp sigh, saying one beer wasn't nearly enough to buy that kind of answer. Li Chiol frowned, then without hesitation slammed more coins on the counter, ordering another round with snacks to match. The bartender laughed at his bluntness and finally spoke. For the past 10 years, the Wanderers Guild had been under the rule of Baek Chiol Su. Even newcomers from China should have heard the name. Li Chiol nodded casually, confirming he had. Inwardly, though, his thoughts deepened. Just as he had expected, Baek Chiol Su, once an official martial artist, he had fallen into the life of a wanderer after murdering his own master. In Li Chiol's previous life, Baek Chiol Su had risen to dominate Korea's underworld. By the time he reached his 30s, he controlled the White Skull Gang and held the reins of the black market. The protagonist drummed his fingers lightly against the table, remembering that this was the era when the most valuable treasures first began to circulate. But Baek Chiol Su was not the one he sought. What he wanted was an artifact once reclaimed by the Martial Li clan. His face grew grim with determination. This time, that artifact would be his. Far away, late into the night, Baek Chiol Su sat inside his mansion, a bundle of papers in his hand. He waved them lazily, a calculating grin spreading across his face. With a booming laugh, he declared that the black market brought in far more wealth than herbal medicine ever could. Turning to the man before him, he praised director Young Jin Soo for his efforts, saying bringing him back had proven to be the right choice. But his smile carried an edge. Rising from his seat, Baek Chiol Su stepped closer, commenting that Young should manage his expression more carefully. After all, no one was forcing him to stay. He placed a heavy hand on Young's shoulder, leaning in until his whisper dripped with menace. If Young truly wished to leave, he was free to try, if he could endure the consequences. The weight in Baek Chiol Su's voice sent a chill through Young Jin Soo. He forced a stiff smile, answering carefully that he would watch himself. Pleased with the response, Baek Chiol Su turned away with an easy laugh, remarking that Young's smile looked even better now, insisting that he truly valued him. As he strode off, Young finally felt a flicker of relief. Yet Baek Chiol Su's sideways glance quickly crushed it. He reminded Young that every bit of success he had was owed to him. Young acknowledged the words quickly, unwilling to invite more danger. The gang leader then shifted back to business, musing aloud that he worried about releasing too few tickets for the upcoming black market gathering. The unexpected enthusiasm from the upper ranks had caught him off guard. With a sly grin, he proposed releasing more tickets, asking Young's opinion. Calmly, Young advised against it, explaining that keeping tickets limited would only strengthen loyalty. Though a little dissatisfied, Baek Chiol Su accepted the reasoning. His tone hardened as he reminded Young that their ambition stretched beyond the filthy underground. The black market was only a stepping stone. With the wealth and influence it provided, they would one day rise into the light. His eyes gleamed, his face marked with both shrewd ambition and a sinister edge. The next morning, under a clear sky, Young-jin Soo continued his report inside Baek Cheol-soo's sprawling residence. The black market, he explained, was open only to a chosen few and had grown into a tightly sealed community. It served as both entertainment and a perfect channel for laundering money. Thanks to its secrecy, rare items that could never be obtained through legal means were traded freely, making it all the more irresistible. Baek Cheol-soo flipped through the stack of documents in his hands, his eyes narrowing as he read. Drugs, rare medicines, priceless art. His lips curved into a sly grin as he added that even people could be acquired if someone had the appetite. Director Jung stayed silent, listening. Baek Cheol-soo then murmured that the desires of the wealthy never truly changed. With a sudden slam, he tossed the documents onto the table and declared with confidence that their business was thriving. Resting his chin against his hand, he added that it was only a matter of time before the Baek Joel gang left the shadows to stand in the light. But his tone shifted as he warned that in times like these, if even the smallest detail were to leak, the door burst open before he could finish. A man rushed in, breathless, cutting through the tension. Baek Cheol-soo's fist tightened, rage flashing across his face as he growled at the intruder, asking if he had lost his mind and whether he wished to die. The man dropped to his knees, bowing quickly, stammering that the news was too urgent to delay. Still seething, Baek Cheol-soo barked at him to speak. The messenger hurriedly explained that a guest had arrived at their facility in South Pyongan province, urging the boss to see for himself. Baek Cheol-soo's brow arched at the word guest. The staffer hesitated, then bent even lower before delivering the revelation. The visitor seemed to hail from the prestigious Lee family. At those words, silence fell. Both Baek Cheol-soo and Director Jung froze, stunned by the weight of the name. Meanwhile, in South Pyongan province, inside a designated safe zone, Lee Cheol planted his feet firmly on the ground. Before him stood a plain office building, nothing remarkable at first glance. Yet as he stepped inside, his thoughts stirred. This was no ordinary place. Hidden behind its ordinary facade, it served as one of the Baek Joel gang's main strongholds. A staff member quickly rose to greet him, offering a polite smile as she asked how she could assist. His answer was blunt, call Baek Cheol-soo. For a moment, she followed protocol, explaining with courtesy that no such person worked there. But the moment was short-lived. His presence pressed down on her like a heavy weight, his gaze darkening as he issued a warning. Keep quiet, unless she wanted the entire facility erased by tomorrow. Only then did she truly look at him. Black hair, golden brown eyes, her breath caught, her lips parted in shock. Recognition flashed across her face. Someone from the Lee family. Swallowing hard, she adjusted her answer. The boss was not in at the moment. Lee Cheol's command came without pause. Summon him, now. She hesitated, unsure whether she dared. But Lee Cheol's calm voice carried a subtle menace as he added that he could walk out right then and lose nothing. The question was, could Baek Cheol-soo handle the consequences? The weight in his words broke her resistance. She finally nodded and agreed to make the call. Guiding him toward the elevator, she explained that she would first escort him to the VIP reception room. His reply was indifferent. Do it. The door slid shut as she swiped her access card. Inside, Lee Cheol glanced at his reflection in the mirrored wall, calculating every detail. He was glad he had left his hair and eyes untouched. His disguise placed him somewhere in his 30s or 40s. Quietly, he rubbed his chin, considering Baek Cheol-soo. A level 5 warrior, someone who couldn't use mana to disguise a voice. All he needed to do was lower his tone. After escorting him in, the staff bowed politely, promising to bring tea before quietly stepping out. Lee Cheol lowered himself into the chair, half closing his eyes as his mind turned. If this had been just another rogue hideout, his presence wouldn't have raised suspicion. But for someone of the Lee family to step into a den of outlaws, this was no ordinary visit. He resolved that Baek Cheol-soo would have no choice but to face him directly. The doors soon opened again. Entering with a forced smile was none other than the boss of the Baek Joel gang. Lee Cheol lifted his cup, sipping slowly before speaking coldly. He was late. Scratching the back of his head, Baek Cheol-soo tried to laugh it off, claiming the trip had been long. He added quickly that the moment he heard of Lee Cheol's arrival, he rushed over. Then, with feigned boldness, he demanded to know why someone like him had come. The smile never left his face, but he had no time to react before Lee Cheol suddenly closed the distance. With one sharp motion, Li Qiu's knee drove straight into his stomach, sending the gang leader crashing into the wall with a grunt of pain. Li Qiu's voice was low and cutting. He warned that he had been forced to wait 30 minutes, and Baek Chiol Su should have bowed the instant he entered. Instead, he had dared to walk in with his head held high. The gang members dropped to their knees at once, shouting apologies. Baek Chiol Su staggered, clutching his stomach, his eyes wide. At first, he had thought the stranger was simply a lunatic pretending to be of the Li clan. But the blow told him otherwise. One strike, and he had been crushed without resistance. That aura, cold, arrogant, and drenched in killing intent, could belong to no one else. Panic gave way to submission. He forced a smile, lowering his tone as he stammered that this guest must be from the main branch, or at least a direct offshoot of the Great Li family. With hurried politeness, he introduced himself properly as Baek Chiol Su, manager of the rogue network within the organization, and declared it an honor to meet such a bloodline. Li Chiol raised a brow at Baek Chiol Su's sudden change in attitude, his voice carrying a quiet edge as he remarked that the operation here seemed interesting. The gang leader flinched, uncertain of how to respond, until Li Chiol spoke again, this time with blunt clarity. He had heard that Baek Chiol Su was running a black market, a daring move for a wanderer cast out from one of the 10 great sword sects. Lowering his gaze with clear disdain, Li Chiol added that he had expected Baek Chiol Su to rot away in the shadows. Yet here he was, using the black market as a ladder to reach the light. The words struck deep. The gang boss paled, realizing this man knew not only his past ties to the sect, but also of his present dealings. Fear crept into his expression as he quickly bowed his head, stammering an apology. But Li Chiol's tone shifted, calm now, deliberate. He explained that he had not come to scold nor to punish. Instead, he revealed slowly that his master had taken an interest in Baek Chiol Su and intended to begin something through him. Baek Chiol Su opened his mouth, only to be cut short as Li Chiol pressed on, asking whether he wanted to know who this master was. After a pause, the gang leader carefully voiced a question. Could he be told? Li Chiol chose his words with precision, speaking with a weight that lifted the name to reverence. His master was the purest blood of the Li family, the one most worthy of carrying the clan's mantle. A scoff broke from his lips as he gave the name at last. The seventh son of the Li clan, Lord Li Jae-hak. The seventh son of the martial Li clan, Li Jae-hak, was a name that resonated across the land. A direct heir of pure lineage, he had risen to extraordinary fame, not through martial strength, but through unmatched mastery in commerce. He was hailed as a prodigy in business, one who might stumble or suffer setbacks, but never truly lost. With foresight and calculated moves, he always ensured the final victory belonged to him. Li Chiol's words carried weight as he explained that this very young master intended to set his plans in motion through Baek Chiol Su. The revelation sent Baek Chiol Su's thoughts spiraling. Why would someone of such status stoop to work with him? The black market was valuable, yes, but surely not enough to draw direct attention from the main branch of the Li clan. Suspicion clouded his mind as he quietly questioned whether this man before him was truly connected to them at all. Before he could dwell longer, Li Chiol's sharp voice cut through his hesitation, noting the trace of arrogance flickering in his eyes. At once, Baek Chiol Su bowed low, muttering an apology for his disrespect. Li Chiol turned his head aside, remarking that it was only thanks to the young master's mercy that someone as lowly as Baek Chiol Su was even being considered. Seated with calm authority, he continued, urging the gang boss to leave all matters in his hands. Then, with deliberate slowness, Li Chiol reached for a nearby object. Baek Chiol Su's gaze followed nervously, his breath hitching. Li Chiol told him to remain calm, adding that if he had intended to kill him, the strike would have come the moment he entered. But when the object came into view, Baek Chiol Su's composure nearly broke. His voice quivered as he whispered its name. The demon's spear, Baek Chiol. His mind raced as his eyes swept over the weapon. The long shaft, flowing elegantly like water. Memories surfaced. Years ago, Li Jae-hak had ventured to the Northern Sea on a fateful mission. Rumor had it that from the Dragon King's own sea realm, he had drawn forth a divine weapon. Looking now, Baek Chiol Su was certain this was it. Li Chiol raised the spear, his tone cutting as he asked whether Baek Chiol Su recognized it. Without a pause, The gang boss admitted it was the demon spear, Beak, but confusion flickered in his eyes as he noted the absence of its aura. Li Chiol's gaze stayed locked on the weapon as he spoke darkly. The spear had been sealed, and if Baek Chiol-su still doubted him, he reminded him coldly there were plenty of others who could take his place. That warning forced Baek Chiol-su to tread carefully. His curiosity outweighed his fear, and he asked cautiously what it was the young master desired. Li Chiol's voice carried authority as he laid out the plan. His master wanted Baek Chiol-su to expand the black market and claim control over the entire underground economy. The words left Baek Chiol-su stunned. He stammered that the black market was nothing more than a small scheme, a way to scrape together petty income. But Li Chiol's tone left no room for argument. The decision was already made. Baek Chiol-su's eyes widened as the weight of it sank in. The idea of a Li clan heir involving himself in the shadows seemed absurd. Yet, the more he thought, the more sense it made. Money was still money, whether in light or darkness. And with Lee Jae-hak's unmatched vision, even the underworld could become a stage for profit. A chilling thought struck him, and his voice came out hesitant as he asked if he had any choice at all. Li Chiol's reply was absolute. He did not. Baek Chiol-su clenched his fists tightly, curses rolling through his mind. He knew it. Refusal would mean death. By sunrise, the Li clan's warrior squad would be at his throat. The man before him loomed larger with every passing moment, the mere mention of that name enough to seal his fate. Then, with deliberate weight, Li Chiol planted the spear against the ground. His tone shifted as he continued. If Baek Chiol-su chose loyalty, the rewards would be limitless. He would rise to the position of president over a vast conglomerate, a kingdom built from the shadows of the underground, backed fully by the young master himself. Baek Chiol-su's mind spun, torn between fear and temptation, until finally he gathered himself and asked what was required of him. Li Chiol's answer was calm, almost casual. There was no need to rush. First, he would be tested. Silence hung in the air until only Baek Chiol-su and Director Young remained. The gang boss pressed his lips together, muttering under his breath, Li Chiol, an underling of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh heir of the martial Li clan. His mind churned as he recalled the demon spear, Baek Joel, once seized by Lee Jae-hak in the Northern Sea. Yet doubt lingered. His frown deepened before he gave an order. Director Young was to confirm the truth. Young's brows furrowed. Until now, they had gone out of their way to avoid the Li clan. If this was a ruse, he cautioned, it could spiral into something far more dangerous. Baek Chiol-su slowly pulled out a cigarette, rolling it between his fingers before answering. If Li Chiol truly belonged to Lee Jae-hak, then there was nothing to fear. Striking a match, he lit it, inhaled, then exhaled a thick stream of smoke. And if the man turned out to be a fraud, then so be it. They could still consider it a favor to the clan. His arrogance sharpened as he added that if the man was useless, they would simply decide how to deal with Baek Jeol during the upcoming black market event. Director Young stayed silent for a long moment before giving a reluctant nod. The room fell into stillness once again. Elsewhere, Li Chiol sat inside a lavishly decorated chamber, his eyes briefly widening at the extravagance. He lowered himself cautiously onto the bed, his thoughts dripping with disdain. No doubt the gang was drowning in headaches after the demands he had thrown their way. 3 conditions. That was what he had set. The first, Baek Jeol would be put up for sale to test their ability to manage such a dangerous item. He exhaled slowly, satisfied. After all, the spear he had given them was a fake, forged from Ujin. The real demon spear, the soul-devouring weapon, remained sealed. Even if Baek Chiol-su examined the counterfeit in detail, he would find nothing. Not even the Li clan's techniques could unravel Mujin. Li Chiol turned his gaze to his hand, reflecting quietly. Only he could command the true weapon, for it had been bound to his blood. Even if the fake was lost, it made no difference. The genuine spear would always return to him. His mana was etched deep within it. No matter the distance, no matter the barrier, he could call Baek Jeol back into his grasp. Li Chiol shifted his thoughts to the second condition he had laid out, the ledgers. He recalled the flicker of hesitation on Baek Chiol-su's face before he grudgingly produced them. The third condition followed soon after, the customer list. That one, Li Chiol knew, would be the key to settling everything cleanly. Even now, he was certain Baek Chiol-su was wrestling with the weight of those demands. A man that cunning would never surrender easily. and the more he resisted, the more complicated the matter would become. Lee Cheol clasped his hands together, quietly reflecting on the layers of the game he had set in motion. But then his thoughts strayed. His gaze settled on the man who had stood at Baek Cheol's side. Something about him struck a chord. Lee Cheol's eyes sharpened, widening in recognition. That face, he had seen it before. His expression hardened as realization dawned. Lee Cheol spent the night in a lavish hotel suite, and by the next morning, Baek Cheol-soo arrived to see him, Director Jung at his side. With a polite smile, Baek Cheol-soo asked if the accommodations suited his taste, hoping he had rested well. Lee Cheol assured him it was fine, then immediately asked if everything he had requested the previous day had been prepared. Baek Cheol-soo replied that he had brought all the documents and asked if he wished to see them now. At Lee Cheol's agreement, the gang leader gestured toward the man beside him, explaining that this was the one who managed most of his operations. It would be easier, he said, if he explained the contents directly. The man stood and offered a belated introduction. He was Director Jung Jin-soo. He placed papers in Lee Cheol's hand, explaining they were a summary of the past year's revenue, and began breaking down the figures page by page. Lee Cheol's thoughts stirred as recognition hit him. Jung Jin-soo, could it really be him? Memories from before his regression surfaced. Jung Jin-soo, the man once known as the Tongue Sword, famed for wielding words and strategy like a blade. He had been the brain behind Lee Cheol's third brother, Lee Gunsong. When their father died and the struggle for clan leadership began, Jung Jin-soo had stepped forward as Gunsong's right hand. Even the eldest brother had struggled against his cunning. But the man before him was different. He still had both hands, no scars, no burns. Yet there was no mistaking it. It was the same person. Lee Cheol's realization sharpened. The rise of the Baek Cheol gang was not Baek Cheol-soo's doing alone. Managing dens and running an underground network suited him, but breaking into the surface world and expanding the black market, that was Jung Jin-soo's hand at work. Oddly, relief washed over Lee Cheol. In this timeline, Jung Jin-soo had not yet allied with his third brother. That gave him room to maneuver, a chance to decide how best to take control of him. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Lee Cheol asked Baek Cheol-soo what his plans were for Baek Cheol. The gang boss noticed the interest in his eyes and explained carefully. He intended to auction the spear during the black market event, limiting it only to verified clients. That way, security would not be a concern. Lee Cheol leaned forward, asking when the black market would open. Baek Cheol-soo answered promptly. It would begin in 3 days. At that, Lee Cheol said he would personally take part in the auction. But first, he wanted to see what would be sold. Baek Cheol-soo blinked at him, surprised. "Do you mean to check them yourself?" he asked. The items were stored a fair distance away. He explained, in a rundown place not fit for a guest of his status. But Lee Cheol's reply was cutting. He already knew the goods were kept in the Drifter Nest warehouse. Both Baek Cheol-soo and Director Jung turned to him in shock. Never had they imagined he would know of such a location. Lee Cheol's voice carried a mocking edge as he taunted them. Did they really think he wouldn't even know that much? Flustered, Baek Cheol-soo quickly said he would personally escort him. Rising to his feet, he asked Lee Cheol to follow. They soon arrived at the warehouse. Gesturing toward it, Baek Cheol-soo explained that everything entering the black market passed through this place, and he welcomed him inside. Lee Cheol took in the sight. The warehouse stretched vast and imposing, its defenses so thorough that even master thieves wouldn't dare test them. Mana sensors, ceiling arrays, protective wards, layer upon layer of magical security. He was forced to admit he hadn't expected such craftsmanship from a gang of drifters. Baek Cheol-soo turned, asking what he wished to see first. But Lee Cheol shook his head. He had no interest in Baek Cheol-soo guiding him inside. Instead, he said Director Jung would lead the way. After all, he clearly understood more of the real workings here. The gang boss froze, his expression twisting. "What exactly are you trying to say?" he demanded. Inwardly, Lee Cheol scoffed. He can't even hide his reaction. But aloud, his words were cold and steady. He told Baek Cheol-soo he wouldn't repeat himself. He disliked complications, and one guide was enough. Baek Cheol-soo turned stiffly, muttering that he understood. Director Jung stepped forward at once, bowing slightly as he said he would explain the items stored within. With that, he guided Lee Cheol to the entrance of the warehouse. On the first floor, Director Jung explained that most of the storage there consisted of herbs, artifacts, and art pieces. He led Li Chiol past rows of neatly stacked shelves filled with rare goods. But as Li Chiol extended his senses, his eyes sharpened. Hidden among the shelves were illegal drugs, banned herbs that could not be imported into the country, monster byproducts, and even prototype potions of incredible rarity. Yet he brushed it aside. He told the director plainly he had no interest in these things. What he wanted to see were old documents or secret manuals. Director Jung nodded, saying they did keep such items. At that, Li Chiol specified further stone tablets, monuments, anything of that nature. The director answered that those were stored on the second floor and asked if he should lead the way. Without hesitation, Li Chiol agreed, and together they ascended. The moment they reached the upper level, Li Chiol felt it, the aura he had been searching for. His steps quickened until at last it stood before him, a stone tablet. He lifted it into his hands, noting the corrosion etched across its surface, yet relief surged through him. Even now, to have found it was priceless. Nothing in the entire warehouse could compare to the value of this single artifact. Its engravings detailed the movements of stars, along with the symbols of the sun and moon, knowledge tied to the heavens themselves. His excitement burned, and he longed to claim it instantly. But he restrained himself. The timing was not yet right. As he set his gaze elsewhere in the room, something else caught his attention. A spirit beast cub trapped inside a cage. Director Jung explained it was a snow-white fox, personally captured by the boss in the northern lands. Hearing this, Li Chiol's anger flared. He reminded him sharply that spirit beasts embodied spiritual energy itself. Wherever they lived, they maintained the balance of that land. But once taken away, misfortune and disaster followed, collapsing the entire ecosystem. The weight of those words left Director Jung shaken, and he quickly bowed in apology. Li Chiol waved it off coldly, telling him to forget it now. Li Chiol's eyes swept across the storage once more and froze. Among the shelves were military-grade mana bombs, laced with poison, and even artifacts tied to dark mages. For a moment, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. His first thought was caution. Bringing this much into play could alter the course of history itself. But the longer he stared, the more certain he became. It would be better to tear it all down now than let it grow unchecked. Turning to Director Jung, he asked if these weapons were being sold on the black market. The man quickly shook his head. They weren't on open display, he explained. Such items were released only when there was a special request. That eased Li Chiol's mind. If things like this were openly listed, neither the government nor the clan would have stayed silent. With that, he said it was time to return. But just before they left, he posed one last question. As they walked, he asked the director directly if he was left-handed. The question caught him off guard. It was oddly personal. Still, he nodded and said yes. Li Chiol's next words cut deeper. Working with drifters, he didn't even seem to know basic self-defense. Was there a reason for that? The director admitted it plainly. He had been born with a chronic condition, and because of it, he could not use mana. Li Chiol studied him carefully. The facial details were different, but now he was certain. This was the same Zhang Jin, Su, he remembered from before aggression. He pressed further, asking why someone like him remained under Baek Chiol Su. It didn't fit. He didn't seem the type to belong in such a place. The director's confusion deepened. Why are you asking me this? He said cautiously. Li Chiol told him he didn't need to answer if it made him uncomfortable. But if he chose to, this might be his first or his last chance. After a heavy silence, the man finally spoke. He confessed that he had a daughter. Because of his illness, he had passed the condition down to her, and she suffered even worse. Treatment was nearly impossible. Her disease was rare and medicine scarce. There was only one drug that had any effect, but it was banned, classified as illegal and unobtainable. In desperation, he had been introduced to Baek Chiol Su through a chairman he once worked for. That was how the deal was struck. In exchange for his skills, Baek Chiol Su provided medicine and money. Li Chiol's thoughts darkened. So that's how it began. At first, just laundering money and speculation. But later, Baek Chiol Su would use wealth and dependence to tighten the leash around Zhang Jinsu's neck, binding both his career and his life. Li Chiol could hardly believe how tangled things had become. He turned to Director Jung with a sharp question. Was he preparing to betray Baek Chiol Su? The words left the director stunned, caught off guard. Li Chiol pressed on, saying it was obvious he already intended to turn against him. The director stammered, asking what he meant, but Li Chiol's tone left no room for escape. The ledgers and lists he had presented were far too detailed. Even with Baek Cheol-soo's cunning, he would never have asked for records that went that far. The director lowered his head quickly, insisting that it was only to be thorough with the request. But Lee Cheol cut him off, saying excuses would not work. Those records were clearly prepared long before, crafted with betrayal in mind. He leaned in closer, asking why he even needed to keep documents already finalized and sealed. His own thoughts stirred. Before his regression, Jong Jin-soo had been known for handling administration, sharp enough to understand a ledger at a glance. But these records were different, raw, over-detailed, and far beyond what was necessary. And then came the memory. In his previous life, the Baek Gol gang had eventually clashed with a powerful martial clan and was wiped out overnight. That could only mean one thing. Jong Jin-soo might have betrayed them around that time. The clan hadn't erased the gang completely because they needed someone to manage the nest. Naturally, Jong Jin-soo must have faced retaliation. Whether by force or by choice, he had ended up siding with his third brother. Suddenly, the director dropped to his knees, desperation pouring from him. He begged Lee Cheol not to breathe a word of this to Baek Cheol-soo. His daughter's life depended on the medicine. Lee Cheol's mind turned cold. This man had once been the brain behind his third brother, a strategist sharp enough to sway entire battles. If things followed the old timeline, he was a threat who needed to be eliminated here and now. But then another idea struck him. Looking down, Lee Cheol told him flatly he would keep his secret, but only if they struck a deal. Outside, Baek Cheol-soo waited, cigarette smoke curling in the air, his anger simmering. He thought bitterly about how far he'd been pushed. A man had walked into his warehouse and openly insulted him. Esteemed clan or not, it was an outrage. Yet there was nothing he could do. For now, he could only endure. Baek Cheol-soo realized that he hadn't brought Jong Jin-soo here just to discard him. The black aura hadn't grown beyond this point, and Jong Jin-soo had followed every order without fail. As he mulled over his own downfall, one of his subordinates approached, asking if he seemed troubled and offering to fetch him a drink. Irritated, Baek Cheol-soo rose, shoved the man back through the window, then casually wiped his hand, reminding him that he had warned him not to address him like that. Calling over his other men, he ordered them to drag the fallen subordinate outside and keep watch, informing him the moment the guest and the director stepped out of the store. Inwardly, he was cursing his luck. First a sudden visit from a respected martial clan, and now complications tied to Lee Jae-hak's connection, forcing him to deal with Jong Jin-soo. That night, Baek Cheol-soo contacted the director, asking whether he had checked into the matter he'd assigned. The director reported that the demon spear couldn't be fully appraised because of its seal. Baek Cheol-soo then pressed him. If the seal was authentic at that level, didn't that mean the weapon itself was genuine? That would make Jong Jin-soo truly one of Lee Jae-hak's men. The director went on to explain that he had asked around, and clients confirmed Lee Jae-hak was preparing to expand his business. Baek Cheol-soo wasn't surprised. Lee Jae-hak had always been ambitious. Still, he pointed out to Director Jong. Baek Cheol continued to insult Director Jong Jin-soo inside the storage room, claiming that Jong had lost his touch and failed to obtain any meaningful information from Lee Cheol. He moved closer to him and stated that he had no interest in raising someone useless. He added that the information they had brought could easily be gathered by other men, especially because he had once believed Jong Jin-soo to be very special. Baek Cheol then threatened him by reminding him of what might happen to his daughter if he refused to obey, since her next dose was due and it was essential for her survival. During this moment, Jong Jin-soo could only think about the proposal he had received from Lee Cheol in the storage. Lee Cheol had informed him of his intention to destroy the black market, and along with it, Baek Cheol would also be removed. Hearing this, Jong Jin-soo had been shocked, unable to understand how such a thing could be done. Lee Cheol had then explained that to complete the mission, he would rely on his older brother's assistance, planning to use him to bring the black market down. After this, Jong Jin-soo had asked him a question. The next day, at the black market auction, Lee Cheol observed the guests from a window. Baek Cheol informed him that for safety and security reasons, the location of the black market had been changed. He explained that the real venue was disclosed only to ticket holders and that the auction would begin at midnight. He emphasized that anyone who lost their ticket would neither be able to enter nor receive a replacement. He also explained that the guards on duty and the magic circles were thoroughly arranged. Hearing this plan, Lee Cheol felt impressed, especially since the men involved were merely low-level thugs. However, he was certain that the real work had been completed by Zhang Jin-soo. Even so, he could still notice flaws, and he blamed them on Baek Cheol's incompetence, believing that Zhang had never been given the chance to show his true abilities. He knew that if Baek Cheol had trusted Zhang Jin-soo from the beginning, the black market would have risen far beyond its current state. Baek Cheol continued, saying that all of it had been possible because the northern slums were under his command. He declared that he was ready to serve his lord with complete loyalty. For a brief moment, Lee Cheol considered his words and the lies hidden within them. While Baek Cheol insisted that he would do anything they desired as long as he received orders, Lee Cheol sensed the nervousness in his tone. He assumed that this uneasiness came from the fact that only Zhang Jin-soo had entered the warehouse with him, possibly making Baek Cheol anxious. For a moment, he wondered if Baek Cheol might still be useful. Baek Cheol then mentioned that the auction would begin soon and that he intended to guide Aaron to his seat. As Lee Cheol stepped forward, he took out his mask, placed it on, and instructed Baek Cheol to keep his distance once they entered, since he did not want to attract unnecessary attention. Inside the auction hall, everyone had already taken their seats. From above, Lee Cheol examined each item arranged on a first-floor table by the management. He noticed the guests, all appearing high-class despite attending an illegal auction. He also sensed the strength of the guards surrounding the hall, most of them ranked between 6th and 5th level, which impressed him. He knew their purpose was mainly observation rather than protection. The host soon began speaking, explaining the reason for their gathering. He praised the location and the items prepared, assuring the guests that they would be pleased with what they saw. Once the auction officially started, the first item presented was a book of sorcery. The host described it as an artifact bearing ancient engraved curses and announced that the bidding would begin at 10 million won. After examining it with his demon eyes, Lee Cheol felt that the price was excessive. To him, nothing seemed extraordinary about the book, as it was merely decorated with elaborate words. As time passed, every item was sold, and the moment arrived for the special item. The host announced that it would be the final piece of the day. He praised it as if it surpassed everything else they possessed, explaining that it had been brought by the 7th member of an esteemed martial clan and was a weapon personally retrieved by Lord Lee Jae-hak from the Northern Sea. When the cloth was removed, he revealed the famous demon Spear Baek Cheol. The crowd reacted with shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. They compared it with the images they had previously seen in newspapers, and the resemblance confirmed its authenticity. Watching this, Lee Cheol smiled, knowing his plan had finally begun. He prepared himself for the upcoming fight. From the camera room, Baek Cheol observed the scene and felt speechless, having never witnessed such an impressive item or such a large crowd. Zhang Jin-soo told him that he had informed the clients about this special auction and had personally notified them. Baek Cheol praised Zhang for his hard work. Zhang then asked if, after the auction ended, Baek Cheol would be joining the esteemed Martial Lee clan. Hearing this, Baek Cheol questioned his curiosity and explained that once he joined the clan, he would finally receive the noble work he desired. In his thoughts, however, Baek Cheol cursed him, knowing that Zhang would always be beneath him. He felt jealous, aware that Zhang Jin-soo despised his current work and carried a stronger motivation. He suspected that Zhang intended to use the clan's support to rise above him and leave him behind. Yet he reassured himself that no matter where Zhang went, his hands would grow dirtier, since in this world, nothing could remain clean. Baek Cheol knew that Lee Jae-hak had approached him solely to control the underworld's economy, and that he had no genuine interest in the black market. He was confident that Director Zhang remained under his command. While imagining that their arrangement could continue, he believed he could gradually climb higher. Suddenly, someone appeared on the camera feed. Baek Cheol asked the guard who the men were and what was happening. Outside, well-dressed men were trying to enter. As Baek Cheol stood and examined them, his guards informed him that the intruders seemed unusual. Angered by their incompetence, he grabbed one guard by the neck. The guard insisted that they had no information but suspected that the group belonged to police or government special forces. Baek Cheol responded that he did not care and demanded that they be removed immediately. When he turned to look for Director Zhang Jin-soo, he realized Zhang had already disappeared. The guards told him that the group belonged to the esteemed Martial clan, and at that moment, Baek Cheol understood that Zhang Jin-soo and the person he had met the previous day had deceived him and were working together. He ordered his guards to find them and bring them to him so he could kill them. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hak was the one who had invaded the auction with his men, arriving based on someone's information. Lee Jae-hak's men informed him during the invasion of the black market auction that they had already secured all the back entrances, ensuring that no one could escape from behind. They also reported that the cameras had been shut down, meaning no one would know what had taken place inside. Lee Jae-hak instructed teams 1 and 2 to assault from the front and seize everyone, and he told them to leave the item at the scene so it could later be presented as evidence, allowing them to arrest anyone who attempted to resist. He had initially believed that the black market was connected to the 9 factions, but he soon realized that the individuals involved were merely low-level thugs trying to manipulate the situation. One of his men even described them as a group of naive people who dared to use the name of the Marshall Lee clan, and he reminded Lee Jae-hak that incidents like this were bound to occur because he had not revealed his face to anyone. When Lee Jae-hak looked through the entrance, he sensed that something felt wrong. His men asked him what he had noticed, and he explained that there were several questionable details, including the fact that he did not understand why the men had interfered with the Beekjeel. He had received information about this auction from 2 separate informants. One was a business partner, and the other was an independent report from the Golden Sword Division, and both of them claimed that the company was linked to the Beek-galpa, making the situation appear suspicious. The truth was that the Golden Sword intelligence had come from Lee Cheol, and Lee Jae-hak also believed that the information had been intended for him. His men told him that if that was the case, then someone had deliberately wanted him to appear here, and this possibility concerned him as well. Some of the men suspected that the entire situation could have been a trap set by the 9 dragons. Lee Jae-hak considered the idea that the 9 dragons had unsealed the Beekjeel and used it to lure him into a trap. However, that was not true, as the Beekjeel remained sealed, and there was no indication that the 9 dragons had any involvement in the auction. He began thinking about the person who could be responsible, but then a sudden idea crossed his mind. When his men asked him what he realized, he simply dismissed it. In his thoughts, Lee Jae-hak understood that the kid had appeared here, and if he had remained unnoticed, everything would have been fine. But since he had been exposed, he would now have to face the consequences. Inside the auction hall, chaos spread as everyone attempted to flee, while the host tried desperately to maintain order. Lee Cheol knew that the management would attempt to calm the guests, but he understood that it no longer mattered. He used his hands and magic to summon the Beekjeel toward himself, and as the item moved directly into his grip, the host called the guards and ordered them to detain him for stealing it. The guards rushed into his room to overpower him, but Lee Cheol used his magic to wrap them in ribbons and push them back. He told them that he was busy and escaped from the room. He realized there were too many guards surrounding the auction house, although he could shake them off easily. However, he also knew that if Beek-cheol personally confronted him, the situation would become more difficult to control. When he reached the designated meeting point, Jong Jin-soo was waiting, relieved that he had arrived on time. Lee Cheol asked whether everything had been prepared as they had discussed. Inside the storage room, Lee Cheol told Jong Jin-soo that he had a plan and intended to use his brother to dismantle the black market. Jong Jin-soo was shocked to learn that a direct heir of the clan would reveal himself the next day, and was surprised to hear that Lee Jae-hak had a younger sibling who existed and had progressed through his martial journey at an extraordinary speed. The boy standing beside him was none other than the 9th member of the prestigious Marshall Lee clan, the youngest son, Lee Cheol. Lee Cheol warned him that would be his loss if he refused to reconsider, since the Golden Sword Division had most likely received the information by now, and if the 7th brother appeared at the auction the next day, then not only the Beek-gol gang, but even he himself would be eliminated. He explained that he did not intend to allow the true mastermind of the black market to escape, as it was not Beek-cheol. Hearing this, Jong Jin-soo felt confused and wondered why he was being told this, although Lee Cheol had already explained that it was an offer. Lee Cheol responded that he was deciding whether he should spare him or not, and told him to abandon Beek-cheol and stand with him instead. Jong Jin-soo then asked for one favor. He wanted Lee Cheol to protect or heal his daughter at any cost, and in return, he would follow any command without objection, even if it cost him his life. But Lee Cheol reminded him that he was in no position to make demands. If he refused, he would reveal everything to Beek-cheol, causing him to flee with all his plans, and even the clan would need time to locate him. Jong Jin-soo stated that Beek-cheol was a man who kept his word and would pursue revenge relentlessly until the moment he was captured. Lee Cheol briefly considered whether he might disrupt his own martial progression simply for revenge. He then realized that Jong Jin-soo was genuinely acting like him now. He agreed to help his daughter, knowing it would not be difficult, but told him that he needed to understand one thing first. Baek Cheol would not be able to escape far, as the clan would not take long to apprehend him, whether immediately or within a few hours. Lee Cheol reassured him not to worry and to simply follow his instructions. After sealing a new agreement with a handshake, Jong Jin-soo asked what he needed to do first. Lee Cheol instructed him to relay information to the seventh brother and to tell Baek Cheol that he was a retainer of his brother. Later, as they stood outside the auction hall where they had arranged to meet, Jong Jin-soo asked whether Lee Cheol had planned any alternative outcome for himself in case he betrayed him, and whether there would have been any way for him to survive if he had done so. Lee Cheol looked at him and admitted that he did not know what might have happened. He only told him that they needed to hurry and continue talking while they ran. As Jong Jin-soo and Lee Cheol hurried through the corridor toward the exit, Jong Jin-soo halted him and explained that he had placed the item Lee Cheol had requested earlier in the room beside them. He informed him that the gold bars had been converted into assets and stored safely in a vault in Seoul, and the account holding the cryptocurrency was secured inside a USB device. When Lee Cheol asked about the stone tablet he had requested, Jong Jin-soo told him that it was also inside the room. When they both entered, Jong Jin-soo led him directly to the case where the tablet was stored. As Lee Cheol opened it and looked at the tablet, he immediately sensed magic flowing around him and felt assured that it was genuine. He then asked if the paperwork was ready as well, and Jong Jin-soo replied that it was. Lee Cheol instructed him to keep them safe, as they would eventually become his lifeline. He also told him that he must deliver the letter he had given him because once he surrendered, the Lee clan would misunderstand him, since he would be returning alone. Jong Jin-soo assured him that he would handle it. Lee Cheol then stated that he needed to leave immediately because if a Golden Sword Division warrior came searching the place, it would not end well. However, before he could move, the wall behind him exploded, sending rubble scattering everywhere. Baek Cheol appeared, cursing both of them and accusing them of being con artists who dared to attempt fraud against him. Lee Cheol shielded Jong Jin-soo behind him and told Baek Cheol to stop, as everything was already over. But Baek Cheol dismissed him as a naive child who had lost his senses and drew his sword with the intention of killing them both. He declared that he would not give up so easily just because some naive kid wanted him to, and he would tear them both apart effortlessly. As he charged toward Lee Cheol dodged and redirected him. Baek Cheol then tried to emotionally provoke Jong Jin-soo by reminding him that he had saved his daughter when she had been on the brink of death. At that moment, Lee Cheol pulled out a small blade, and Baek Cheol noticed that his face had changed, realizing that he truly was a young boy all along. Lee Cheol understood that Baek Cheol was no ordinary opponent. He was strong and highly experienced in battle. When Baek Cheol launched another attack, Lee Cheol blocked it with his sword, enlarging the blade in an instant. Baek Cheol, impressed, asked who he really was. Lee Cheol told him that he was Lee Cheol of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. Upon hearing this, Baek Cheol mocked him for being restrained by the presence of an illegitimate child from a prestigious family. He belittled him as a sheltered greenhouse flower who should not believe he was special simply because he carried the blood of a distinguished lineage. Lee Cheol did not take his insults to heart because he understood his own worth. He thought that if he were a greenhouse flower and his clan was also a greenhouse, then the entire world would have been destroyed already. He then told Baek Cheol to stop talking and continue fighting properly. Baek Cheol responded by accusing him of arrogance and rushed at him again, cursing violently as if intent on slicing them to pieces. When Lee Cheol blocked the next attack, he noticed the significant difference in strength. Although they were both at the 5th rank, Baek Cheol had trained with mana and martial arts in a formal school, while he had not. Baek Cheol had also survived countless real battles over many years, and on top of that, his physical strength was far superior. However, Lee Cheol's advantage was that he had never encountered an enemy weaker than himself. As they continued blocking and evading each other's strikes, Baek Cheol suddenly became startled when he realized that Lee Cheol's weapon had changed shape again. It was not the Baek Cheol, and this weapon could alter its form freely. He cursed Jong Jin-soo, recognizing the dangerous situation he was now in. Lee Cheol instructed him to stop thinking about others and concentrate. Then he struck Baek Cheol across the belly, though the wound was not deep. Baek Cheol continued cursing, while Lee Cheol grew more energized as his demon eyes allowed him to read all of Baek Cheol's movements and react accordingly. Lee Chiol felt confident that he could defeat him easily, as he had fought his sister, who was faster than Baek Chiol. As the fight progressed, Baek Chiol slowly realized that his opponent was far from ordinary. He accepted that their mana levels might be similar since Lee Chiol came from a noble family, but his opponent's skills were far superior, making it impossible to treat him as a mere child. To him, Lee Chiol felt like an enormous boulder he was forced to struggle against. Even so, Baek Chiol refused to give up. He believed that he could eventually bring him down and attempted to prolong the fight. The fight between Lee Chiol and Baek Chiol had moved onto another road. Baek Chiol realized that he was not facing an ordinary kid. It felt as though he was striking a massive boulder. As Baek charged, he attempted to land an attack, but the fundamentals of Lee Chiol were so solid that he struggled to anticipate the changing tricks and techniques Lee Chiol employed as the fight progressed. Baek Chiol felt as though he was battling more than 3 opponents at once. His backup plan was failing because he had assumed he could easily kill the kid and Jongjin Su and move on. In that moment, Baek Chiol recalled his connections with the 9 dragons and considered fleeing to save himself, though he knew he could not take them down easily. He kicked a rock toward Lee Chiol, hoping to deceive him, but Lee Chiol managed to block it with his weapon. Baek Chiol then ran at him to finish the fight, using his Yunlimo counterstyle to strike at Lee Chiol's neck. However, with the aid of his demon eyes, Lee Chiol blocked the attack. Baek Chiol charged again, only to be met with Lee Chiol's other sword. The sight of this special weapon shocked Baek Chiol. Using his ribbon skills, Lee Chiol pulled Baek Chiol to the ground, signaling that it was his victory and leaving no time for last words. He then executed the Mujin straight line attack, slicing Baek Chiol from the middle. As Baek Chiol knelt and struggled to remain upright, Lee Chiol reminded him that he was merely a 3rd-grade thug before delivering a single strike that severed his head. The fight was over, and Lee Chiol finally relaxed, though he realized that his leg and shoulders had been wounded. Jongjin Su quickly approached to support him. Lee Chiol assured him that he was fine and reflected that this was likely his first murder in life. Jongjin Su, seeing that he was only 15 and around the age of her daughter, marveled at his strength, noting how easily he had defeated Baek Chiol. She accepted that Lee Chiol was far more powerful than she had imagined and capable of far more than anyone could predict. Jongjin Su thanked him, but Lee Chiol dismissed the gratitude, explaining that he acted because there was something to gain from it. When Jongjin Su asked what to do next, Lee Chiol advised him to follow his original instructions first and assured him that he would then handle her daughter, as per their prior deal. Jongjin Su was surprised that Lee Chiol had not forgotten his promise and recognized that he was very different from Baek Chiol, someone who cared for those he made agreements with. She accepted her fate, understanding that if this boy reached out to her later, she would be completely under his influence. Suddenly, they heard that the Baekgol gang was making their final move. Jongjin Su asked Lee Chiol if he could escape the area in his current condition without being seen and mentioned that the documents were in his bag. Lee Chiol reassured him that there was no need to worry and that he would observe the situation before leaving. Lee Chiol considered the Golden Sword's disarming abilities formidable, but he also relied on his silver figure technique. Jongjin Su informed him about an underground passage suitable for a small watercraft that would allow them to exit safely. He offered to guide Lee Chiol to the location. Lee Chiol reflected that Jongjin Su's willingness to help was likely driven by personal feelings, not just orders, and acknowledged that he could not undo the deal. He recognized Jongjin Su as a loyal ally who would honor his promises. Feeling confident that the legendary Tongue Sword has now become one of his own men and will be on their side, and so, Lee Chiol asked a favor. Together, they ran toward the exit. The men under Lee Jae-hak approached him and informed him that they had captured all members of the Baekgol gang who were inside the building. Lee Jae-hak told them that they should not worry much because everyone there was a drifter and they did not need to offer any treatment to them. He also explained that if anyone attempted to use force to escape or cause trouble, they should break their bones to teach them a lesson, and if someone tried to kill their men, then they were permitted to kill that enemy. The men then asked what they should do with the guests who had come to attend the black market auction, as those guests were shouting and insisting that they were elite individuals who would call their lawyers. He explained that even after hearing they were dealing with a Marshall Lee clan, the guests still did not care. The truth was that the guests had no understanding of the trouble they had walked into. He also laughed at them, reminding Lee Jae-hak that they had permission from the state to handle such situations with any means necessary, a privilege limited to a few special forces. Lee Jae-hak replied that these guests were naive people who did not realize that going to court would only lead to their imprisonment, so they should be ignored. The men discussed the legal team the guests claimed to have and how they believed they could mobilize a personal counsel that would surely result in a court battle. In reality, several lawyers had already been captured and tied up outside the building. A moment later, one of the men ran in and reported that more gang members trying to flee had been caught. Lee Jae-hak simply asked whether they had recovered any evidence from them. The men then showed him a paper, explaining that it was a list containing all the items stored in the black market. Lee Jae-hak took a moment to examine the documents and wondered why he could not find any ledger or entry list, as the only information written indicated that all items were kept in the nest. He considered how wonderful it would be to clean out the entire nest, but he also knew it would cause the Drifters gang to scatter, making future capture far more difficult. The men informed him of another situation as well. The Golden Sword Division had found someone during their search. When asked what the person wanted, they explained that he was one of the individuals responsible for handling the management there, and he was the one who had provided the paper. Zhang Jin-soo stood nearby holding a bag to give to Lee Jae-hak. The men suggested that he should check the bag. When Lee Jae-hak opened the bag, he pulled out a paper and, after reading it, realized it contained records of fund flows, trade names, and numerous nominee accounts. It also included a list of visitor identities, smuggling routes, and sources of the stored items. He then ordered his men to bring that person before him. Zhang Jin-soo approached, greeting him respectfully, acknowledging that Lee Jae-hak was a bloodline member of the Great Clan, and stated his name. Lee Jae-hak's men did not like how Zhang Jin-soo stood straight in front of him and scolded him, but Lee Jae-hak stopped them. He realized that Zhang Jin-soo was not someone who merely handled items. He appeared capable of managing the entire gang. He was surprised by the clarity in his eyes and his upright posture. Even without sensing any mana, he could tell Zhang Jin-soo possessed a composed vigor. Lee Jae-hak stated that he was the 7th of the Marshall Lee clan and had a few questions, and Zhang Jin-soo responded that he would answer them. Lee Jae-hak asked why he had not burned those papers and kept them instead, thinking that Zhang Jin-soo's actions were simply a strategy for survival. Zhang Jin-soo told him that a letter inside the bag instructed him to show the documents, and that would be enough. Lee Jae-hak quickly retrieved the letter. Seeing that it was printed, he realized someone did not want him to recognize the handwriting. The letter explained that the papers were the price for leaving the chaos and asked him to take care of the man standing before him, as he had a sick daughter who depended on him. Lee Jae-hak was impressed. He knew the letter was from his brother, and Zhang Jin-soo had boldly used his brother's name to save himself. He was satisfied, knowing he had gained many valuable things from the recovered funds, and that exploiting wealthy clients would bring him additional gains. He would also claim credit for dismantling the black market. Although his brother had laid out the plan, it was Lee Jae-hak who had executed the cleanup, and he felt that saving one person was neither too good nor too bad. He also remembered that his brother was not supposed to receive help during the Marshall journey. But then Zhang Jin-soo mentioned that something was written on the back of the letter. When Lee Jae-hak read the backside, it stated that since he had gained many valuable things from the black market, he should not attempt to reveal the true identity of the letter writer. As he had earned all the credit, he should simply handle the matter quietly, which would benefit everyone. He smiled, thinking that the postscript was longer than the letter itself, and that the writer still had no sense of how to write a proper letter. He believed no one had begun a martial journey the way his brother had, and his brother had not contacted him directly. He kept the letter in his pocket and accepted the deal. He was pleased that the youngest had already defeated the 6th, and now this event was another display from his brother's side. He felt he had chosen well by siding with the youngest over the 6th. He believed their journey together would be long and instructed his employees to finish the cleanup quickly. He reminded them that when the relevant department arrived to inspect the situation, they should hand over the items with care due to the presence of hazardous materials. Now that they had documents, it would be easy to track both the items and the drifters. Lee Jae-hak informed Zhang Jin-soo that he would also take over his security responsibilities and that he should be grateful to the person who had entrusted him with the letter. Meanwhile, as Lee Cheol meditated in his room, he reflected on how helpful the fight with Baek Cheol had been for his training. It had been a long time since he used the Mujin, and this was the first time he had used it against a real opponent, having only used it in a friendly match with his father, the tamer, in Jixindo. Now he had fought someone stronger than himself without any restraints, and the outcome depended on Baek Chiol's weaknesses. He believed he could defeat him even without using Mujin. He felt that such battles were essential in his martial journey, especially now that all his restrictions had been removed. Since there was no news from the black market, he assumed that his brother had accepted the deal he offered. He then prepared himself to call someone out. In Seoul, Republic of Korea, Lee Cheol arrived at a restaurant. As he approached, he noticed there was no signboard and thought the place looked more like a regular house than a fancy dining spot. He carried a sword on his back in a bag. Upon entering, he informed the receptionist that he had a booking under the name of Jongjin Soo. The receptionist led him to a room where Jongjin Soo was already waiting. Lee Cheol felt relieved that the place was genuine, and Jongjin Soo explained that the restaurant was renowned for private meetings, as no sound escaped from the rooms and no one could overhear the conversations inside. As they settled, Jongjin Soo smiled, and Lee Cheol noticed, curious about the reason. Jongjin Soo explained that it was nothing significant. He had just realized how young Lee Cheol looked. Coming from the martial Lee clan, Jongjin Soo had expected a more mature demeanor. Yet Lee Cheol's face appeared boyish, even though he was indeed still a boy. Despite his youthful appearance, Lee Cheol's aura and gaze carried the weight of experience, far beyond that of a child. At just 15, he had outsmarted Lee Jae-hak, the golden swordsman of the martial Lee clan, and had defeated Baek Cheol while dismantling the black market. Jongjin Soo expressed gratitude to Lee Cheol for helping him and his daughter, but Lee Cheol replied that it was simply a business matter and payment should follow. Zhang insisted that it was Lee Cheol who had secured the deal, and that itself was a great kindness. Without Lee Cheol's intervention, he would still be under Baek Cheol's control. Lee Cheol then inquired about Jongjin Soo's daughter, and Zhang said she was much better but not fully recovered, praising the medical staff of the martial Lee clan for their skill. This news relaxed Lee Cheol. Zhang reminded him that now that he had kept his promise, it was Lee Cheol's turn to ask for anything he desired. He added that he would do whatever Lee Cheol requested. Lee Cheol laughed lightly, suggesting that Zhang was implying he would be asked to do the dirty work again. Zhang clarified that it was not his intention. He only wished to be helpful. Lee Cheol then assigned a single task to handle some matters. He handed over a document and a USB carrying the money that he had given Zhang previously. Zhang was surprised, questioning whether those were the same items. Lee Cheol confirmed they were, and explained that he had only checked them briefly. He trusted Zhang to manage them, and assumed Zhang would require a substantial amount of money. Zhang was taken aback that Lee Cheol wanted him to safeguard the money. He wondered why Lee Cheol did not fear that he might take the money and run. Lee Cheol casually asked if he would, to which Zhang replied that it was not his intention. He simply did not think that way. Lee Cheol explained that he did not fully trust him yet, as nothing had been shown, but he trusted the circumstances Jongjin Soo was in. In his mind, Lee Cheol recognized that Jongjin Soo was trapped between two pressures, his daughter's treatment by Manhwa and his ongoing entanglement with the White Skull Gang. For now, Jongjin Soo enjoyed freedom thanks to the seventh brother. But if Lee Jae-hak changed his mind, Zhang would be chained to his past once more. Zhang realized the truth of Lee Cheol's thoughts. Lee Cheol continued that although he did not fully trust him yet, he believed that one day they would trust each other completely, not because of their bargain or circumstances, but because they could rely on each other without any conditions. Jongjin Soo was astonished that Lee Cheol believed in him. He had expected Lee Cheol to behave like Baek Cheol, exploiting weaknesses, but Lee Cheol was different. Their relationship was framed as a deal, yet in reality, it was founded on mutual debt and respect. Despite this, Lee Cheol treated him as an equal. Jongjin Soo acknowledged this understanding and vowed to prove that he could be trusted soon. As they shook hands, Lee Cheol expressed that he would wait for that day. Observing Jongjin Soo, he saw that the man who had lost his personality under Baek Cheol's control was finally freed. He picked up his bag to leave. Jongjin Soo asked where he was headed, and Lee Cheol replied that he was going south. Along the way, many people noticed the sword in his bag, judging him to be a warrior. Children were drawn to him, but their parents kept them at a distance. Lee Cheol was slightly irritated by their curiosity and attempted to hide the sword, though its shape made it impossible. Nearby, a girl sitting in her shop sensed something unusual and felt she had never seen anything like it before. Curious, she decided to step outside and see it with her own eyes. Our main character was traveling by train to reach the south, carrying a total of 100 million won with him, and he felt relaxed knowing he could use the money immediately if he wanted. He remained thankful to Zhang Jinsu because he could now travel anywhere without trouble. He also wanted to observe Zhang Jinsu's abilities and talent, and for that reason, he left him alone so he could act freely. He believed that Zhang Jinsu could display abilities similar to seal geometry and could play an important role in creating a support base, and he felt certain that if such a base stood behind him, he could do whatever he wanted. He realized that until now, he had relied on luck and good excuses to reach this far, and everything had been possible because he knew about the future. But from this point onward, he needed to use his past life information very carefully because every action had to appear like a reasonable prediction based on facts. As the station approached, he reminded himself that he needed to focus on himself rather than thinking about Zhang Jinsu. He arrived in Jiangju, North Gyeongsang Province. He thought that he had never lost control since the training at Chanwizen, but here it felt different. Because Jiangju contained many relics and historical places, it was a region where ancient and modern objects existed together with long-lasting power, and that power held mysteries still unknown to the modern world. It formed a miraculous balance of artificial sacred land, and that place was Jiangju. As he walked, he held a stone tablet, and he knew that somewhere here existed the trace of something he was searching for. He also knew that Li Haohyun, the founder of the Sungmu family, originated from that area, and most stories passed down verbally concluded that he might have been either a real person or a fictional one because in some mountain there existed only a shrine with his memorial tablet, and not even his remains, but in his past life, a relic related to him had been discovered. Records about the Black Knight were also found at the same place, and he had another purpose for coming here. Suddenly, a woman called him from behind and asked what he was, and it was actually someone he truly wanted to meet. The woman said it was strange because something appeared on her detector, so she came to check it with her own eyes. She noticed that he possessed something similar to her own eyes. The main character understood that it was extremely rare for someone to have the same eyes as his, but he knew there was one more person besides him, the Grand Mage from France, Eiffel Magic Tower's Valerie de Belle. She was a French noble, and in his previous life, she was one of the mages whose powers had reached the second rank. She also possessed mystic eyes and could read information from objects, and they were known as interpreter eyes. He had hoped to see her behind him because he wanted to meet her, but he had not expected the situation to unfold in this manner. The woman mentioned that she was scared because he kept looking at her, and she even doubted whether he was Korean. Li Chiol quickly told her that he was indeed Korean. She replied that she also knew how to speak Korean, and he could only think that she was an unpredictable person. He knew that her nickname in the future would be the eccentric of the Magic Tower or the Tower Lunatic, because she came to Korea just to learn shamanism, and she even wrote a letter to her master, saying she was leaving without asking for permission. She also liked Korean fried chicken, so she wanted citizenship as well. She then asked him what he was doing to her, but Li Chiol responded that she was the one who stopped him, so she should not ask that. She said he was picky and stated that they should introduce themselves. She told him she was Valerie de Belle, said she was from France, and mentioned she was a mage. Then Li Chiol told her his name, and she recognized that he belonged to the famous Li clan, known in Korea as the Sungmu clan. He replied that she was correct. She asked him if he was considered royalty in the country since he came from such a prominent clan. He answered that the name was indeed famous, but royalty was far removed from him. She then asked why he hid his cute face behind a mask and wondered if he was running from a wine thing. Li Chiol looked shocked at her and removed his mask, and she appeared surprised that he did not seem nervous that she had caught his act. In his mind, he already knew that she also had mystic eyes and had awakened them long before him, so it was nothing surprising. He said that he noticed she had eyes like his. She was shocked to hear that because she had never heard of anyone from the Sungmu clan possessing such eyes, and she asked what types of things he could see with them. Li Chiol explained that he had no reason to reveal his true power, but she directly told him that her eyes allowed her to interpret, and it was a fact that she could read, and she insisted that now he should also tell her. Li Chiol became annoyed that she admitted her ability first, and now it was his turn, while Valerie smiled because he had no choice, but she also attempted to look into his eyes on her own. As she tried, Li Chiol covered his eyes and told her she should not do that because he felt pain in them. Valerie quickly apologized because she had been too curious, but it felt strange to her that she could not read anything from him. She told him not to be angry and to apologize. She said she would tell him something good, but in return, she wanted him to speak freely with her. The morning light crept through the city and spilled across the corner apartment, thin rays sliding through the windows and washing the space in a pale glow. Valerie and Lee Cheol came to a stop before the entrance of the large building. As his eyes traced the structure, a quiet thought surfaced in his mind. She had said they were going out for coffee, yet somehow they had ended up here. He swept a glance over the surroundings, unable to hide a flicker of admiration. From the outside, the place looked like a forgotten, abandoned house. Valerie paid that impression no attention at all. With an easy smile, she simply told him they were going inside. The instant her words fell, a faint red shimmer brushed past Lee Cheol. His body stiffened in surprise. The sensation scraped against a memory, eerily similar to the spell a goblin had once used. Valerie's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had felt it too. She asked whether he had noticed the disturbance this time, and whether he had sensed it without relying on his magic eyes. There was even a hint of curiosity when she wondered aloud if he had been secretly studying magic. He answered plainly that he had never studied magic. The feeling had been far too strange to ignore, so of course he had noticed it. Valerie let out a quiet breath and explained that unless someone stood on the same plane as her master, perceiving that sensation should have been impossible. A crease formed between Lee Cheol's brows. The mention of her master sent his thoughts racing. Did she mean a figure on the level of Michael Garrel, the master of the Eiffel Magic Tower? The realization settled heavily in his chest. Without reaching such heights, sensing that presence should have been out of the question. The implication that she might already stand near that realm left him unsettled. He drew in a slow breath to steady himself and said he had encountered a similar sensation once before. Valerie's fingers brushed her chin as she murmured that this case was different. Even those who experienced it a single time normally failed to recognize it again. Then her gaze sharpened, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes as she suggested he might have pushed his magic training to its very limits. His throat tightened. That familiar pressure stirred something buried deep in his memory. His face drained of color as an image surfaced without warning. His aunt smiling brightly, waving him over for yet another grueling training session. The recollection felt so vivid it stole his breath, and he muttered under his breath that Valerie reminded him of his aunt. Forcing his nerves back under control, he asked if what stood before them was a teleportation array. Valerie pushed the door open with casual ease and explained that while she had some money, she was nowhere near wealthy enough for that. What she had done instead was link a tunnel using mana and inner force. With that simple clarification, she beckoned him inside, and Lee Cheol stepped forward without hesitation. The instant the door creaked open, the dusty ruin outside vanished as if it had never existed. Instead of broken walls and rot, a spotless service counter stretched out before him, polished to a quiet shine. The contrast was so sharp it made Lee Cheol pause. His gaze drifted to the figure standing behind the counter, and his curiosity sharpened. The shopkeeper did not feel human in the slightest. There was no trace of biological presence, only the steady pulse of mana. Catching the doubt in his eyes, Valerie explained that it was a golem, a construct powered by a mana core. Beyond that point lay her workshop, and she warned him he would encounter far stranger sights the deeper he went. She sank casually into a nearby chair and asked if he wanted to order a drink first. Lee Cheol answered that hot tea would be enough. Valerie snapped her fingers without hesitation and ordered an espresso for herself. The ease of the arrangement drew a question from him. Had she really built a setup like this inside a workshop? Valerie replied in a flat tone that she preferred it to resemble a proper cafe, since stepping outside was a nuisance. Smoke curled from her cigarette as she exhaled slowly and admitted there were countless things she wanted to ask, and she was deciding where to start. Lee Cheol countered by asking what made her think he would cooperate. She called him miserly, yet added that appearances were deceptive, and she already understood more than he assumed. Raising 3 fingers, Valerie proposed a simple exchange. Each of them would ask 3 questions and answer in turns. This ritual of 3 questions was one of Valerie's old personal magics. Whenever her curiosity grew restless, she relied on this structured trade of answers, a habit that had long since become inseparable from the image of Valerie the mage. She added that plain question-swapping lacked excitement, so she intended to weave a small magical game into it. Lee Cheol listened while taking a measured sip of tea and declared that he had heard enough, refusing outright at first. They had only met that day, and he saw no reason for deep curiosity. Valerie stared at him, visibly puzzled, and asked if he truly felt no curiosity about her eyes. He replied that someone had already explained their nature to him without being prompted. Still, he conceded that the game itself carried a certain appeal and proposed an added condition. The winner would earn the right to make a single request. If she accepted that rule, he would take part. Surprise flickered across Valerie's face as she asked what kind of request he intended to make. His expression hardened as he answered that he would decide when the time came. Chances to claim a favor from a mage who owned a workshop like hers were not common. Valerie fell silent for a heartbeat, then reluctantly raised her wand and began to lay out the rules. Her wand ignited in an instant, spilling a crimson aura that spread through the room and coiled around the air itself. Excitement brightened her expression as the red light condensed, folding in on itself until it formed a small, flickering flame hovering between them. She announced that from that moment forward, each of them would hold 3 questions and 3 answers. Anything could be asked, and any reply could be truth or deception, but each of them had to judge whether the other was lying. Victory would go to whoever guessed correctly more times, and the loser would be forced to answer 3 additional questions in complete detail. As she spoke, Li Chiol's face grew more rigid when she added that trivial questions like name or gender were strictly forbidden. He asked how they were supposed to determine what counted as truth or falsehood. Valerie explained that the spell she had cast was a form of mental magic that read subconscious thought waves. Even if the loser attempted to lie, the ritual would naturally drag the genuine answer to the surface. Crimson light gathered in her palm as she summoned a small orb, its surface swirling with dense mana. In a steady voice, she swore as a mage to conduct the ritual without deception or hidden tricks, promising outright that she would not cheat. The orb shot upward and exploded above them, sealing her oath in a burst of red light. She stated plainly that breaking it would cost her all her mana. Then she asked if that was enough for him to believe she would play fair. Li Chiol answered with a calm nod, and Valerie snapped her fingers to set the ritual in motion. Red orbs drifted into place above their heads, marking the beginning of the game. With quiet courtesy, Li Chiol gestured for her to take the first turn. Valerie accepted with a small smile. Her eyes shifted into a deep, enigmatic purple as she asked what power his magic eyes possessed. He shut his eyes for a heartbeat, recognizing that her opening move cut straight toward the secret she wanted most. Even so, his reply came without delay. He said that their ability resembled hers. The instant the words left his mouth, one of the flames hovering above him blinked out. Valerie jerked upright in visible shock and demanded to know what that signified. Li Chiol calmly asked if her reaction counted as her second question. After a short hesitation, she conceded and handed the turn to him. He wasted no time and asked why she was so fixated on his magic eyes. Valerie paused only briefly before answering in a steady voice that it was nothing more than a mage's hunger for knowledge, simple curiosity. Another flame, orb extinguished itself. Li Chiol registered how indistinct her explanation had been. Yet within this ritual, the substance of an answer mattered less than the strategy behind each question and the ability to pierce through truth and deception. If he claimed victory, every response she owed him would come in complete detail, which meant there was no reason to restrain the scope of his questions. A faint, satisfied smile crossed his face as his thoughts settled into focus. What he truly sought in this exchange was simple and absolute: to win. Because once the game ended in his favor, he would hold the right to demand a single request from her. Li Chiol fixed his eyes on Valerie and gave a quiet signal for her to continue. Without hesitation, Valerie moved into her second question, her tone steady and controlled. The air between them stretched as the exchange dragged on, and before long it circled back to her once more. This was her final turn. A faint purple light flickered in her eyes as her stare sharpened. She declared that he already knew something about her and demanded to know exactly how much he understood. His reply came out flat and unwavering. From the moment he was born until now, he said, he had never once seen or heard anything connected to her. Valerie lifted a hand to her lips, a smug curve forming in her smile as quiet satisfaction settled in. Her attention locked onto every tiny movement in his face. There was a brief flinch. He carried himself well for someone his age, his expression mostly sealed, but the slight twitch along his cheek told her everything she needed. In her mind, the match was already decided. Then the turn shifted. He announced it was time for his final question, and Valerie waved him on with lazy confidence. A faint smile crossed his face as he rested his chin on his hand and asked whether she believed he had already won, or if she was certain he would lose. Valerie exhaled sharply, disbelief coloring her voice as she pointed out that this was his last chance and that was the question he chose. Li Chiol offered no reaction and simply waited for her answer. She declared without doubt that he had lost, and that victory was hers. At that exact instant, the fire orb hovering beside her burst apart with a sharp crack. Valerie jerked in surprise, scanning her surroundings in confusion, as a quiet murmur slipped from her lips. Li Chiol spoke again in an easy tone and asked if she wanted to hear the reason. He explained calmly that her first response, claiming her curiosity about the magic I came from pure thirst for knowledge, had been truthful. The second, however, had been a lie. Shock froze Valerie in place. Li Chiol watched her in silence, noting that the triple inquiry was, in the end, a construct of mental magic. He lifted his teacup with unhurried grace and added that the final exchange had also twisted into falsehood, because the real victor standing before her was him. Valerie let out a tired breath and accepted the outcome without protest. According to their agreement, she said, she would answer his questions first. Gathering her composure, she revealed that she too possessed a magic eye and had devoted herself to studying it for years. But the lack of research and the rarity of trustworthy partners had made true progress painfully difficult. As the conversation shifted, Valerie faltered for a brief moment, unease flickering across her face. Li Chiol released a slow breath and told her plainly that if the subject was hard to voice, she could leave it unanswered. He had no desire to dig into matters that were hers alone. Innate magic was bound to its owner, and hesitation over it was only expected. Valerie blinked in open surprise and asked if he truly meant that. Instead of lingering there, Li Chiol redirected the exchange and asked her to allow him one additional favor. Valerie instantly lifted a hand in front of herself in mock defense, eyes widening as she demanded to know what kind of favor he was about to name. His brows drew together at once, irritation written clearly on his face. Catching the edge in his expression, Valerie hurried to say she was joking and that he did not need to look so displeased. He steadied himself and explained that her gesture had reminded him of someone identical in appearance, which had triggered a sharper reaction than intended. With that settled, he returned to the point and asked how she planned to proceed. Valerie rubbed the back of her head with a gloomy air and admitted that refusal was not really an option available to her. She declared in an even voice that their game ended at that point. Rising from her seat, she told him they would continue the discussion deeper inside the workshop, where his request could be addressed properly. As she passed by, she warned him not to touch anything and to follow directly behind her. Then she stepped ahead and pushed open the door. Leading him inside, Valerie introduced the chamber as the core of her workshop. Li Chiol swept his gaze around and felt a quiet sense of awe. Unlike the calm cafe space outside, this room carried the unmistakable atmosphere of a working mage's domain. After taking it in, he remarked with curiosity that he had heard most mages refuse to let outsiders enter their workshops. Valerie answered with a note of pride that it was true, since brushing the wrong barrier or disturbing a magic circle by accident could lead to real danger. She added with confidence that her control over the space was precise enough to prevent such mishaps and instructed him to sit. Li Chiol complied without argument and took the place she indicated. With open eagerness, she asked what task he intended to give her. In response, he produced a stone tablet and spoke in a grave tone, asking her to decipher it and to keep whatever she discovered strictly confidential. Valerie slipped on her gloves at once. Ancient relics were delicate to handle, but within her ability. Without delay, she lifted the tablet and began her careful inspection. A sudden arc of purple lightning burst from the tablet and slammed straight into Valerie's eyes, cutting her research short in an instant. She staggered and clamped a hand over her face, forcing out strained words that it was an artifact from a distant age, at least from the 3rd or 4th century, possibly even older. Li Chiol looked on with clear admiration at how fast she had identified it. Valerie tightened her grip on the tablet, her thoughts spiraling as the danger settled in. That thing was lethal. She had brushed right up against death. His earlier remarks echoed in her head, and irritation rose with every remembered word. With an artifact that ancient, he should have warned her. Something that had survived millennia had nearly pushed her into rewriting every magic formula protecting her workshop. The irony of her earlier bragging left a bitter taste. After a few tense seconds, she steadied herself and said she would examine it again. Her gaze sharpened, purple energy flaring in her eyes as she studied the surface with renewed focus. This object bore no resemblance to relics from merely 2,000 years ago. Valerie immersed herself in its patterns, and after a long stretch, she rested her chin on her hand and muttered that she could trace the paths of the moon and sun and even the currents of the stars. But that was the limit. If it had been an ancient script or a straightforward cipher, she would have unraveled it by now. She looked up at Li Chiol and explained that the tablets seemed to contain fragments of Eastern astronomy, dates, and several primitive symbols, then asked what it was meant to be. He answered evenly that it served as both a map and a key. Valerie admitted that breaking it down would take time. Li Chiol nodded and asked if, while she worked on it, he could raise his second request. She accepted at once. Beyond the windows, the sky had already sunk into darkness, the last threads of sunlight slipping through the glass. When he stated what he wanted, Valerie echoed it in surprise, confirming that he was asking her to speak about the magic eye. He affirmed and added that it would be ideal if the arrangement benefited them both. He then asked in a calm voice whether her workshop included a training room. Valerie's expression shifted immediately, confidence and a hint of pride surfacing as she explained that any proper mage required a space to train. Of course she had one, and hers, she added, was larger than most. Li Chiol gave no outward reaction, but the scale of her workshop registered clearly in his mind. A place like this required enormous resources. Power and wealth on that level were never ordinary, and the realization drew in quiet comparison to someone he knew well. He asked her directly if she was wealthy. Valerie looked at him with faint suspicion and replied that he apparently didn't know. She came from an old noble lineage. Pride slipped in her voice as she added that his second request was already accepted and there would be no retreat from it. Li Chiol muttered a dry correction about a man's promise being worth 1,000 gold, but the remark barely earned a glance from her. Valerie raised her hand and called on her magic, the air around them tightening as energy gathered. She told him to start by attempting to open his magic eye. Li Chiol followed her instruction without resistance and closed his eyes, focusing inward to trigger it. A heartbeat later, his eye opened sharply, and a clean burst of light flared from its depths. After Li Chiol opened his eyes, a storm of translucent mana circles was already spinning behind Valerie, layered so densely that they blurred together. The instant the sight hit him, pain tore across his vision. His jaw tightened, and he clutched his head before collapsing to one knee. Valerie stepped forward at once and demanded to know what had happened. Through a strained breath, Li Chiol muttered that it was nothing fatal. There were simply too many spell formulas packed into the workshop, and the overload was making his head reel. She frowned, wondering how seeing a handful of formations could hurt that much. Then the implication struck her. Her expression sharpened as she asked if he was actually seeing every magic circle and formula in the room. Fighting to steady his breathing, Li Chiol admitted that his eyes could perceive the currents of force and countless details invisible to normal people, though keeping that perception under control was still difficult. Valerie instructed him to shut his magic eye for the moment. He exhaled in relief as the pressure eased. Without wasting time, she pressed him for details, asking whether his ability bordered on clairvoyance or was limited to sensing mana. Li Chiol answered without hesitation that it was not clairvoyance. What he could do was read subtle signs in an opponent's movements and detect concealed auras. Her gaze turned openly doubtful. She remarked that such a claim sounded ridiculous, and added that if his description was accurate, then his eyes were nothing like ordinary magic eyes. No known ability could observe that much. Deciding the topic was too large to settle on the spot, she stated that they should return to the research room before continuing. Inside the research room, steam curled from a cup of hot tea waiting on the table. Valerie told him that before anything else, he had a grasp of basic distinction. Magic eyes and mind eyes were entirely separate concepts. Li Chiol nodded, saying he was already aware of that. She went on to explain that while magic eyes seemed like simple enhancements to vision, that assumption was misleading. Even when produced through magic, what they revealed was still information the human brain had to interpret as images. Li Chiol rubbed the back of his head and apologized awkwardly, admitting that the explanation was hard to follow since Korean still tripped him up. Valerie clicked her tongue, tapped her finger against the desk, and began breaking it down step by step, her hands moving constantly as she spoke. A cigarette hung from her lips, and irritation flickered across her face as she revisited the subject. She stressed that magic eyes were in a class of their own. During an fMRI scan she once underwent while activating hers, the moment they triggered, blood rushed violently through her brain and her neural circuits flared into extreme overstimulation. The realization struck Li Chiol at once. He understood that the stabbing pain came from the moments he lost control of his eyes. Valerie confirmed it without hesitation, explaining that his brain was being forced to process sensations the human body was never meant to endure, and that kind of strain inevitably caused overload. Her voice turned measured as she added that magic eyes were dangerous precisely because of that. Until now, no known magic eye had carried composite abilities, yet has already exhibited several. Her gaze sharpened as she demanded to know how many functions his eyes actually possessed, and reminded him that he had claimed they awakened during the Sungwiga ritual. She went on to explain that people who awaken magic eyes usually began seeing strange phenomena before or around the age of 5. Then she asked if, before that ritual, he had ever witnessed anything abnormal. Li Chiol lowered his head and paused, recalling that there had indeed been signs, though he had been 11 at the time. Valerie followed immediately by asking whether anyone else in Sungwiga had ever awakened a magic eye like his. He shook his head and answered that no one had. Her questioning did not ease. She asked if he understood why she treated the issue with such gravity. Li Chiol replied simply that he did. Valerie then stated flatly that if he were dragged into a real fight, the outcome would be unfortunate, since she doubted he could control those eyes under pressure. After a brief hesitation, he chose honesty and admitted he had already relied on them countless times in combat. For a moment, Valerie looked as if she had misheard. She shot to her feet, shock written plainly across her face, and demanded to know how that could be possible. She explained that even 2 or 3 simultaneous functions were enough to ravage the brain, that he should have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage or descended into madness long ago. Yet he had fought with them and maintained control. Li Chiol confirmed it calmly. She grabbed her head, disbelief etched into her expression, and muttered that she had never encountered an exception like him. Then a slow, unsettling smile curved her lips as she declared that they would have to run a wide range of experiments. The look in her eyes drained the color from his face, and he cautiously asked what exactly she intended to try. From that point on, Li Chiol remained in the workshop under Valerie's direction. Days slipped by almost without notice. Each evening she buried herself in deciphering the stone tablet, while he endured relentless training that forced his magic eyes to their absolute limits. Strapped to a testing rack with his wrists and ankles locked in place, Li Chiol felt lightning surge across his body in violent bursts. The current forced a groan through clenched teeth as pain rattled his senses. At last the machine emitted a sharp beep, marking the end of the measurement. His vision swam as consciousness flickered in and out. He had endured the early stages, but the intensity had climbed without mercy. Memories resurfaced of her earlier trials, when she hurled tangled storms of mana straight before his eyes to measure how much raw stimulus he could tolerate. The smile she wore during those moments had been chilling, calmly urging him to hold on a little longer while. In his mind, he branded her a demon. The door slid open and Valerie stepped in, asking in an offhand tone whether he was still alive. As he looked at her, the comparison to a deranged scientist rose unbidden. His gaze dropped to the restraints retracting from his limbs, and he protested that she herself had warned how magic eyes could overload the brain. She answered with an easy laugh, explaining that the mana analyzer was programmed to shut down the instant he reached his threshold. He stared back in silence, convinced more than ever that she was out of her mind and privately regretting that he had ever likened her to his aunt. Valerie brushed off his resentment and insisted that the procedure was yielding invaluable results. With each session, they were mapping the boundaries and traits of his ability, and constant use would accelerate its development. He could not refute the logic. By then, Valerie had already drifted away, humming to herself as she remarked that she would judge whether he deserved another round of tests. Somewhere in the middle of her muttering, he noticed she had intentionally slipped into French. Moments later, her attention snapped to the display. Surprise flashed across her face as she questioned whether the readings were accurate. The system had been calibrated to raise difficulty in measured increments, yet his improvement was racing far beyond projections. It resembled rapid adaptation more than simple growth, and the thrill in her expression only intensified as the days rolled on. When she reviewed the record from the first day, she corrected her own wording and labeled it training rather than experimentation, since he had technically asked for these trials. Even so, after fighting to collect such dense data, she resolved to archive every fragment. The results showed that his magic eye could effortlessly trace one-directional mana circuits. Real pain began to surface around 6th-level spells, but he could still read 7th-level formulas without crippling strain. The findings even pushed her to consider acquiring a new CT scanner. On the 3rd day, she shifted the focus to clairvoyance, concealing a formula behind a metal plate and ordering him to read it. The outcome was decisive. It was not clairvoyance at all. He was interpreting the energy radiating from matter itself. Even when she replaced the setup with something as mundane as a pencil, The mechanism behind his perception refused to fit any framework she knew. Subsequent trials with moving targets showed that he could follow blood circulation and muscle contractions in real time. A faint trace of precognition surfaced in the data, but the strain forced him to shut his eyes after barely 2 hours. Watching the readings, she caught herself wishing his brain and vision were built to endure even more. The cycle of tests and drills continued without pause. By the 8th day, his performance was shattering every benchmark she had recorded. Out of pure curiosity, she began raising the difficulty in secret. Yet he matched each escalation step for step. Even she had never reached that threshold. Regret flickered through her mind over not buying a CT scanner sooner. And a darker thought followed that dissecting him outright might yield answers faster, since his magic eyes clearly operated on a perceptual plane unlike anything documented. A sudden sound drew her attention. Valerie turned with a bright tone and asked what the disturbance was, assuming he might simply ignore it. Li Chiol replied evenly that the machine had stopped, so he stepped away. At that instant, alarms erupted across the room. He looked at her and asked if she truly had not heard them. Confusion crossed her face as she spun back to the console, questioning what alarm he meant. The moment her eyes scanned the monitor, shock froze her in place. Every training phase she had scheduled for the next 2 days was already marked complete. Li Chiol leaned closer to inspect the screen and commented that it seemed he had finished the entire program. Valerie stared, then cautiously asked whether he understood French. He explained that direct heirs of the Sungmu clan were trained in the major world languages and could handle everyday conversation without trouble. Color rushed to her face as realization hit. Sweat gathered at her temples while embarrassment tightened her expression. In contrast, Li Chiol only smiled with quiet composure and remarked that there was no need for her to worry about what she had said, since such moments were natural and he took no offense. The reassurance only made her flare up in mortification, and she snapped back by angrily calling him a brat. At the training hall, Li Chiol saw Valerie approaching from across the room and heard her call out to him, asking if he had arrived. When he stepped closer, she faced him and stated that the preliminary phase of his training was finished. She admitted she could have continued drilling him inside the lab, but what he required now was experience in real combat situations. With a calm certainty, she declared that practical training would start immediately. Li Chiol answered without any pause, saying he was prepared at any time. Just as he moved to begin, Valerie abruptly halted him. A glowing magic circle unfurled beneath their feet, spreading outward while she remained standing at its core. She explained that she had upgraded the training zone's magic array, making it significantly more intricate than before. Her tone sharpened as she issued another warning. He needed to stop the habit of squeezing his eyes shut and reopening them whenever he activated his magic eyes. Minor habits, she stressed, eventually carved themselves deep into the body. What seemed helpful for quick control now would later sabotage him. Obeying her instruction, Li Chiol tightened his expression and forced himself not to blink. After a tense moment, his magic eyes opened fully, and the room transformed in his vision, layered with countless interlocking circles of mana. Despite the reinforced arrays pressing against his senses, the only discomfort was a faint throb in his head. He remembered how, just days earlier under the open sky, he had failed to control this power entirely. He studied the swirling structure around him. The flow of mana was so dense and elaborate that it resembled staring straight into the inner workings of a living being. Though his knowledge of magic was limited, one conclusion formed clearly in his mind. Valerie's master had to be an extraordinary archmage. Seeing him frozen in place, Valerie asked what was holding him up. Li Chiol dismissed the concern with a brief reply. She tossed him a headband and explained that they would now train his magic eye under real combat conditions. He was to wear it to sharpen his perception of mana flow. Once it was secured, he asked how the session would unfold. A knowing smile crossed Valerie's face as she answered that the method should be obvious for training magic eyes. Fire ignited behind her in an instant, gathering into a blazing orb that hovered at her back. Without hesitation, she hurled it straight at him and ordered him to dodge correctly. Li Chiol drew his sword on instinct, irritation flashing across his face as she shouted that he was forbidden from using anything but his magic eyes and needed to move before the fireball swallowed him. He grumbled to himself that she should have warned him earlier, once again filing her away in his mind as a deranged science fanatic. Even so, his body reacted faster than his thoughts. He burst forward in a sharp lunge and slipped past the attack. When he glanced back, a realization struck him. If this had happened on the day he first stepped into her workshop, there was no chance he would have escaped. Valerie's voice cut in, warning that it was far from finished. The fireball twisted midair and curved back toward him like a hunting predator. Li Chiol's eyes flared open, just as the sphere detonated without mercy. The blast left no doubt that she had abandoned any idea of restraint. He kept moving, weaving through the chaos as Valerie spoke evenly, saying she had already identified the true nature of his magic eye. In simple terms, she explained, it resembled her own interpretation type, but functioned on a far higher plane. When the smoke cleared for a heartbeat, Li Chiol stood there coated in soot and dragging in ragged breaths, while Valerie casually brought a cigarette to life. Through the haze of drifting embers, she continued that his magic eye did not process countless separate elements. Like every magic eye, it focused on a single domain. Around them, the training hall filled with circling flames as she clarified that his eyes read the entire present unfolding before him. Matter and life, mana and force, every trace of supernatural energy, and every fragment of information existing in that instant all lay within his perception. As another blazing orb screamed toward him, she added that, if she were to give it a name, they were eyes that read every phenomenon of the present. Li Chiol retreated step by step to survive the relentless barrage and muttered dryly that her naming sense was atrocious. She paid the remark no attention and pressed on, explaining that once the present could be completely analyzed, projecting a plausible future became inevitable, and reconstructing the past followed the same logic. As another violent shockwave ripped through the hall, she laughed lightly and supplied the proper term for it: the law of causality. By then Li Chiol was still on his feet, but only barely, his figure battered and scorched. Valerie told him that the rank of his magic eyes was so high it could one day turn into a liability. No matter how refined his control became, there would always be a risk of being consumed by that power in a single instant. A thin smile traced her lips as she reminded him that every brutal drill served his own survival. She lifted her hand again, and a cluster of fireballs bloomed into existence. Announcing the next round without hesitation, Valerie sent them roaring straight at him. Explosions chained together with his shouted cries echoing between them. When the punishment finally ceased, Li Chiol collapsed where he stood, slumped on the floor and stained pitch black with soot. Valerie looked him over and mocked that he resembled someone who had just crawled out of a coal shaft, ordering him to open his eyes properly and remember how much effort she had poured into studying his power. Li Chiol answered in a flat tone, offering a simple thanks. She let out a breath and remarked that his magic eye had surfaced through that exclusive Sungwiga ritual, wondering aloud whether its delayed awakening came from its abnormal nature or from the fact that he himself had always been an outlier. He gave no response, and she chose not to chase one. Rising from her seat, she admitted she doubted she could uncover the truth on her own, then curved her lips into a dangerous smile and joked that maybe what she needed were high-resolution scans, or the simpler option of cutting him open. The moment he saw that look, Li Chiol recoiled and refused outright, insisting there was no need and that the answer would reveal itself eventually. Valerie, already fired up again, conjured another cluster of flames and declared the training would resume. She added that constantly referring to his magic eyes in vague terms was inconvenient, so they ought to name them. One suggestion after another left her lips, and he rejected every single one, stating firmly that a name was unnecessary. She brushed aside his protests and argued that eyes of that caliber demanded a proper title, escalating into increasingly grandiose proposals. Li Chiol shot them all down, but she ignored his resistance and settled on one anyway. With explosions thundering behind her words, Valerie christened them Yama's eye and proclaimed that it sounded perfect. Under the relentless barrage, he fought to keep up, breath coming in sharp bursts. Days blurred together in a cycle of prediction, analysis, choice, and concentration. Each time he pushed his magic eyes to their limits, his improvement surged at a terrifying pace. Even through the strain, a spark of exhilaration leaked onto his face. A sudden vibration hummed from Valerie's pocket. She checked the time and noted that the hour had grown late. Crossing the room, she teased that at least he was no longer collapsing into a pile of charcoal. Then she instructed him not to train by himself that night, but to clean up and head straight to the research room. Puzzled, he asked why. Valerie answered with a quick wink, announcing that the decoding work was finally finished. When they stepped into the lab, books covered the table and spilled across the space in messy stacks. Li Chiol eyed the scene with suspicion and asked how everything could have changed when he had not even left. Valerie replied casually that they were research materials she could now discard. She added with irritation that back in the Magic Tower it had been far easier to boss around graduate alchemists, whereas here she had no one to order about. With a casual flick of magic, Valerie sent the scattered books drifting into the air and beckoned him closer. She explained that writings from the Korean peninsula had survived the centuries in unusually good condition, so deciphering their language and script had posed little difficulty and had even been entertaining. Telling him to focus, she instructed Lee Cheol to sit and examine the tablet once more. He lifted it and immediately sensed that its form was no longer the same. Valerie noted that several constellations and symbols had eroded with time, so she had reconstructed the missing portions. Sliding a sheet of paper across the table, she tapped an illustrated pattern and asked if he recognized the constellation. He answered at once that he did not. 2 more diagrams joined the first. Valerie explained that his answer was expected, because those additional images represented how the constellation appeared in the present era. The real question, she said, was why ancient scholars had merged those separate stars into a single figure. Under closer inspection, it was not a natural constellation at all, but an invented one, and the sequence of its stars held the code. The disguise had stalled her for a while. It was clearly neither a lunar trajectory nor a conventional star map, leaving her to wonder about its true purpose. Lee Cheol narrowed his eyes and searched his memory, struck by a faint sense of familiarity. As a connection snapped into place, he asked if he could rip the paper apart to test a theory. Valerie gave a short laugh and told him it was unnecessary, then disclosed the conclusion herself. The diagram depicted the full network of dragon veins running through the Korean peninsula. It was not a chart of the heavens, but a terrestrial map of ley line nodes woven across the land, their marked points bound together by thick black lines. The room fell still, and Valerie's voice carried cleanly through the silence as she finalized her conclusion. The diagram was never a star chart to begin with, but a map of the Korean peninsula's energy nodes. She elaborated that Eastern philosophy treated the world as a single living body. In that framework, dragon veins functioned like a circulatory system, channels through which magical power coursed across the land. Lee Cheol examined the image with measured focus, fingers brushing his chin as he raised an objection. The tablet dated back to a remote antiquity, and in that era humanity should not have possessed territory stretching so far north. Valerie answered that this contradiction was exactly what granted the artifact its historical weight. Her reasoning struck him hard. It implied that ancient civilizations had once pushed their borders to that distant region. After laying out what she could, Valerie stepped back and told him the rest was his to interpret. She said her explanation of the geography had limits and instructed him to study the annotated passages on his own. Lee Cheol leaned over the photograph she had arranged, his thoughts turning inward. A possibility surfaced, an incantation tied to ancient stellar magic connected with the constellation of Sungwiga, a discipline that operated through hidden magical routes. The art had long since vanished from common practice, yet fragments of its chant were etched into his memory from the research he once conducted with his aunt. He aligned the map beside the constellation sketches and reasoned that if dragon veins mirrored a vascular network, then the incantation might resonate with their current. Drawing up his mana, he guided it along imagined acupoints that matched the marked positions. Within seconds of probing, a quiet thrill crossed his face. A restrained smile appeared as he announced that he had located it. The destination was Gyeongju, Mount Tohamsan, reputed resting place of Lee Hyang-seon, the second head of the Sungwiga lineage. Several days passed. Valerie sat with her cigarette holder poised between her fingers and looked up to ask if he was departing already. Lee Cheol stood before her with a pack slung over one shoulder and answered simply that he was. As he finished checking his gear, she raised a final matter, recalling their earlier exchange and asking whether he would reveal the method he used to fool the mechanism. Lee Cheol replied that she herself had claimed she would solve it in time. Her brows drew together in irritation as she called him obstinate to the end, but after a moment, she let the complaint drop. She cautioned him to stay alert, laying out in a steady voice that Tohamsan was no ordinary mountain, but a place layered with danger. Lee Cheol answered without hesitation that he already understood. A spirit mountain carried its own rules, and Tohamsan was stranger than most. Valerie rose to her feet and went into a careful explanation, warning him to steer clear of the ruined sector. Not long ago, a Bulguksa temple disciple had vanished there after stumbling into spirits and curses he didn't even recognize. She described how dreadful curses could be and reminded him that monsters were known to wander that area too. Lee Cheol listened without interrupting, then quietly asked if she was worried about him. Color rushed to Valerie's face. She snapped back at once, denying it and insisting she would never waste concern on an ill-mannered brat like him, claiming instead that she was only excited to enjoy herself. He offered a sincere word of thanks and said it was time for him to go. As he waved and turned away, Valerie reacted with surprise that he meant to leave right then. She added that since the mountain was close, she would come by after finishing her own business. Lichiol glanced back and promised that when they met again, they would share a meal. Some time passed, and he was already deep within Tohamson, brushing sweat from his brow. He muttered that nearly 2 hours had slipped by since he entered the mountain. He studied the ancient map in his hand, eyes shifting between faded markings and the terrain around him. The chart was over 1,000 years old, and even if the land had shifted, locating the site was proving tougher than expected. His method was rough, but his mastery of the magic eyes let him sustain their use for an extended stretch. Even so, the hunt tested his patience, and retreat was not an option. As he traced the route etched on the map, 3 orange-red threads revealed themselves along his path, stretching forward like a silent guide. He aligned what he saw with the map and pressed onward until a swirling yellow-orange glow surfaced ahead. His pulse quickened as he guessed this had to be it. Resting his palm on a nearby stone, he concentrated, and confirmation surged through him. He had found the correct spot. A pale blue aura wrapped around his body as he straightened and triggered his technique. Blue radiance spilled across the ground, burning brightest in a circle beneath his feet. The light brushed over plants and stone before streaming back into him. And in that instant he understood. This place concealed a sealed entrance leading straight into the tomb. All that remained was to pour magic into the slab in the exact sequence of the constellations carved across it. The moment his fingers met the stone, blue light rippled outward, wrapping around both his body and the slab as he initiated the ritual, beginning from the north and circling clockwise. It did not take long for the strain to reveal itself. The flow of magic drained him at a frightening rate. He pulled his hand back and let out a quiet breath, admitting to himself that this was far from simple. When twilight finally settled over the mountain, he decided he would attempt it once more. Calling it his final effort, he pressed his palm to the slab again. The ground lurched beneath him. A violent tremor shook the earth, nearly knocking him off balance as the stone's inner force twisted his senses and the world seemed to spin. A blinding surge of blue light erupted from the slab. He threw an arm over his eyes, struggling to understand what he had unleashed. Clutching his backpack tightly against his chest, he felt the overwhelming pressure of the magic and realized that Tohamson's energy must have been gathering for ages, only to be ignited by his own power. The contained force detonated outward and hurled him hard against the ground. He scrambled back to his feet, brushing dirt from himself and his bag, a shaky sigh escaping as he registered how close he had come to disaster. Darkness swallowed everything around him. He turned slowly, muttering that he could not see a thing. Having driven his magic to its limit, his magic eyes were unusable for now. He dug through his backpack and retrieved a flashlight. As its beam flickered on, he felt a small measure of relief when no immediate presence or movement answered the light. Then the beam caught on a bronze statue of a soldier, its fierce expression carved with unnerving realism. For a split second, his body tensed as if expecting an attack. Sweeping the light across the chamber, he grasped that a tomb of this scale was anything but ordinary. The beam settled on a stone stele, and he read an inscription declaring that the land had been purchased from the earth deity for burial, a statement that would stun any mage who laid eyes on it. He shifted the light to another stele and found characters written in a flowing script reminiscent of Chinese cursive, strokes curling like dragons and phoenixes. As he traced the lines, he learned that martial king Li Hyangxian of the Li clan had reached the age of 122 before being entombed there. Another sentence followed beneath it. All living and dead who wish to enter should turn back. Recognizing it as a clear warning, he continued reading and found that beyond that threshold stretched nothing but darkness, a promise that left him wondering what truly awaited deeper inside. Feeling the energy around him settle into a fragile calm, he tried to activate his magic eyes once more. The attempt yielded nothing. It was as if his sight had slammed into an invisible wall. A stabbing pain pierced his head, sharper than anything he had ever felt from using that power. While he steadied himself, a memory surfaced. In his previous life, his eldest brother had mentioned concealing the location of this place and sealing every record, entrusting the truth to no one except the Black Knight. Lichiol turned the thought over, searching for a reason. For a moment, he wondered if guilt over disturbing their ancestors' rest had driven that secrecy, but the idea quickly fell apart. If remorse had been the cause, the excavation itself would never have seen daylight. The entire matter clashed with his brother's usual methods. The fragments of information he had received felt deliberately incomplete. As suspicion crept in, and he began to weigh the possibility of a calculated snare, a sudden sound sliced through his thoughts. He spun toward it without hesitation. In the darkness, clusters of wandering flames flickered into view, their origin impossible to trace. Then two statues with savage expressions shifted and advanced in his direction. The realization struck at once. The guardian figures had awakened and were moving. The pair of statues released a thunderous roar, their voices grinding through the darkness as they commanded Li Chiol to leave immediately. He tightened his hold on his sword and measured them in silence. He had never heard of guardian constructs stationed in this place. They were neither powerful monsters nor spirits, yet they projected unmistakable mental waves. The contradiction unsettled him. Even with his magic eyes strained to their limit, he could not read them properly. For a fleeting instant, he wondered if they were moving without any source of power, but the idea collapsed under its own weight. That was impossible. Another detail pulled at his focus. A cluster of light hovered nearby, bright points connected like a string of pearls. His gaze traced the pattern, trying to decipher its meaning, but the chance to analyze vanished. One of the statues surged forward and unleashed a crushing punch. He twisted aside at the last moment and slid back several steps, boots scraping against stone. If he could buy even a little time, he could manage this. Settling onto the balls of his feet, he ran through his options. A drawn-out battle was suicide. With the scraps of magic still circulating in his body, he needed a decisive end. He shot forward. The statues repeated their warning to retreat, but before they could press the attack, an unseen limit seemed to snag their motions. His suspicion solidified. Their movements were rough, almost mechanical. His sword rose, and he executed the simplest cut he knew, the formless first style, a blade meant to shear through magic itself. A hollow wail tore from the statues. He understood that giving them space would only corner him, so he closed the distance, driving the fight toward a swift conclusion. One statue swung, and he slipped past the blow by a hair, the raw force rattling his frame. The second strike crashed in, and he met it with his blade. The sheer difference in mass made every impact brutal. Gritting his teeth, he invoked a rigid binding technique, sending red threads spilling out to coil tightly around the bronze body. Seizing the opening, he lifted his sword and brought it down in a clean, finishing arc, severing the statue's head. Both constructs crumpled at once. A chill awareness followed. His reserves were nearly dry, and even basic magic felt heavy and distant. He glanced at the fallen figures and noted that if he could still breathe steadily, air must be circulating within this chamber. Rolling his wrist, he inspected the statues and found no true damage on their surfaces. Then a voice sounded from behind him. He turned sharply. The two statues had fused themselves back together and were standing once more, repeating their command for him to leave. Irritation tightened in his chest. His magic was returning, but the trickle was nowhere near enough for another clash. Even so, there was something he needed to confirm. He forced his magic eyes open again and studied the statues with sharpened focus. Within their chests, the same chain of glowing points appeared, linked together exactly like the lights he had glimpsed before. Understanding clicked into place. He drew a second sword, his thoughts turning cold. If his suspicion was correct, only the Black Knight blade could end this in a single, decisive thrust. The moment the statues caught sight of the pitch-black sword, their demeanor shattered. They began chattering to each other in shock, voices trembling as they stared at the dark edge. Then both cried out at once that the weapon belonged to their friend. Panic overtook them, and they burst into frantic apologies. Through his magic eyes, their inner nature unfolded clearly. They were part of the mystic fairy race, creatures known for toying with animals, acting like mischievous children, and delighting in pranks. He leveled his sword and demanded an explanation. The pair recoiled, insisting the black blade was terrifying as they apologized again and hurriedly offered to heal him. Before he could react, streams of light poured into his body. Warmth spread through his limbs, and his drained strength surged back. They explained in hurried voices that they had mistaken him for an enemy, and begged him to accept their apology now that they had restored him. Li Chiol pressed them about their presence here. At first they clammed up, but the instant he raised the black sword slightly, fear rippled through them. Words spilled out in a rush. They told him they had entered a contract more than 1,000 years ago. The claim struck him as odd. Mystic races usually lived alongside nature, free of such bindings. He remarked that guarding this place for so long must have been exhausting. The statues thanked him with unexpected sincerity, then added that as long as he kept that sword lowered, he seemed like a good person. With open curiosity, they even asked if it was truly his sword. He cut through their distraction and demanded to know who had forged the contract with them. After wavering, they chose to answer. The person, they said, had shared his hair and eye color and had gone inside. Though wounded at the time, that individual had promised that if they guarded this place, he would protect them in return. They gestured toward a sealed door, standing nearby. Li Chiol asked what kind of threat required such protection. Their voices dropped as they answered. They were guarding it against dreadful beings, things that could not die. The moment it clicked, Li Chiol finally grasped why they had come at him so fiercely. In their eyes, he wasn't human at all, but one of those creatures. The Mountain Keeper's earlier warning resurfaced in his mind, and the pieces locked together. There was no detour left, no safer option. The only path forward was straight through the door. The statues flanking the entrance delivered their verdict without emotion. If he wanted passage, he had to prove his worth with blood. Only those acknowledged by the door itself were allowed to cross that threshold. Accepting that price, Li Chiol drew the Black Knight's sword and sliced his palm without a flicker of hesitation. He pressed his bleeding hand against the seam of the doors. His blood streamed into the carved grooves, and the silent engravings reacted instantly, swelling upward as if awakened from a long sleep. With a heavy rumble, the doors yielded and opened as though they had been waiting for him. Beyond them waited absolute darkness. No light, no sound, just a corridor sinking endlessly into black. Li Chiol stepped inside without slowing, his figure swallowed whole by the void. Far away in the laboratory, Valerie sagged over her desk and let out a drained breath. The mountain of unfinished research in front of her felt endless. Frustration gnawed at her focus, and she muttered that she would stop for the night and order something to eat. Her phone had barely lit up in her hand when a harsh, grinding noise scraped through the room. It came from the computer monitor. Frowning, she wondered if the detector was firing an alert. When she turned, the screen was alive with motion. Mechanical gears spun across the display, and a city map pulsed into view with a single red dot burning at its center. She stared at it and murmured that red meant kill. A signal like that appearing in Jiangju made no sense. For a second, she suspected a system error, but the doubt drained from her face. Her expression tightened, her eyes stretched wide, and cold sweat slid down her temples. Then the realization struck. 5 gates were opening at the same time. Valerie shot to her feet, and her fingers flew over the keyboard. A single thought hammered in her mind as she worked. Could this be connected to Li Chiol? She scanned the surrounding regions, and when every other sector showed normal readings, a thin thread of relief loosened her chest. The mountain's magical flow still looked stable. That relief didn't slow her. She began stuffing her equipment into her bag with sharp, practiced movements. Calm was a luxury she couldn't afford. Even with a smaller population, Jiangju was walking straight into disaster. In her rush, she never saw the change behind her. The zone she had just confirmed as clear flickered, and a fresh red dot bloomed. It multiplied and spread across the map like an infection, racing outward until the crimson stain was on the verge of swallowing the entire city. Li Chiol advanced with measured steps, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as the truth settled in. This place wasn't a simple graveyard. The air itself carried a weight that pressed against his skin. After moving deeper for a while, an aged bookshelf emerged from the gloom. He closed in and sifted through the brittle volumes until his fingers stopped on the text he had descended here to find, the record detailing the severing of the Black Knight. He secured it, yet his body refused to relax. Every instinct screamed that something vastly more dangerous was lurking close by. His pulse hammered in his ears as waves of dark energy rippled through the space, the intensity stirring a thrill that made his chest feel ready to burst. He took another step, and a foreign sensation crawled across his body. Slightly unsteady, he lifted his eyes and froze. An old man with white hair stood ahead, gripping a sword with iron resolve. Li Chiol couldn't judge whether the figure was an illusion or a lingering spirit, but the vitality pouring from him was undeniable. He activated his magic eyes to be certain. The sight that unfolded left him stunned. The chamber was blanketed in murals layered with talismans and interwoven golden threads, seals stacked upon seals. He struggled to comprehend why such an overwhelming number of restraints were needed. What kind of existence demanded confinement on this scale? Tracing the golden lines with his gaze, he found the answer in a fracture. Numerous threads had snapped. From those ruptures, torrents of dark energy burst free and streamed straight toward the old man. At the same moment, several currents veered and rushed at Li Chiol. There was no time to evade. The darkness wrapped around him from every side and closed in, swallowing him whole. When awareness returned, he was standing inside a room he recognized too well, facing a mirror. The reflection showed a child with hollow, grieving eyes and no trace of life in his expression. Without a word, Li Chiol understood he was staring at his former self. Memories surged and played out in merciless detail. He watched scenes of his previous life unfold, moments where he had been beaten and tormented for no reason beyond his existence. In that time, he had endlessly questioned why such suffering was his burden and searched in vain for a path of escape. Another image surfaced. His nanny, Manhwa, stood accused of embezzling the family's money and was being driven out. He heard her anxious voice worrying about what would happen to the young master once she was gone, only to be silenced by a frigid reply that she was an outsider now and had no right to interfere. Even then, Li Chiol had known the accusation rang false. Nanny and embezzlement were words that could not belong together. After that day, she vanished from his life without a trace. Another fragment rose from the depths of his mind. His uncle's face appeared, calm and gentle as he told him that everything would be fine, that he would not fall so easily. Even as guards dragged him away, the man kept speaking in a steady voice, promising he would return once he finished some business. Li Chiol had understood the truth even then. That farewell was final. The memory shifted. An old man urged him to leave and swore he would guard his secret, though he warned that the family would never stop hunting him. In a low voice, the man said he would pray with all sincerity that Li Chiol might one day reclaim his life. The recollection of his escape pressed down on him like a physical weight. Regret tightened around his chest. He had failed to protect the woman who had cared for him like a mother. He had failed to save his uncle. In the end, he had been driven to abandon even his own name and survive as a fugitive. A bitter thought surfaced. He had never imagined the Li bloodline could be so vile. He recognized these visions for what they were: the deepest wounds of his former life, the frailest corner of his subconscious, and the fear that the same tragedy could repeat itself. His fist clenched. He demanded to know why he was being forced to witness this again. Returning to the past had not erased any of it. That suffering remained an unchangeable truth. Yet he had never tried to bury those memories. They were the fire that had carried him this far, the resolve that pushed him forward with a single purpose. Never again would he allow anything precious to be stolen from him. With that conviction, the illusion shattered. Reality bled back into view and revealed what had been locked within the tomb. A mass of black mist churned in the air, coiling through the chamber. A stabbing pain pulsed inside his skull as broken memories and distant voices reverberated through his mind, dark energy surging wildly around him. Amid the chaos, the old man's voice cut through. He spoke of preparing for the next generation and asked to be sealed together with that entity. His son's voice overlapped the memory, desperate as he tried to stop him. Shock rippled through Li Chiol. The sensation mirrored the moment he had once touched Mujin's memories through boundless darkness. A realization took shape. He had absorbed a fragment of that thing's power. Within the vision, the old man continued. He described himself as nothing more than a watcher and said that one day the entity would unveil its true form. Until that moment arrived, he would carry it inside his own body. He declared that a child chosen by the Black Knight would eventually be born, and that child would stand as hope. In the fading vision, the old man extended a stone slab into the other person's hands and ordered him to shape it and release it into the world. He said that someday a child would be drawn by the slab's guidance, discover it, and share the crushing burden that followed. The torrent of memories snapped shut without warning. Li Chiol pitched forward and retched, vile fluids spilling from his mouth as his strength deserted him. He jammed his sword into the ground to keep from collapsing completely, his entire body trembling under the aftermath. Through clenched teeth, he forced out a hoarse admission that he had never imagined the trial would be this brutal. Li Chiol lowered himself to the ground, bracing on his sword as harsh breaths tore from his lungs. His mind raced to piece together what he had just endured. In that fragile stillness, he detected a subtle change. An unfamiliar current of mana was coursing through him, and its presence was unmistakable. The dark energy that had once pooled motionless in his heart had dispersed across his entire body. It flowed evenly through every vein and muscle, reinforcing his frame until he could feel the difference in his bones. He opened his palm and watched dense, pitch-black magic gather there, heavier and purer than anything he had wielded before. His fingers closed slowly around that power, confusion tightening his expression. He rose and directed his attention to the figure seated beside the well. Only then did the truth settle in. This was no grave. It was a hidden chamber buried beneath the world, a sanctuary their ancestors had prepared while waiting for a descendant to uncover it in some distant age. A quiet thought surfaced. They might have been waiting specifically for him. His grip tightened on the sword's hilt as he considered the possibility that he had stepped into the highest realm. Even so, he questioned whether anyone, no matter how exalted, could truly read the thread of fate 1,000 years into the future. The sense that something deeper remained lingered at the edge of his awareness, but he forced it aside. After straightening his clothes, he faced the elder with solemn composure. Respect filled his posture as he apologized for the belated meeting and asked forgiveness for his discourtesy. With both hands raised in formal salute, he bowed deeply as a descendant of the Li bloodline. He admitted that his arrival was painfully late, yet by following the path their forebear had laid down, he had reached this place and was ready to carry the burden entrusted to him. The elder offered no reply. His form began to dissolve in silence, fading until only a single outer robe remained. Li Chiol murmured that the ancestor could finally rest in peace. The spirit dispersed without struggle, and the garment drifted gently through the air to settle before him. He received it on his knees and accepted it as an inheritance. Time lost all meaning in that black, vacant chamber. When he finally moved again, his steps were steady. He advanced until an exit revealed itself, and he emerged at last. Waiting beyond, the members of the mystic fairy race regarded him with quiet satisfaction. They voiced their gratitude, declaring that the ancient promise had been fulfilled and that their duty was complete, and they prepared to take their leave. Li Chiol swept his eyes across the drifting sparks of light and gave a quiet nod, acknowledging their effort and the battle they had endured. At his gesture, the scattered lights rose and dispersed into the sky, their voices faint but warm as they thanked him and promised that they would meet again when the time was right. When the last glow faded and the area returned to its hollow silence, Li Chiol released a long breath. They had vanished without cleaning a single trace of the chaos they left behind. A helpless smile tugged at his lips as he wondered whether reporting this mess to the family later would even make a difference. In the end, he hoisted his backpack onto his shoulder, already deciding that he would deal with the aftermath himself. Without warning, a stream of deep blue magical energy condensed in front of him. Only seconds ago, there had been nothing in that space. His gaze sharpened. If there was an exit, this had to be it. Refusing to waste time overthinking, Li Chiol stepped straight into the swirling current. The world flipped. For a breathless instant, he felt himself plunging through an endless abyss before he slammed hard against solid ground. He pushed himself up with a grimace, rubbing his head and muttering that no matter how many times it happened, he would never get used to this kind of transportation. As he lifted his eyes, he saw the pale light of dawn stretching across the sky. Relief barely had time to surface before his instinct screamed. His sword flashed into his hand as he slid back into a guarded stance, the grass whispering under his boots. Figures in cloaks emerged from every side, forming a tight circle that sealed him in. Their faces were hidden, their presence eerily muted. Li Chiol tightened his grip, every sense on edge. Without his sharpened intuition, he would never have noticed them closing in. Then his pupils shrank. Something tore through the air and exploded against a rock beside him. He twisted away on reflex, recognizing the hiss of an arrow a heartbeat too late. His voice cut through the tension as he demanded their identities. The figure shifted, and unease crawled down his spine. Their bodies looked wrong, pale, unstable like broken imitations of people. Overlapping voices spilled from them in a chaotic murmur, repeating the same fractured phrases about finding the fragment and removing the mask. Li Chiol's breath stilled as realization struck. The energy clinging to them was unmistakably demonic, the same foul aura carried by monsters, yet their forms were undeniably human. They did not hesitate. With a collective surge, they rushed him. One attacker stepped forward and swung a massive tree trunk with crushing force, the air roaring as it came down toward him. Li Chiol ground his teeth and brought his sword down in a fierce arc, the blade crashing head-on into the swinging trunk. The impact rang through his arms, yet the trunk didn't even splinter. His eyes widened in disbelief. Strength, on that level, didn't belong to any ordinary human. His gaze snapped back to the attacker, and what he saw twisted his expectations. The creature's skin was a murky green, its face swollen and pig-like. For a split second he mistook it for an orc, but the details didn't match. Beneath that grotesque exterior was a human frame wrapped in orc flesh. The realization sent a chill through him. He couldn't fathom what kind of madness would drive someone to wear another being's skin. A shrill, grating scream tore through the air as another assailant closed in. From behind the sweeping trunk, a sharp glimmer streaked toward him. Li Chiol shifted instantly, tilting his body and snapping his sword up in one clean motion. Steel met metal with a sharp crack as he knocked aside a poisoned dart meant for his throat. The projectile spun away, and his eyes locked onto the one who had fired it. In that instant, he judged the battlefield. Surrounded and outnumbered, this terrain favored his enemies. Hesitation would only bury him. Power surged into his blade as he unleashed his technique, black, rigid energy erupting outward and throwing the space around him in a violent disorder. Using the chaos as cover, he burst from the encirclement and shot away at blinding speed. He sprinted through the barren mountain forest, every step focused on widening the distance and shifting the battleground. High above, perched on a jagged rock, a figure in a white mask watched his escape without moving. A cold voice drifted down, noting the black hair and golden eyes, and recognizing that a descendant of the Li clan had arrived, drawn by the opening of the tomb gate. Yet beneath that recognition lingered uncertainty about what Li Chiol truly represented. The masked observer's tone darkened, laced with both hostility and fascination, murmuring about genuine freedom and a promise to strip away the final mask. As the words faded, the forest itself began to shudder. A warped, inhuman sound rippled through the air while the weak daylight filtered through the thin canopy, and the entire atmosphere thickened with a creeping sense of dread. Li Chiol finally came to a halt, chest heaving after the long sprint. He forced his breathing to steady while reviewing the clash in his mind. There had been roughly 30 of them. They wore human bodies, yet the power surging from them was unmistakably monstrous. He couldn't decide whether he was facing humans warped into beasts or monsters hiding behind human skin. At least they hadn't fought like a disciplined unit. Their movements overlapped and tangled, more like a chaotic mob than a trained force. Even though they carried proper weapons, their style was crude, the kind of reckless swarming seen in fresh recruits. He marked the thought carefully. Later, he would capture a few survivors and pry the truth out of them. Resting in his grip was a shield glowing with a cool blue radiance. The Saint Shield, a reward he had claimed after sparring with his sixth sister. It was a masterpiece-grade weapon, forged as a replica of a celestial shield that legend said the Lord had once granted to Rome's second king, Pompilius. The memory of absorbing it inside Valerie's workshop flickered through his mind. A sudden blur tore in from the front. One attacker rushed him at a terrifying pace, vanishing for an instant before reappearing midair with a piercing shriek and a killing strike. Li Chiol answered without delay. The shield snapped up and absorbed the blow, and in the same breath his sword flashed, steel carved cleanly through flesh, severing the attacker's arm. The motion flowed from instinct sharpened by relentless training. Before the enemy could even process the loss, his follow-up slash bit deep into the torso, blood spilling in a steady stream. The fall of one only triggered the rest. The remaining figures surged forward, and this time their assault carried structure. Their strikes linked together in rough combinations, proof that some fragment of reason still lingered. It changed nothing. The Saint Shield flared brighter in his hand. He unleashed the spirit demon barrier and spun, radiant arcs bursting outward and hurling the attackers back. His blade traced a deadly circle alongside the light, each rotation landing punishing cuts that spared no one. Blood dotted the earth as the survivors staggered. Li Chiol centered himself and readied for another charge. If they hesitated, he would be the one to close the distance. He shot forward like a gust of wind, blue energy surging through his limbs as he tore across the forest. Before long, 3 enemies lay subdued at his feet. He bound them tightly and shattered the bones in their arms and legs, stripping away any chance of resistance. Kneeling beside them, he studied their condition in silence. Their eyes were empty and unfocused, yet the aura leaking from their bodies reeked of monsters. It didn't resemble ordinary contamination. The pattern pointed instead to deliberate interference, something closer to brainwashing or a curse. Keeping his guard up, Li Chiol extended a hand and prepared to feed a thread of mana into the captives to confirm his suspicion. Before he could make contact, a piercing shriek ripped through the distance. The sound slammed into him like a physical blow, forcing his hands to his ears as pain rang through his skull. He couldn't even guess what could produce such a noise, but the reaction from the 3 prisoners was immediate. The mask-like layers fused to their faces began to liquefy, melting and dripping down over their clothes. In the same breath, a violent surge of strength flooded their bodies. The ropes snapped as if they were nothing. Li Chiol lifted his head just in time to see an enormous shadow swallow the ground around him, and for a heartbeat his thoughts stalled. The 3 figures twisted together, their forms collapsing and fusing into a single grotesque mass that swelled into an indescribably huge body. Far above, Valerie floated in the air, her eyes sweeping across the land beneath her. The silence unsettled her. If a gate had truly opened, monsters should have been flooding out already. From her elevated vantage point, she studied every corner of the terrain with growing suspicion. After a while, she descended lightly and stepped onto the deserted street, moving forward at a measured pace. She stopped abruptly, her breath catching at the sight ahead. A gate pulsed before her with dense crimson energy, yet nothing crossed its threshold. A stray gust brushed her lashes as unease tightened in her chest. Someone might be forcing a magical imbalance to pry open a terror gate. Even insanity, she thought coldly, should have boundaries. She scanned the area again, troubled by how a gate meant for catastrophe could feel this unnaturally quiet. Then the structure resolved more clearly in her senses. This wasn't a standard gate at all. The pattern resembled a teleportation circle. Her expression hardened at the possibility that it was a one-way path leading straight here. Another violent wave of energy swept overhead without warning. Pain spiked through her head, and a sharp cry escaped as she clutched her temples and staggered. This force didn't align with any system of magic she recognized, and its structure resisted her attempts to interpret it. She concluded that she needed information from other points before acting. Rising back into the air, Valerie circled the entire street with careful restraint. As she crossed one sector, she spotted a crowd gathered around a second gate, the military already securing the perimeter. She slipped behind a broad wall and concealed herself in the shadows. For an instant, she weighed the option of stepping forward to request access and inspect the phenomenon. The thought died quickly. Her arrival in South Korea was supposed to remain hidden, and her master's warning against revealing her identity rang clear. Her jaw tightened as the situation grew more opaque. With no room left for hesitation, she withdrew from the scene, choosing to return first and deepen her investigation. Sometime later, back inside the lab, Valerie collapsed onto the sofa, her body heavy with fatigue. The strain from earlier drained what little energy she had left, and a sharp wave of hunger hit her, vivid enough to make her think of nothing but chicken. Her eyes drifted to the computer screen, and she snapped upright. For a split second, she thought another gate had formed. She rushed to the desk and scanned the display. The pattern staring back at her was something she had never cataloged before. Gates registered in red, monsters in black, yet this signal pulsed in a muted gray, stamped with an unidentified tag. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she tore into the data. One result after another lined up on the screen. 31 separate magical frequencies, all unrecognized. The implications settled in her chest like a weight. These signatures could belong to whatever had crossed through the gate, or to the ones responsible for creating it in the first place. A tight knot formed in her stomach as memory surfaced. Lee Cheol had been explicit about heading to Tohamson. Her gaze darted across the interface until a yellow marker caught her attention, the symbol assigned to the wielder of the magic eye. She traced the signal, filtering and refining the search until its position locked into place. The moment it did, the tension in her face sharpened. The scale of the danger unfolding there was far beyond what she had anticipated. The moment Lee Cheol stepped in front of the towering beast, a cold realization settled in his mind. He had expected resistance, but not this. Never a complete transformation into a genuine monster. His gaze sharpened as he studied it. The silhouette was that of a lizard man, yet something about it felt wrong. Its flesh screamed monster, but the current of magic pulsing through its veins flowed with an unmistakably human rhythm. Without warning, its tail tore through the air. Lee Cheol hurled himself backward, the strike grazing past him with brutal force. Until now, it had seemed like the creature was awkwardly copying a monster's movements, but that illusion shattered instantly. It moved with terrifying ease, as if it had reclaimed a body that was always meant to be its own. Worse still, its combat instincts were human. A suffocating pressure tightened inside Lee Cheol as the restraining spell embedded in his body flared. His magic dulled, and even the hand gripping his sword felt unbearably heavy. In that fleeting lapse of focus, the monster lunged and smashed into him. His body flew like a rag doll, slamming into a tree hard enough to splinter the trunk. He dragged in a ragged breath and cursed quietly. Beneath his boots, a thick layer of slime writhed and clung to him, greedily draining his mana through some vile absorption. Irritation flashed across his face as he crushed the repulsive mass under a violent stomp. The creature didn't chase him. It stood motionless, watching. Gone was its earlier recklessness. A grim understanding dawned on him. Its intelligence had risen to a different level. His eyes ignited. Mana surged violently through his channels as he chose to strike first. He shot forward with the force of a descending god and unleashed his ultimate technique, the enhanced energy technique, Razor Wind. His blade carved a merciless arc across the monster's torso. A thin smile formed on his lips. He was certain he had cut straight through its core. Then his breath caught. The creature remained untouched. His slash faded, as if it had never existed, erased by instantaneous regeneration. Its massive tail whipped toward him again, shrieking through the air. In that instant, comprehension hit him like thunder. A slime that devoured energy. The regenerative flesh of a lizard man. And layered over all, the suppressive howl of a vengeful spirit. This grotesque fusion was something he had never witnessed. Not in his previous life, nor in this one. Frustration hardened into resolve. He abandoned all restraint. No matter the cost in mana, he would sever it completely. A mysterious blue wave condensed in his palm, dense and trembling with power, before he fired it straight into the monster and blasted it backward. Li Chiol closed the distance in a heartbeat, killing intent blazing in his eyes. He would test the limits of its rebirth. With a single, ruthless stroke, his sword flashed and separated its head from its body. The enormous corpse crashed to the ground with a thunderous weight. The next instant, a bizarre noise sliced through the air and reached Li Chiol's ears. He spun around, his face draining of color as a grim thought flashed through his mind. Had something survived? What greeted him was even more surreal. A gigantic sphere of fire descended like a falling star, detonating in a violent explosion that split the earth apart. As the smoke thinned and the fractured ground settled, a lone figure dropped lightly into the crater. Valerie stood there with absolute confidence, calling out her arrival and asking if he was injured. For a moment, Li Chiol could only stare. Then he answered dryly that aside from nearly being killed by her theatrical landing, he was fine, and asked if crashing down like a meteor had really been necessary. Valerie shot back that she had rushed over because she was worried. When he muttered that it looked more like an assassination attempt, she blinked at him in disbelief and pointed out that he was standing perfectly unharmed. Watching her turn away with a carefree laugh, irritation simmered inside him, but he forced it down. Valerie gestured toward the creatures ahead and demanded to know what they were. Li Chiol replied curtly that they were enemies. She exhaled in exasperation and said that much was obvious. He clarified that the enemies were humans twisted into monsters. Valerie frowned, asking what kind of nonsense he was spouting. His expression remained grave as he confirmed that until recently, they had been ordinary people. Her eyes widened as she shot back that such a transformation was absurd. Before he could elaborate, the enemies unleashed a shrill, ear-splitting screech. The piercing sound rattled their senses, forcing both of them to clamp their hands over their ears as dizziness swept through their bodies. Valerie felt her mana circuits tremble violently. Li Chiol planted his feet and raised his sword, telling her they would talk later, and asking if she could subdue a few targets alive. Caught off guard, Valerie hesitated before answering that it should be possible. A sharp light flashed in Li Chiol's eyes. He stated that he needed 2 captives and ordered her to move the moment he signaled. She barely had time to process his words before he surged forward. His sword ignited with an ominous crimson glow as he invoked the underworld energy technique, a power that could bind spiritual beings. Blood-red threads burst outward, coiling around the enemies and locking them in place as he barked for Valerie to act. She reacted instantly, lifting her wand high. A radiant magic circle bloomed at its tip as she deployed 6th-grade sealing magic, the 100 Directions array. Talismans materialized and scattered through the air while she declared that when facing ghostly entities, spells rooted in law and order were the most reliable. Ferocious currents of swirling power poured from her hands and engulfed the trapped foes. At the same time, Li Chiol shifted his focus to the remaining slime. No matter how strange its traits were, in the end it was still nothing more than a slime. He drove his hand straight into the writhing mass at his feet without hesitation and tore out a gleaming blue gemstone. A quiet breath escaped him as tension eased from his shoulders. He extended the stone toward Valerie and told her to hold on to it. She frowned, clearly unwilling to accept it without explanation, and demanded to know why. He answered that he would likely need her to examine it later. After a brief pause, she accepted it for the moment. Once the immediate danger subsided, Valerie began outlining what she had uncovered. She revealed that a spatial gate had manifested in the center of Gyeongju. It was artificial in origin, yet it didn't resemble any ordinary gate. According to her, it functioned less like a standard portal and more like a one-way corridor. Li Chiol listened in silence, and then asked evenly how that differed from a teleportation array. Valerie organized her thoughts and explained with precision. The teleportation circle demanded meticulous preparation on both ends, the origin and the destination acting like two hands deliberately reaching to clasp one another. This new gate ignored that principle entirely. It enabled immediate movement from one point to another at will, carving a direct spatial route instead of relying on established teleportation structures. As she finished, her expression hardened into something grave. With the limits of existing human knowledge and technology, she stated flatly, the creation of such a phenomenon should have been impossible. Valerie fixed her gaze on the decapitated creature, her eyes narrowing as she studied it. She stated that even though the theoretical framework behind gate creation had already been unraveled, actually applying it lay far beyond the reach of present human capability. It was knowledge that existed in principle, but could not be translated into practice. Li Chiol absorbed her words in silence. If she spoke with that level of certainty, then the barrier she described was real. This world overflowed with forces that defied reason. Yet the fact that even Valerie could not pin down the exact mechanics unsettled him more than he expected. She ran her fingers lightly along her wand and continued. After verifying the gate and returning to her workshop, her detector had registered an extremely abnormal signal. That anomaly was what drove her to rush back without hesitation. Li Chiol cast a glance at the monster's remains and suggested that the reading might have originated from these very beings. Valerie frowned, confusion evident on her face, and pressed him again about what they actually were. He repeated, with measured caution, that they had once been human. The seriousness in her expression deepened. She countered that if it were some form of implantation or partial modification, she could accept it, but a complete transformation crossed into the absurd. She questioned whether he might have been deceived by an advanced magical illusion. A weary sigh escaped him. He asked flatly whether she thought his eyes were incapable of telling illusion from reality. That was the exact reason he had insisted she personally examine the captives he secured earlier, and he urged her to inspect the lizard man's corpse as well. With a quiet exhale and no better alternative, Valerie agreed. As she began her analysis, her gaze sharpened into a cold, clinical focus. Magic flowed from her wand as she dissected the creature's structure layer by layer. When she finished, she stated that it was, in essence, nothing more than a monster. Its traits were unusual, but its core nature remained the same. While certain monsters possess the ability to assume human appearances, this specimen was simply a lizard man distinguished by an irregular mana system and peculiar skills. Li Chiol cut in, reminding her that some of the enemies he fought had unmistakably appeared human, and motioned for her to follow. Morning light had already washed over the forest, soft sunlight filtering through the canopy. He brushed aside thick leaves and led her forward, only to stop abruptly. Lying before them was the body of an ordinary monster, left without any sign of special handling. Valerie crouched to inspect it and remarked that it was just a goblin. Li Chiol stood frozen. He remembered with perfect clarity that when he struck it down, it had worn a human face. As Valerie activated her magic eye and examined the corpse more closely, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Her gaze dropped to the goblin's feet, where a pair of worn shoes still clung awkwardly to its body. Monsters did not wear shoes. As she traced the outline of its limbs, she noticed additional details, faint imprints of former posture, scraps of clothing, and subtle signs that pointed unmistakably to a human origin. Her brows knitted together. She rose slowly, the weight of the implication settling over her. In a low, serious voice, she stated that this possibility required deeper investigation and added that she had already secured enough samples to analyze separately. Li Chiol asked her flatly if she finally believed him. Valerie scratched her head with visible reluctance and admitted that these creatures were undeniably abnormal and that the evidence spoke for itself. For now, she said, the safest course was to cremate every corpse, then asked whether he had eliminated all the monsters. He answered calmly that he had taken down all 30. Shock flashed across her face. Her detector, she reminded him, had registered 31 unidentified magical signatures. That number dragged his thoughts back to the eerie sound he had heard earlier. He had not witnessed it directly, but the conclusion formed quickly. There must have been another presence, likely the one directing the monsters from the shadows. After they returned to Valerie's workshop, Li Chiol asked about the outcome of her examination. She conceded that her findings were limited. Aside from confirming what her magic eye had already revealed, she had uncovered nothing substantial. Silence stretched between them. Then he called her name and brought up the 3-question wager he had once won. Valerie snapped instantly, demanding to know why he was mentioning it now. He stated evenly that whenever she lied, it was painfully obvious to him. Her expression darkened, and she muttered that he was insufferably sharp. With a hint of irritation, she added that if he had known her back in France, he would never have talked back to her so casually. Even so, she stubbornly insisted she was telling the truth and declared that she had once been celebrated as the Rose of the Eiffel Magic University. Li Chiol paused, briefly wondering whether that title referred to elegance rather than madness, then cut through her deflection and told her to stop circling the issue. Valerie pressed her lips together, her shoulders tightening as embarrassment rippled through her. She was visibly flustered. Recognizing that she was close to snapping, Li Chiol softened his tone. He said that someone with her skill could not possibly come up empty-handed, and that there was no reason to stall, because he understood better than anyone just how capable she truly was. She froze for a moment, clearly surprised, and he pushed on in an awkward rush, praising her as the master of the analysis, who had raised his magical realm and unraveled the secret sealed inside his ancestor's stone slab. The more he talked, the stiffer his words sounded, and he caught himself mid-praise, worried he had gone too far and only managed to irritate her. Valerie reacted in the opposite way. She rose from her seat with an easy confidence and declared brightly that of course she could handle it, that there was nothing in this world she could not decipher. Watching her boast so openly, Li Chiol felt a quiet satisfaction settle in, struck by how effortlessly she could be encouraged. Her playful air vanished just as quickly. Valerie's gaze sharpened, and she said she had one question before she continued. With a serious expression, she asked whether the group of monster men who attacked him had been hunting him from the start. Li Chiol paused to think, then admitted that without any way to communicate with them, he could not be sure of their intentions. Valerie pressed further, asking what he had found at the stone slab site and whether he understood what those people might be seeking now. Seated nearby, Li Chiol answered in an even tone that he had gathered a few items, but explaining everything was not so simple. He trusted Valerie, yet this was another matter entirely. The stone slab was a relic of his family, and its secrets were not something he could reveal carelessly. Valerie fell into silence and remained that way for a long stretch, lost in thought, while Li Chiol wondered what had prompted her sudden line of questioning. At last she leaned back in her chair and spoke again, warning him that what followed was only a hypothesis, something to be heard like a piece of science fiction. She began to recount a distant age of war, when a massive monster invasion ignited a conflict that consumed the world. As the struggle intensified, it stopped being a simple clash between humanity and beasts. Humans, other races, and monsters were all dragged into the chaos, and the land was drowned in blood. From that crimson era, she said, countless hidden powers awakened, and 6 enigmatic organizations rose into view. They were strange and elusive, wrapped in mystery, yet impossible to ignore. Each occupied different territories, adopted different forms, and shaped the course of the world in its own way. Because of several uncanny similarities, people eventually grouped them together and gave them a single name, the Six Knights. Valerie explained that traces of these groups were almost impossible to find in ordinary historical records, and that her knowledge came from her own master. Even though the world treated them as a set, rumors claimed they did not see each other as allies. Listening closely, Li Chiol asked whether the events he had experienced might be tied to one of the organizations she had just described. Valerie answered that one of those factions was known as Behemoth. According to the accounts passed down by her master, their traits lined up almost perfectly with what Li Chiol had just described. Their creed was blunt and extreme, abandon reason, cast off restraint, and exist by pure instinct and the pull of the subconscious. Li Chiol observed that thinkers from that era had once debated similar philosophies. She gave a small nod, then added that the problem was how far Behemoth carried that belief. To them, the human body was nothing more than a shell, a disguise hiding an authentic self. Only by discarding that shell could someone reach true liberation. In pursuit of that freedom, they were rumored to move and operate as monsters. The claim stunned Li Chiol. Valerie went on, saying Behemoth regarded creatures driven by instinct as the proper state of life. Hearing that, a troubling thought surfaced in his mind, and he voiced it, asking whether they had been transforming humans into real monsters since those ancient days. If examples of that existed, he added, why had she insisted earlier that such a thing was impossible? Valerie corrected him at once. What her master had described was not genuine metamorphosis. Those followers concealed themselves behind crafted masks and artificial monster skins, imitating beasts rather than becoming them in truth. Valerie slipped a cigarette from the pack and struck a match. As the flame flared, She said Behemoth had never doubted the righteousness of its creed. Convinced they were correct, they poured everything into spreading that doctrine and amassed a vast following. At their height, they were powerful enough to wage war against entire countries. She added that it was still uncertain whether the mastermind behind the recent incident belonged to Behemoth, but one fact was undeniable. Some organization had singled out Li Chiol and set those events in motion. Li Chiol listened without visible agitation and gave a quiet acknowledgement. Thin strands of white smoke curled from Valerie's cigarette as she asked what he intended to do from here, admitting with disarming honesty that the situation worried her. His reply came steady and unwavering. He would continue his journey of training exactly as planned. If the mere shadow of an unverified threat was enough to drive him back to the clan, then there would have been no reason to leave in the first place. Valerie released a soft sigh, and a faint, satisfied smile tugged at her lips. She remarked calmly that this was precisely the answer she had expected from him. Later, alone in his room, Li Chiol turned his attention to the cloak hanging inside his closet. Studying it again, he saw clearly that it bore little resemblance to ordinary clothing. His fingers traced the surface as he examined it in silence. It was neither simple embroidery nor common fabric, and he had sensed that peculiarity from the first moment he wore it. He draped the cloak over his shoulders and slid his arms smoothly into the sleeves. The instant it settled on him, a deep comfort spread through his body. The garment adjusted on its own, conforming perfectly to his size. Facing the mirror, he tested his movements and noted the remarkable elasticity that allowed him to move without restriction. Just then the door swung open, and Valerie strode in with bright energy, waving as she talked about ordering fried chicken for the evening. Mid-sentence, her eyes landed on his reflection in the mirror. The room fell quiet for a beat. Then she broke into open laughter and teased that it was only natural for a 15-year-old to admire himself like that. She tried to rein in her amusement, remembering how stubbornly he had refused her last attempt to drag him out shopping for clothes. Her expression shifted in an instant. She stepped closer, startled, and demanded to know what he was wearing. Li Chiol watched her in confusion, unable to grasp the reason for her sudden shock. Valerie lifted a corner of the cloak to inspect it carefully and asked where he had obtained it. Still unable to follow her reaction, he reminded her that she had seen the cloak before. Valerie hesitated, then admitted that it had been too dark at the time for her to examine it properly. Her gaze stayed locked on the garment, as she stated with certainty that it was woven from celestial silk. The intricate patterns stitched across it were unmistakably enchantments, yet she could feel no magical resistance from them. Li Chiol echoed the unfamiliar term under his breath, trying to make sense of it. Lowering her eyes, Valerie explained that celestial silk came from a spirit beast that resembled a silkworm, a creature called the heavenly silkworm. Producing even a single thread required decades of accumulation and hardship, yet someone had used that material to craft an entire cloak. Li Chiol had not imagined the item could carry such value. She clicked her tongue at his reaction and said that calling it valuable barely scratched the surface. If the cloak was truly made from celestial silk from end to end, it was equivalent to a celestial class artifact. The claim left him stunned, and he questioned whether she might be wrong. Since his magic, I detected no unusual power within it. Valerie shook her head and clarified that celestial silk was not a finished artifact by itself. It was a living material that matured alongside its owner. Because of its rarity, enchanters normally inserted it only as a channel for spells, yet here it had been used to tailor an entire cloak. In her eyes, it was a fearsome artifact of a kind that human history might never witness again. Her curiosity flared, and she asked eagerly to try it on for just a moment. Li Chiol refused without hesitation. Valerie, nearly pleading, tried to negotiate for a single strand, then insisted on exactly two. He instinctively stepped back as her persistence intensified. A breath later, her tension melted into relief. Realizing the cloak was already bound to a master, she clutched it with renewed excitement and exclaimed that it had developed its own spirit, calling the situation unbelievable. Irritation crept into Li Chiol's voice as he asked how long she intended to carry on like this. Valerie apologized at once, explaining that her examination was finished. She placed a book in his hands and told him to read. The text detailed the heavenly silkworm, a spirit creature sustained by magical energy that thrived where yin and yang existed in balance. It laid eggs once every decade and spun a cocoon after 20 years. When that cocoon was dissolved in a spiritual elixir known as heavenly spirit water, the resulting fibers became celestial silk. Celestial silk, the text explained, carried a faint spiritual awareness. It recognized a single owner and continuously absorbed magical energy from its surroundings. Even when sliced by blades, it could draw in that energy to mend itself. Water could not soak it, and flames that scorched its surface were followed by an immediate restoration to its original form. After finishing the passage, Li Chiol reclaimed the cloak and questioned whether an artifact could truly hold consciousness. Valerie answered evenly that it was not consciousness in the human sense, but something closely related. She indicated one of the woven patterns and said the cloak's defining trait was its lack of an upper limit. Its magical resistance was so close to zero that even raw magical energy could not imitate it. With a quiet sigh, she added that a mediocre enchanter could rise to prominence with material like this in hand, and that if her own master had witnessed it, he would have begged for a single strand as well. Hearing that, Li Chiol lowered his eyes to the cloak again. He had always known it was unusual, yet he had never imagined it stood on such a level. Valerie then asked what the garment was called. As he slipped it back on, he told her its name was Silver River. The title was inscribed in pale lettering along the inner lining, a word that signified the Milky Way. Inwardly, he felt the name suited it perfectly. The sword that housed the Dark Knight and the robe that held the galaxy were not forged as a set, yet they resonated together as if they were. A faint smile touched his lips as he acknowledged that he had gained something genuinely rare. Several days later, seated alone in his room, Li Chiol murmured that the translation was taking far more time than he had anticipated. He bent over a stack of documents filled with ancient script. If he had handed them to Valerie, she would have deciphered them with ease, but they contained the guarded secrets of his family, and he could not risk exposing them. He reminded himself that acquiring these volumes had only been possible because of her assistance. Drawing a steady breath, he returned to the task. Little by little, the scattered symbols began to settle into meaning. The writer declared that these lines were being left for descendants, and admitted that recording the tale of the Black Knight defied his father's wishes. The statement made Li Chiol pause. The author was his second-generation ancestor, Li Haiangxian, who confessed uncertainty over whether this account would endure long enough to reach future heirs. Li Chiol lifted another bamboo volume and scanned its surface, expecting the same decay, but the remaining text was perfectly preserved. Only select fragments had vanished, carved out with eerie precision, while the rest stood sharp and untouched. Aside from a handful of missing characters, nothing else showed distortion. The pattern felt deliberate. For a brief instant, suspicion crossed his mind that someone else might have entered the tomb ahead of him and tampered with the record. The idea dissolved as quickly as it formed. The ancestral chamber bore no disturbance, no footprints, no displaced dust. No one had stepped inside before him. His face settled into a quiet, unreadable calm. The ancestors' words carried an unsettling implication, as if they had been written with the expectation that parts would someday disappear. As Li Chiol pieced the fragments together in his thoughts, he noticed how little the manuscript explained about the sword seals. The information stopped exactly where his eldest brother's discoveries had already reached. Nothing extended beyond that boundary. The realization clicked into place. The record came from Li Haiangxian, a man never chosen by the Black Knight. Of course, the account could only stretch as far as the third seal. A low breath escaped him as the tension in his shoulders eased. His eldest brother had not concealed anything after all. The truth had simply never existed in these pages to begin with. His fingertips drifted across the brittle surface, tracing the etched lines almost absently, and his lips moved as he read a passage under his breath. It described the Black Knight as a sword forged by a god for the sole purpose of killing. The words struck him like a sudden blow. Li Chiol went rigid, eyes fixed on the sentence, as doubt flooded in. Had he misunderstood? A blade created by a god. The meaning spiraled through his mind, heavy and impossible to ignore. The sharp buzz of his phone shattered the silence. He flinched and pulled it out at once, gaze dropping to the screen. The sender's name made his brow tighten. Young Jinsu. The unexpected contact stirred a flicker of unease as he opened the message. A problem had surfaced, and Young Jinsu needed to see him immediately. Li Chiol finished securing the last of his belongings and stood ready to depart, the air already carrying the weight of another road waiting ahead. He offered Valerie a quiet, sincere thanks for everything she had done over the past few days. She accepted the gratitude without hesitation and immediately claimed full responsibility for the research on the magic eyes, the interpretation of the stone slab, and even the matter of his outfit, reminding him that every one of those answers had come from her. Watching her bask in her own credit, he felt a familiar irritation stir. His brows drew together for a moment, and a weary sigh slipped out as he thought that this routine was starting again. He told her he would introduce her to someone in the future, a remark that caught her attention at once. When she pressed him with her eyes, he explained that it was his aunt and added that the two of them would likely get along unusually well. With that said, he turned and offered a brief farewell, stating simply that he was leaving. The instant he stepped forward, she reached out to stop him and pressed a gemstone into his hand. At first, she dismissed it as nothing special, then quickly contradicted herself, insisting that it was actually quite remarkable because she had poured her heart into crafting it. She explained that she had woven a protective spell into the stone, though she could not guarantee how strong it was, and described it as a small talisman meant to keep evil at bay. Li Chiol accepted it with an easy smile, thanking her and noting that he seemed to be constantly receiving gifts from her. Valerie shook her head at once, denying that it was like that, and adding that she had something else she wanted to say. Before she could continue, he cut in and asked what she meant, his gaze sharpening as he wondered aloud if she was hiding something. The question made her avert her eyes. She insisted it was nothing, even as the truth pressed loudly in her thoughts. In her thesis on Li Chiol's Magic Eye, she had grandly titled it The Ultimate Superhum and the Mana Arts King True Magic Eye. The memory sent a rush of guilty excitement through her. If no one discovered it, she reasoned, then it was not a crime, and in any case he was unlikely to read such papers. Only obsessive magic scholars locked away in their rooms bothered with those. He released another low sigh and remarked that the whole matter left a slightly bitter taste, but that it was fine to leave things there. His detached tone struck a nerve. Heat flared in her chest, and she jabbed a finger toward him, snapping that she was not concealing anything and demanding to know what he meant by simply leaving it at that. She steered the conversation back to what mattered and asked what he intended to do next. Li Chiol answered that he would likely need to travel to Seoul. At that, she extended her hand, as if sealing a promise that they would meet again. He returned the gesture with an easy smile, shaking her hand and offering Valerie one more word of thanks. The next moment unfolded on the outskirts of Seoul. When they met, Young Jinsu greeted him with the look of someone worn thin by long days, remarking that it had been a while. Li Chiol studied his face in silence before commenting that he did not seem to be in good condition. Jinsu brushed it off, saying the workload had simply piled up recently. He then motioned politely toward the interior of the office and invited him inside, adding with an apologetic tone that it was a little embarrassing to present things in their current state, though everything was slowly falling into place. As Li Chiol took in the space, he noted how modest the office was. He had assumed the initial funding would allow for something larger, yet the employees moving about carried bright, focused expressions. While he stood there quietly assessing the scene, Jinsu glanced over his shoulder and asked if he felt disappointed. Li Chiol admitted that he had at first, but that the picture was becoming clearer, and he asked whether this small start had been intentional. Jinsu confirmed it with a firm nod. He set 2 cups of tea down and continued, explaining that when the need for capital had arisen, he had weighed whether the priority should be quick profit or the creation of an organization built on a stable base. He had chosen the latter, recruiting people rich in knowledge and potential but short on real-world experience, planning to cultivate them carefully so they could shoulder larger responsibilities later. There were no spectacular results yet, he said, but their progress was steady and grounded. Listening to him, Li Chiol felt a quiet approval settle in. Despite being entrusted with a considerable sum, Jinsu had focused on reinforcing the foundation, exactly the direction he had hoped to see. A faint, satisfied smile touched his lips. Jinsu, watching his reaction, asked if he had overstepped. Li Chiol answered at once that he had already given him full discretion to act as he judged best, and that even if tangible achievements were not visible yet, he should continue forward on the path he believed was correct. The tension etched across Jinsu's face did not escape Li Chiol. He judged in silence that excessive praise would only narrow Jinsu's focus, pushing him to chase approval instead of exercising his judgment freely. What Jinsu needed was room to act without pointless constraints, space to use his abilities to their fullest. As he sorted through the papers on the desk, Li Chiol asked about the thick stack of documents. Jinsu explained that they were meant to legitimize the black market funds and convert them into formal assets. Because the sum was substantial, the procedure could not be skipped, and he asked Li Chiol to review and sign. Li Chiol let his gaze travel slowly over the pages while his thoughts sharpened. The money might have passed through preliminary laundering, but its roots still lay in the black market. The tax authorities were not naive. A newly founded company, suddenly operating with large, ambiguous capital, would invite scrutiny. Yet if the ownership traced back to him, most investigators would think twice before digging deeper. The conclusion settled easily in his mind. Jinsu intended to position him as the official representative. When he voiced it, Jinsu confirmed with a calm nod, explaining that he was only a proxy entrusted with managing the young master's funds. A faint smile curved Li Qiul's lips as he remarked that Jinsu was planning to leverage his family name. Jinsu answered without hesitation that he had been ordered to act according to his judgment, and he intended to use every resource available. Li Qiul released a quiet breath, recognizing the deliberate line Jinsu was drawing. It was a clear declaration of hierarchy, a chain Jinsu willingly fastened around himself as proof of loyalty. Without lingering on it, Li Qiul signed the documents and told him to proceed accordingly. He then shifted to the real reason for the meeting and asked if that paperwork was the only matter that required his presence. Jinsu's next words cut through the air and made Li Qiul's attention sharpen. The Nine Dragon faction had moved. Confusion flickered across his expression as he asked why they were suddenly involved. Jinsu explained that while tracing the laundering channels, he had uncovered links to the Nine Dragon faction, and it appeared that Baekjeol Su was receiving their backing. Li Qiul brushed his fingers along his chin, turning the idea over. Baekjeol aligning with them was not surprising. The Nine Dragon faction stood equal in power to the Martial Li clan, but unlike his own family, they did not shy away from illicit dealings. Jinsu added that since uncovering their connection, he had kept watch in silence and had only recently received confirmation that they were mobilizing their people. Calculations unfolded rapidly in Li Qiul's mind. Any move from the other side would have to remain hidden. South Korea lay under the Li clan's shadow, and an open approach was impossible. The one assigned to handle the affair was the seventh young master, narrowing the intended target to a single, obvious figure. Young Jinsu stood at the center of it. Evening settled with a violent edge. Thunder rolled across the sky, lightning tearing through the darkness and leaving the air heavy and oppressive. In a dim corridor, footsteps echoed as a figure hurried forward. The moment he came to a halt, a silver-haired man's voice cut in, cool and sharp, remarking that he was late. The young man answered that he had been delayed while carrying out instructions from the main faction. The reply earned him a hard stare. The silver-haired man stated flatly that the main faction had issued no official orders. A flicker of unease crossed the young man's face as he clarified that the request had come from the Council of Elders. The man's gaze lingered on him as he spoke again, noting with dry amusement that the boy who once survived by digging through refuse had grown considerably. A life bound to the sword was never long, yet he still insisted on walking that path. The young man met the words without wavering and answered that it was precisely because he had clawed his way up from nothing that he wanted to see what existed at the summit. The man observed that he was already entangled in the elders' political games and that his tongue now moved more deftly than his blade. With a casual motion, he tossed a letter toward him. The young man caught it and scanned the contents. As his master, the silver-haired man explained, he had no intention of obstructing his disciples' ambitions. The letter was an official commission. The Council of Elders had arranged something and mishandled it badly, and their blunder had crossed paths with the Martial Li clan. The faction wanted clarity on the situation. Whoever oversaw this matter would require a sword strong enough to command, and he asked if the young man was willing to go. Zhang Han weighed the offer in silence for several breaths before bringing his hands together in salute and thanking his master for the opportunity. The man's expression hardened as he issued a final warning. If Zhang Han mistook the Li clan for a minor power from a small nation, the cost would be severe. They were far more complex than their outward image suggested. Zhang Han answered that regardless, they were still hypocrites draped in a facade of purity. With the order accepted, resolve settled over his features. He turned without hesitation and strode away. At Gaoren Province, near the southern safe zone checkpoint of China, a lone car rolled to a stop under the sharp gaze of armed guards. The officer stepped forward and ordered the vehicle to halt, his tone leaving no room for argument as he demanded identification. Inside, the driver moved without panic. He lowered the window with deliberate calm and handed over a travel permit to the waiting soldier. The officer studied the paper in silence, and suspicion slowly tightened his face. The permit was stamped for laborers, yet the people inside the car carried themselves nothing like common workers. The difference was too obvious to ignore. His eyes hardened as he instructed everyone to step out so their passports and permits could be inspected properly. Before tension could thicken any further, one of the passengers opened the door and stepped out with an easy smile. He walked straight toward the officer, as if greeting an old acquaintance, and casually asked what the problem was. With practiced confidence, he claimed he had crossed this very checkpoint just yesterday. From inside the car, his companions shot him warning looks, silently telling him not to push his luck. But he paid them no attention and continued his act. The officer narrowed his eyes and demanded to know when exactly they had met. The man responded with exaggerated disappointment, speaking as if wounded that the officer could forget him so quickly. While he talked, his hand moved with quiet precision, slipping folded cash into the officer's pocket under the guise of friendly familiarity. He joked that the officer must have simply forgotten after a long night. The change was instant. The officer's rigid posture melted into a relaxed grin. He suddenly insisted that of course he remembered the man and blamed his earlier confusion on being drunk the night before. A short laugh escaped him as he waved the group forward, lifting the barrier and letting the car pass without another question. Inside the vehicle, Yang Xiaodan sat in silence, his expression dark. The entire exchange left a bitter taste in his mouth. As the next elder of the Nine Dragon Stronghold, being forced to travel in disguise and bribe petty officials felt like a stain on his pride. The irritation burned quietly as he thought about the gap between his true status and the role he was forced to play. Unable to hold it back, Yang turned his frustration on Zhang Han and demanded to know why the escort captain had stood there saying nothing. Zhang answered without raising his voice. The disguise, he explained, was essential if they wanted to deceive the influential Li clan. This journey was an unofficial operation, and traveling through recognized channels would only spread word of their movements through hidden networks, placing the entire mission at risk. Yang's reply came out cold and cutting. He snapped that he already understood the reasoning, and that Zhang was missing the real point. What angered him was the miserable condition they were forced to travel in. He glanced around the cramped car with open disgust and demanded to know whether Zhang was incapable of handling matters with even a hint of flexibility. The complaint quickly sharpened into ridicule, and before long he was openly mocking Zhang's competence. Zhang met his stare without flinching. He answered in a measured voice, admitting that as a subordinate his judgment could be narrow and offering an apology for any discomfort caused. The words were respectful, but they did nothing to cool Yang's temper. Yang scoffed and continued his barrage, saying he could hardly believe he was stuck traveling under the protection of a worthless killer from a gutter background. He declared that once this mission ended, he would return to his rightful seat as an elder and put everything back in order. Behind his calm expression, Zhang felt only contempt. To him, Yang was the perfect image of a spoiled Yang clan fool, bloated with privilege and careless with his tongue. Just the day before, Yang had bragged about the mission in a crowded tavern, loud enough for strangers to overhear. Zhang was certain that loose talk had already slipped into the wrong ears. Even so, none of that leaked onto his face, and he kept his composure intact. His attention never drifted from the objective. This assignment carried weight, and Zhang believed it was a rare chance placed in his path by fate itself. He refused to let arrogance, irritation, or petty insults interfere. No matter how unpleasant the journey became, he intended to see it through without error. In another corner of the city, a dim bar hummed with low voices and stale smoke. A gang member nursed his drink while chatting lazily with the bartender, bragging that he knew exactly what was unfolding behind the curtain. He sounded certain that certain players would move just as predicted. According to him, his boss had tried to step into a role that was never meant to be his and had only managed to tighten the rope around his own throat. Now all he cared about was avoiding the fallout and making sure the consequences did not roll downhill onto him. He pushed back his chair and rose unsteadily. The bartender asked if he was calling a night. The man laughed and said he was drunk enough already and had to leave, since he still needed to cross the border and could not risk being late. The bartender shot back a mocking remark about how strange it was to see a drunk suddenly turn diligent about work. With a crooked grin, the man admitted that after Beck Chulsu's death, he had contacted his broker, because these days nothing filled pockets faster than selling people. His boast ended in a blur of motion. A crushing punch smashed into his face and sent him reeling. When his vision steadied, 3 figures were standing over him, Zhang Han at their front with his subordinates flanking him. Zhang called him by name, identifying him as Park Byung-beek of the White Skull Gang, the handler responsible for trafficking humans. His voice carried no anger, only finality, as he ordered his men to grab Park and drag him away. Behind sealed doors, Park spilled everything the moment the pain stripped away his bravado. Zhang questioned him with steady precision, confirming that after the White Skull Gang collapsed, its members had scattered in panic, each one running from the feared retaliation of the Li clan. Park nodded frantically and added that the 7th young master of the clan, Li Jae-hak, had been directly involved. Zhang stopped in mid-sentence. That much was already known. His voice turned colder as he warned that any attempt to stall or twist the truth would only bring harsher suffering. Park writhed on the floor, clutching the bleeding stump where his hand had been severed, and forced out more details through broken breaths. He spoke of a section chief who controlled the hidden funds and managed the gang's financial veins. Zhang demanded the name. His boot pressed down without mercy as Park begged in terror, promising he would reveal everything. Through tears and blood, Park gasped out the name Young Jin-soo and insisted there was still more he could offer if his life were spared. The name echoed in Zhang's mind. This was the third time it had surfaced. He remembered seeing it stamped clearly on the mission order, a thread running straight to the heart of his objective. Capturing Young Jin-soo would mean the mission was essentially complete. Park lifted his head and pleaded one last time, his voice shaking as he asked to live. Zhang answered with action. His blade flashed once, and Park's head separated cleanly from his body. One of the subordinates muttered that the man had been crushed as effortlessly as an insect. Yang Siodan, who had watched the entire scene without looking away, remarked that it was the first time he found Zhang's methods agreeable. With a faint grin, he added that he should be allowed to conduct the torture next time, confident he could do it just as well. Zhang told him there would be no next round. They already had what they came for. Security across Korea was tightening by the hour, and every delay increased their risk. If they moved immediately, they could cross the border in time and still sit down to dinner at a hotel that night. That was enough for Yang. He clapped his hands once and ordered everyone to move faster. Choosing comfort over caution, he climbed into the car and announced he would go ahead, instructing the rest to trail behind him. Far from the border, Lee Cheol sat across from Young Jin-soo with a stack of documents spread between them. As he scanned the pages, Lee Cheol observed that the figures tied to Baek Chulsu were all linked to the Elder Council faction. Young Jin-soo confirmed it calmly, explaining that the faction had backed Baek Chulsu with measured support, while keeping a careful watch on how events unfolded. Lee Cheol pointed out that any heavier involvement would have drawn attention from the clan immediately. He spoke of the Nine Dragon Stronghold as a force that only appeared unified from a distance. In truth, it was a vast coalition born from the alliance of numerous martial clans and independent sectors, a structure whose size hid fractures running deep beneath the surface. Instead of fusing into a single body, the allied groups kept drifting apart, each guarding its own customs like a fortress. Within that loose structure, the Elder Council faction was built from 5 sects and 4 clans, functioning as a branch tied to the Nine Dragon Stronghold central power. Lee Cheol judged them to be shrewd and patient. Yet he also knew that the crushing military strength of the Stronghold Chief faction was what truly kept the balance from collapsing. What caught his attention was the sheer precision of the documents spread before him. Every page carried carefully assembled personal profiles, clean diagrams of factional influence, and blunt notes on alliances and internal friction. The level of organization was too sharp to ignore. He looked up and asked how Young Jin-soo had managed to dig this deeply into their structure. Young Jin-soo answered without hesitation. Through a contact in the nest, he had reached an information broker and purchased the intelligence directly. The explanation made Lee Cheol narrow his eyes. Information of that caliber did not circulate cheaply. Anyone capable of selling it had to be a top-tier merchant, and people like that were scarce. The conclusion formed quickly in his mind. The source could only be the Black Crow Order. Young Jin-soo confirmed it with a nod. Across East Asia, the Black Crow Order was known as an information guild with unmatched reach and a reputation built on accuracy. With that confirmation, Lee Cheol allowed himself to trust the material in front of him. Young Jin-soo turned the page and revealed that the next report focused on the Nine Dragon Stronghold operative assigned to the mission, Yang Siodan. Lee Cheol dismissed the name almost instantly in his thoughts. To him, Yang was nothing more than a hollow political schemer, infamous for repeated scandals and already cast aside by the Stronghold Chief faction. At best, the faction was letting him gather superficial achievements to preserve appearances. The report continued. Young Jin-soo explained that Yang had been bragging openly about traveling to Korea himself and was expected to slip into the country illegally sometime within the week. Lee Cheol pictured the man's arrogance and assumed Yang would choose the most dangerous route, convinced it proved his own cleverness. Young Jin-soo proposed that they should lie low and stretch out the clock, arguing that Yang would not dare remain in Korea for long under the shadow of the Lee clan. Lee Cheol rejected the idea at once. Removing Yang alone would solve nothing. The Nine Dragon Stronghold would simply dispatch another agent, and the cycle would repeat. He stated that he already had a different approach in mind. Young Jin-soo asked what he intended to do. Lee Cheol replied that the plan could not be carried out by one person, and that Young Jin-soo would have to play an active role. The answer came back without a trace of doubt. Young Jin-soo declared he would do whatever was required. Lee Cheol let out a short, awkward laugh, quietly pleased by the certainty in his response. Onyo Chansang Hotel, where inside an extravagant suite, Yang Siodan questioned whether Li Jae-hak had truly let the man go, and the subordinate confirmed that it was true, adding that the man had likely survived and leaked a massive amount of black market information. Reclining lazily across the bed with a pile of documents in his hands, Yang Siodan replied that this was exactly why he hated dealing with people whose identities and backgrounds were unclear to him. Then, growing bored, casually threw the papers aside and stated that catching the man before leaving the country would be enough. Nearby, Jang Han kept a calm expression while cursing inwardly, thinking that Yang Siodan spoke as if he had achieved something personally despite pushing all the difficult work onto everyone else. Even so, his opinion of the prestigious Marshall Lee clan had shifted slightly, because although the information itself was not directly tied to them, everything had been handled with such perfect secrecy that he could not help wondering if the Marshall Lee clan's influence was truly that overwhelming. Just then, the landline phone rang. One of the subordinates hurriedly answered it, and Yang Siodan immediately asked what was happening. Jang Han glanced toward the man before stepping forward at once to ask about the situation himself, but the subordinate only stammered anxiously, forcing Jang Han to snatch the receiver away. The caller calmly explained that someone identifying himself as a guest had come looking for them, which was why they were being contacted now. Confused, Jang Han repeated the statement while wondering who could possibly have arrived, and the caller confirmed it before adding that the visitors had mentioned the name Young Jinsu, so they would understand immediately. The moment he heard that name, Jang Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Not long afterward, Young Jinsu was seated inside the suite, while beside him stood Li Chiol with his face still hidden beneath a mask. Yang Siodan coldly remarked that he could scarcely believe the very person they had been searching for had willingly walked right into their hands, then demanded to know how Young Jinsu had managed to locate them. Jinsu calmly answered that he had acquired the information through an information broker before politely greeting Yang Siodan of the Nine Dragon Stronghold with proper courtesy. At the same time, Jinsu inwardly reflected that he had never expected Yang Siodan to be staying in a hotel in the middle of an operation, silently admitting that the young master's information had been correct. Slightly taken aback, Yang Siodan asked whether Jinsu already knew who he was, and Jinsu answered that since Yang Siodan was expected to become the future head of the Yang family, it was only natural for him to recognize him. Hearing those words, Yang Siodan frowned before coldly commenting that young Jinsu seemed to possess a rather impressive information network, though he mocked him for still daring to appear before him with only a single guard despite already knowing his identity. Jinsu calmly replied that meeting someone from the Nine Dragon Stronghold naturally required precautions, especially because he himself was merely an ordinary person who could not use mana. The answer visibly irritated Yang Siodan, who inwardly scoffed and dismissed him as nothing more than a lowly merchant from a small country behaving arrogantly, though he ultimately decided that the fact Jinsu had personally shown up was enough. Yang Siodan then ordered Jinsu to accompany them back to the Nine Dragon Stronghold and explain everything regarding the black market. Rising from his seat without even basic courtesy, he declared that he was tired and that the conversation was over. Jinsu, however, stayed silent for a moment before firmly stating that such a request was impossible. Hearing that, Siodan halted mid-step and looked back at him with a cold expression before grimly asking what he had just said. Jinsu politely apologized and explained that he had no reason to follow him anywhere. Those words only pushed Yang Siodan further into rage as he shouted curses at Jinsu and furiously demanded to know whether he actually believed this was some kind of negotiation, emphasizing that what he had given was an order. Jinsu answered coldly that he had not come there to negotiate either and had arrived purely for business. Enraged, Yang Siodan slammed both hands onto the table and arrogantly proclaimed that he would become the next elder of the Nine Dragon Stronghold, then questioned whether someone as insignificant as Jinsu truly had the qualifications to conduct business with him. Young Jinsu calmly responded that he already understood why the Nine Dragon Stronghold had come to Korea in the first place, adding that there had never been any need for them to search for him at all, and that what he had to say would not be bad news for Yang Siodan either. Yang Siodan only clenched his teeth harder in anger before ordering him to shut his mouth, declaring that if Jinsu refused to come willingly, then he would simply be dragged back by force. Immediately afterward, he ordered his swordsman to move, and behind him, Jang Han silently nodded as he prepared to carry out the command. Yang Siodan then pointed directly at Li Chiol and ordered Jang Han to kill him first. In the next instant, Jang Han unsheathed his blade and burst forward with terrifying speed, his strike slicing through the air the moment he attacked. Li Chiol reacted immediately and blocked the blow, one eye beneath the mask narrowing slightly as he assessed the situation, visibly surprised by just how fast his opponent was. The instant the clash erupted, Yang Siodan and the surrounding men hurriedly retreated in panic. Flustered, Siodan shouted at Jang Han, demanding to know why he had attacked so suddenly while furiously calling him an idiot. At the same time, Li Chiol held his sword firmly against Jang Han's blade and inwardly reflected that the situation had become troublesome. At first, he had assumed Yang Xiaodan was simply an authoritarian fool who could be manipulated easily as long as his preferences were catered to. But now he realized the man was even more pathetic than he had expected. He also recalled that in his previous life, Yang Xiaodan had definitely been acknowledged for his political ability. Meanwhile, Zhang Han's full attention settled on Li Qiol as he questioned who the masked swordsman truly was. He could clearly sense murderous intent, while a dense crimson aura spread heavily through the air. Carefully evaluating his opponent, he estimated Li Qiol to be somewhere between 17 and 19 years old. Yet the young man carried an overwhelming presence mixed with iron, gunpowder, and blood. It was an aura Zhang Han had never encountered before, accompanied by a strange sword intent forged through countless real battles. In that moment, he realized the person standing before him was extraordinarily powerful. As he continued observing him, Zhang Han reflected that his earlier strike had been aimed directly at Li Qiol's neck in a single killing blow, yet the young man had detected it instantly and reacted within that split second. Through the narrow opening beneath the mask, he briefly caught part of Li Qiol's face and heard a voice that had not fully matured yet, making him realize that Li Qiol was probably not even older than himself. Zhang Han judged that if Li Qiol managed to close the distance to within 10 paces, controlling the fight would become difficult. But because the gap between them had already fallen below 10 paces, he decided it no longer mattered and resolved to continue forward. Without the slightest warning, Zhang Han charged at Li Qiol again, while inwardly deciding that he would simply complete the mission the same way he always did. His eyes burned with determination as he poured all his strength into the thrust. Li Qiol immediately shifted backward into a defensive posture, while inwardly acknowledging that the attack was being driven entirely by instinct. He wondered whether the strike was aimed at his heart or his head, but because he could not risk exposing his identity by using his magic eyes, he chose to trust his sixth sense instead. The sound of clashing steel rang out violently as the two exchanged a rapid barrage of sword strikes, with Li Qiol deflecting every assault while the duel accelerated to an almost blinding speed. Zhang Han continued pouring out relentless chains of attacks, yet Li Qiol avoided them skillfully, while quickly realizing that this was no ordinary martial art. Every single strike targeted fatal points where even one clean hit would guarantee death, and he reflected that martial arts created solely for killing naturally held advantages in many situations. As he wondered whether this was truly the full extent of Zhang Han's ability, he calmly concluded that the battle was already his to win and immediately prepared to counterattack. Green mana suddenly erupted around Li Qiol's sword as he activated his enhanced energy technique, Razor Wind, causing razor-sharp currents to spiral violently around him while he lunged forward. The moment Zhang Han saw it, he tried to resist, but the violent winds forced him backward despite his efforts. Li Qiol then sprang high into the air and used the momentum to deliver a crushing strike from above. In that instant, Zhang Han realized that Li Qiol's body was moving in ways it realistically should not have been able to withstand, making him question whether the young man simply did not care about injuring himself. Suddenly, his eyes widened as cracks spread across his sword, which was no longer capable of enduring the terrifying pressure behind the attack. Quickly scanning the surroundings, he understood at once that if his blade shattered, none of the others present would be able to stop Li Qiol. His expression darkened as he decided he had to end the fight immediately before his weapon failed completely. At that moment, crimson mana burst around Zhang Han's sword, scorching the surrounding air and signaling a brutal attack. The blade flashed with a blazing red aura before he unleashed a devastating downward strike, using the Heavenly Slaughter Blade first form, pouring all of his killing intent into the crimson slash. Witnessing this, Li Qiol became visibly shaken, while Zhang Han inwardly acknowledged that his opponent was truly monstrous and wondered where someone like him had even come from. Even so, he immediately reminded himself that this was not the time to focus on such thoughts. At the same time, blue electrical energy surged around Li Qiol's blade as he gathered mana and activated the boundless first form Demon Slayer technique. With overwhelming force, he released a thunder-infused slash straight toward Zhang Han, and the moment the two opposing mana attacks collided, a massive explosion erupted violently through the room. After a brief moment, Zhang Han's sword finally shattered, the broken blade stabbing into the floor as shock overtook his expression. Clutching his mouth in pain, he coughed violently while his chest tightened, then collapsed to his knees and spat out fresh blood, completely losing his composure as he bitterly acknowledged his defeat. The foul stench of the dump where he had grown up resurfaced in his mind, and he reflected that even after swinging a sword tens of thousands of times, he still had not been able to reach the man before him. Meanwhile, Li Qiol stood over him calmly and confidently before asking for his name. Breathing heavily, Zhang Han quietly answered that he was called Zhang Han. Not long afterward, Yang Xiaodan finally approached alongside his men, all of them visibly stunned by what they had witnessed. Xiaodan hesitated as he reflected that he had originally assumed Li Qiol was nothing more than an ordinary bodyguard, only to discover that he possessed overwhelming strength. Even so, he quickly dismissed the thought and inwardly concluded that the true monster was not the guard who had been defeated, but the person who had defeated him. As Yang Xiaodan remained deep in thought, the tense silence was suddenly interrupted by the sound of applause echoing throughout the room. Young Jinsu stepped forward and calmly suggested that they end things there for the day and withdraw for now. Glancing toward the doorway, he noted that the earlier clash had already caused chaos outside. He then gave a polite bow and stated that he would return again soon. No longer willing to provoke further trouble, Yang Xiaodan reluctantly agreed and told him to do as he wished. Out in the hallway, the two left quietly without exchanging words while the noise outside continued to spread through the building. Young Jinsu could not hide his concern and asked whether Li Qiol was injured. Li Qiol casually reassured him that he was fine, explaining that although he had suffered internal injuries, they would recover soon enough. Jinsu then added that he had already prepared measures in advance in case the situation had gone wrong. Li Qiol thanked him and remarked that he had stepped in at the perfect time, because if the confrontation had continued any longer, the situation would have become a complete disaster. He then stopped walking and reflected that perhaps things had actually turned out for the best, since they had now managed to grasp the core of the situation. Removing his mask, he began thinking more seriously about Zhang Han, his thoughts falling into turmoil as he recalled that he had always expected to face him someday, just not this early. Li Qiol recalled the infamous heavenly killer, Zhang Han, a man born in a dump, raised solely to become an assassin, whose overwhelming talent eventually drew the attention of the Nine-Dragon Stronghold chief, and he remembered how, after the current Stronghold chief eliminated the Elder Council and brought stability to the internal hierarchy, Zhang Han became the blade closest to his side, ultimately earning recognition everywhere as the strongest candidate to inherit the position of next Stronghold chief. Thinking through all of this, Li Qiol concluded that Zhang Han was completely unlike him, yet at the same time, strangely similar. Meanwhile, inside the negotiations, Yang Xiaodan anxiously urged young Jinsu to join the Nine-Dragon Stronghold, but Jinsu carefully answered for himself, explaining that the person originally connected to the Nine-Dragon Stronghold had been Baek Chulsu, while he himself no longer served under Baek Chulsu, meaning he had no real reason to go there. Hearing that, Xiaodan questioned whether he was supposed to return empty-handed instead. Young Jinsu calmly replied that this was not the case at all and suggested looking at the mission from a different angle, then carefully laid out the entire situation, explaining that the Nine-Dragon Stronghold had secretly backed Baek Chulsu in order to gain influence over South Korea's underworld. But during that process, the esteemed Marshal Lee clan had stepped in, making it necessary to closely monitor their movements. And he firmly pointed out that surely the Nine-Dragon Stronghold had no desire to provoke conflict with the esteemed Marshal Lee clan. He continued by explaining that he himself had never been the true target from the beginning, and that while investigating the black market, they had merely stumbled upon him instead. The moment Yang Xiaodan heard that, his expression changed in shock as he immediately realized that something else tied to this case had likely been prepared for him behind the scenes. Jinsu confirmed his suspicion and calmly added that he could even offer a far greater gift. Xiaodan immediately asked what kind of gift he meant, and without any hesitation, Jinsu revealed that he possessed evidence proving the esteemed Marshal Lee clan would not interfere in this matter. At first, however, Yang Xiaodan showed little interest and questioned how such information could possibly qualify as a gift. But Jinsu calmly hinted that depending on how the report was delivered, it could become a reward of tremendous value. He explained that simply obtaining documents exposing the intentions of the esteemed Marshal Lee clan would already be enough to demonstrate competence and could easily be treated as a significant accomplishment. Yang Xiaodan's eyes narrowed sharply as he finally asked what Jinsu truly wanted from him. But Jinsu only smiled calmly and explained that he simply wished to establish a good relationship, especially since Yang Xiaodan would eventually rise to become an elder of the Nine-Dragon Stronghold. Hearing those words, Yang Xiaodan suddenly burst in a loud laughter, openly praising young Jinsu while expressing disbelief that someone like him had emerged from such a small country. And without wasting another moment, he immediately dismissed all of his subordinates before suggesting that the two of them continue their conversation in private. As the door shut with a click and everyone stepped outside, Zhang Han remained standing there in silence, his eyes fixed on Li Qiol. Li Qiol calmly asked what he wanted, and after a brief hesitation, Zhang Han requested a private conversation with him alone. Li Qiol accepted without objection. Once they entered another room, Zhang Han immediately asked for his name, but Li Qiol coldly questioned why he wanted to know it. Zhang Han explained that he needed to confirm whether Li Qiol was truly the person he suspected him to be, then swore he would stake his own life on never revealing the truth. In response, Li Qiol slowly removed his mask and revealed himself as Li Qiol of the esteemed Marshal Lee clan. Despite that revelation, Zhang Han showed no surprise at all and calmly stated that he had already known. Li Qiol then asked how he had recognized him. and Jang Han explained that he had once heard rumors about a direct descendant of the esteemed Martial Li clan who completed the warrior's journey at the youngest age ever recorded. Li Qiol said nothing, while Jang Han frowned slightly and sternly remarked that otherwise there was no way someone so young could have parried his sword, openly acknowledging that Li Qiol was undeniably strong. Li Qiol admitted that this was also the first time he had ever faced an opponent like Jang Han, and inwardly he reflected on the man's killing sword, realizing that Jang Han followed a martial path devoted entirely to killing opponents. At the same time, Li Qiol silently acknowledged Jang Han's mastery as someone walking the path that refined both the regular and the irregular. Li Qiol then asked how the result might have changed if their clash had been an assassination rather than a direct fight, and Jang Han confidently answered that in such a situation the odds would favor him by 90%. He added that both of them were still hiding certain abilities and clarified that his judgment was based solely on what each of them had shown during the battle. Realizing his own thoughts had already been seen through, Li Qiol let out a helpless sigh, prompting Jang Han to remark that failing to recognize him would have made him a fool. Not long afterward, Jang Han brought up a grand tournament that would be held in Germany the following year and declared that they would meet there again. Li Qiol looked slightly surprised for a moment before casually replying that he would attend if he happened to have the time. Jang Han's expression twisted into a visible frown of irritation as he admitted that he did not like Li Qiol at all. Li Qiol gave a faint smile and replied that this was actually a relief, since he did not particularly like the Nine Dragon Stronghold either. In response, Jang Han firmly declared that the next time they crossed swords, he would reveal every ability he had been concealing. Li Qiol calmly answered that he would do the same, then placed his mask back on and turned away without hesitation, casually remarking that Jang Han should avoid bringing that idiot with him next time. Some time later, Young Jinsu quietly let out a deep sigh, clearly weighed down by exhaustion. Li Qiol commented that it was quite a heavy sigh and teasingly noted how well Jinsu seemed to have gotten along with Yang Xiaodan. Jinsu tiredly admitted that he still was not used to dealing with martial artists. Curious, Li Qiol asked how he had managed to persuade Xiaodan so successfully, especially considering that Xiaodan had treated him like a blood brother and even offered him a plane ticket. Jinsu calmly explained that handling situations like that was simple for anyone who had experience working as an office employee in Korea. The answer visibly stunned Li Qiol, who remarked that being an office worker in Korea sounded truly insane. Jinsu then added that he had merely followed Li Qiol's instructions exactly as they had been given. Li Qiol jokingly replied that if he intended to keep acting modest, he should stop already. Not long afterward, Li Qiol pulled out a thick pile of documents and handed them to him. When Young Jinsu asked what they contained, Li Qiol explained that the papers were a collection of notable companies and talented individuals prepared as reference material. He instructed Jinsu to recruit every person who had been marked, no matter the cost involved, then warned him not to get carried away by the current situation and reminded him that he understood this world better than anyone else. Jinsu respectfully agreed without hesitation. Finally, Li Qiol stated that he would be out of contact for some time and instructed Jinsu not to wait for him. When Jinsu asked if he was heading toward one of the unexplored zones, Li Qiol firmly denied it before declaring that he was going to Jeju Island. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Li clan manor, where sunlight spread beautifully across every corner of the estate. Inside the office of the patriarch of the esteemed Martial Li clan, the clan head calmly requested a report, and almost immediately a subordinate appeared, dropped to one knee, and informed him that, exactly as expected, they had begun moving. He further reported that 5 spatial gates connected to Behemoth had appeared on Tohamsa Mountain, with evidence indicating they had been opened through relics belonging to the demonic heaven cult. Hearing this, the patriarch briefly paused the movement of his pen before coldly remarking that they had already been crushed twice and still had learned nothing, calling them pathetic remnants left behind by a dead era. The subordinate continued without hesitation, explaining that those who crossed through the gates consisted of 30 ordinary rank individuals, along with 1 white rank individual. The clan head immediately asked about the pursuit, and the subordinate respectfully answered that the white rank individual had already been identified and remained under surveillance, while all 30 ordinary rank figures had been killed. At those words, the clan head slowly removed his glasses and repeated the word killed with visible confusion. The subordinate then added that the young master, Li Qiol, had been present in Jiangju. The moment he heard that, the clan head froze in surprise and questioned the matter internally, suspicion quickly rising in his mind as he wondered whether they had willingly risked exposing themselves solely because of the youngest. The subordinate confirmed that aside from the young master's presence, nothing unusual had occurred on Tohamsa Mountain. The clan head then seriously asked why the youngest had been in Jiangju, but the subordinate admitted that he knew nothing beyond that point. Since the young master had been operating under the family head's direct orders while deliberately avoiding attention, no further information was available. Feeling helpless, the clan head quietly nodded and wondered whether the same kind of situation was about to repeat itself once again. Butler Choi looked at him with concern, just as the clan head immediately issued another order. commanding the Shadow Sword Squad to begin tracking the youngest movements at once and report everything back to him, because he needed to understand why the demonic heaven cult was targeting the young master. In a stern and icy voice, he declared that he would never allow those worthless creatures to interfere with the bloodline of the esteemed Marshall Lee clan. He then coldly stated that if Behemoth intended to step foot onto this land, they were to be hunted down to the very end and wiped out completely. After acknowledging the command, the subordinate quickly vanished. Left alone with his thoughts, the clan head reflected on the fact that Lee Cheol had personally defeated 30 ordinary rank opponents, and a faint but proud smile slowly formed across his face. Meanwhile, at Jeju International Airport, Lee Cheol arrived beneath the bright sunlight reflecting across the area. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he thought to himself that even in early summer, the heat on Jeju Island already felt entirely different from elsewhere, and he quietly sensed that even inside the airport, the mana saturating the atmosphere was overwhelmingly dense. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to him. A man approached cheerfully and tried to strike up a conversation, asking where he was headed and what business had brought him there while offering him a cheap ride. Lee Cheol gave no reply at all. Confused by the silence, the man awkwardly asked whether something was wrong with his face, but Lee Cheol coldly ordered him to leave. As he sharply pulled his bag away, he pointed out that the driver of the airport's only taxi had immediately approached him directly, causing the man to visibly panic and quickly withdraw his hand. Lee Cheol calmly added that those were not the hands of someone who made a living driving taxis, then bluntly remarked that the Black Crow Order must truly have declined if they were sending an agent like him. The man immediately began stammering in confusion and asked how his identity had been exposed, but Lee Cheol merely glanced at him from the side and remarked that they had probably considered him too insignificant to matter. At that moment, another man suddenly appeared behind them and calmly apologized, explaining that the staff members were still inexperienced and therefore lacking in many ways. He introduced himself as I'm Yongmuk, the southern branch head of the Black Crow Order in South Korea, then greeted Lee Cheol warmly with a friendly smile. Lee Cheol coldly responded that Yongmuk did not appear much better himself. Maintaining his polite attitude, Yongmuk replied that it was only because the young master was exceptional. Without wasting time, Lee Cheol directly asked what the Black Crow Order wanted from him. Yongmuk immediately opened the car door and suggested continuing the conversation somewhere more appropriate, offering to personally drive him there. Lee Cheol stayed silent for a brief moment before reluctantly agreeing and ordering him to head straight toward the foothills of Halasan. Inside the car, Yongmuk continued speaking and admitted that he had already ruined their first impression. Lee Cheol looked at him coldly, visibly irritated, and remarked that time was valuable before ordering him to explain his purpose immediately. Placing a hand over his chest, Yongmuk smiled warmly, acknowledged Lee Cheol's preference for directness, and finally revealed that the Black Crow Order wished to establish an official contract with him. Lee Cheol recognized the symbol of the organization and recalled that the Black Crow Order, also called the Gathering of Black Crows, was a secretive intelligence network whose true scale, operational range, and methods of communication were all concealed from the public. Yet despite that secrecy, it maintained overwhelming intelligence capabilities across all of East Asia. So even he could not help feeling mildly surprised that he had encountered them in this way. When he asked what exactly was meant by an official contract, Yongmuk explained that the organization would supply any information Lee Cheol required while guaranteeing that none of his personal information would ever be sold to outside parties. And in return, they would only ask for occasional cooperation, whether through intelligence exchanges or assistance involving his martial strength. Lee Cheol immediately asked why they wanted to establish such a contract with him in particular, causing Yongmuk to calmly explain that the reason lay in everything Lee Cheol had recently displayed, from being an illegitimate son, to becoming the youngest person ever to complete the warrior's journey, to reaching the level of a 5th-rank martial artist, defeating Baek Chulsu, and even forming a connection with the future elder of the Nine Dragon Stronghold, before stating that these were accomplishments the organization simply could not overlook. Lee Cheol asked whether Yongmuk was trying to flaunt the intelligence-gathering abilities of the Black Crow Order, and Yongmuk quickly denied the accusation, insisting that he had only been clarifying the situation. Yet Lee Cheol easily saw through his real intention and found it rather amusing, since Yongmuk was deliberately listing information that should have been difficult to uncover while subtly implying that the same information could just as easily be sold elsewhere. After waiting briefly, Yongmuk asked for Lee Cheol's decision, but as soon as the car stopped, Lee Cheol stepped out and flatly rejected the proposal. The answer immediately flustered Yongmuk, who hurried out beside the vehicle and continued trying to persuade him, insisting that accepting the contract would greatly help his rise within the prestigious Marshall Lee clan. Yet Lee Cheol ignored every attempt and walked away while firmly declaring that no amount of persuasion would change his answer. Left with no way to convince him, Yongmuk finally issued a warning instead, claiming that Lee Cheol would eventually come to regret this decision. At that, Lee Cheol turned around and coldly asked who exactly would be the one regretting it. then added that he had originally intended to provide a cure for a certain illness, but had now changed his mind. He told Yangmuk to pass those exact words directly to the leader of the order, saying that the order leader would immediately understand what the message meant. Yangmuk stammered in confusion and demanded to know how Li Chiol could possibly be certain that they were part of the Black Crow Order. Yet Li Chiol only gave a faint smile before casually answering that he had merely been testing him. Yangmuk could only stare at him in complete disbelief as Li Chiol cut off any further discussion and openly mocked the organization's training, sarcastically asking whether the entire Black Crow Order was truly this incompetent or if the problem existed only with the head of the Southern Branch. Those remarks instantly provoked Yangmuk, causing him to clench his fist tightly in anger. After Li Chiol left, Yangmuk violently kicked a nearby fence. His face twisted with frustration as he bit his lip and inwardly admitted that Li Chiol was far more arrogant than he had originally expected. One of the subordinates standing nearby cautiously asked if he was all right, but Yangmuk only shot him a glare while cursing inwardly, bitterly thinking that he had randomly chosen some wandering nobody and had ultimately embarrassed himself because of that careless decision. He quickly pulled out his phone and questioned internally why he had even been assigned to personally handle this contract negotiation. Soon after, he placed a call and reported the entire situation, admitting that the target had not been nearly as easy to control as expected and that the negotiations had ended in total failure. The person on the other end asked if there was anything else to report, and although Yangmuk initially answered that there was not, he soon recalled the message Li Chiol had instructed him to deliver and proceeded to explain the entire incident in full. After hearing the report, the voice on the line reacted with visible surprise and asked whether the information was truly accurate. Once Yangmuk confirmed everything again, urgent orders were immediately issued to pursue the target without delay, followed by demands asking for the target's exact location. Tightening his grip around the phone, Yangmuk reported that the target was currently moving through the northern gate of Halison Mountain's danger zone. The voice instantly commanded him to mobilize every member of the Southern Branch and make absolutely certain the target was not lost under any circumstances, while also ordering him to prepare his resignation from the position of branch head. Hearing those words, Yangmuk helplessly asked why the situation had escalated to such an extent, but the voice answered that if the matter ended there, then he should actually consider himself fortunate, because if the target truly possessed knowledge related to that information, the situation would no longer remain something simple. Nearby, a concerned voice asked whether everything was all right, and a guard explained that he was a level 6 hunter who was familiar with dangerous regions like these, though he also pointed out that this area was completely different from the northern danger zone. Despite the warning, Li Chiol remained completely firm and calmly replied that he had come there fully aware of that fact from the beginning, so it made no difference to him. He then handed over his identification card, prompting the guard to comment that it would have been much better if he had entered alongside a proper team instead of coming alone. After his identity was verified, the gate slowly opened and allowed him to pass through. As Li Chiol moved deeper into the area, he quietly noticed that simply crossing a single gate had entirely changed the heat in the surrounding atmosphere. Even so, he concluded inwardly that there was no longer any possibility of turning back now. Continuing farther inside while carefully examining the environment around him, Li Chiol reflected that the god mentioned within the Black Knight record existed somewhere inside Halison Mountain. That towering and majestic place was Halison, one of Korea's 3 great sacred mountains. Since ancient times, Jeju Island, overflowing with spiritual energy, had remained the only danger zone located in the southern region of the Korean peninsula. As Li Chiol continued advancing, sweat gradually formed across his body while heavy breaths escaped his mouth. While trudging forward, he reflected that the first reason the island had been so difficult to conquer was because of the sea monsters surrounding it, while the second reason was the enormous dense forest covering the central region of Jeju Island, with Mount Halison standing at its core. He continued moving step by step, thinking that if the area had simply been an ordinary jungle, it would not have posed such a serious problem. However, after carefully examining his surroundings, he realized that he was already inside it. Staring deeper into the forest, he wondered if this phenomenon was spirit play, also called Dakibi play, where even without a spatial transfer magic circle or a gate, the scenery itself could suddenly change in an instant. As he kept walking and lifted his gaze upward, he discovered that the surroundings had already transformed into a pine forest. Li Chiol calculated inwardly that until recently, he had known almost nothing about Mount Halison and had only properly learned about it after reading the Black Twilight record. He recalled that at the southern edge of the land, there had once been the Tamna Kingdom, a nation founded by 3 divine beings. Images slowly surfaced in his mind, revealing that those beings had actually been a mysterious race born directly from nature itself, a race known as the Dakibi. Brilliant golden light filled his thoughts as he remembered them as shamans, carpenters, and blacksmiths who forged stars using the heat flowing through the veins of the earth while creating countless mystical artifacts. The ones responsible for creating Black Twilight had been those very Dakibi. Inside a cavern, Lava slowly flowed through the surroundings while a figure focused intensely before a blazing fire, as if forged an artifact. The figure stared at the object with clear dissatisfaction and inwardly admitted displeasure toward the result. In that same moment, the man suddenly sensed something and instantly rose in fury, releasing overwhelming intent as he angrily demanded to know who dared to interfere. Back within the dense forest, monsters were continuously being cut down one after another. Exhausted and visibly strained, Li Chiol realized he had never expected level 5 monsters to be capable of using mana, and concluded that the entire place was completely insane. As he carefully observed the area around him, he realized that because the mountain itself was saturated with mana, the monsters here felt far stronger than creatures found outside, and he further reflected that if he activated his magic eyes even briefly, the path itself would immediately change once again. At that moment, Li Chiol realized that he had greatly underestimated this region. He slowly sheathed his sword and inwardly noted that even monsters never before seen anywhere on the peninsula existed within this place, making it easy to understand why Mount Halasan was called a demonic realm. He then recalled the Tamna letters he had previously seen inside the mirror of the esteemed mountain and realized that this could only mean the 5th seal of Black Twilight was hidden somewhere within this region. With that understanding, Li Chiol advanced toward the summit and gradually made his way closer to the valley. Suddenly, an enraged voice echoed throughout the entire area, demanding to know who dared enter the demonic realm. Startled by the sudden outburst, Li Chiol immediately drew his sword and wondered if the speaker was a monster powerful enough to project a thought wave. The voice soon recognized that humans had appeared once again and openly expressed disgust toward their presence. But before Li Chiol could react further, he sensed something behind him and instantly turned around as both figures charged at the same time, their blades crashing together violently. Li Chiol managed to block the strike and try to identify the figure standing before him, questioning who exactly it could be. However, his magic eyes suddenly widened as streaks of yellow lightning flashed across his face. Grabbing his face in agony, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. While clutching his face tightly, he silently calculated as both his vision and mind burned intensely. He reflected that only 3 seconds had passed, yet within that tiny span of time, an answer had already emerged in his thoughts. The existence before him might simply be far too immense for him to completely comprehend. Slowly lifting his head again, he wondered if the figure had been referring to Black Twilight. Frowning deeply, he finally concluded with certainty that the forge god mentioned in the Black Twilight record was this very Dakibi. Li Chiol immediately bowed respectfully and greeted the Earth God as a descendant of the esteemed martial Li clan. At the mention of the Li clan, the Earth God muttered the name while grinding his teeth. He then instantly released dark mana and coldly declared that humans were forbidden from entering his domain. The overwhelming pressure left Li Chiol stunned where he stood. The Earth God further warned that if Li Chiol continued causing disturbances, no mercy would be shown, and after delivering that warning, he turned away. Li Chiol's hand trembled slightly as he hesitantly reached out and asked him to wait, but the figure disappeared instantly without leaving behind even the slightest trace. A cold command still lingered through the air, ordering him to leave, and in the very next moment, the entire scenery around Li Chiol abruptly changed. Still bewildered, Li Chiol realized he had been thrown all the way back to the entrance of Mount Halasan without even managing to hold a proper conversation, and the abrupt outcome left him quietly confused. For now, he chose to accept what had happened and focus on understanding the reason behind it first. Looking back toward the forest, he acknowledged that the Black Twilight seal meant he would inevitably have to climb the mountain again eventually, and with his expression darkening slightly, he resolved to face it properly the next time. As evening slowly settled in, Li Chiol walked through the streets while thinking to himself that he would prepare more thoroughly before attempting another ascent. His eyes lowered for a moment as he carefully examined his surroundings, quickly sensing that the Black Crow Order had already begun tailing him, and he noted inwardly how fast they had moved. Without the slightest hesitation, he altered his path and slipped into an alley since he had no intention of fighting them yet. Before long, the pursuer completely lost his trail and reported the failure, announcing that the target had disappeared somewhere around Alley 19 in Zone A, while instructing the others to continue searching the nearby area. Silence soon returned to the alley, and hidden footsteps quietly moved away, revealing that the one who had escaped was Li Chiol himself after using his aura technique, Enhanced Energy Art Heat Haze. As he moved, he reflected that he had tried applying an invisibility effect to his aura, though the technique was still not entirely complete. Holding the mask in his hand, Li Chiol realized that leaving his appearance unchanged would only draw even more attention outside. Fortunately, he had previously absorbed the iron mask of 10,000 faces through dark energy. Mana spread throughout his body, completely altering his appearance, and after confirming the transformation, he decided it was finally time to buy the supplies he needed. Back at the entrance to Mount Halasan, The guard became visibly startled when he saw Li Qiu return again, pointing out that he had already entered earlier that same morning. The guard wondered aloud whether his business venture had failed or if he was struggling with debt, worrying because he was still so young. Confused by the reaction, Li Qiu gave a faint smile and calmly replied that someone intending to die would not carry that much equipment or prepare so thoroughly. Hearing that eased the guard somewhat, though he still commented on the enormous amount of luggage Li Qiu was carrying. Li Qiu confirmed it and explained that he planned to stay inside for several days, leaving the guard staring at him in visible confusion. After a short pause, Li Qiu stepped past the entrance and remarked that they would meet again once he returned, while inwardly hardening his resolve that this time he would not back down so easily. Li Qiu struggled onward through the forest, reflecting that 2 full days had already passed since entering the mountain, yet he still had not discovered a single water source. After stopping briefly, he decided that if he failed to find one before nightfall, he would have no choice but to return to town and gather supplies. At that moment, he sensed an unusual current of mana. The presence was incredibly faint, but its flow felt distinctly different from the surrounding energy, and unable to suppress his excitement after realizing he had finally located it, he immediately quickened his pace. Lowering himself carefully, Li Qiu reached out and touched the water, only to notice how strangely murky it was, and he observed that regardless of how much yang energy Mount Halasan contained, the water should never have appeared like this. He rose at once and carefully examined the area around him, concluding that the magical energy nearby was unusually weak, most likely because this location itself functioned as the mountain's water source. After reaching that conclusion, he turned around and decided to rest for a while. Behind him, hidden among the bushes, blue mana quietly began to stir. Before long, Li Qiu had already pitched a tent, and completely exhausted, he dropped inside. The prolonged strain from using his magic eyes had drained him severely, and he only intended to close his eyes for a brief moment. Not long after he lay down, a sudden scream pierced through the silence. Startled, he shot upright and immediately grabbed his sword. Keeping a tight grip on the blade, he cautiously peered outside while wondering whether a monster had appeared. Near the tent stood 2 evil spirits, and he questioned whether they were demons. However, because Mount Halasan was a spiritual mountain overflowing with spirit energy, he silently began calculating every possibility based on the number of horns and wings they possessed. At the very least, they seemed to be level 5 creatures, though since the mountain strengthened monsters beyond their normal limits, they could actually have been level 4 instead. After glancing outside once more, Li Qiu decided there was no reason to provoke them. Then another scream suddenly echoed through the forest, causing him to spring up instantly. This time, it sounded like a child. 3 terrified children ran desperately through the woods while the demons pursued them from behind. One frightened boy squeezed his eyes shut and shouted at the vile demons to go away, while beside him, a pink-haired girl burst into tears as Kyung Chong hurriedly tried to comfort her, telling her to hold tightly onto his hand, but before either of them could react, her grip slipped free. At that exact moment, the blue mana, lingering nearby, suddenly erupted upward from the ground. With a faint smile, one of the demons released a blast of mana that exploded through the air before crashing directly into the children and throwing them painfully onto the ground. The moment they fell, the demon pounced forward like a starving tiger, closing in on prey. At that exact instant, a mana-infused sword sliced across the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. Blue lightning erupted outward, engulfing the area in a thunderous aura. As the black smoke gradually dispersed, the boy turned around blankly, his eyes filled with confusion. The one who had suddenly appeared before them was Li Qiu, who asked who they were while silently calculating his next move. He had already slain one demon, but direct exposure to demonic energy was still dangerous. Without warning, another demon spewed a powerful stream of purple aura. Li Qiu reacted with incredible speed, charging straight forward without fear, and the demon's expression immediately twisted in shock at his agility. Acting decisively, Li Qiu cut through its neck in a swift motion and killed it instantly. Quietly, he muttered that he had struggled over which equipment to bring as his final choice, but this had clearly been the correct decision. His hand moved to the pendant hanging from his neck, a masterwork protective charm radiating sacred energy capable of blocking impure forces. Afterward, he gently handed his coat to the children and softly told them to take it before asking the boy his name. Nervously, the boy introduced himself as Chong. Li Qiu immediately instructed him to wear the coat and never remove it no matter what, and although visibly confused, Chong obediently nodded. At that moment, another crafty demon suddenly attacked from behind. Li Qiu instantly circulated mana and formed a solid shield before himself, activating a soul magic barrier that blocked the strike completely. Without wasting a second, he cut the demon down with a single slash. Then a string of eerie shrieks echoed across the area, violently disrupting his concentration. Li Qiu carefully watched them, tracking the abilities of the remaining demons, while wondering whether they were truly the creatures he suspected. One of them suddenly spoke in a calculating voice, questioning why a human would interfere and suggesting that Li Chiol be killed and presented to the king as a sacrifice. Hearing that, Li Chiol was genuinely startled, realizing these demons were completely different from the earlier ones and were likely at least level 4. Thinking quickly, he circulated energy through his entire body, convinced that as long as he could suppress their unique abilities, he could still handle the situation. Planting his feet firmly into the ground, he steadied his stance and decided this would be enough. And in the very next moment, he lunged forward. A streak of blue lightning tore through the air and crashed violently across the battlefield, shattering the silence of the forest. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the area, remarking that seeing him appear on the mountain had made them wonder what exactly was happening. Li Chiol blinked in confusion as a blonde-haired woman stepped forward, stating that he had been the source of the disturbance before immediately thanking him and saying the children were alive because of his actions. The pink-haired girl instantly burst into tears and ran toward her, crying out for her grandmother, while the woman lightly smacked each of the children and scolded them for wandering off despite being warned not to. As everyone's attention shifted, the demons attempted to speak again. The woman looked mildly surprised by their persistence and commented that they truly were stubborn creatures. Without wasting any time, she declared that she would take over from there onward. In the next instant, she seized control of the surrounding energy, and although she had warned against interference before, she could not simply ignore anyone who targeted the children. Brilliant blue lightning erupted from her palms. With a faint smile, she clenched the lightning tightly and charged forward without hesitation, declaring that she would not kill them. Cerulean electricity exploded outward in a violent burst, spreading across the enormous forest in a dazzling surge of light. The children stayed close behind Li Chiol, firing one question after another about the disturbance from earlier, while the woman grew increasingly annoyed by their behavior and repeatedly warned them not to trouble an honored guest. As she glanced over Li Chiol's outfit, she casually remarked that she had not seen Milky Way clothes like those in a very long time, instantly catching him off guard as he quickly asked whether she recognized the clothing. With a faint smile, the woman explained that she did, because she had made them herself, though she humbly added that she had only woven the threads rather than crafting the entire outfit alone. She then revealed that she already knew Li Chiol had entered the mountain and explained that although the land technically belonged to the elder, she was the one overseeing and managing the place. When Li Chiol asked which elder she meant, the woman answered that it was the same one he had met earlier, then burst into loud laughter as she added that the elder normally disliked humans, though she herself happened to be an exception. After they walked a little farther, she told Li Chiol to come closer because she was about to open the gate leading into the village. A tremendous wave of energy exploded outward as she drove her weapon into the ground and released the seal, causing the gate to slowly swing open while she smiled and welcomed him into their domain. Li Chiol narrowed his eyes against the sudden flash of light, and the instant he stepped through the entrance, tiny fairies drifted through the air while elves rested peacefully along the branches of enormous trees, leaving him completely stunned by the breathtaking mystical landscape spread out before him. Different races lived together there in harmony with nature high above the ancient forest canopy, creating an atmosphere that felt overwhelmingly magical, and the woman calmly welcomed him to Murni village. She handed Li Chiol a glass of juice to ease his thirst, then noticed his expression and asked whether the sight had surprised him that much. Li Chiol admitted that it had, at least a little, because he never expected there to be tribes other than the Dakibi. As he drank the sweet syrup, the woman explained that they belonged to the long-lived tribe, which people now refer to as elves, and added that the drink was a fruit syrup made within the village itself. She then mentioned that her introduction had come rather late and formally introduced herself as Ryora, the chief of the village, before observing that his hair and eye color made him appear to be part of the Li clan's bloodline. Surprised by her insight, Li Chiol confirmed it and introduced himself properly as Li Chiol of the esteemed martial Li clan, prompting Ryora to respond that if he truly belonged to that clan, then he likely knew the Mountain Guardian as well. Li Chiol asked if she was referring to the Mountain Guardian, and the instant his name came up, Ryora's expression twisted with anger as she furiously cursed him, calling him a lunatic who had ruined himself by getting involved with the wrong humans. Watching her sudden outburst, Li Chiol let out a quiet chuckle and remarked that the man at least seemed to be living well, though he appeared unusually fond of alcohol, causing Ryora to pout as she muttered that she did not care what happened to him. Once she calmed herself, Ryora sincerely thanked Li Chiol for saving the troublesome village children, admitting that she had been shocked when they suddenly vanished. Li Chiol dismissed it casually, saying it was nothing more than something he naturally should have done, but Ryora firmly insisted that a debt remained a debt and had to be repaid. She asked whether there was anything he desired, and although Li Chiol replied that he did not even consider rescuing the children something worthy of repayment, Ryora explained that Dakibi could not live while owing others, then told him not to feel pressured and simply asked for what he wanted. Li Chiol eventually said he wanted to ask a few questions, and Ryora answered that she would respond if the answers were within her knowledge. Inwardly, he realized there were countless things he wished to ask, but could not bring himself to say. He then placed his sword onto the table, instantly causing the mood between them to grow heavy, before asking whether she knew anything about the weapon. The moment Ryora recognized the blade as Black Twilight, her expression changed completely. She revealed that the Elder himself had created that sword and stated that she knew it very well, because she had personally participated in its forging. Stunned by the revelation, Li Chiol immediately asked whether she had truly helped create it herself, and Ryora explained that many Dakibi had contributed in different ways. Li Chiol admitted that he had always believed the Elder forged it alone, but Ryora clarified that while the Elder completed the sword itself, she and 63 other Dakibi mainly handled the materials and assisted with the melting, joining, and bending processes. As she stared at Black Twilight, Ryora quietly remarked that after all this time, the sword had finally found its owner. She then asked Li Chiol whether he had ever sensed anything strange while wielding it, and he answered that although its power had shocked him, he had never noticed anything unusual. Pointing toward his clothes, he asked whether Black Twilight possessed spirituality like the robe he wore, prompting Ryora to smile as she explained that spirituality could never settle within that sword, and even if it somehow did, it would quickly vanish. Her expression soon tightened with tension as she told him that while the blade might appear ordinary in his eyes, to her it looked like extinction itself, forged into the shape of a sword. Ryora explained that everything in the world possessed energy which might weaken over time, but could never completely vanish. Yet Black Twilight was different because it erased energy itself, meaning anything severed by that blade could never truly recover or return to its original state, including the person wielding it. Li Chiol realized the energy she referred to was most likely mana, so he asked whether that was the reason she had questioned him about feeling anything strange while using the sword. Ryora confirmed it, and said that fortunately the weapon did not appear capable of displaying that degree of authority yet. But she still warned him to stay cautious, because it was not simply dangerous, but the kind of weapon that should never have existed in the first place. Li Chiol then asked why they had created such a thing if it was that terrifying, and Ryora merely shrugged before admitting that she did not know the full reason herself, saying only his ancestors or the Great Elder would likely know the truth. Li Chiol quietly fell into thought while considering everything he had heard, and Ryora reflected inwardly that objects reveal themselves only when the time calls for it, meaning the sword's appearance now could only signify that it was destined to be used. In her mind, she thought about how a blade that had remained dormant for thousands of years was finally responding to a boy whose fate could not even be read. Gently running his hand along the scabbard, Li Chiol mentioned that Black Twilight was bound by 9 separate layers of seals, then explained that the 5th seal was located there and asked whether she knew anything about it. Ryora nodded, but warned him that obtaining it would be extremely difficult. Curious, Li Chiol asked what kind of trial awaited him, and with a faint smile, Ryora answered that he would need to defeat 100 Dakibi. The moment he heard that, Li Chiol froze completely. Later, when they arrived at the training grounds, Ryora noticed his lingering confusion and asked whether he had ever heard of the Dakibi wrestling ritual. Li Chiol replied that he only knew the concept in theory, describing it as a spiritual ritual where souls directly competed through strength. Ryora nodded and said that explanation was close enough, though in truth it was more of a contest of mental strength, before adding that words would never explain it properly, and that experiencing it firsthand would be easier. She then called Kyung over and told him to prepare for a demonstration. The instant his name was called, Kyung eagerly rushed forward to become the first opponent, immediately making the other children jealous. Li Chiol stared at the small child standing before him and questioned whether he truly had to fight someone that young, causing Ryora to snort before teasing him by asking if he was scared of losing to a child, while also reminding him that among the villagers, only those 3 counted as young. Even after hearing that, Li Chiol confidently declared that the match would begin, still convinced the fight would be easy. Ryora remarked that things would not be as easy as he imagined, then told Kyung to go easy on him. Following her instructions, Li Chiol and Kyung sat across from each other, closed their eyes, and prepared themselves for the mental duel. In the very next moment, Li Chiol felt an invisible force crash into his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered that he was standing alone within a vast white space that stretched endlessly in every direction without a single person or obstacle in sight, causing him to mutter in confusion as he questioned where he was. A sudden laugh echoed from above, immediately drawing his attention upward. Hanging high overhead was an enormous version of Kyung, gigantic enough to make Li Chiol appear smaller than an insect, while the child looked down at him with a mocking expression as though he were nothing more than an ant beneath his feet. Completely stunned, Li Chiol realized he was no longer inside the village. Before he could even react, the giant Kyung suddenly lunged toward him and tried to grab him. Li Chiol panicked and shouted for him to stop, but it was already too late as the enormous hand came crashing down from above, releasing a horrifying pressure powerful enough to crush him instantly. Li Chiol suddenly snapped back to reality with his eyes wide in shock, gasping for breath, as though he had just returned from death itself. He collapsed onto the ground and looked around in a daze, struggling to steady his thoughts and understand where he was, while one hand pressed against his sweat-soaked forehead and his breathing remained frantic after the overwhelming experience. Beside him, Ryora smiled softly and asked how he felt and whether he could endure it. Still exhausted, Li Chiol muttered that so that was what it had been, then asked whether the space transformed according to whatever a person imagined, recalling the terrifying situation he had just experienced. Ryora's eyes widened slightly at his sharp observation, silently acknowledging how quickly he had grasped the nature of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Kyung stood behind them celebrating excitedly after his victory, mockingly asking why humans were so small, which caused Ryora to quietly smile. Li Chiol looked toward the child and wondered what kind of world someone so small possessed to create something so overwhelmingly massive. At the same time, he questioned how time flowed between the outside world and that realm, eventually learning that roughly 3 seconds outside corresponded to 1 second inside the spirit world. Even while mentally drained, Li Chiol decided to continue again immediately. His determination was so exceptional that both Ryora and Kyung were startled by it. Concerned, Ryora patted his shoulder and advised him to rest, because facing the Dakibi in wrestling for the first time placed an enormous burden on the mind. But Li Chiol calmly insisted that he was perfectly fine and said that if Kyung was willing, he wanted to begin another round right away. Seeing the unwavering resolve written across his face, Ryora stared at him in disbelief and realized there was no stopping him, while Kyung became even more excited. As the next duel began, Li Chiol was instantly thrown away by an invisible force, and Kyung proudly declared another victory. Yet without even pausing, Li Chiol immediately prepared himself for another match. The moment the following round started, he was sent flying through the air once again, while Kyung happily shouted about his victory yet again. The child continued defeating him over and over, laughing gleefully as he pointed out that Li Chiol had managed to last slightly longer this time. Even so, Li Chiol refused to surrender, sweat endlessly pouring down his face while his eyes continued burning with fierce determination. Kyung eagerly agreed to continue, saying they could repeat the match as many times as Li Chiol desired. Li Chiol then closed his eyes once more and entered the spirit world again, while Ryora stood nearby with her arms crossed, inwardly impressed by his unbelievable persistence and tenacity. Watching him now brought Ryora back to memories of Li Hyolian, the founder of the esteemed martial Li clan. While not far away, the elder quietly observed the two of them for a while before silently turning around and leaving. 2 weeks later, the villagers approached Li Chiol in amazement, saying his strength was truly unbelievable and that what he had done was incredibly surprising, with one man explaining that the same task normally took them 3 full days before sincerely thanking him for the help. Wiping the sweat from his face, Li Chiol answered with a humble smile that it was nothing and that he still had to earn his keep, then added that he would finish the rest right away. Thinking that spreading razor wind alone should be enough, he activated his mana, causing a cold blue aura to surge around his blade before the strike exploded outward like a raging storm. In a single attack, everything was resolved at once as a massive shockwave burst across the area and shook the ground around them. Li Chiol realized the spiritual wrestling matches had noticeably accelerated the speed of his thinking, while the villagers continued staring at his abilities in shock before once again thanking him sincerely. He simply replied that it was nothing because the work had also served as training for himself. The elder approached with a warm smile and handed him a refreshing drink to recover his strength, and after thanking him, Li Chiol emptied the entire can in one go, instantly feeling his fatigue disappear as his mind became completely clear. Ryora watched with visible surprise because the villagers were normally strict and distant toward outsiders. Yet now they were taking care of Li Chiol while he casually helped them carry enormous stones as if it were effortless. Noticing Ryora walking toward him, Li Chiol stopped what he was doing as she commented that he had really been working hard. Wondering if he had shown up late, he asked what had brought her all the way there, and she answered that she had merely stopped by while passing through because she wanted to talk. She then turned to the elder and asked whether she could borrow him for a while if he did not mind, and the elder said he had no objection, though he reminded her that these jobs were originally supposed to be handled by the goblins, prompting Ryora to playfully cover her ears and pretend she heard nothing. Looking back at Li Chiol, she laughed after seeing how naturally he had blended into the village and even started helping everyone with their work. She explained that receiving that drink was considered a tremendous honor because the Long Life tribe almost never accepted outsiders, then asked whether he knew what it actually was. Li Chiol replied that all he knew was that it had made his mind feel clearer, though he was not completely sure. Ryora explained that the drink was an elixir designed to clear the mind and drive out the murky energy lingering within it, which was why his mental strength had recovered so quickly after the wrestling matches. She continued by saying the mixture had to be infused with spirit energy for an entire week before being aged for another full month. And on top of that, It required a mana herb that had matured for 10 years. Hearing that, Li Chiol was left stunned and wondered if they had really given him something so valuable. Ryora then remarked that he had probably been curious about why all of them lived gathered together in this place, even though he had never once asked about it. Li Chiol answered that he assumed she had her own reasons, and since she had never offered to explain them, he did not think it was right for an outsider like himself to pry into matters that were not his business. That thought eventually drew him toward memories of the Great War, a fierce conflict whose lingering embers still smoldered deep within the darkness. As Ryora spoke about the Great War, she recalled the era when humans had driven her tribe into a life of miserable exile, explaining that nothing had truly changed since then and that the pain they suffered remained exactly as it had from the beginning. Still, she reassured Li Chiol that those events had taken place long before he was born, so he should not carry guilt over them because the villagers already considered him one of their own. While they were still talking, Ryora suddenly remembered an errand she needed to finish and casually told Li Chiol to spend some time wrestling with the children. After waving goodbye, she turned and left while Li Chiol also began walking away. Not long afterward, Ryora sensed another presence nearby and asked what had brought the elder all the way there. Remaining quiet for a brief moment, the elder finally asked whether she had taken in the human he had previously driven away. Ryora replied that Li Chiol was the one who had saved the children, so she had brought him in as repayment for what he had done. However, the elder coldly responded that humans were vile creatures and warned that Li Chiol could simply be trying to place them in his debt, so he could exploit the goblins later. Without the slightest hesitation, Ryora defended Li Chiol and insisted that he was different from the others, explaining that even during difficult times he still spent time playing with the children while also helping the villagers with their work. She then asked whether making him take the test had not been something the elder had promised that person long ago. The elder replied that it had only been an old promise and that he had never specified when he intended to fulfill it. He then firmly declared that he did not want humans wandering through his territory and ordered Ryora to drive Li Chiol away immediately. Ryora immediately shot back without holding anything in, telling the elder that if he refused to allow it, then he could personally drive Li Chiol away himself. The elder answered that she truly must have grown old if she now dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ryora then questioned whether he hated humans that much, and if that was the case, why he was still trying to protect them. Pointing toward Li Chiol as he got along naturally with the children, she reminded the elder of the distant past when humans and their tribe had once shared a close friendship. Even so, the elder stubbornly clung to his prejudice and firmly declared that humans and their tribe could never coexist again. Ryora responded that he already knew they were reaching their limit and that they needed help from humans. In response, the elder revealed that the seal had weakened, and the moment those words left his mouth, Ryora was completely stunned. The elder simply turned his back on her and once more ordered her to drive the human away, warning that when the time finally came, humans would flee just as they always had because they never bled for the sake of someone else's problems. After delivering those words, he disappeared, leaving Ryora standing there alone with an irritated expression as she clearly rejected the elder's stubborn way of thinking. Back at the training ground, Li Chiol sat quietly with deep concentration before soon entering the spirit world once again. He moved forward with a confident stride that made it clear he was fully prepared for the next stage awaiting him. Within the spirit space, Li Chiol stood among the children while listening to Kyung glance toward his friends and say that they needed to break through that, then ask whether everyone understood. The children responded with loud cheers, while Li Chiol remained calm and steady beside them with a determined expression on his face. A massive vortex of energy erupted violently as fire and water collided and merged in complete chaos. While below, the children enthusiastically waved their hands and unleashed their attack toward Li Chiol. Before the strike could reach him, he activated his skill and successfully blocked it, and at that moment, realization hit him that he had finally succeeded. With visible excitement, he happily declared that now was his turn to attack. The battles continued without pause as time steadily passed, and eventually the entire area became filled with exhausted groans, revealing that they had been wrestling non-stop for 3 straight hours. Watching the scene unfold, Ryora could not hide her astonishment as she reflected on how, in only 2 weeks, Li Chiol was already defeating the trio. Inwardly, she admitted that both his persistence and his mental strength were truly exceptional. Clearing her throat to get everyone's attention, she looked toward them while Li Chiol sat on the ground, and the children immediately turned toward their grandmother, eagerly tattling on him with endless excitement. They loudly complained that Li Chiol had used every technique Ryora taught him, that he fought continuously without getting tired, and that he never even flinched while covered in flames. Ryora simply listened in silence with a faint smile as the children continued rambling on excitedly. Once they finally settled down, Ryora announced that training with the children would be enough for now. Li Chiol looked confused, still unable to fully grasp what was happening, until it was revealed that the time had finally arrived for the wrestling trial against 100 opponents. The moment he heard that, Li Qiu's face immediately lit up with excitement, though Ryora quickly clarified that the trial would only begin in about a week, making him realize they were not starting right away. She explained that many wandering Dakibi were scattered throughout different places, so gathering them all together would take time, especially since there are not even 100 Dakibi remaining on the mountain anymore. 3 days later, an enormous festival was held as crowds gathered from everywhere to witness the long-awaited wrestling matches between a human and the Dakibi. Standing amid the loud and lively crowd, Li Qiu wore a slightly bewildered expression because he still was not used to such a bustling atmosphere, while around him the villagers energetically talked about memories from the old days. Ryora eventually approached and patted Li Qiu on the shoulder before telling him that everyone had gathered according to the oath. Li Qiu thanked her, and she then asked whether they should begin the trial and whether he was prepared. He calmly answered that he was ready. Behind them, the crowd erupted into loud cheers as the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Ryora then informed him that the adult Dakibi would continue challenging him until they acknowledged him, and even if he lost, he could always challenge them again later. Ryora reminded him once more about the trial's time limit, and Li Qiu confirmed that he remembered it clearly. It was 1 week. Smiling at him encouragingly, she told him to do his best, because once everything was over, a grand celebration would be held. Raising her voice so everyone could hear, she officially declared the start of the matches, and beneath the clear blue sky, leaves drifted gently through the air while cheers erupted all around them. The first challengers turned out to be the same 3 children from before, who confidently declared that this time things would be different. Even so, the score immediately became 1 out of 100 as the children were swiftly defeated and left sprawled across the ground, loudly lamenting their loss. Not long after that, the count rose to 4 out of 100 when a nimble tiger Dakibi stepped forward as the next challenger. The battles continued without rest. At 10 out of 100, Li Qiu was sent airborne while fighting several opponents at the same time. At 22 out of 100, he shifted into a defensive stance as sweat slowly ran down his face and the clashes became more and more intense. At 41 out of 100, an elegant Dakibi dressed in a gentleman's suit openly admitted that Li Qiu was an extraordinary human. At 57 out of 100, a gigantic panda Dakibi, carrying a stalk of bamboo, stood in his path, making Li Qiu look tiny in comparison. At 63 out of 100, an enormous fire dragon-shaped entity manifested across the sky, its overwhelming presence seeming to devour part of the heavens as the endless duels carried on relentlessly. As more time passed, the 3rd day finally arrived, and Li Qiu slowly began approaching his limit. He dropped to his knees while breathing heavily, prompting Ryora to ask with concern whether he was all right while advising him to rest since he still had an entire week to finish the trial. After steadying himself, Li Qiu stubbornly insisted that he was fine and demanded that the matches continue. He reflected that the purpose of the 5th seal trial was to train mental fortitude, and with that, Ryora signaled for the wrestling to resume as the cheers of the crowd echoed continuously throughout the area while everyone rooted for him. Even in his exhausted state, Li Qiu continued smiling because he was truly giving everything he had. At 83 out of 100, he sat cross-legged while wiping the sweat from his face. His body throbbed with pain, yet his determination remained completely unshaken. Keeping his eyes tightly shut, he allowed sweat to soak his body while carefully controlling his breathing. At 99 out of 100, his opponent smiled warmly before giving him a thumbs up in recognition of the tremendous effort he had shown. Now, only one final opponent remained. Li Qiu slowly raised his head and let out a deep breath, quietly offering his gratitude before steadying himself for the final battle ahead. Ryora stepped forward as the last opponent and calmly announced that this would be the 100th match. Lightning exploded wildly across the surroundings, as if the world itself welcomed a battle fought on the edge of life and death. While Li Qiu stood beneath a massive wall of swirling smoke and storm clouds, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure pouring from her presence. Narrowing her eyes, Ryora stated that she held no personal resentment toward him, but because the trial was bound by oath, she would fight at full strength and show him absolutely no mercy. The instant her words ended, a massive thunderbolt erupted. Blinding light swallowed Li Qiu before he even had time to react, and although he planted his feet within the raging storm of electricity, his body immediately began screaming under the strain. Deep down, he admitted that exhaustion had pushed him beyond his limits, yet his thoughts remained sharp and focused. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself forward while determination still burned fiercely in his eyes. A moment later, blood burst from his mouth in a violent cough as he realized that even inside this mental realm, the injuries felt horrifyingly real. Li Qiu collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest while coughing blood as unbearable agony tore through his mind. Yet despite being completely drained, he still refused to surrender, telling himself that none of it mattered. Tightening his fists, he forced his broken body back to its feet and ignored every injury while desperately demanding another fight. Without warning, A colossal mountain suddenly collapsed before them. Li Qiol stared upward in disbelief as gigantic boulders crashed downward and countless fragments of stone exploded through the air in every direction. Looking up in shock, he finally understood that every previous trial had only been preparation. His face tightened with strain as he realized the scale of this challenge far exceeded anything he had imagined. Even so, he steadied himself and thought that if someone kept digging one shovel at a time, even a mountain could eventually be carved apart, and that was precisely what it meant to be human. At that moment, a devastating beam of thunderous light descended from above, instantly shattering the massive boulder with overwhelming force capable of destroying anything in its path. Li Qiol directly faced the attack, braced himself, and barely managed to evade it. Ryora appeared genuinely impressed that he had blocked the strike at all, and without hesitation, she prepared an even more powerful technique. Violent waves of energy exploded throughout the surrounding space as enormous rocks were blasted away like scattered scraps of paper. Standing at the center of the violent electric storm, Li Qiol fought to keep his footing while carefully tracking even the slightest movement from his opponent. A bitter half-smile crossed his face as he quietly admitted to himself that the battle was finally pushing beyond his limits. Then, without warning, a massive explosion consumed the entire battlefield, and Li Qiol was swallowed by the dazzling storm of spiritual energy as the attack struck him directly. Li Qiol sat completely motionless after returning to reality, his exhausted body frozen in place while the nearby villagers gathered around and quietly whispered among themselves that this was already his 50th attempt at challenging the elder's trial. Several men looked toward the granny with concern and urged her to go easier on the young master, fearing that if this continued, he might truly die. Suddenly, Li Qiol jolted awake, drenched in sweat and gasping violently as though he had just crawled back from death itself. Still dazed, he wondered how long he had lost consciousness for, then stared blankly at his trembling hand, unable to tell whether he had truly returned to reality or not. Turning toward Ryora, he asked how long he had been unconscious, and she calmly answered that only around 2 hours had passed. Li Qiol tightly clenched his fist, completely unconcerned with how many times he had fallen or how long he had remained collapsed. He declared that it made no difference whether he stood inside the mindscape or in the real world, because he would continue until he succeeded, and without even a moment of hesitation, he immediately stated that they should begin again. Ryora stood speechless before his monstrous determination. She silently watched him for a brief moment before finally nodding in agreement, and the two of them closed their eyes and focused while visible pressure weighed heavily upon Li Qiol. The surrounding villagers stared in amazement, unable to believe that he intended to continue without rest or hesitation, while one of them questioned whether any human could truly endure such suffering and wondered why he was willing to push himself this far. Meanwhile, Li Qiol concentrated completely as he entered the mental realm once again. Standing firmly amid the chaos, he faced the incoming attack head-on while reflecting on the passage of time and the thought that leaving this place would mean the end. His mind wandered through fatigue, pain, who he was, and even who he was fighting, until he gradually discarded every unnecessary thought one by one, leaving behind only a single purpose within himself: to achieve victory through effort alone. As the overwhelming attack descended upon Li Qiol and swallowed the surrounding space entirely, Ryora believed the battle was finally nearing its conclusion, and that this time he would surely succeed. But in the very next moment, she froze in shock as confusion spread across her face. Li Qiol had entered the realm of no-self, completely forgetting even his own existence. His eyes had turned milky white, devoid of even the faintest trace of human spirit. Terrified and unable to comprehend the transformation before her, Ryora cried out in horror, believing that this was never a path a human being should walk. Li Qiol's expression turned colder than ice itself, and an overwhelming pressure poured from him with such intensity that anyone nearby would shudder uncontrollably. In the next instant, a colossal pillar of light erupted upward into the sky, scattering every trace of mist throughout the psyche. Ryora instantly realized that something had gone terribly wrong. This was not an ordinary no-self state. Li Qiol was not simply merging with the mental realm anymore. He was taking control of the entire mental space she had created. Cracks rapidly spread through the illusory world as the space itself began collapsing beneath the terrifying pressure radiating from him. Unable to comprehend what she was witnessing, Ryora gritted her teeth in frustration and questioned how a mere human could possibly achieve something so impossible. Amid the crumbling ruins of the collapsing mental realm, Li Qiol slowly walked forward with overwhelming authority, and the sight of him deeply shook Ryora. His eyes remained calm and emotionless, yet within that calmness rested an absolutely crushing power. The moment the trial finally ended, Li Qiol collapsed onto the ground from complete exhaustion, while Ryora released a relieved sigh. The surrounding observers immediately broke into murmurs of admiration, openly praising him while admitting that his spiritual power was truly astonishing. covered in sweat and drained of all strength. Li Chiol slowly forced himself back up and asked whether everything was finally over. Ryora smiled brightly and firmly answered that it was finally finished. Lowering his head slightly in thought, Li Chiol innocently asked if that meant he had lost. Ryora stared at him in speechless disbelief, unable to understand whether he truly failed to realize how earth-shaking his accomplishment had been. Still looking confused, Li Chiol struggled to understand until Ryora finally confirmed that he had won, bringing the endless days of brutal mental training to their conclusion. Li Chiol slowly opened his eyes as a strange feeling of satisfaction spread across his face. Standing within the undefined space, he questioned whether everything he had experienced there had simply been a lucid dream. Yet every movement and every sword technique he practiced within that world remained vividly engraved in his mind. Everything felt so clear that it was as though he had personally lived through every single moment, and the entire process of battle and enlightenment inside the spirit realm remained crystal clear within his memory. Suddenly, the ring on his hand flashed with bright light and released a black aura as though resonating intensely with its owner. Li Chiol abruptly jolted awake, breathing heavily and remaining tense like someone who had barely escaped an endless nightmare. Clutching his head, he forced himself upright beside the elder, who had quietly watched over and cared for him the entire time, and the moment the elder saw him awake, relief immediately spread across his face. The elder handed Li Chiol a cup of medicine and told him to drink it, admitting that he had been afraid he might never wake again and expressing his relief now that he had finally regained consciousness. Li Chiol quietly thanked him for taking care of him. Word of his awakening quickly spread throughout the village, and before long, the villagers gathered around him while cheering happily because none of them had ever seen someone possess such terrifying iron will. Many of them excitedly invited each other out for drinks to celebrate his achievement together. Ryora suddenly appeared and immediately scolded everyone for making so much noise around someone who had only just awakened. Afterward, she turned toward Li Chiol and asked about his condition before revealing a shocking truth. After the trial had ended, he had remained unconscious for an entire week. Li Chiol stared at her in disbelief and immediately asked what had happened to the trial itself. Ryora questioned whether he truly could not remember that part either, before once again informing him that he had won. Hearing those words, Li Chiol could only stare blankly ahead, looking completely bewildered and unable to process it. That night, the entire tribe gathered together to hold a grand celebration for the worthy successor, happily drinking and enjoying the festivities together. Later, Ryora curiously asked Li Chiol what it was he wanted to show her. In response, he handed her the secret ancient records known as the Black Twilight Records. Ryora held the records in confusion, while Li Chiol explained that because of those records, he had been able to meet her and learn of her existence. He then pointed firmly toward the outfit he was wearing and explained that it had also been left behind by the ancestor who once possessed the Silver River. A moment later, however, he corrected himself and clarified that the ancestor had not simply left it behind in general, but had specifically left it behind for him. After studying the records in detail, Ryora explained that multiple portions had been erased from them, and hearing that immediately reminded Li Chiol of the records he had once examined in the library, which had also contained strange gaps, leading him to believe once again that Black Twilight had been created intentionally, while at the same time making him wonder what those missing passages originally said, and whether Ryora might know what had been written there before they vanished. Ryora admitted she did not know for certain either, but judging from the surrounding text, the erased section seemed to refer not to a location, but to either an object or a living being. She stressed that the words had not been removed by human hands, nor had they faded naturally with age, and although it sounded difficult to believe, the whole thing reminded her of an old song about a massive hole somewhere in a distant sea, or perhaps ancient tales tied to such a place. She then recalled the lyrics of that song, which described a faraway age when horrifying creatures burst out from deep caverns, the sky itself split open, and the entire world was transformed. Yet in the present era, no one remembered that time anymore, and nothing from it remained. Ryora explained that she had first heard the song as a child, especially on nights when she wandered around unable to sleep, because the adults used it to scare her, warning that those terrifying monsters would come and eat her if she did not behave. Li Chiol remarked that it was an extremely frightening story to tell a child, and Ryora agreed, admitting that it truly had terrified her back then, though the memory had suddenly resurfaced in her mind now. Even so, she believed the section that came after the missing part of the record was likely the most important. She went on to explain that several words still remained unclear even to her, but according to the surviving text, the final destination connected to the Black Twilight Seal was somehow linked to a father, and the record implied that the same event could happen again, which was why those words had been preserved in the first place, as a warning and a hope. It also stated that someone knew the true identity of Black Twilight, and that Black Twilight itself acted both as a key and as a guide. After several more erased passages, The record resumed by stating that Black Twilight existed for that place where everything belonging to the father could be found, and it also mentioned the name of the Dakibi who guarded the mountain together with every hidden secret of their clan that still remained unknown. It was said that every hidden truth known by that being would be recorded in that place, and the letter carried a sense of expectation toward the descendant who would one day uncover every secret tied to Black Twilight and finally reach the end. The person who had written it had offered a prayer for that journey, and the message itself had been directed to the Honorable Li Hyangxian of the Martial Li clan. Ryora then told Li Chiol that if he continued following the seal connected to the sword, he would most likely learn that person's name as well. Hearing that, Li Chiol let out a faint laugh and said that if he succeeded in restoring the Mountain Guardian's lost name, he would return the item afterward, assuring her there was no reason to worry. Ryora answered calmly that she was not worried in the slightest, then questioned why he would even think of returning it when that individual still deserved to suffer for at least another 1,000 years. After a short silence, Ryora asked whether Li Chiol was curious about something else as well. As night settled over the village, another visitor arrived while everyone was spending time together with Li Chiol, and before long they all became thoroughly drunk, exhausted themselves, and eventually collapsed asleep. Watching them, Li Chiol thought they were all rather extraordinary people. At that moment, the old man approached him and revealed that he had been the one who stopped him from entering the territory earlier. Li Chiol then declared that, as the legitimate successor of Black Twilight, he had come there in accordance with the covenant. The old man acknowledged his words and explained that he had known that from the beginning, which was exactly why he had not forced him away, since he intended to honor an old promise. Even so, he stated that now that the child of the village had completed the covenant, there was no longer any reason for Li Chiol to stay there, and he ordered him to leave. In the next instant, the scenery around Li Chiol shifted completely, transporting him to an entirely different location, where he was told that this was simply an act of will and that he should not hold the other Dakibi responsible for his sudden removal. Later on, Ryora went to see the old man and asked whether it had truly been necessary to go so far, especially when the human had brought 3 items with him, which she then handed over to the old man. The old man replied that he hated humans, yet at the same time he regretted everything, because it was due to him that all of them had ended up trapped in that place. Ryora gently reassured him that it was fine, explaining that none of the Dakibi living there failed to understand the feelings in his heart. She went on to explain that Li Chiol was different from other humans, which was exactly why he had not been expelled the moment he arrived. The old man admitted that he had no intention of denying the bond they had formed with that human, but he made it clear that his own feelings remained separate. Ryora then quietly asked whether it was truly right for the two of them to watch him continue living in such a state, only for the old man to sharply warn her not to cross the line. Ryora responded by saying that, deep down, he did not truly hate humans. The old man was just about to answer when both of them suddenly sensed that something was wrong, prompting them to immediately rush toward the source of the disturbance. When they arrived, they saw the earth splitting open as scorching lava burst upward from below. The elder quickly ordered Ryora to return to the village and inform everyone about what had happened. Ryora, however, insisted that as one of the village adults, she needed to see the situation for herself. After a moment, the elder relented and allowed her to come with him. Before long, they discovered a hidden staircase descending deep underground, and the two of them began making their way downward. The farther they descended, the more unbearable the heat became, while the atmosphere itself turned crushing and oppressive. As Ryora watched the elder continue forward without hesitation, she realized he had endured this horrifying place for many years without being affected, whereas she herself was already struggling against the brutal conditions. The old man then revealed that, for several years, a sinister energy had been rising from the north and slowly influencing the seal, though he admitted he had never imagined the situation would worsen this rapidly. Ryora then asked what it was he had been attempting to create all this time, and the old man answered only by admitting that he had failed. At last, after reaching the deepest level, they discovered a path stretching toward the center, where every surrounding direction was filled with flowing lava that radiated overwhelming heat and constant danger. Ryora looked around the place where the old man had been living and questioned why he had gone to such extreme lengths for its sake. The elder explained that he had received help from the underdwellers, but even with their assistance in creating something capable of replacing the seal, he had still failed in the end. As Ryora listened, she suddenly felt an overwhelming presence that reminded her of the Great War and of the being that had once drenched Mount Hala in countless amounts of blood. That creature was known as the Archdemon, the natural predator of Dakibi and many other mystical beings. The elder continued by explaining that when the invasion of that entity first began, none of them had imagined it would grow into a war capable of swallowing the entire world. Even the one who could read the signs of heaven had been unable to predict what would happen even a single moment ahead. Because of that, the very ideas of justice, good, and evil began collapsing, while the line separating light from darkness became more and more uncertain until the distinction nearly vanished altogether. At that time, they sought aid from powerful humans and informed them that the inland situation had already become critical. The humans responded by saying they would first evaluate their own ranks before returning to help, and until then they asked them to continue holding the line. Trusting completely in that promise, the three of them chose to defend Jeju Island, and in order to protect the land, the Hound Akibi, and the humans themselves, they stood against a terrifying and enormous evil. That evil was known by countless names born from the fears of those who spoke about it. Some called it the Serpent of the Crimson Valley, others the Nine-Headed Drudge, while some referred to it as the Burning Temptation. The compatibility between demons and Dakibi turned out to be disastrous, and the serpent, possessing intelligence and cunning equal to a demon's, deceived them through overwhelming illusions. Even while suffering unbearable pain and hardship, the three of them continued believing that the humans would return, and they endured while waiting for that day. At a crucial moment, the evil presence within the lava began affecting Ryora's mind, causing her to lose control of her senses. Realizing the danger immediately, the elder stabbed himself in order to force clarity back into his mind through pain, and in that moment he saw Ryora walking toward the lava. Desperate to stop her, he stabbed her as well so she could recover her senses. He then told her that the time had finally arrived and ordered her to escape together with the villagers as quickly as possible. Ryora worried about leaving the elder behind, but he explained that he was already a Dakibi from a forgotten age, and that defeating this entity was an old grudge he alone needed to settle. After urging her to leave at once, he sent her away. Even at that moment, the elder still held onto the faint hope that humans might come, though deep inside, he already knew the truth that they never would. In spite of that understanding, he continued clinging to the promise, believing that no matter how late they were, they would eventually appear. Yet in the end, they never came at all. The elder admitted that they had been deceived from the beginning and reduced to nothing more than sacrifices. Long ago, when he and his two companions were still young, the others had proposed that one of them should drag the body of that evil entity down with them. The elder had argued that such a sacrifice would mean nothing because the creature could never truly die. At that time, the girl among them declared that she herself would become the mist that eternally covered the mountain. Looking back on everything, the elder wondered whether they should have abandoned that cursed land and fled without caring what became of it afterward. Even so, his companions had entrusted the last of their strength to him, asking him to seal the entity away with his flames and preserve their covenant. All of them believed that once humans returned, everything would eventually be resolved. But no matter how long they waited, the humans never came back. The demon mocked the elder, saying that humans had always been different from the rest and had merely taken advantage of them, fully aware that the Dakibi would continue protecting them regardless of the outcome. The elder refused to accept those words and silenced the demon. He admitted that humans would never come and that this reality could no longer be denied. Yet the covenant he had shared with Li Hyolheim, the final attachment left in his heart, had at last been fulfilled. Accepting that outcome as fate, he leaped forward and declared that he would soon reunite with the others. Outside, complete chaos had already erupted. Monsters began appearing throughout the area as terrified people fled in panic, unable to understand what was happening around them. Everyone focused on protecting the sacred tree, while confusion spread among the humans, who could not comprehend why the creatures had suddenly become so violent. They called out for the grandmother and questioned where everyone else had gone. Ryora soon returned and witnessed the disastrous situation unfolding before her. Although the elder's condition was already critical, the state of the surroundings was just as dangerous. She immediately ordered the injured to be taken to the healing waters and commanded everyone capable of fighting to secure the area without delay. The environment had already become unsafe, and the creatures were growing more aggressive with every passing moment. The Dakibis became increasingly anxious, while Ryora realized that the source of the disturbance was the archdemon's demonic energy influencing the creatures around them. She realized the chaos would never truly stop unless the archdemon itself was taken down, and just as the creatures rushed forward to slaughter the Dakibis, Li Chiol stepped in without hesitation, cutting down the attackers with precise strikes before declaring that he had come to help. The elder fought fiercely against the archdemon, but it was obvious that his strength alone could not rival such an overwhelming existence. And as the battle continued, the archdemon questioned why he was willing to go so far to protect humans, openly expressing its distrust toward them, only for the elder to reject those words with anger and continue fighting without hesitation. Even after losing its physical body, the demon still possessed immense and horrifying power, something the elder quickly came to understand. He launched attacks against the demon, yet none of them produced any meaningful effect, and despite knowing that the sword he had once forged to stop humans had ultimately been a failure, he still chose to use it, believing the attempt itself had not been completely meaningless. As the sword flew straight toward the archdemon, it succeeded in causing a slight amount of damage, making the elder briefly wonder if it had actually worked. though he already understood that such an injury would only buy a small amount of time before the demon rapidly regenerated and returned to its original state. Realizing this, the elder concluded that only one option remained: to seal the demon away. The archdemon mocked the idea immediately, questioning whether a seal could truly hold it while hinting that there was still something it needed to protect, and it asked who would even remember them if everything came to an end. Suddenly, the elder saw the forms of his two friends, and the demon used those images to persuade him to abandon humanity, claiming that the Dakibis did not want him to destroy himself like this. Furious, the elder cursed at the demon and demanded that it stop showing him the faces of his friends because he refused to believe they would ever speak such words. Yet the archdemon continued presenting the illusions as they insisted that humans were the reason they had ended up in such a miserable state. They reminded him that even when the three of them had stood together, they still failed, and they questioned what he could possibly accomplish now that he was alone. Even so, the elder did not waver, declaring that nothing the demon said could ever shake his resolve and making it clear that such words would never work on him. The demon acknowledged his resistance, but moments later it seized control of the elder, and as he suddenly found himself swinging his weapon without understanding why, he realized that he had been manipulated. He realized the demon had been intentionally stalling the battle with those cursed tactics to buy itself more time, and not long after, the archdemon declared its desire to consume him, describing the elder himself as something valuable. At that crucial moment, Ryora returned and stepped in to save him, prompting the elder to question why she had come back, while also wondering whether the Dakibis from the village had arrived to support them, though even their attacks proved almost useless against the demon. Soon, the elder noticed Li Chiol arriving at the battlefield and immediately questioned why he had come, only for Li Chiol to firmly state that he was there to help. The elder responded that he had never asked for assistance, but Li Chiol remained resolute and answered that he had come anyway. Refusing to accept it, the elder insisted that he did not need help from a human and doubted what an ordinary person could possibly do against a monster like this. Li Chiol admitted that the elder was right and openly acknowledged his own helplessness, but he then explained that the black twilight he carried possessed the ability to cut through the demon itself. Hearing this, the elder immediately understood it was true, because black twilight was capable of striking even a formless existence like the archdemon. Li Chiol further confessed that he did not know how far he could push his current abilities, yet he still asked the elder to create an opening for him. The elder agreed and warned that they would only have a single chance, understanding clearly that while black twilight could indeed wound the demon, Li Chiol's training was still lacking, which made the elder's role simple and unavoidable. He had to open a path so the sword could reach the demon, and after instructing Li Chiol to begin while he prepared that opportunity, Li Chiol activated the boundless second form of his sword. As he did, he reflected on everything he had mastered up to that point, recognizing that the boundless form was born from the fusion of all the power he had accumulated, and he continued forcing it further, raising its strength higher and higher without stopping. Li Chiol released lightning alongside razor-like wind as Insile's soul magic barrier, Zephenberg's cold energy, the power of the underworld, and the wave all surged together as one. In that overwhelming instant, Li Chiol realized that the path the elder had opened for him was right in front of him, and with a dark laugh, he unleashed his expanding black burst outward. The demon immediately sensed the danger and understood that it needed to avoid the attack no matter the cost, because the sheer force behind it threatened its very existence. The elder calmly declared that the time had come for them to face the demon together, but at that moment he saw his friend appear before him, trying to stop him and insisting that he should go no further since the demon had already suffered heavy damage and there was no reason for him to continue risking his own existence. Even so, the elder admitted that he no longer carried any regrets, confessing that he had once hated humanity and had driven a divide between humans and the Dakibis because he believed that was the only way to free himself from those regrets. Then another voice suddenly called him a fool and declared that it was enough, that they would carry the burden themselves from now on, and that he should remain where he was. The voice insisted that only by staying there could he truly live without regret, and that he should stop hating humanity. Ryora stood nearby with a faint smile as she explained that the two elders had saved him and that everything had already ended. Yet the elder refused to accept those words and instead looked toward Li Chiol, acknowledging that Li Chiol was the one who had truly saved all of them. Later, Li Chiol regained consciousness and immediately questioned whether he had fainted once again, wondering if he had somehow become trapped inside another dream. An overwhelming sensation flowed through him, as though endless memories were pouring into his mind, something both astonishing and profoundly deep, and at the same time, he realized that this experience was another oath guiding him toward the peak of his heart. Within that strange state, he saw the boundless second form of the Black Burst, and wondered whether it was trying to reveal its true nature through those infinite memories. Suddenly, Li Chiol woke up violently and felt the urge to vomit, while Ryora, who was beside him, quickly handed him a bowl before he coughed blood into it. The people gathered around him were shocked that he had regained consciousness after only a few hours, since they had originally expected him to remain unconscious for several days. Ryora gently asked whether he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere in his body, and Li Chiol replied that his internal organs felt somewhat twisted and that he had clearly suffered internal injuries, though he believed he would recover quickly. Ryora immediately turned toward the doctor and questioned whether he was truly fine, referring to the man as a quack, while the doctor defended himself and demanded to know why she kept calling him that. Hearing their exchange, Li Chiol wondered if they had fed him something strange, because he was certain that his injuries had originally been severe. The doctor explained that he had used every treatment available, including elixirs, herbs, healing water, and spirit water, before adding that it was no surprise Li Chiol's mana capacity had grown so dramatically after consuming such an excessive amount of restorative medicine. Ryora commented that Li Chiol still did not realize how incredible his actions had been, and she declared that she would willingly give him dozens more medicinal elixirs if necessary. Li Chiol then asked what had happened while he was unconscious, but Ryora answered that although she understood he had many questions, it would be better for him to focus on resting for now. She explained that since he had regained enough strength, they would soon have to leave, and she acknowledged that the debt they owed him was far too great to ever repay completely. 2 days later, the elder remained inside his dwelling when Li Chiol came to visit him, and the elder informed him that everything had been resolved successfully thanks to his efforts. Li Chiol immediately asked whether the demon had truly been sealed, and the elder replied that things should remain stable from this point onward before asking about Li Chiol's condition instead. Li Chiol answered that he was fine because the villagers had taken good care of him, after which the elder admitted that he still disliked humans, explaining that humans lied easily, broke promises, and disturbed the natural order itself. He then asked whether Li Chiol found such thinking strange, but Li Chiol replied that he did not blame him because he believed he might feel the same way under those circumstances. The elder questioned whether Li Chiol himself was not also human, and in response, Li Chiol recalled meeting an elf who ate meat, a dwarf who refused to drink alcohol, and even dakibis who enjoyed living in the city. He explained that not every human was the same, though he admitted that the elder likely already understood that better than anyone. The elder asked Li Chiol why he had come back after being cast out, and Li Chiol answered that his friends had been in danger, so there was no way he could stand by and do nothing, causing the elder to quietly reflect on the friends from his own past. Later, when Li Chiol prepared to depart, many of the villagers wished he would remain with them a little longer, but the children were told to let him leave because he also had responsibilities he needed to return to. Li Chiol reassured them with a smile, promising that someday he would come back and play with them again. He then brought up the fact that the mountain's magic had already been broken and wondered whether they would still be safe afterward. Ryora calmly told him there was nothing to fear because their people were never easily discovered, and besides, they had always been the ones to seek others out first. The elder added that there was no reason for concern anymore, since the grudge they had carried for so long had finally come to an end, meaning it was now time for them to return to the outside world. Although the elder openly admitted that he still disliked humans, he made it clear that Li Chiol himself was an exception, leaving Ryora visibly shocked by those words. At that moment, the elder handed Li Chiol an item and explained that it was a scabbard made from black wood, sandalwood, meteorite iron, and sacred iron, a creation forged through sorcery during the perfectly aligned moment of year, month, day, and hour considered most auspicious. The instant Li Chiol saw it, he understood it was no ordinary object, realizing that the strange power of the Black Twilight, which had once broken free from its seal, was now being completely contained inside the scabbard. The elder then reminded him that while a sword symbolizes death, a scabbard symbolizes life, and that knowing when to sheath a blade is far more important than simply knowing how to wield it. The children excitedly begged Ryora to let them accompany Li Chiol to the mountain's entrance, and although she first refused because it was too dangerous, their relentless pleading eventually wore her down, allowing them to joyfully go and see him off. Afterward, Ryora informed the elder that even with the mountain's magic gone, humans had already started climbing the mountain again, and she asked whether they should drive them away. This time, however, the elder calmly answered that there was no need, explaining that the village itself would soon disappear. Ryora hesitated before asking if that would truly be all right, but the elder replied that it would, because the time had finally come for them to stop living as though they were trapped, concluding that now that a new sun had risen, it was only natural for a new change to follow as well.